and particularly the space between the residential complex and the structure that you demolished?
Our previous experience. Yes. Well, again, the previous one we did, the highest one was 108 meters high, but the space was severely restricted.
That was much lesser than
here we have twice as much space. Okay, so we are quite confident that we will get it down on the ground without causing any damage to the buildings and the pipeline.
Well, Kevin, when you carry out such exercise, particularly use of exclusion, this would be second such experience for Indians and particularly first time in NCR. So we understand why people are a bit apprehensive. But when gravity works, when there is a free fall, literally a waterfall of this structure coming down, there will be some velocity of the debris and of course the mass. Will it spread around? What will be the aftermath of the explosion, and when the debris, there will be a free fall?
See, we've put protection on the columns and the perimeter of the building, so the explosives itself will not throw any debris outside. There will be some debris on the ground. Of course, the building has to come down, but for the part of the explosives, nothing will fly everywhere. It will all be contained within the footprint of the structure.
And Nabila and Aishwarya are part of the intrepid reporting team that's been getting to the depth of every aspect of the Supertech Twin Tower demolition over the last 2 weeks. Remember, there's been a huge build-up. There have been many delays in this demolition itself. It went from July to August. There were several dates in August. And finally today, the 28th of August, is when the Twin Towers will come crashing down with 3,500 kilograms of explosives. Both of our reporters will be giving you live reports over the next 6.5 hours till the demolition of what people can and cannot do. Here's a report that Nabila sent us just a short while ago, speaking with residents, because their lives are affected more than anyone else. It's their homes that are just meters from this edifice that's going to come crashing down at 2:30 p.m. Take a look at this report.
Clock's ticking, barely 24 hours. In fact, not even 24 hours before these massive twin towers, Supertech, will be brought down in 9 seconds. The company doing it, Edifice, super prepared. They've done this before, so it's just an advice from them not to panic. But I have with me a resident right here, as well as the Edifice owner, Jigar, to give us an understanding.
Good that you guys have prepared a lot. I know you guys have done a lot of job in terms of doing all that. The question is, when this happens, and we are in a phase of moving outside as per the protocol, by 7 o'clock. There's an apprehension that, in terms of when this happens, because you guys are the expert on this, as a layman, everybody does not know. So when this will fall, how is it going to impact the buildings, the rubble, the debris and all that stuff, going to affect those towers which are just next and anywhere around? I think you guys have...
Yeah, as you said, Saurabh, that you are just staying 9 meters away at S3.
Yeah, S3, yeah.
So my basic thing to tell you is, as per the design engineering, the building will be going towards the ATS tower, so 3 meters towards the ATS tower. So only the debris which will roll over, and for which we have kept the containers, so that there will be no impact to the S2 and S3 which are nearby.
I heard you say, Saurabh, that I'm sure debris is going to enter the car parking area. That's what you said. Are you worried about it?
Yeah, of course, there's a lot of apprehension. We are common, everybody, we are households. All the housewives and all, and they're asking, since of course I come from engineering background, the whole thing is, see the massive structure, the size and the scale, these are tiny dots in front of this whole big monster.
And that's precisely where the illegality, the reason to why the Supreme Court said, yes, bring it down, demolish it, is because between the tower, the Twin Towers and the one right next to that, the Emerald Aster Tower, there's barely 9 meters difference. And that means not even an ambulance can enter. So it is a matter of huge concern that if at all the demolition doesn't go as per plan, will it infringe or fall into the neighboring towers?
So the nearby tower, as you say, is 9 meters, and according to the rules, the minimum distance which should be there should be 16 meters or more.
Yeah.
And demolitions have gone wrong.
Oh no, Jigar.
Don't say that.
Demolitions have gone wrong. But believe us, we have the best team in the world. Jet Demolition has got 3 continuous awards for the World Demolition Award.
Great.
And as a student prepares for their exam, we have really thoroughly prepared for this exam, and we are very confident that the results will come 100%.
On the other side of this very short break, we're going to use our Ultra Pro cams to zoom in completely into the Twin Towers to show you what's happening there. Last minute checks, wire checks, inspections have taken place. The master blasters, the detonators are on site. In just a couple of hours, they will all evacuate from there as well. The actual detonation will happen from a distance away. I'm going to take you inside the Twin Towers on the other side of this break. Stay with me.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
On India Today's rolling coverage of the demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers, we recognize the signal that this sends out to the corrupt real estate mafias and the victory that this represents for those who fought against the corruption of Supertech and the Noida officials who colluded with them. And that's the reason why we will be showing you the clearest images of today's demolition, because these images aren't just a building coming crashing down. They are symbolic against a victory in a long, decade-long fight against corruption in this country. And that's why our Ultra Max cameras will give you the closest, sharpest view of those Twin Towers that will come crashing down. I'm Shiv Arur. Our coverage continues. Just over 6 hours to go before the big demolition takes place. The Twin Towers are fully primed behind me, as you can see here in Noida. 3,500 kilograms of explosives are primed, ready, wired, and they've just finished an final inspection. I'm going to hand you over for a moment to Chethi for the quick headlines, and then we come right back.
Thanks, Shiv, for that. Let's bring our viewers the top headlines this morning. Let's begin with the first headline. D-Day for India's biggest demolition. Noida's illegal Twin Towers to be demolished to dust. Residents of nearby societies evacuate. As preparations for demolition underway in full swing, the fate of Twin Towers lies in the hands of Chetan Datta, an expert in carrying out demolitions for 20 years. Clincher video of last moments of Sonali Foghat. Sonali made to guzzle spiked drink. 5 seconds that reveal what killed Sonali, only on India Today. Prime Minister Modi on a 2-day visit to Gujarat inaugurates Atal Bridge on Sabarmati to lay the foundation stone of many development projects. And India will take on arch rivals Pakistan to start their campaign in Asia Cup 2022. Both teams part of Group A along with Hong Kong.
Now, the images of the towers are among the most recognizable and familiar images, at least on social media in the last few days. People who had no idea what the Supertech Twin Towers are immediately recognize the Twin Towers. They've become symbolic, they've become familiar. People are sharing pictures. When I was driving out from my colony right next to Supertech this morning, there was a huge crowd of citizens taking selfies with this tower. So lots of curiosity, lots of familiarity with the towers as well. And this morning, I want to show you the big defining images surrounding our coverage of the Twin Tower demolition enterprise. This is the last standing view. Here's our first defining image, viewer. The last standing view of Noida's Twin Towers, which will be demolished at 2:30 p.m. after a 9-year-long legal battle. The towers will be reduced to rubble in just 9 seconds. In every frame here in India today, you are looking at the Twin Towers live. The second defining image this morning, residents residing near Noida's Twin Towers are bracing themselves for India's biggest demolition enterprise. They're covering their belongings, their plants, and even the swimming pools of their societies. And I saw this firsthand. I live in one of the colonies that flanks the Twin Towers, and this is what each of those colonies looks like in preparation for the demolition. The third big defining image, the trial of water fogging machines has been done overnight before the demolition of the Twin Towers. They were tested to see if such water foggers can suppress the dust bubbles that will arise in huge amounts after the demolition takes place at 2:30 this afternoon. There is every hope from the Noida Authority that the water foggers will play a part in reducing the huge dust menace that is expected immediately after the demolition. Defining image number 4 this morning. Cranes and bulldozers are on standby as the demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers is all set to leave behind 80,000 tons of debris. Just imagine that. 80,000 tons of concrete and metal will be coming crashing down. Of this, 50,000 tons of debris will be left right there on the site. So you can only imagine the monumental task it's going to be to clear all of it and dispose all of it safely. And the latest defining image, in the midst of the demolition preparations for the illegal Twin Towers, residents of the society have set the bar very high for humanity by coming forward to rescue and protect street dogs. Stray dogs and street dogs living in the vicinity are being cared for. NGOs like Friendicos and People for Animals are also involved in creating shelters, temporary shelters, and getting stray dogs and stray animals to as much safety as is humanly possible. So those who are worried about the safety and welfare of animals in the area, everything is being done. Very happy to tell you that. So just over 6 hours to go when the Supertech Twin Towers will come crashing down. The master blasters, the engineers are inside right now. You can't see it closely, but we'll show you a zoomed up image using our Ultra Pro cameras to give you a sense of what's happening inside. In just a few hours from now, nobody will be left inside that building. Everyone will be pulled out, including the last minute inspection check engineers and all those who are part of the actual execution of the demolition. Many meters of wires, prime cables, detonators are inside. The explosives will be armed only at the last minute just for safety's sake. And then at 2:30 p.m., with the weather holding good, the demolition will take place. There will be a countdown with this part of Noida completely cut off so that motorists and those watching are at a safe distance. Aishwarya and Nabila continue to be with me. Residents have all been evacuated from those sites. 2:30 p.m., not looking so far away anymore. In many ways, there's a sense of disbelief, isn't there, Aishwarya, that the day is finally here. You know, the journey towards this day began way back in 2012, a whole decade ago, when the Allahabad High Court was approached. 10 years later, those towers are going to come crashing down. You know, from the litigants to the petitioners to those who have done tariq pe tariq inside the courts, Aishwarya, today is a day of victory for them, and they will all be watching this.
Well, definitely it is a day of victory because a decade is no short time, Shiv. It takes a lot of guts and it also takes perseverance for those who have been knocking on the doors and regularly going and making sure that they bring down these towers, which are a symbol of greed. In fact, I'm standing on the JP flyover, Shiv, and let me tell you what the police is doing here. We'll showing you visuals of the Delhi police personnel who are now present in large number. In fact, the incident command center has been brought here, Shiv, on the flyover. What this will do is keep a very close eye, hawk's eye on all the CCTV cameras in and around the adjoining area. In fact, at 2:30 when the towers will come crashing down, the CCTV will be watched by the Noida authorities sitting in this van. This is the incident command center that we are showing you on India Today. This is where they'll keep a hawk's eye on exactly what's taking place. And we will see that just in case some untoward incident takes place, everyone will be rushed onto the Twin Towers, near the Twin Towers. But the CCTV cameras is what the authorities are now keeping hawk's eye on.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. I just want to quickly remind our viewers there are lots of police personnel who are going to be deployed. We have a very important update on that coming up. Quickly, before I go to Nabila, I want to just summarize for our viewers, especially those living in and around the Noida area, about the sequence of events. 9 a.m. is when maintenance staff will be vacating, the society, the towers. 11 a.m. is when security personnel will be leaving all premises surrounding the Supertech Twin Towers. 1:45 p.m. an exhaustive inspection, final inspection of the site will conclude half an hour prior to the demolition. 2:15 p.m. the Noida Greater Noida Expressway, that's the long arterial road here, away from the national capital. It goes towards Agra and other places of UP. That will be completely shut. 2:45 p.m. is when the highway, the Noida Greater Noida Expressway will open once again. So there will be a half-hour period between 2:15 and 2:45 when the Greater Noida Expressway will be shut to traffic for the safety of motorists. Nabila, bringing you in right now, you're on one of the flyovers very, very close to Supertech. You've got a complete vantage point, possibly one of the closest journalists to the site of where this demolition is going to take place, because otherwise the area has been pretty much cordoned off. What have security personnel and safety personnel been telling you?
Gosh, Shiv, it's quite a traumatic affair for us as journalists because we aren't allowed vehicles inside of this area. So this entire flyover that leads, it's literally a good view of Supertech when you get on this flyover, where it's just barely a few meters away, maybe a kilometer away from the Supertech Twin Towers. But vehicles are not allowed, strictly cordoned off. In fact, the entire 10-kilometer vicinity of this Twin Towers has been barricaded. So police are very certain that they're not willing to allow vehicles. If you, as a person, as an individual, wants to possibly just take a walk up the road and get a good look at the Supertech Twin Towers, then it's possible. Once you go through the police barricading, they check you and then you move forward. In fact, let me also tell you that there are proper bomb squads that are currently present here just to take a good look of any kind of suspicious elements here moving around. So the bomb squad also here, the police security in full force. There's a huge blanket of police personnel who are currently, they've been deployed along the vicinity of Supertech. So the place that I'm standing at is just basically a good view to where we see these towers, and it's possibly the closest, like you rightly said, Shiv. So public are walking up to this road only to get one look, but it's not an easy walk. It's an uphill task to actually take a good walk, because car parking for those who want to park their cars, including the media, is way ahead. It's in fact a kilometer away from where this flyover is. So it's a good walk. You can't just, if you want to bring your vehicle here, then that's strictly not allowed, even for the media. So that way we're looking at Noida authorities as well as the police here ensuring strict vigil and not budging. They're not allowing any vehicles here to move within the vicinity, because it is a dangerous situation. If in case there's any untoward incident, like I mentioned, it's the fear that people have is if at all debris flies, if it comes flying at you, then what would happen? So the police also not taking chance. In fact, they've tried to avoid media also going anywhere close to the buildings. They've given us locations like this flyover, which is far, far away, but yet a good view. But at the end of it, locals who want to watch it are using most of the terrace balconies of buildings in the vicinity here to get a good vantage point. So for now, residents in the vicinity here are apprehensive that their belongings in their house, all their prized possessions, will it be safe or not? That's more or less their concern. And Edifice, the company doing it, says nothing to worry, but one can only hope for the best. There's no scope for error, but yeah, keeping our fingers crossed.
Yes. Absolutely, and failure is not an option because remember that the closest building to the Supertech Twin Towers is less than 30 meters away. That's a wafer-thin margin. Absolutely no margin for error. There have been lots of videos of demolitions from around the world doing the rounds, which have created a great deal of anxiety in people. In many places, demolitions have gone wrong, but the engineers responsible for today's demolition are 100% confident that everything is going to go absolutely smoothly. I, in fact, live in one of those societies right next to the Supertech Twin Towers. We've been completely evacuated. I had to get out, early this morning as well to come here and give you this live coverage. Here's a report that I filed during the preparations that were on inside my colony. It gives you an inside view of how the two colonies that have been evacuated around Supertech have prepared for this huge dust bomb that's going to happen after 2:30 p.m. Take a look. So those are the Twin Towers from the colony where I live. And I'm going to just show you some of the preparations that are on right now inside the colony to prepare for the big demolition that's scheduled to take place tomorrow. Most of the houses in the colony are already empty. People have already begun their evacuation. I'm just walking past the clubhouse right now. People are trying to secure this particular area as well. But here's where the actual preparations are. Black plastic covers have been put on all the fitments, on all the lawns in this particular area, as you can see, and it will be extended to all parts of the actual colony. It's going to take place over the next few hours. Remember, the actual cutoff time is from tomorrow morning. From tomorrow morning, people need to be out of the colony. So thousands of families, hundreds of cars in all parts of this society will be completely moved from here. So right behind this tower is where the Twin Towers are. And what I'm showing you right now is workers who've come in here, part of the office at this colony, to cover every part of it. There's a lot of landscaping here that's had to be protected. A decision's been taken to extend plastic covering on every part of the lawn, the landscaping, the rocks, the fitments, the cobbled paths as well. So it's going to take a while, but that's how it's going to be. This is the colony where I live. I just wanted to show you how close the two towers are to the actual colony. These are the two Supertech Twin Towers. As you can see, we share a wall with the colony. That's where most of the work is going on. Preparations are on. All of these towers are completely covered in these huge white sheets, obviously because of the debris and the dust. The dust is going to be a massive, massive threat for many days after the actual explosion. The entire structure is going to come crashing down at 2:30 p.m. on Sunday. Workers are fully prepared. The explosives have been rigged inside the building as well, and tomorrow is when this entire structure comes crashing down. But inside the actual colony, it's pretty deserted because people have already started leaving in large numbers already. But I just wanted to take you inside to give you a sense of the preparations that are on to protect the actual colony. Pretty familiar sight already to most residents is that most of the lawn, the gardens, the hedges, even some of the smaller trees are being completely covered in these black plastic sheets in the hope that they will protect against the enormous amounts of dust that are expected. Because remember, this building is right next door. This is the colony. We share a wall with the Supertech Towers, and look how close it is. There it is. That's the tower right there. You can see the tower. All of these young men working tirelessly right through the day. Very thankful to them for protecting the colony. I hope they get some rest a little later, but it's going to be a long day because the entire colony is going to have to be covered in these black sheets by the end of the day, because 7 a.m. tomorrow is when everything needs to be absolutely complete. So we've told you about the 3,500 kilograms of explosives that are going to be used for the demolition. We've told you about the after effects, but how exactly is the demolition going to take place? What are the technicalities? What kind of effort has gone into rigging the 32-story Twin Towers with those explosives? And what is the science behind the demolition? India Today's Akshita Nandagopal shows you precisely what we know.
India will be witnessing its biggest ever demolition. The Twin Towers in Noida are all set to be turned into nothing but debris by the authorities. But what led to the fall of these massive buildings? Let's take you through each brick that led to the fascinating demolition of the Apex and Sian Towers. The story began almost 2 decades ago when the New Okhla Industrial Development Authority, that's Noida, allotted a plot of land to Supertech. This was in Noida Sector 93A for the purpose of construction of a housing society named Emerald Court. Then the very next year, the building plan was sanctioned, allowing builders to construct a total of 14 towers with 10 floors each within the height of 37 meters. Then, in December 2006, modifications were made and the new plan had 2 additional floors in each tower. And now, instead of 14, the plan had 16 towers as well as a shopping complex as per the Noida building bylaws of 1996. In 2009, 14 towers of the 16 were constructed when the approval was still pending for the new plan. The final plan now was of constructing 2 towers, the Apex and Sian, with 40 floors each in the place of a garden and a shopping complex. 2010, 13 floors of the Twin Towers were already built. Now, upon the construction, without the approved plan, the Resident Welfare Association became suspicious and in 2011 filed a petition in the Allahabad High Court. Next came the approval only 2 months before the trial began in Allahabad Court in the year 2012. Then, 2 years later, in March 2014, the Allahabad High Court gave its verdict in favour of the Resident Welfare Association, the RWA, and ordered the demolition of the Twin Towers, Apex and Sian. The court in its order also said that the buyers will get a refund with the interest at the rate of 14%. 2 months later, in May, the Noida Authority and Supertech moved the Supreme Court, claiming that the construction was in accordance to the rules. And the bad luck of Supertech followed them to the Apex Court too. And in August 2021, the Supreme Court ordered the demolition of the Twin Towers within 3 months. Now, the act of demolition then got delayed, and after Noida Authority's green flag on demolition preparations, the Supreme Court on 17th May this year extended the deadline, which is now 28th of August.
And we've got some breaking news coming in now just ahead of the demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. Information just coming in that 560 police personnel and 100 personnel from the reserve forces, 4 quick response teams and the National Disaster Response Force teams have been deployed around the site where the demolition will be taking place. Traffic diversion points have already been activated in several parts of Noida. The expressway will only be closed right before the blast. Like I said, only around 2:15 p.m. It will be opened half an hour after the blast as soon as the dust settles down. Instant command center with CCTV cameras have been activated. Traffic experts are all along the choke points in different parts of Noida to monitor all the congestion points and to direct traffic as well. But 560 police personnel, 100 personnel from the reserve forces and the disaster response forces are on standby and are being deployed very, very shortly. Nabila, coming to you. Lots of security being deployed. The Noida Authority, the UP government, obviously not taking any chances here.
Absolutely, Shiv. This is a massive exercise, and considering that there was a lot of flack which the Noida authorities received for for allowing a construction like this in cahoots with the builders, it appears that this time none of the officials, with regards to the police department or the government on the whole, the UP government here, are leaving anything to chance. At this point, 560 police personnel have been deployed in this entire area of Noida, Sector 93A. Apart from that, 100 people from the reserve forces, 4 quick response teams and NDRF teams also deployed. They're all kept on standby. Traffic diversions already in place. In fact, vehicles are not allowed. In fact, I'm right at the flyover here, which is a very busy flyover. The road below is also a very busy stretch. This entire extension here has been completely cordoned off. And what's very important to know is that the expressway will be completely closed right before the blast. The blast is at 2:30 p.m. The expressway will be closed at 2:15 p.m. itself. 15 minutes before the blast, they're going to stop all kind of traffic, and it will be opened only half an hour after the blast, after the dust settles. So you don't know how far or what kind of consequences that the demolition would have. The dust and the wind speed, could it really block visibility for vehicles and vehicular movement? That's the apprehension that even the local authorities have, which is why they've completely cordoned off the area for any kind of traffic movement. So one can imagine expressway, which is a traffic zone, which is a busy stretch on a regular day. The entire expressway will be fully cordoned off 15 minutes before the blast takes place. So it will be opened up only about half an hour after the blast has happened and when the dust settles. So this is the kind of security arrangement that the police has made right here in Noida. Shiv, the twin towers that you see here, it's much taller than Qutub Minar. That's the height of the Twin Towers. And when we say it's the largest demolition that we will be witnessing in India, we mean it. This is for the first time that a building of 40-story will be brought down in 9 seconds. So it's done with much precision, and there's a lot of strategy that goes into it. And when we speak of dust, that's only the major worry here. Locals around here have been asked very strictly by all their RWAs to wear an N95 mask. Not for a day or two, but for an entire week, because you don't know how poisonous it could be and what kind of far-reaching repercussions it would have on health in the long run. So for almost a week, locals have been told by their RWAs to wear an N95 mask and not to take a walk. It's a very nice, peaceful residential area here. So locals usually take a walk in the morning, evening, whatever time they wish. So they've been also asked not to take a walk for at least a week and wear your N95 mask. This is the advisory given by the RWA, apart from, of course, the blanket security by the police here.
Stay with me, Nabila. Ashutosh continues to be with us. Ashu, what are you hearing from the site of the demolition? You're in touch with the engineers, the blast experts as well. Police personnel going to be deployed very, very shortly. What's the latest from the site?
Well, Shiv, the final checks have been done, and connection is required. It's a high potential battery that will be fixed with the detonator, and that will be done only at around 2 o'clock. Yesterday evening also the final checks were done from the basement to the top, the 32nd floor. So all connections have been done. Only there the battery is right much here, and the team expert is analyzing, and they're taking just a walk around the structure and also the outer periphery of the structure, because the safety measures that they have taken is going to be really precision that will take place, and it is a calculation, mathematics, physics and modern engineering, and that marvel will ensure a waterfall moment of this entire structure, and the building has to behave the way it is designed to behave, as the experts have been telling me, because they have the expertise. They have carried out such demolition with the implosion in several countries. Last expertise that they had was in Johannesburg, when 108-meter tall building was collapsed, and again the building that they had to prevent it period, the distance between them was far less than this particular structure. Now, as they believe that there could be PPV, the particulate velocity of these particles upon the explosions, right? When those curtains, that white and black curtains that you see, those are the geosynthetic cloths, and the only aim that they are fixed with that is to prevent the particles from flying with the sharp velocity. In India, the PPV velocity which is permitted is 35 kmph. What experts have been telling me that those particles, even if they move out, they will have the maximum velocity of 30 kmph. So this is not really going to be harming the structure, or the flying materials will not really go too far. Though the biggest concern is about the structure, the dust that will be flying. At the moment, the wind speed is around 20 kmph. If it grows further, more likely the dust will fly further in the air to far long areas. But to contain that, those preventive measures also being done. At around 2 o'clock, the battery will be affixed with the final collection. 2:30 p.m. sharp, button will be pressed. From the basement to the top floor, it will take 7 seconds for entire structure to burn down, and then within 12 seconds, everything will be grounded, shipped.
Remember, the most important people today are the residents of Emerald Court, those who fought against these Twin Towers for 10 long years, painful years. Many of the people still haven't been compensated. The home buyers who've been victims of this terrible corruption, many of them still haven't received justice. Their plans ruined, their futures ruined, and the people who live in the colony right now who fought against this, how they've been preparing. Aishwarya sent us this report. Let's never forget that it's their lives that have been affected. It is in the shadow of these two towers that they have existed for the last 10 years, in suspense, in turmoil, wondering how to plan their lives. And that's why their views, their plans, their preparations are more important than anything else today. Listen into this report that Aishwarya got us.
महज 24 घंटे में ट्विन टावर ध्वस्त हो जाएंगे। नोएडा के अंदर उनका नाम और निशान नहीं रहेगा, लेकिन क्योंकि ये रिहायशी इलाका है तो उन बिल्डिंगों में, वो बिल्डिंग जो महज 20-30 मीटर दूर हैं ट्विन टावर से, वहाँ के लोगों ने अपनी सुरक्षा के लिए, अपने घरों की सुरक्षा के लिए इंतज़ाम कर लिया है। लोगों से ही जानते हैं उनके दिल में दुगदुगी है या नहीं और क्या चाहते हैं। कल जब 2:30 बजे के बाद 10 सेकेंड में बिल्डिंग गिरेगी, उसके बाद शाम को क्या वो अपने घर वापस आना चाहते हैं या थोड़ा इंतज़ार करना चाहते हैं। आप लोग सब यहीं रहते हैं, आप लोगों ने अपने अपने घरों को बचाने के लिए क्या क्या किया है?
थोड़ा बहुत हमने अपनी बालकनीज़ को कवर किया है, अपने एसीज़ को कवर किया है, थोड़ा सा कुछ विंडो पे प्रोटेक्शन लगा देंगे, अपने टीवी और जो ब्रेकेबल ग्लासेस की पेंटिंग्स वगैरह हैं उनको हम बेड पे रख देंगे, और बस ये। तो
जब ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सुनवाई हो रही थी तो क्या आप लोगों को ऐसा लग रहा था कि ऑर्डर ऐसा आएगा कि बिल्डिंग ही गिरा दीजिए? उम्मीद थी?
नहीं, ऐसा तो किसी को उम्मीद नहीं थी, लेकिन ये ज़रूर था लोगों को कि इससे रिलीफ मिलना चाहिए। और जिस तरह से गलत कंस्ट्रक्शन हो रहा है, गलत जगह पर हो रहा है, वो चीज़ होना नहीं चाहिए। हालांकि एक देखा जाए तो बहुत ही अच्छा सबक है सभी के लिए कि गलत काम जब भी करोगे तो उसका परिणाम बुरा ही होगा।
क्या आप लोगों के दिल में थोड़ी दुगदुगी है? क्या पता कल शाम को अगर वापस आएँ तो यहाँ पे जो, क्योंकि मलबा जो गिरेगा उससे ये तो बात निश्चित है कि बहुत सारा जो डस्ट है वो बहुत ज़्यादा उड़ेगी, और हो सकता है कि कुछ घंटों तक यहाँ पे डस्ट ही हो, तो उससे थोड़ा सा घबराहट है?
लगता है कि ब्रीदिंग प्रॉब्लम्स होगी, बहुत ज़्यादा डस्ट आएगा। मोस्टली जो एस्थमेटिक पेशेंट हैं या जिनको क्रॉनिक ब्रोंकाइटिस है उनको प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, इसलिए हमने बचाव के लिए काफ़ी कवर किया है, बट डस्ट की प्रॉब्लम तो हो सकती है।
डस्ट की प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है। आप लोगों को क्या ऐसा लग रहा था कि जो जिस तरीके का वर्डिक्ट आया ऐसा वर्डिक्ट आएगा, और जब टावर गिर जाएगा उसके बाद प्लान क्या है? कुछ पार्टी वार्टी करने का प्लान है?
हाँ बिल्कुल करेंगे, बिल्कुल सब मिलके एक साथ पार्टी करेंगे हम लोग।
हमारे लिए तो ये बहुत अच्छा है कि ऐसे करप्शन रोका जाता है। हाँ, करप्शन रुकेगा ना, नहीं तो आगे पता नहीं ऐसे कितने करप्शन होंगे, तो लोग डरेंगे। अब ऐसे
दूसरे बिल्डर्स को भी इससे सबक मिलेगा।
करप्शन का रावण और कुंभकर्ण का दहन होगा कल 2:30 बजे, आप जरूर देखने आइएगा।
और कल शाम का प्लान क्या है आप लोगों का?
भगवान सब कुछ ठीक ठाक करेगा, और कल शाम की चाय हम अपने घर पे पियेंगे। बहुत प्रोफेशनली मैनेज्ड है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होनी चाहिए। और
तो शाम की चाय के लिए आप तैयार हैं अभी से? अच्छा, और
शाम की चाय हम अपने घर पे पियेंगे।
शाम की चाय घर पे पियेंगे। और सुबह यहाँ से निकलने का इंतजाम कितने बजे आप लोग?
7 बजे हमें इवैक्यूएट करना है। उसके कुछ गाइडलाइंस हैं, उसके कुछ प्रोटोकॉल्स हैं, वो प्रोटोकॉल फॉलो करते हुए हम 7 बजे से पहले ही घर छोड़ देंगे। और 4 बजे
जा कहाँ रहे हैं? कहीं आसपास ही जा रहे हैं?
हाँ, ऐसे ही हम कुछ दिल्ली में घूम लेंगे।
सोसाइटी में अरेंज किया है, वहाँ पे आप लोग जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उम्मीद यही है कि कल शाम की चाय आप लोग सब साथ बैठकर अपनी अपनी बालकनी के अंदर पियेंगे।
पूरी उम्मीद यही है, पूरी उम्मीद यही है।
तो जो लोग यहाँ पे रहते हैं उनकी उम्मीद यही है कि कल 2:30 बजे जब एक बार ट्विन टावर ध्वस्त हो जाएंगे, उसके बाद शाम की चाय अपने अपने घरों में पी जाएगी, एक साथ पी जाएगी, और उम्मीद की जा रही है कि इस बिल्डिंग के गिरने से इनकी बिल्डिंग पर कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा। कैमरा पर्सन दरबील सिंह के साथ ऐश्वर्या पालीवाल।
And on India Today, our commitment to tell you the story in the most vivid detail is something that we will take no shortcuts in. And that's why we're going to be slowing down our video. We're going to be giving you images with jaw-dropping clarity and a perspective that you will literally not see anywhere else. It's not something that we take lightly, and that's the reason why we've deployed advanced cameras, because we understand and we completely get the fact that viewers across the country and across the world trust India Today to give them this perspective, a perspective that nobody else can give them. Because remember, the buildings are not just buildings that will be demolished, they truly are symbols. So the images that you see on either side of me, along with the streams that we have online and the live feeds that we'll have here on TV right through the day till the demolition and after, is something that you will see only here on India Today. Now I want to tell you about how that high-rise buildings around the Supertech area have become very prized and sought after, because many of their balconies have ringside views, very much like this, of the Twin Towers. People are collecting in houses of friends in Noida to try and be part of what they think is a visual spectacle. It is going to be a visual spectacle, but let's never forget what the demolition actually represents. Take a look at this report on the VIP galleries that have come up in Noida.
India is all set to watch the most highly anticipated demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. There is high excitement among residents living in nearby locations. The balconies of high-rises around the Supertech Twin Towers have turned into VIP galleries. Several societies around Noida Sector 93A, which have a vantage point, have been booked by relatives and guests who want to witness the moment.
For the residents of Noida, it will be a full matinee show tomorrow. The balconies of those buildings which are close by, those buildings which give you a clear view of the Twin Towers, all of them have been booked. Relatives of people who stay in the building which are very close by, all of them have already booked their spaces, because all they want to see is the demolition of the Twin Towers right there.
In some houses, entire families are gathering at 2:30 p.m. to experience the once-in-a-lifetime event. Friends and relatives are also keen to join them, though traffic restrictions may bust their plans. Meanwhile, people living in the sectors near the towers pray that the demolition process goes without a hitch and everyone is safe.
लगता है कि ब्रीदिंग प्रॉब्लम्स होगी, बहुत ज़्यादा डस्ट आएगा। मोस्टली जो एस्थमेटिक पेशेंट हैं या जिनको क्रॉनिक ब्रोंकाइटिस है, उनको प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है। इसलिए हमने बचाव के लिए काफ़ी कवर किया है, बट डस्ट की प्रॉब्लम तो हो सकती है।
Residents are ready to raise a toast to the victory of residents who fought a long legal battle against the illegally built Twin Towers. With Nabila Jamal, Aishwarya Paliwal in Noida, Bureau Report for India Today.
If you're wondering, viewer, who's going to push that button that triggers the explosives that brings the Supertech Twin Towers down, it is one man. His name is Chetan Datta. He's been specifically chosen by Edifice Engineering, the company, to do the deed. He's going to push the button that will detonate 3,500 kilograms of explosives inside the Twin Towers behind me. Here's our story on him, and here's why Chetan Datta has been chosen for this.
ये एक डायनामो टाइप बॉक्स है, और इससे हम जो वायर रहती हैं जिसे करंट पास होना होता है, उस वायर को से कनेक्ट करने के बाद इसको रिवॉल्व करके हम इसमें करंट जनरेट करते हैं, एंड आफ्टर जनरेशन ऑफ करंट यहाँ एक लाइट ब्लिंक करती है, एंड दैट इज अ सिंबल कि इसमें करंट जनरेट हो गया है, और हम सिंपली बटन को
And we'll be speaking to Chetan Datta immediately after the demolition as well. As long as you continue to remain with us, you will continue to see the voices of those who are involved in the demolition, those who are affected by it, and the engineers who will be part of the entire execution. We're taking a very quick break. On the other side, we're going to get you a crucial security and traffic update on how things are going to change around this area over the next few minutes before the demolition final countdown begins. Come right back. Our coverage continues.
I'm the early bird who gets the news. The fresh morning air is my energizer. With me around, there are no dwindled dawns. Only bright, action-packed mornings. Rise and shine with me every single day, and you'll never hit that snooze button.
Good morning, India. Why wake up any other way when you can witness magic every single day? Watch First Up with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today TV.
John Abraham's first look from Pathan is out. Shah Rukh Khan took to social media to share the same. He wrote, and we quote, "He's tough and plays it rough," presenting John Abraham in Pathan. Hashtag 5 months to Pathan. Earlier, the superstar had also dropped his first look from the film. It also coincided with 30 years of SRK in Bollywood, and he captioned it as 30 years and not counting, because your love and smiles have been infinite. Here's to continuing with Pathan. SRK also had shared Deepika's look from this Siddharth Anand directorial on his social media. That's not all. The action thriller will also feature Salman Khan in a special appearance. As far as his other projects are concerned, he has Atlee's Jawan with Nayanthara in his kitty. In fact, he was recently spotted in Chennai with Deepika Padukone, who is likely to do a cameo in the film.
Wow, sir. कमाल है सर। मेरे लिए भी कुछ ऐसा है क्या?
सर एक है स्क्रिप्ट मेरे पास।
Really? कॉमेडी है?
बहुत है।
इमोशन है?
वो भी है।
रोमांस है सर?
है सर, पर ये आप ये वाला एक्शन अवॉइड करिएगा।
ये अरे हाथ ही काट लूंगा मैं। गए सर, आप बोलो तो। नाम क्या है सर?
डंकी।
डोंकी?
डोंकी नहीं शाहरुख, डंकी।
मैं समझा डोंकी। डंकी डंकी। In an as.
The superstar will also be seen in Rajkumar Hirani's Donkey, the shoot of which had already begun, and several pictures of him from the sets with the filmmaker and his co-star Taapsee Pannu went viral on the internet.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
And we've got breaking news coming in now in the countdown to the demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. Security has been beefed up in and around the area for the final activities and for immediate emergency response after the demolition takes place. 560 police personnel, 100 persons from the reserve forces, 4 quick response teams and the National Disaster Response Force teams have been deployed. Traffic diversion points have also been activated. Listen very, very carefully to what DCP Central Rajesh S. has just told India Today.
एक्सक्लूजन जोन में जितने लोग हैं मीडिया के अलावा जो आप लोग भी एक्सक्लूजन जोन के बिल्कुल बॉर्डर पे खड़े हैं अभी एक्सक्लूजन जोन के अंदर एक राउंड लगा के आया हूँ मैक्सिमम लोगों को एयरकट कर दिया गया उसके बाद एक एएस चेक टीम आएगी पूरा स्वीप करेगी अभी बैरियर पॉइंट सब एक्टिवेट हो गया है तो ट्रैफिक डाइवर्शन जो बिल्कुल एक्सक्लूजन जोन के आसपास ट्रैफिक डाइवर्शन शुरू हो गया है तो डेमोलिशन होगा उससे 15 मिनट पहले नोएडा एक्सप्रेस वे को बंद किया जाएगा ग्राउंड पे सिविल पुलिस पर्सनल अराउंड 550-560 है एंड इसके अलावा जो ट्रैफिक पुलिसमैन हैं और रिजर्व फोर्स हम लोग 100 से ज़्यादा रखे हैं क्यूआरटीज 5 क्यूआरटीज बने हुए हैं एनडीआरएफ का टीम स्टैंड बाय में रखा गया
Nabila continues to be live with us from a flyover very close to the Supertech Twin Towers. Nabila, the traffic points and diversions have already been activated. The Greater Noida Expressway will be cut off for about 45 minutes starting 2:15 p.m. What else can we share with our viewers at this point of time? Lots of security beefed up for emergency response during and after the demolition.
Right, Shiv, I'd like to tell our viewers that there are about 25 ambulances that have been parked all across the vicinity here. So they're at every different point, very close to the ATS, there have been ambulances that have been parked just in case. Of course, people are not allowed to walk in at least 500 meters around ATS. There's absolutely no way that even an animal will be allowed to stray in. So there's barricading, proper checks at different points. But apart from that, the entire expressway is going to be cordoned off at least 25 minutes. From official statement, we hear that 15 minutes before the demolition takes place, expressway will be cordoned off. This is only keeping in light of the kind of dust and smoke that this demolition might emanate, and it might just result in some kind of hindrance for people or for passengers who are traveling in their vehicles. I'm going to wait in just a second. I'm going to show you, Shiv, right behind me, the ambulance checks. They're in fact literally scanning through the entire area with an ambulance security personnel on their bikes who are trying to ensure that people who are around here have some kind of medical help, including for reporters and media personnel. If there's any untoward incident happens, then of course they're all here to check. If you can see at the far distance, that's an ambulance with the police personnel who are being guided along this way of the Noida flyover. That's the visual that I bring to you here, right here, live. This is on the flyover where we see an ambulance, police personnel combing the area only to ensure that if in case of any kind of emergency, they're on their feet to help. So these are live visuals, and the convoy here literally passed by me for the 4th time, right since 7 a.m. that I'm here. They've been moving about trying to comb the area. So in case people need help, then they know that they're rest assured that the police and the ambulances are right here. But 25 ambulances that have been deployed around the area. It's going to be quite interesting because people are certainly going to come by here to watch this spectacle. I surely would call this a spectacle. It's taken about 20 crores for the demolition to happen. It costs about 20 crores for the company to carry out this demolition. Apart from that, we know 1,000-odd crores that the builder would lose out. But people are coming in like magnets. You showed our viewers the VIP gallery, Shiv. This is literally the case. People are so interested to see how this building is going to go down. It's the tallest tower in India that is being demolished for the first time in our country's history of this magnitude. People have already. In fact, I just a little while ago, there were a bunch of locals here who walked up to take a good look. But we are expecting a lot many more to come by here by foot because vehicles are not around. They're going to come here by foot to get their selfies and to take a good look, a close look of how this Twin Tower is going to be demolished. So as of now, it seems like the police have it all in control.
Absolutely, absolutely, Nabila. In fact, you know, we can hear the police convoys and the ambulances right behind us in our coverage. They're just passing by, behind on the road below us as well. So lots of movement of emergency and first responder vehicles taking place at this point of time. Also want to tell our viewers that the reason why we're calling this India's biggest demolition is literally that. This is India's biggest demolition ever of a building of this kind. No bigger building than this has been demolished before. And the last time such a demolition or an implosion took place was when 4 towers of an apartment complex, similarly illegal, took place in Kochi by the very same company that is going to demolish the Supertech Twin Towers. Take a look at how 2 years ago those buildings were demolished in Kochi and the similarities with what could happen today.
एक्सक्लूजन जोन में जितने लोग हैं मीडिया के अलावा जो आप लोग भी एक्सक्लूजन जोन के बिल्कुल बॉर्डर पे खड़े हैं अभी
In 2019, 4 high-rise buildings in Ernakulam, Kerala were demolished as they were in violation of the Coastal Regulation Zone rules. Four apartment complexes in Maradu were razed down 2 years ago on 12th of January. H2O Holy Faith, Alpha Serene, Jain's Coral Cove and Golden Kavaloram were demolished by an implosion in just about 12 seconds, over 2,500 kilometers away, and 3 years later, the same fate awaits Noida's Supertech Twin Towers. While a similar implosion technique will be used for Noida too, here's how this demolition will be the biggest ever in India. There were 4 apartment complexes in Kochi. In Noida, there are 2 towers. There were maximum 16 floors in the luxury high-rises in Kerala. In Noida, the 2 towers have 32 and 30 floors. In Kochi, about 122 flats were demolished. That number could go up to 1,000 for Noida. The Maradu flats were over 65 meters high. The Supertech towers stand at over 100 meters. And while 1,800 kilograms of explosives were used to bring down the Maradu complexes, it will take 3,500 kilograms of explosives to demolish the Noida towers. In Kochi, the buildings were reduced to dust in 12 seconds. The Supertech towers will be gone in just 9 seconds. This was probably the first time that India witnessed a demolition of a residential high-rise buildings. But around the world, controlled explosions have been used to demolish buildings. One of the most famous Seattle building ever, the Kingdom, was brought down in March 2000. Built in 1976, it was the largest building ever demolished by an implosion at the time, with a volume of nearly 700,000 cubic feet. At 381 feet tall, the 1972 built AFE tower became the tallest building to ever be demolished using explosives when it came down in Frankfurt, Germany in 2014. The 50,000-ton skyscraper in the heart of the city attracted over 10,000 onlookers on the explosion day. And a wall up to 20 feet high ran around the site to help stop any potential flying debris. 2 miles worth of concrete blew up in unison in 2013. Built in 1997, the viaduct in the Chinese city of Wuhan needed a precision blast to end its 15-year life. Wires carrying 100,000 volts ran alongside the bridge and a gas pipeline underneath it to trigger the explosives in a sequence. Come August 28, India's national capital region will witness something as explosive and dramatic. Bureau Report, India Today.
And this live image with our Ultramax cameras is going to be on our screens, online on our YouTube channel through the day. You can track it very closely. It's going to be the clearest high-definition visual of the demolition as it takes place. That's a live feed that's on here on television and on our YouTube channels. It'll be across social media as well. You can plug into that if you want to just gaze at the site of the building itself. It will be rolling right through the actual demolition. Now I want to tell you about how demolitions across the world have taken place. Remember, over the last few days, videos have been shared on WhatsApp, on social media, of how demolitions have gone wrong in different places. But they've gone right much more than they've gone wrong. And some of the biggest buildings in the world have been brought down in precisely the same way that the Twin Towers will be brought down at 2:30 p.m. Take a look at the worldwide roundup of demolitions.
Nine seconds will all it take. It will be the biggest demolition in India and one of the most explosive in the world. Abu Dhabi's Meena Plaza, 1.5 times taller than the Twin Towers, was bulldozed in 2020. 4 towers with 144 floors was brought down in a controlled explosion that lasted just 10 seconds. At 381 feet tall, the 1972-built AFE Tower became the tallest building to ever be demolished under explosives when it came down in Frankfurt, Germany in 2014. The 50,000-ton skyscraper in the heart of the city attracted over 10,000 onlookers on Explosion Day, and a wall up to 20 feet high ran around the site to help stop any potential flying debris. Built as part of the Manhattan Project in 1943, the K-25 gaseous diffusion building at the East Tennessee Technology Park only stood at the world's largest building under one roof. In 2013, the Department of Energy finished a year-long demolition process that started in 2008, the largest the organization had ever undertaken. Hudson Company's flagship downtown Detroit store took up an entire city block at 2.2 million square feet. The building was the tallest department store in the world at 26 stories or 439 feet. But department stores aren't quite what they once were, and explosives brought down the structure in 1998, just ahead of the company itself going under. When felled, Hudson became the tallest building ever imploded and the largest single building imploded. One of the most famous Seattle buildings ever, the Kingdome, was brought down in March 2000. Built in 1976, it was the largest building ever demolished by implosion at the time, with a volume of nearly 700,000 cubic feet. Two miles worth of concrete blew up in unison in 2013. Built in 1997, the viaduct in the Chinese city of Wuhan needed a precision blast to end its 15-year life. Wires carrying 100,000 volts ran alongside the bridge and a gas pipeline underneath it to trigger explosives in sequence. Bureau Report, India Today.
Only 5.5 hours to go for the big demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. We've got more cameras deployed from different angles to give you a 360 view of what's going to happen. Remember, there are many more pieces of breaking news that we're going to bring you after this very short break. Continue to look at the visuals here on India Today as we build up to the big demolition right after this very short break. Stay with me.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Amid the Russia-Ukraine crisis, Europe saw the world's biggest rise in arms imports in the past 5 years, a trend set to accelerate following recent rearmament commitments. How are arms traded across the world, and what is this industry's worth? International trade in conventional weapons is worth an estimated $100 billion annually. The industry's products range from light weapons to warships and military defense systems. Nearly 40% of arms exports originate in the United States, but Russia, France, China and Germany are also major suppliers. Europe shows the strongest growth in trade, 19%, a trend that should consolidate with the new Russian threats. Widely accessible weapons cause suffering and destruction. A global treaty aimed at reducing the irresponsible transfer of conventional weapons came into force in December 2014. Its strict criteria controlling sales aims to ensure participating countries avoid breaking international embargoes and reduce the number of weapons used for genocide, war crimes, or terrorism. Many of the 130 signatory countries, including the US, have still not ratified the Arms Trade Treaty, while Russia and China have not even signed it. The International Committee of the Red Cross says there is still a discrepancy between political commitments and the ease with which arms are transferred to actors who do not respect international law.
Very good morning and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. D-Day for India's biggest demolition. Noida illegal twin towers to be demolished to dust. Residents of nearby societies evacuate. As preparations are on in full swing for the demolition, the fate of Twin Towers lies in the hands of Chetan Datta, an expert in carrying out demolitions for 20 years. Heavy police deployment in and around demolition site, 560 police personnel, 100 people from reserve forces, 4 quick response teams and NDRF teams deployed. Clincher video of last moments of Sonali Fogart. Sonali made to guzzle spiked drink. 5 seconds that reveal what killed Sonali only on India Today. Prime Minister Modi on a 2-day visit to Gujarat inaugurates Atal Bridge on Sabarmati to lay the foundation stone of many other development projects. India will take on arch rivals Pakistan to start their campaign in Asia Cup 2022. Both teams are a part of Group A along with Hong Kong. And the countdown has truly begun for the demolition. We're taking you through the top defining images and the moments before the mega Supertech Twin Tower demolition. Let's take a look at the top defining moments. This is the last standing view of Noida Twin Towers, which is going to be demolished at 2:30 p.m. After a 9-year-long legal battle, the towers will be reduced to rubble in just 9 seconds. Preparations are on in full swing. Trenches around the Twin Towers and large containers have been put up to prevent horizontal spread of debris. Containers have been placed between Twin Towers and the nearby buildings for extra safety. Residents residing near Noida's Twin Towers bracing themselves for India's biggest demolition drive. They are covering their belongings, their plants, even the swimming pools of the society. Trial of water fogging machines was done before the demolition of Twin Towers. It was tested to see if it can suppress the dust bubbles that will arise in huge amounts after the demolition drive. Cranes and bulldozers are on standby at the moment as the demolition of Supertech Twin Towers is all set to leave behind 80 tons of debris. Of this, 50,000 tons of debris will be left on the site. Residents of the nearby housing societies and NGOs joined forces to rescue the street dogs before the Supertech Twin Tower demolition today. The Noida Authority also brought in dog catchers at the last moment who caught 20 to 25 dogs. I'm taking this across to my colleague Nabila Jamal, who is standing by getting you all the updates as far as the countdown to the demolition of the Twin Towers is concerned. Nabila, I'm sure you're getting the last standing view of Noida's Twin Towers. And of course, this is going to be a big statement for all those illegal constructions out there around the country as well. These 9 seconds are very important reminder to many of the builders, you know, who have encroached upon land or created constructions illegally. Over to you, Nabila.
You know, Chaiti, the scale of this demolition is certainly unparalleled. If you really look at the two towers here, it's much taller than Qutub Minar. You know, the height of one of the towers, the Kayan Towers, is at least about 103 centimeters. That's a whopping 40-story building. This magnitude demolition, one would have only seen possibly abroad, but nowhere in India, which is why we call this demolition drive as unparalleled, and that's why it raises a lot of curiosity and has gathered eyeballs across the world. Perhaps this is going to grab headlines not just for India but across the world at this point, looking at the scale and the magnitude of this demolition that will be taking place. Now, where I am right now is a small flyover far away from the ATS, I beg your pardon, from the Supertech Twin Towers, but the one one good part about this demolition is that in Sector 93A, whichever part of Noida Sector 93A that you're standing at, you will be able to see the Supertech Twin Towers from whichever distance. So people are going to really have a good view from every part of Noida. If you're standing at a high-rise building and you're possibly at a balcony, you're sure to see this ATS Supertech Twin Towers to go down in 9 seconds. It's going to be momentous, not just, of course, for the country, but more importantly, for the people of the Emerald Court, the residents of Emerald Court, the senior citizens of Emerald Court, who fought 10 long years to win this battle in court against the builder who had built these floors in defiance of the law. In fact, at that point, there were no RERA regulations, and it appears that many of the builders during the years of 2005, 6, 7, all the way to 2012, before the RERA came into being, have really, troubled consumers end to end. In fact, many of them have swindled money from several of the consumers there, hand in fist, quite literally. Money was taken, but they did not deliver to their promise. What was promised around the Emerald Court, this is an Emerald Court project, if I can ask my camera to pan yet again. The Supertech Twin Towers is an Emerald Court project. They already have about 15 towers inside, and that was promised that 15 towers will be built. There will be a shopping complex, there will be a park, there will be all of the facilities that people need in that. But little did the consumers or the residents of the Emerald Court project know that there were another 2 towers that were going to be coming up, and in close proximity of the tower which is right beside the Apex Tower, which comes right next to the Twin Tower. 9 meters of difference between the neighboring building of the Emerald Court and the Supertech Twin Towers, which is what has led to this matter going to court, and the court acknowledging that there was grave violations while during construction, and therefore it must be raised down. Now, this is certainly a huge example for all those builders who want to go against the law and think that it's all cool, it's all easy, in India it all works. Well, not anymore. It appears that the court has taken this up very seriously, and a big message and a statement going out to most of the builders today that you can't take a consumer for a ride. Let me quickly cut across, Chaiti. As far as we know, that the demolition drive will be taking place at 2:30. In fact, this is the D-Day, the biggest moment for the demolition drive. It will be going down in 9 seconds. 2 towers there that are fully charged. 3,700 kgs of explosives that have been laden inside these buildings. Every floor has explosives that have been flattened out in a tube-like structure, only to detonate simultaneously. So just to give you a quick glimpse, the Kayan and the Apex Tower, both these towers will be detonated in a difference of 2 seconds. So first, the Kayan Tower will be detonated, and then the Apex Tower will be detonated. Barely 2 seconds difference, but this is going to be the strategy that they're going to be using. Let me cut across. Many of those residents who live, at least 7,000 of the residents who live in the neighboring areas of Emerald Court and ATS Village, all of them have been evacuated. In fact, these are the visuals that we get of their evacuation as well. Evacuation began at 7 a.m. And we're looking at close to at least 5.5 hours now for this demolition drive to take place, and the entire vicinity here has been combed out. People have literally been moved out of here. They're all gone to neighboring community centers as well as their own homes, or some of them resorts are holidaying for the weekend. But certainly, at this point, everything is under control by the Noida authorities, the police department here, the UP police, who have deployed at least 650 police personnel, and the engineers of edifice who have fully arranged for this demolition drive, and a quick check has been done right from the morning. Repeated checks are being carried out until this demolition takes place at 2:30 p.m. So it's all about favorable weather conditions. For now, it seems set, and it seems like the perfect weather for this demolition to take place. Let me quickly cut across to all those reactions pouring in on this massive demolition that will take place today.
सुरक्षा को दृष्टिकोण आप देख रहे हैं कि हर एक जगह बैरिकेटिंग है, वाहन को पूरी तरह बाहर कर दिया गया है और मीडिया कर्मी को भी जो स्थान दिए गए हैं, आप लोग सुरक्षित वहाँ खड़े रहेंगे और आसपास के जो एरिया हैं उनसे अभी बहुत कम संख्या में लोग निकल रहे हैं, उनको निकलने दिया जा रहा है। हमारी जो डाइवर्जन स्कीम में पूरी तरह लागू हो चुकी है, ट्रैफिक की भी कोई दिक्कत नहीं है और चूँकि हम लोगों ने पहले से डाइवर्जन प्लान आदि शेयर किया था तो लोग इसका पालन कर रहे हैं और आप भी देख रहे हैं कि कहीं कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
डिमोलिशन के बाद जो धूल उड़ेगी, जो एक एप्रीहेंशन है कि किस लेवल तक जाएगी, कितना वॉल्यूम होगा, उसका एग्जैक्ट साइंटिफिक कोई डेटा तो मेरे पास नहीं है, बट जो भी कंडीशन होगी उसमें मैक्सिमम यहाँ पे एरिया में स्वीपिंग, हाउसकीपिंग, क्लीनिंग, वॉशिंग, इसका जो है रिगरस प्रोग्राम नोएडा प्राधिकरण द्वारा बना लिया गया है और कोलिब्रेशन के साथ हम लोग मौजूद रह के कोशिश होगी कि न्यूनतम समय में इस पूरे एरिया को दोबारा से वैसे रिस्टोर करने की कोशिश रहे।
जो यहाँ के नज़दीक के जो 4 टावर हैं उनको ही सबसे ज़्यादा खतरा है। उसके लिए जो एडिफाइस इंजीनियरिंग और जेट डेमोलिशन की टीम ने काम किया है, उन्होंने इस तरीके से ब्लास्ट को डिज़ाइन किया है कि जो ये टावर्स हैं ये थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट साइड की तरफ टिल्ट होंगे और इधर रोड की तरफ गिर जाएंगे। दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि टावर्स को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए जियो टेक्सटाइल फैब्रिक का यूज़ किया गया है और जहाँ भी एक्सप्लोसिव्स लगे हुए हैं वहाँ पर लोहे की मैश और उसके फर्दर रैपिंग की गई है, तो जिससे कि कोई भी प्रोजेक्टाइल बाहर की तरफ उड़ता हुआ ना आए। बाकी ये है कि संभावनाएं हर जगह होती हैं, लेकिन हम काफ़ी आश्वस्त हैं कि इसमें कोई जैसा प्लान है हमारा वो एज इज़ वैसे ही डिमोलिश होगी बिल्डिंग।
All right, you know, the most important person here who's going to be carrying out this demolition is this man called Chetan Datta. So Chetan Datta is going to be detonating the explosives, 3,700 kgs of explosives that have been literally inserted in every one of those 40 floors. And let me remind our viewers that it's not as if that building has been kept intact. About 950 flats, apartments that were there, most of them have been already manually demolished from the inside. So what you see right outside is just the skeleton structure of the 2 twin towers, the twin towers here, which will be detonated using explosives. But otherwise, the insides of it have been all mostly manually demolished so that it's easier, it's easier and safer to carry out an explosion of this magnitude. I'm going to cut across to Chetan Datta, who's the man behind this entire exercise, speaking exclusively to India Today.
कुछ दिन रह गए ब्लास्ट होने में, काम सारा ऑलमोस्ट कंप्लीट हो चुका है, ईच एंड एवरी होल चार्ज हो चुके हैं, कनेक्शंस हो चुके हैं। अब तो सिर्फ इंतज़ार है 28 अगस्त 2:30 बजे।
इस बॉक्स से किस तरीके से काम करता है?
ये एक डायनेमो टाइप बॉक्स है और इससे हम जो वायर रहती हैं जिसे करंट पास होना होता है उस वायर को से कनेक्ट करने के बाद इसको रिवॉल्व करके हम इसमें करंट जनरेट करते हैं एंड आफ्टर जनरेशन ऑफ करंट यहाँ एक लाइट ब्लिंक करती है एंड दैट इज अ सिंबल कि इसमें करंट जनरेट हो गया है और हम सिंपली बटन को
क्या अभी भी रीचेक हो रहा है? कब तक रीचेक होगा? अभी
रीचेक हो रहा है, रीचेक तो लास्ट संडे को भी होगा। मुझे अभी मिस्टर जो ने बताया कि मुझे कल उनके साथ 32 मंजिल तक ऊपर तक जाना है, बिल्डिंग में लिफ्ट भी नहीं है एंड उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि हमें ऊपर तक जाना है कल भी और इवन संडे को भी हम एक बार दोबारा पूरा चेक करेंगे ऊपर से लेकर नीचे सभी कनेक्शन।
ठीक है।
All right, in big news that we're currently tracking, from what we hear in the latest, a green corridor has been established to attend to any kind of emergency situation. This is the big news that we're currently tracking at this point. A green corridor established to attend to any emergency situation. Traffic has been blocked off and many of the diversions have already been planned to ensure that people do not, wade into these areas which are highly sensitive at this point. The buildings beside, the building right behind me, the Supertech Twin Towers are fully charged. At this point, they're waiting to be detonated. The explosives have been inserted there for over a week now, and it's about time that the exercise happens. And it's got to be a safe affair, and to ensure that this is going to be absolutely thoroughly safe, the police have now carried out complete traffic diversions from all around. In fact, if I can ask my camera to pan on this way, I'm right now at one of the flyovers, a very, very busy stretch where we see, on a regular day, this would be packed with traffic. But today we see this completely cordoned off. It's except for the media and an ambulance at max. Nobody is allowed. In fact, if you see, even media vehicles have been barred from entering this area. So it's the media people, even all of us, our entire team have walked up to this entry point to get a good view of the Supertech Twin Towers. If not, you're not allowed. Your vehicles are not allowed. So for now, we know that a complete green corridor has been laid out in the entire vicinity here to ensure any kind of emergency situation could be dealt with. While that said, we're looking at least 25 ambulances that have been placed in the entire 500-meter vicinity of the Supertech Twin Towers. Now, we know that there aren't any people around here because all those buildings that you see there, in fact, if again I can ask my camera to zoom in, aside of the Supertech Twin Towers, which will go down at 2:30, we're looking at on the left-hand side of our screens, the Emerald Court. That's the most affected resident locality there, which is barely 9 meters close to the Supertech Twin Towers. Those residents, the entire building, in fact, of Emerald Court, are all evacuated. Thousands of residents have been moved out. And then on the right-hand side, I'm not too sure if you can see it through the green cover here, but on the right-hand side is where the ATS village is. The ATS village residents as well completely moved out and are all moved to community centers so that they avoid any kind of damage or injury. At this point, let me quickly cut across. In fact, while the green corridor has been established, Ganesh Prasad Saha, DCP Traffic, has spoken to India Today. Let's take a listen what he has to say. Clock's ticking, barely 24 hours. In fact, not even 24 hours before these massive twin towers, Supertech, will be brought down in 9 seconds. The company doing it, Edifice, super prepared. They've done this before, so it's just an advice from them not to panic. But I have with me a resident right here, as well as the Edifice owner, Jigar, to give us an understanding.
Good that you guys have prepared a lot. I know you guys have done a lot of job in terms of doing all that. The question is, when this happens, and we are in a phase of moving outside as per the protocol, by 7 o'clock. There's an apprehension that, in terms of when this happens, because you guys are the expert on this, as a layman, everybody does not know. So when this will fall, how is it going to impact the buildings, the rubble, the debris and all that stuff, going to affect those towers which are just next and anywhere around? I think you guys have...
as you said, Saurabh, that you are just staying 9 meters away at S3.
Yeah, S3, yeah.
So my basic thing to tell you is, as per the design engineering, the building will be going towards the ATS tower, so 3 meters towards the ATS tower. So only the debris which will roll over and for which we have kept the containers, so that there will be no impact to the S2 and S3 which are nearby.
I heard you say, Saurabh, that I'm sure debris is going to enter the car parking area. That's what you said. Are you worried about it?
Yeah, of course, there's a lot of apprehension. We are common, everybody, we are households. All the housewives and all, and they're asking, since of course I come from engineering background, the whole thing is, see the massive structure, the size and scale, these are tiny dots in terms of this whole big monster.
And that's precisely where the illegality, the reason to why the Supreme Court said, yes, bring it down, demolish it, is because between the tower, the Twin Towers and the one right next to that, the Emerald Aster Tower, there's barely 9 meters difference. And that means not even an ambulance can enter. So it is a matter of huge concern that if at all the demolition doesn't go as per plan, will it infringe or fall into the neighboring towers?
So the nearby tower, as you say, is 9 meters, and according to the rules, the minimum distance which should be there should be 16 meters or more. And demolitions have gone wrong.
But no, Jigar.
Don't say that.
Demolitions have gone wrong. But believe us, we have the best team in the world. Jet Demolition has got 3 continuous awards for the World Demolition Award. And as a student prepares for their exam, we have really thoroughly prepared for this exam, and we are very confident that the results will come 100%.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Aishwarya Paliwal. In fact, India Today's largest team of reporters are currently on ground, bringing us every detail of this, monumental demolition. I could totally say this because this is one of a kind in India, where a structure of this magnitude is going to be falling down in 9 seconds. Hardly parallel. You can't, in fact, compare it to any other demolition that's taken place in the country or perhaps the world. This is a size of 40-story building, over 103 centimeters, much higher than the Qutub Minar. So you can imagine what kind of precision and strategy it takes to actually bring this down, and professionalism by the company Edifice to carry out this this drive of this magnitude. Aishwarya Paliwal, who is also joining me right here from one of those vantage points, brings us a little more on that. Aishwarya, residents, locals have all dispersed. They've all been evacuated. They're all moved to neighboring buildings. We know that they're trying to find one balcony view to take a good look at the Twin Tower going down. But as much as they look at this as a spectacle, they're also very worried if the impact of this demolition would really cause some kind of cracks or damage to their own building and their own property that they've invested crores in.
Yes, Tamila, you're right. I'll quickly make 2 points. The first point is that everyone has been evacuated. The deadline was 7 a.m. today, and after that, there were task force which were being set up, especially in those which are right adjoining. The task force people then went to all the houses, checked the houses. The water supply has been stopped, the electricity has been stopped, and the lifts are no longer functional, both in ATS as well as Emerald Court, which are barely 10 meters away from the Twin Towers. The second thing which all the residents have done over the past few days is that they have made sure that they protect their belongings. The ACs have been covered, window panes have been covered, and those buildings, those houses which are the closest, they in fact have put 5 sheets of cover because they said that's the maximum that they can do. The basement of these buildings, especially Emerald Court, that has been redone. Built because there is a very palpable fear, a fear of the vibrations, leading to. So on one hand, the residents are very are happy that these twin.
For what we understand, Aishwarya, what you're trying to say, the fear of damage to property is quite, evident among the locals here, because they've wrapped their furniture, they've wrapped all their precious belongings in bubble wrap, in, plastic sheets, in tapes, only fearing some kind of, apart from the dust, of course, the vibration that could eventually cause damage and shatter glasses. Anything that is that is delicate, that's something that most of them have been, have either taken out of their home or they've wrapped it in bubble wrap just to keep it safe. And more importantly, in fact, every apartment here, Aishwarya, have ACs, and the AC ducts are all outside. So the ACs are the most important here, which they fully wrapped, because if once the demolition happens, it will be the dust that will be really difficult to deal with. I'm also dreading now. I need to get a mask for myself, because if that happens, I can only imagine what kind of dust will prevail. It will take a little while for it to settle down. So the ACs might face severe damage. You've got to get your ACs checked post this demolition, is what locals here, RWAs, have also suggested and advised. Now, let me quickly cut across to Palumi Saha, who's right now joining me from the studio to give us an understanding of this entire demolition that will be taking place, decoded word by word, what's to expect, what's going to happen.
Now, here's the Twin Towers demolition decoded for you. It's the Apex Tower and the Kayan Tower which will be brought down, charged with 3,500 kilograms of explosive. 9,000 holes have been drilled, filled with these explosives. The towers are to implode upon detonation. That's how it's going to happen. Waterfall-like inward collapse is basically the strategy that will in fact take place.
Right. All right, as we know, last-minute preparations for the demolition drive. People have, of course, tried to quickly pack all their stuff in their, luggage bags and move out of this area so that they can get far, far away from any kind of, untoward incident that may happen once the demolition takes place. This is obviously apprehensions, and no matter how much the company Edifice that is doing this, professionally would want to convince the public here and the locals, it's very very hard to settle their apprehensions, and rightly so, because they've invested crores of rupees in all the property right neighboring to the Twin Towers. If anything happens, God forbid, it's for them to pay. But insurance is certainly there. There is insurance cover of 100 crores that edifice has taken. So if there is any kind of damage, it will be fully compensated. You've got to contact your RWAs. We're going to repeat it again. Contact your RWAs for any kind of compensation whatsoever. So now residents, many of them were seen evacuating. We know that there are, quite some mixed bag of emotions. People there are quite happy that this is going, at the same time very apprehensive what kind of damage it may lead to. So the demolition here of the Twin Towers is expected to create some kind of air pollution due to dust in Noida. Now, the demolition will be taking place of both the towers here. One is the Apex 32-story tower, and then the Cayenne 30-story tower, which will leave behind approximately about 35,000 cubic meters of debris, which will be taking at least 3 months for it to be cleared. Now, the Noida authorities have also given a designated spot for the debris to be moved out, but you can only imagine it will take about 3 months for it to fully clear out and be, removed. But the plus point for all those environment champions, that this debris could also be used as great fodder for plants and many other, for a lot of benefits. It could be used as manure. So that's what the officials here say, that this debris that would come down will be, a lot of which will be used as manure. So that's a good part. Let me quickly cut across to many of those locals there, speaking to India Today, as Shiv also has a good look at his own ATS village, where preparations are on, and the entire area is being fully sealed with plastic sheets so that dust could be prevented. I'm cutting across to Shiv Arur, bringing us this report.
So those are the Twin Towers from the colony where I live, and I'm going to just show you some of the preparations that are on right now inside the colony to prepare for the big demolition that's scheduled to take place tomorrow. Most of the houses in the colony are already empty. People have already begun their evacuation. I'm just walking past the clubhouse right now. People are trying to secure this particular area as well, but here's where the actual preparations are. Black plastic covers have been put on all the fitments, on all the lawns in this particular area, as you can see, and it will be extended to all parts of the actual colony. It's going to take place over the next few hours. Remember, the actual cutoff time is from tomorrow morning. From tomorrow morning, people need to be out of the colony. So thousands of families, hundreds of cars in all parts of this society will be completely moved from here. So right behind this tower is where the Twin Towers are. And what I'm showing you right now is workers who've come in here, part of the office at this colony, to cover every part of it. There's a lot of landscaping here that's had to be protected. A decision's been taken to extend plastic covering on every part of the lawn, the landscaping, the rocks, the fitments, the cobbled paths as well. So it's going to take a while, but that's how it's going to be. This is the colony where I live. I just wanted to show you how close the two towers are to the actual colony. These are the two Supertech Twin Towers. As you can see, we share a wall with the colony. That's where most of the work is going on. Preparations are on. All of these towers are completely covered in these huge white sheets, obviously because of the debris and the dust. The dust is going to be a massive, massive threat for many days after the actual explosion. The entire structure is going to come crashing down at 2:30 p.m. on Sunday. Workers are fully prepared. The explosives have been rigged inside the building as well, and tomorrow is when this entire structure comes crashing down. But inside the actual colony, it's pretty deserted because people have already started leaving in large numbers already. But I just wanted to take you inside to give you a sense of the preparations that are on to protect the actual colony. Pretty familiar sight already to most residents is that most of the lawn, the gardens, the hedges, even some of the smaller trees are being completely covered in these black plastic sheets, in the hope that they will protect against the enormous amounts of dust that are expected. Because remember, this building is right next door. This is the colony. We share a wall with the Supertech Towers, and look how close it is. There it is. That's the tower right there. You can see the tower. All of these young men working tirelessly right through the day. Very thankful to them for protecting the colony.
I hope they get some rest a little later, but it's going to be a long day because the entire colony is going to have to be covered in these black sheets by the end of the day, because 7 a.m. tomorrow is when everything needs to be absolutely complete.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to the Emerald Court, which is right beside the Twin Towers. Residents there are the most affected. In fact, they were the ones who championed this entire court case, where after which the Supreme Court agreed for the demolition. Their houses, most of them have packed up all their belongings, laid it down on the bed so that there's the least impact. In fact, I myself was at one of the houses of a resident, very nice enough. Miss Nupur allowed me in to show how they've really prepared for this. This is Emerald Towers, the closest to the ATS building. You see there people literally covering their balconies with plastic just to avoid any kind of debris flying into their homes. Most of Emerald Towers inside, residents there have covered their lawns and their windows, all completely wrapped so that there's no untoward incident. Basically, the property is not damaged. This is one of the households. I'm right inside here, where they've pulled down all their paintings. Most of it has been kept aside safely. Namaste ji. ये आपने रूम में पूरा सामान उतारा है? हाँ जी, पूरा सारा सामान उतार के सब नीचे रख दिया है। जी. So that's the television there. All the gods' paintings and all the wall hangings have been brought down. Yes. And that's the window there where it's fully taped. That's to avoid any kind of vibrations. This is situation in all rooms. People have literally brought down everything. This is also all the paintings here that have been kept on the bed, just to be safe. Well, clearly, residents have prepared themselves, but at the end of it, you never know what at max could happen in a situation. These are local residents who have been preparing for close to a month, is what we hear. Most of their glasses, they've taped it only to avoid any kind of vibration. But even though residents have taken all kinds of precautions, we know that the professional company, Edifice, who's doing this job, they say that there's really nothing to panic. In fact, there will not be any kind of impact beyond a few meters around the two towers. And at max, it's the sound and maybe some shattered glasses. But that's only the max. Dust will also settle at the earliest. So this is Emerald Towers right inside. People, residents fully prepared as they leave. They're going to be abandoning their homes. They're going to be leaving out of this space with their jewelry, documents, all their precious belongings. They're going to be out of this house and this locality at least for the next 24 hours. But they're just ensuring that their household is safe. Most of their belongings are kept wrapped and safe so that there's no impact that falls on it. All right, you know, at this point, while we get up, of course, India Today is right here bringing you all the visual. We also know that there are people, locals here who are wanting to get a first-hand view of this demolition. These twin towers here will go down in 9 seconds. It's going to be quite a spectacle for the locals here. So most of the buildings beside the Supertech Twin Towers are all turning into VIP galleries. People are getting on to their friends, their acquaintances' balconies, only at one vantage point to see a clear picture of the Demolition drive. And of course, our advice is to get the India television on for you to get the perfect view of Demolition. We of course, at this point, standing very close to this Twin Tower, in fact, and possibly the closest spot to where the Twin Towers stand. Cameras are getting 360-degree angle of this tower goes down before that. But here's a look at those VIP galleries that people have made on at different vicinity.
India is all set to watch the most highly anticipated demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. There is high excitement among residents living in nearby locations. The balconies of high-rises around the Supertech Twin Towers have turned into VIP galleries. Several societies around Noida Sector 93A, which have a vantage point, have been booked by relatives and guests who want to witness the moment.
For the residents of Noida, it will be a full matinee show tomorrow. The balconies of those buildings which are close by
Those buildings which give you a clear view of the Twin Towers, all of them have been booked. Relatives of people who stay in the building which are very close by, all of them have already booked their spaces because all they want to see is the demolition of the Twin Towers right there.
In some houses, entire families are gathering at 2:30 p.m. to experience the once-in-a-lifetime event. Friends and relatives are also keen to join them, though traffic restrictions may bust their plans. Meanwhile, people living in the sectors near the towers pray that the demolition process goes without a hitch and everyone is safe.
लगता है कि ब्रीदिंग प्रॉब्लम्स होगी, बहुत ज़्यादा डस्ट आएगा। मोस्टली जो एस्थमेटिक पेशेंट हैं या जिनको क्रॉनिक ब्रोंकाइटिस है उनको प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, इसलिए हमने बचाव के लिए काफ़ी कवर किया है, बट डस्ट की प्रॉब्लम तो हो सकती है।
Residents are ready to raise a toast to the victory of residents who fought a long legal battle against the illegally built Twin Towers. With Nabila Jamal, Aishwarya Paliwal in Noida, Bureau Report for India Today.
This point of time, only 5 hours to go now till the demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. The 5-hour countdown has begun. All the residential colonies surrounding the Supertech Twin Towers have already been evacuated. In a very short while from now, electricity and gas will be disconnected to those colonies as a safety measure before the actual demolition. Here are the top developments we're tracking just after 9:30 this morning. Let's take you through them. The incident command room has been set up by the Noida police to keep an eye on the areas surrounding the demolition site. Once all 7 sub-commandants give their green signal to the Deputy Commissioner of Police, he will issue the final okay to the engineering team to trigger the explosion at 2:30 p.m. So there is a very, very important chain of command that will provide clearance for that final detonation. Big development number 2 at 9:35 a.m. Security has been beefed up. Around 560 police personnel, 4 quick response teams and NDRF teams have been deployed. Traffic experts along with every team monitoring all congestion points around Sector 93A of Noida where the demolition will be taking place. Very important for commuters in the capital, the Noida Greater Noida Expressway, which is very close to the Twin Towers, will remain shut for vehicular movement from 2:15 p.m. today till 2:45 p.m. today. Entry of vehicles, animals, etc. will be restricted to a close proximity area. And finally, the Noida Authority especially has asked residents of nearby colonies that haven't been evacuated, Parsvanath Prestige, Parsvanath Srishti Societies, Village Geja and others in Sector 93, 93A, 93B and 92 to wear face masks after 2:30 p.m. to help avoid the particulate matter that will most definitely exponentially increase in the air of Noida at that time owing to the demolition. Huge amount of debris and dust expected there. Hospitals are on standby. They've got dedicated beds and wards as well in anticipation of possible health issues for people as a result of the demolition. It's D-Day for the big demolition. In just less than 5 hours from now, that explosion will be triggered and the Twin Towers will come crashing down. As you can see, they're fully primed and ready. Here in India today, we've got the most high-definition cameras that are zoomed in on the towers. And as we bring you voices of those who fought long and hard, a decade-long battle against corruption, against graft, against venality, against collusion between Noida authorities and the real estate mafia, including those in Supertech who allowed these illegal Twin Towers to come up. We will be showing you the Twin Towers in jaw-dropping detail as they come crashing down at 2:30 p.m. So here on India Today, every aspect, every visual angle of this spectacular story, with all its layers, all its angles, will be available here on India Today as well as on our YouTube channel. I want to go across to India Today's Nabila, who continues to be with us, she's got one of the closest vantage points to the towers this morning. Nabila, what's the latest you're getting from the ground? The final inspections have taken place. Evacuations in the two societies neighboring the Supertech Twin Towers complex have already been evacuated completely. Traffic congestion points have been activated as well. What's the latest that you're hearing? 5 hours to go, Nabila.
Right, Shiv, I'd like to show you how there was a tent that was set up here, and now the police there are very careful about not allowing any kind of structure, any kind of, banner or a structure or these kind of, poles being erected right here on the road, because they worry that the impact of this demolition might have far-reaching effects. The compression after the demolition could really send things, could damage things or send things flying. That's their worry because of the wind and the dust. Possibly it could have an effect, a far-reaching effect. So we're very far away from the actual demolition site, but here on this flyover where we have the perfect view of the Twin Tower, there's absolutely no structure that's been allowed to erect. So not even tents. I'm literally telling you that media people have not been allowed to bring their cars in. We're not allowed to keep any kind of umbrella tents here for sun protection. So we're here right under the scorching heat, bringing our viewers the best view of the Supertech Twin Towers. Right behind me is possibly the closest that I am to where the tower is. And at this point, we know that there are at least 500 meters around the Supertech Twin Towers. The barricades have been placed to cordon off any person, not even a single soul. Forget a human being, even an animal is not allowed. The cops, they're keeping a strict vigil to ensure that nobody strays in at least 500 meters around the Supertech Twin Towers. Now that's the
The person who's going to pull the trigger, the person who's going to push the button that brings the Twin Towers down is Chetan Datta. 20 years of experience in demolishing buildings. He's been handpicked specifically for this task because of the experience he brings to the fight. It is his finger that will push the button that will bring the Twin Towers, all 32 stories of the Twin Towers, down in less than 5 hours from now. India Today is the only channel that has caught up with him right before he does the deed. Take a look at this exclusive.
Series of blasts. All it will take is 9 seconds. And the Twin Towers will fall like a pack of cards. The fate of the Twin Towers lies in the hands of Chetan Datta, an expert in carrying out blasts with an experience of 20 years. Chosen by Edifice Engineering to carry out the crucial work, Chetan Datta will press the final button which will trigger the explosion of the Supertech Twin Towers.
ये एक डायनामो टाइप बॉक्स है और इससे हम जो वायर रहती हैं जिससे करंट पास होना होता है उस वायर को से कनेक्ट करने के बाद इसको रिवॉल्व करके हम इसमें करंट जनरेट करते हैं एंड आफ्टर जनरेशन ऑफ करंट यहाँ एक लाइट ब्लिंक करती है एंड दैट इज अ सिंबल कि इसमें करंट जनरेट हो गया है और अब सिंपली पड़ेगा.
Once all clear is given, Chetan Datta will roll the handle of the box several times and press the green switch to trigger 3,500 kg explosives packed on the floors of both 32 and 33 storied towers. As per the project specification, the skyscrapers include 11 major blast floors where all of the columns on each floor have been fitted with explosives. And on 7 secondary floors, 60% of the columns will be blasted.
So not to panic, but will this be a simultaneous fall, or will you detonate it simultaneously, or is there a mechanism that you worked out for that?
Today between the buildings, Cheyenne will start moving just a bit before apex.
Cheyenne will detonate first?
Yes, but only slightly.
But what's the gap?
0.15 seconds separate.
Barely noticeable.
Barely noticeable.
To prevent the rubble from flying past, the blasting area is covered with 4 layers of iron mesh and 2 layers of blanket. An exclusion zone of 100 meters has been created around 2 towers. Bunkers have been dug and tires are placed around the buildings to stop shock waves.
Believe us, we have the best team in the world. Jet Demolition has got 3 continuous awards for the World Demolition Award. And as a student prepares for their exam, we have really thoroughly prepared for this exam, and we are very confident that the results will come 100%.
Residents of nearby housing societies were seen evacuating their homes.
Most of the houses in the colony are already empty. People have already begun their evacuation. I'm just walking past the clubhouse right now. People are trying to secure this particular area as well. But here's where the actual preparations are. Black plastic covers have been put on all the fitments, on all the lawns in this particular area, as you can see. And it will be extended to all parts of the actual colony. It's going to take place over the next few hours. There's a lot of landscaping here that's had to be protected. A decision's been taken to extend plastic covering on every part of the lawn, the landscaping, the rocks, the fitments, the cobbled paths as well. So it's going to take a while, but that's how it's going to be.
Stray dogs and other animals too have been rescued from the vicinity as the exclusion zone has been demarcated. With Shivarur and Nabila Jamal from Noida, Bureau Report, India Today.
And we've got some breaking news that we want to update our viewers on in the 5-hour countdown to the Supertech Twin Tower demolition. Let me just tell you that all residents from the 2 adjoining societies have been evacuated. Private guards and a skeletal staff that remain inside the societies will be moved out by a maximum of 1 p.m. That's the deadline. They've got to be completely out by 1 p.m. Cooking gas and power supply has been disconnected already to the 2 adjoining societies. So they're completely, all amenities have been fully shut off, and the last persons to leave from both of these societies, that is Emerald Court as well as ATS Village, will happen at 1 p.m. Not a soul will remain inside either of those colonies. I want to go across to Aishwarya, who's been inside both of those colonies in the last 48 hours. Aishwarya, 1 p.m. Not a soul will remain inside those colonies. The final checks have already been done. The explosives have been primed. Now it's a critical phase.
Well, now indeed is a very critical phase, and from what I'm understanding from those who stay in the Emerald Court, the society has been evacuated. However, they will do some last-minute checks around 12 o'clock, just to make sure that everything is perfect. However, we understand that the lifts have been shut down, the water supply has been cut off, and the electricity has also been shut off. Now, the next course of action is once the demolition takes place at 2:30, around 4 o'clock, after they speak with the authorities, we understand that the RWA people will then walk into the Emerald Court, make an inspection, and then around 5 o'clock, if everything goes according to the plan shift, then people will be called back. But from what we also understand, a lot of residents will at least wait for tonight to go back to their homes. Some of them are very eager. Those who are staying close by will be very eager to go back to their homes. So around 5 o'clock, we could see some of the residents going back. But it all depends, Shiv, between 1:30 and 1:31 p.m. In that 1 minute, what happens, we will have to keep a very close eye. The authorities too, Shiv, are telling us that they will make sure that ambulances are also on standby just in case some untoward incident takes place. Shiv.
Nabila, what are you picking up from the ground? All residents of both the societies have moved out. Where are they going to be watching this from? Because, they are all stakeholders in what's going to happen. Many of them are extremely worried about possible damage to their towers, especially those which have very, very close proximity. Ashutosh, let me put that question to you. Where are the residents of ATS Village and Emerald Court? Where have they evacuated to? Where will they be watching the demolition from?
Of course, on India Today, Shiv, they'll tune to India Today and see all the multiple cameras through all the images live. And as we are bringing all the updates, all the ground reports here. And remember, many of them have already, went for the shortest vacation because possibly Friday, Saturday, and then you have a Sunday weekend. So they all have gone to Rishikesh and adjoining part of the NCR, other parts of the NCR. Many have gone to their relatives in NCR, Delhi, Noida have shifted. But what I'm hearing that around 30 to 40 family from the Emerald Court Society, they are going to the another building which is just adjacent to the ATS building. So Parshvanath Society, the RWAs and the residents of Parshvanath Society have invited the people, the families from ATS and Emerald Court to be their guest. They have arranged the breakfast, they have arranged lunch and dinner. Of course, there is a big screen has been put out in their club where they will be screening this live image of the historic demolition taking place in NCR. So clearly they have been really a good host, and since they have been inviting everyone, since most of these families had already evacuated last evening, those who were left were just doing their final checks this morning, and by 7:30 all have evacuated. As I said, the security guards, since they'll be there with the police administration, and by 1 o'clock they all will be evacuated. In fact, not even a police personnel or anyone from the administration will be within the 50 meters of the proximity of the Twin Towers. Even the safe zone that have been placed is far from that particular structure. So residents, of course...
Ashu, stay with me. India Today's Arpita has just sent us this report from a car outside the Supertech complex. She's gotten pretty close. It gives you an up-close view of the preparations on ground just before the demolition. Take a look. Arpita's report.
एक धमाका 9 सेकेंड और मेरे पीछे खड़ी ये गगनचुंबी इमारत ध्वस्त हो जाएगी, जमीन दोष हो जाएगी। तैयारियां पूरी हो चुकी हैं और सिर्फ इस इमारत को गिराने के लिए 181 दिन की मेहनत की गई है और अब 9000 छेद के साथ विस्फोटक भरने के साथ आप समझिए इस पूरी इमारत में विस्फोटक लगा दिया गया है और एक बटन दबाने के साथ एक धमाका होगा और पूरी इमारत जमीन दोष हो जाएगी। हालांकि इसे वाटरफॉल टेक्निक के साथ बनाया गया है और कोशिश यही है कि इमारत जो है वो पूरी एक तरीके से जमीन पे आ जाए। कंटेनर नीचे बनाए गए हैं ताकि जो मलबा है वो वहीं पर आकर जमा हो जाए। सोसाइटी के लोगों को कहा गया है आसपास के कि वो इस जगह को खाली छोड़ दें। 7 बजे का वक्त है जब उन्हें खाली कर देना था। लोग यहाँ से चले भी गए हैं, लेकिन ये जो आप तस्वीर मेरे साथ ही साथ देख रहे हैं, पूरी रोड में किस तरीके का इंतजाम हुआ है वो भी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। सुरक्षा के पूरे इंतजाम यहाँ पर किए गए हैं और सबसे खास बात यह है कि इससे जो मलबा गिरेगा, क्योंकि इतनी इमारत बड़ी जो है वो भारत में शायद पहली बार है जब इतनी मंजिला इमारत जमीन दोष होने वाली है और इसका मलबा हटाने में तकरीबन 3 महीने का वक्त लग सकता है। कोच्चि से इसकी तुलना की जा रही है। कोच्चि में भी कुछ ऐसी ही इमारत गिराई गई थी, लेकिन वो थोड़ी छोटी और उसके चारों तरफ पानी था जिससे बहुत नुकसान की संभावना नहीं थी। लेकिन यहाँ पर क्योंकि रिहायशी इलाका अगल बगल हैं, लोगों के घरों को नुकसान ना पहुंचे, इसलिए यहाँ कोशिशें और पुख्ता की गई हैं, तैयारियां और पुख्ता की गई हैं। तो ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। अब अगर हम साइड में ही आपको दिखाएं, ये ही ट्विन टावर आप देखिए, अगल बगल की जो इमारतें हैं उनको ढक भी दिया गया है कपड़ों से ताकि जो पानी जो धुएं का गुब्बार होगा उससे रोका जा सके। साथ ही साथ हवा को जो दबाव बनेगा उससे कांच जो लगे हुए हैं दरवाजे में, खिड़की में, वो टूट सकते हैं। इंश्योरेंस भी करवा दिया गया है।
And remember that the residents of Emerald Court who've had these twin towers come up on their very territory with total illegality, with total criminality, helpless to see the collusion between the builders, Supertech, and certain unscrupulous elements in the Noida Authority, they are the ones for whom this is a day of victory. And we've been speaking to many of them for many, many days now. Last-minute preparations are something that we've tracked very, very closely just before the demolition of the Twin Towers takes place. With residents of the nearby societies evacuating their homes, there's a mixed bag of emotions among residents, as some sounded optimistic, while many are still pretty concerned, as you can imagine, because their homes are just 30 meters away from the Twin Towers. The demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers is expected to create a lot of air pollution due to dust in Noida. The demolition of the 32-story Apex Tower and the 30-story Cyan Tower will leave behind approximately 35,000 cubic meters of debris that will take at least 3 months to clear. According to guidelines laid down by the Supreme Court, post the demolition process, 6 mechanical sweeping machines along with 200 human sweepers will be deployed to reduce the impact of the dust. More than 100 water tanks will be used to wash away the rubble piled up on trees and footpaths, along with 15 anti-smog guns to reduce the pollution levels. All hospitals in and around the Noida Sector 93 area have also been fully prepared in case of any medical emergency. Here are some voices from the colonies.
एक ऐतिहासिक दोस्तीकरण है जिसको कोई भी देखना चाहेगा कि भाई किस तरीके से इसकी तैयारियां की गई हैं। आगे आने वाले बिल्डर्स जो इस तरीके की गतिविधियां करते हैं कि पैसा खिलाकर नक्शे पास करा लेते हैं, तो उनको भी एक सबक मिलेगा। भाई एक पहल हुई है तो आगे सबके लिए अब एक रिस्क रहेगा कि भाई हमें ऐसा कोई काम नहीं करना जिससे कि कल को हमारे साथ भी कोई ऐसा घटना हो जैसा कि सुपरटेक बिल्डर के साथ हो रहा है।
This is a strong signal to the airing officials as well as to the builders who are incurring unauthorized constructions. इससे जो प्रेजेंट अथॉरिटीज़ में लोग हैं या ऑफिशियल्स हैं या बिल्डर्स हैं, उनको सबक लेनी चाहिए और कि ऐसा काम वो आगे ना करें। तो एटलीस्ट ये एक डिटरेंस का तो काम करेगा, ये एक स्ट्रॉन्ग सिग्नल तो भेजेगा।
And since yesterday, I, who live in ATS Village, one of the societies, in fact, the society just to the right of the Twin Towers is where I live, and me and everyone inside that colony has had to move out. I, of course, moved out earlier this morning, but the preparations inside the colony are truly something to see. All parts of the colony have been covered. People have put up plastic sheets in their balconies because these are colonies right next to the Twin Towers and will face the brunt of the debris and the dust. Here's my report from yesterday.
So those are the Twin Towers from the colony where I live, and I'm going to just show you some of the preparations that are on right now inside the colony to prepare for the big demolition that's scheduled to take place tomorrow. Most of the houses in the colony are already empty. People have already begun their evacuation. I'm just walking past the clubhouse right now. People are trying to secure this particular area as well, but here's where the actual preparations are. Black plastic covers have been put on all the fitments, on all the lawns in this particular area, as you can see, and it will be extended to all parts of the actual colony. It's going to take place over the next few hours. Remember, the actual cutoff time is from tomorrow morning. From tomorrow morning, people need to be out of the colony. So thousands of families, hundreds of cars in all parts of this society will be completely moved from here. So right behind this tower is where the Twin Towers are. And what I'm showing you right now is workers who've come in here, part of the office at this colony, to cover every part of it. There's a lot of landscaping here that's had to be protected. A decision's been taken to extend plastic covering on every part of the lawn, the landscaping, the rocks, the fitments, the cobbled paths as well. So it's going to take a while, but that's how it's going to be.
Less than 5 hours to go for the demolition. Everything is on track. The weather's holding good as well. The police have been deployed. The ambulances are around that area. The dust detection sensors have been activated. The traffic will be in gridlock after a short while from now. We'll, of course, keep you posted. Everything is primed and ready. We'll keep our cameras fixed on that. And after this short break, I'm going to take you inside the towers to show you exactly how the demolition takes place. 3,500 kilograms of explosives are already inside those two towers. I'm going to show you precisely how the chain reaction of explosions will bring 32 stories of those two twin towers down at 2:30 p.m. Right after this break, stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why.
India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Pour les entrepôts de préparation de commandes, donc typiquement un de nos clients est Cdiscount. Si vous passez une commande chez Cdiscount, avant c'est des gens qui dans un entrepôt essayaient de retrouver le téléphone et la coque de téléphone que vous aviez commandé qui pouvaient faire jusqu'à 15 km par jour dans des entrepôts immenses.
Thanks for staying with our coverage here on India Today. In just a moment from now, I'm going to take you up close to the Twin Towers. Less than 5 hours to go for the demolition to kick in. The final 10-minute countdown has a series of elements that we've just gotten information on, which will give you a view of how that chain reaction inside the buildings will actually take place at 2:30 p.m. That's coming right up. But first, I'm taking you to Chaiti for the headlines.
Headlines at the top of this hour. D-Day for India's demolition. Noida's illegal twin towers to be demolished to dust. Residents of nearby societies evacuate. Heavy police deployment in and around the demolition site. 560 police personnel, 100 people from reserve forces, 4 quick response teams, NDRF teams deployed. Clincher video of last moments of Sonali Foghat. Sonali made to guzzle spiked drink. 5 seconds that reveal what killed Sonali only on India Today. Prime Minister Modi on a 2-day visit to Gujarat inaugurates Atal Bridge on Sabarmati to lay the foundation stone of many other development projects today. India will take on arch rivals Pakistan to start their campaign in Asia Cup 2022. Both teams are a part of Group A along with Hong Kong. And we're bringing you a rolling coverage from Ground Zero. Shiv Arur continues to be with us right there, and it's going to be a big one. The countdown truly has begun. Shiv, very good morning once again. For our viewers, if you could tell us, before you take over, what your concerns are at this point of time. You're so close to the Twin Towers.
Very true, Chaiti. I live in one of the colonies that flanks the Supertech Twin Towers, and I belong to one of the colonies that has been completely evacuated. I spent last night, I was one of the only residents in my colony last night, because I wanted to see what the preparations were. I left early this morning before the 7 a.m. deadline. There are lots of concerns. There are concerns because of the proximity of the towers, just how close they are, to the colony where I live. The people of Emerald Court, many of who I know are friends of mine, they've got even bigger concerns because the towers are much, much closer to their homes. So it remains to be seen how things are actually going to play. There is a word of reassurance from the engineers, the staff of the company that are going to carry out this demolition at 2:30 p.m. So fingers crossed, the experts are in charge, the explosives have been primed, and everything is on track and ready for a successful demolition with least damage. Let's hope and pray for that. But let's first now show our viewers the defining images this morning before the demolition actually takes place. We've collected the best images that capture the many layers of this story. Remember, these are buildings that represent corruption, collusion, venality, and it's a day of victory for those who have fought against it, but it's also a day of sobriety and introspection for those who've lost their futures, their plans of owning flats in these towers many, many years ago. The first defining image in our coverage today of the Supertech demolition, the last standing view of Noida's Supertech Twin Towers, which will be demolished at 2:30 p.m. After a 9-year-long legal battle, the towers will be reduced to rubble in just 9 seconds. 9-year legal battle, 9-second explosion will bring it completely and flatten those two towers in Noida Sector 93A, just about 20 kilometers from Delhi. The second big defining image this morning, preparations, as you know, are in full swing as we've been showing you. Trenches around the Twin Towers and large containers have been put up to prevent the horizontal spread of the debris. Containers have also been placed between the Twin Towers and the nearby buildings for extra safety. These are shipping containers, so they're large, reinforced metal, very, very strong, hopefully capable of containing the big debris bomb. Big defining image number 3, security has been beefed up in and around the demolition area. 560 police personnel, 100 people from the reserve forces, 4 quick response teams, a team from the National Disaster Response Force, all on standby alert. They've been deployed. Traffic diversion points have also been activated at this time. Meanwhile, big defining image number 4, residents residing near Noida's Twin Towers are bracing themselves for India's biggest ever demolition. They're covering their belongings, their plants, and even their swimming pools in the societies are being covered in anticipation of the huge dust cloud that is likely to settle on these colonies. Big defining image number 5. This is important. Trial of water fogging machines was done last night before the demolition of the Twin Towers today. It was tested to see if it can suppress dust bubbles that will arise in huge amounts right after the demolition. Defining image number 6. Cranes and bulldozers are also on standby as the demolition of the Twin Towers is all set to leave behind 80,000 immediate tons of debris. Of this, 50,000 tons of the debris will be left on site. There'll be many tons that will be in the form of dust as well, which will dissipate and spread over a large area and immediately over the 2 neighboring societies. And finally, defining image number 7, residents of the nearby housing societies have been forced to have joined forces with NGOs to rescue street dogs before the Supertech Twin Towers demolition. The Noida authorities have also brought in dog catchers at the last moment. They've been able to bring at least 25 to 30 stray dogs in the area to safety. They will be kept in an animal welfare home for the duration of the demolition and then released back onto the neighborhood surrounding the Twin Towers. Important little bit of breaking news that we're getting to you because we want to tell all of our viewers about everything that's happening before the demolition. Residents from the two adjoining societies, that is ATS Village and Emerald Court, flanking the Supertech Twin Towers, have both been evacuated. Those are the two colonies on the left and the right-hand side of the Twin Towers, as you can see in the frame right behind me. They've been completely evacuated. Preparations are also on to snap cooking gas and power supply, which will be disconnected in the two adjoining societies in just minutes from now. Private guards, the final security staff in that area will be leaving in about 3 hours from now. So by 1 p.m. there will be not a single soul left inside either of the societies adjacent to the Supertech Twin Towers. So that's the latest that we can get you right now. Final preparations. This is the final countdown now.
आपने देखा होगा सुबह 7 बजे से हमारे जो जितने भी डाइवर्जन स्कीम है या फिर बैटरी टूटिया है वो एक्टिवेट हो गई है और 2 दिन पहले से भी हम लोग विभिन्न सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से इसको लोगों को शेयर कर रहे थे। वो पूरी तरह प्लान के मुताबिक चल रहा है। जहाँ तक कंटीजेंसी की बात है तो एक कंटीजेंसी की ये संभावना है कि कहीं अंदर से कोई इमरजेंसी आती है और व्हीकल को नियरेस्ट हॉस्पिटल पे या फिर कहीं और शिफ्ट करना होता है तो कौन सा रूट होगा वो रूट पूरी तरह तय कर लिया गया है। मतलब ब्लास्ट का समय है उससे 15 मिनट पहले हम इसको बंद करेंगे। बंद करने से पहले डाइवर्जन लागू करेंगे, सोशल मीडिया में ट्विटर के माध्यम से अपडेट करेंगे।
The greatest concern is of course for the colonies adjacent to the Supertech Twin Towers. The two colonies on the left and the right-hand side of the Twin Towers have had concerns for many, many days now about the impact. What preparations do they have to make? Will the damage be bad? Will it be cosmetic? Will it only be slight? Will it mean people will have to move out for an extended period of time? What about the health hazards? Their voices have always been reflected here on India Today because today happens to be a victory for people of Emerald Court who have gone to court 10 years ago to bring down these towers. Now, as last-minute preparations to demolish the Twin Towers are going on in full swing, residents of these nearby societies obviously have had to evacuate their homes. There's a mixed bag of emotions, viewer, among residents, as you can imagine. Just put yourself in their shoes and imagine the many different colliding emotions that are taking place in their minds right now. The demolition is expected to create a lot of air pollution and dust in Noida. The demolition of the two towers, that's 32 stories of Apex Tower and 30 stories of Sian, will leave behind approximately 35,000 cubic meters of debris that will take, like we said, about 3 months to clear. More than 100 water tanks will be used to wash away the rubble piled up on trees and footpaths, along with 15 anti-smog guns to reduce the pollution levels. All hospitals are on standby emergency alert for any possible untoward situation, which we very much hope will not be the case.
एक ऐतिहासिक दोस्तीकरण है जिसको कोई भी देखना चाहेगा कि भाई किस तरीके से इसकी तैयारियां की गई हैं। आगे आने वाले बिल्डर्स जो इस तरीके की गतिविधियां करते हैं कि पैसा खिलाकर नक्शे पास करा लेते हैं तो उनको भी एक सबक मिलेगा। भाई एक पहल हुई है तो आगे सबके लिए अब एक रिस्क रहेगा कि भाई हमें ऐसा कोई काम नहीं करना है जिससे कि कल को हमारे साथ भी कोई ऐसा घटना हो जैसा कि सुपरटेक बिल्डर के साथ हो रहा है।
This is a strong signal to the airing officials as well as to the builders who are incurring unauthorized constructions. इससे जो प्रेजेंट अथॉरिटीज़ में लोग हैं या ऑफिशियल्स हैं या बिल्डर्स हैं उनको सबक लेनी चाहिए और कि ऐसा काम वो आगे ना करें। तो एटलीस्ट ये एक डिटरेंस का तो काम करेगा, ये एक स्ट्रॉन्ग सिग्नल तो भेजेगा।
And here's how the society and colony where I live is preparing for the big dust cloud and debris that is very much going to be a reality in just a few hours from now. Here's the inside of where I live. So those are the Twin Towers from the colony where I live. And I'm going to just show you some of the preparations that are on right now inside the colony to prepare for the big demolition that's scheduled to take place tomorrow. Most of the houses in the colony are already empty. People have already begun their evacuation. I'm just walking past the clubhouse right now. People are trying to secure this particular area as well. But here's where the actual preparations are. Black plastic covers have been put on all the fitments, on all the lawns in this particular area, as you can see, and it will be extended to all parts of the actual colony. It's going to take place
over the next few hours. Remember, the actual cutoff time is from tomorrow morning. From tomorrow morning, people need to be out of the colony. So thousands of families, hundreds of cars in all parts of this society will be completely moved from here. So right behind this tower is where the Twin Towers are. And what I'm showing you right now is workers who've come in here, part of the office at this colony, to cover every part of it. There's a lot of landscaping here that's had to be protected. A decision's been taken to extend plastic covering on every part of the lawn, the landscaping, the rocks, the fitments, the cobbled paths as well. So it's going to take a while, but that's how it's going to be. So this is the colony where I live. I just wanted to show you how close the two towers are to the actual colony. These are the two Supertech Twin Towers. As you can see, we share a wall with the colony. That's where most of the work is going on. Preparations are on. All of these towers are completely covered in these huge white sheets, obviously because of the debris and the dust. The dust is going to be a massive, massive threat for many days after the actual explosion. The entire structure is going to come crashing down at 2:30 p.m. on Sunday. Workers are fully prepared. The explosives have been rigged inside the building as well, and tomorrow is when this entire structure comes crashing down. But inside the actual colony, it's pretty deserted because people have already started leaving in large numbers already. But I just wanted to take you inside to give you a sense of the preparations that are on to protect the actual colony. Pretty familiar sight already to most residents is that most of the lawn, the gardens, the hedges, even some of the smaller trees are being completely covered in these black plastic sheets, in the hope that they will protect against the enormous amounts of dust that are expected. Because remember, this building is right next door. This is the colony. We share a wall with the Supertech Towers, and look how close it is. There it is. That's the tower right there. You can see the tower. All of these young men working tirelessly right through the day. Very thankful to them for protecting the colony. I hope they get some rest a little later, but it's going to be a long day because the entire colony is going to have to be covered in these black sheets by the end of the day, because 7 a.m. tomorrow is when everything needs to be absolutely complete. The colony in which I live is one of the two colonies that is being evacuated completely. All residents are being moved out, and at 2:30 p.m. on Sunday is when the two towers are going to be coming down. Ever since I moved to Noida, this has been like a part of my life. They've just been a permanent presence wherever I've, whenever I've driven home, driven out. It's like a dominating presence in every frame of existence in this place, and it's a little difficult to imagine there being sunlight and a scenery beyond these buildings. And I can imagine the people in whose shadow the shadow of these towers have influenced the lives of so many people who live in and around those areas, especially in the other colony. They're going to have much more brightness. I think that's going to be really nice. And I also want to very importantly say that while everyone is talking about these towers, let's never forget the people whose lives have been impossibly affected because of these illegal towers. It's crazy to think that they're going to be gone, but the lives that have been ruined, people's whose home-owning plans have been left in disarray, let's always remember them. It's going to be an engineering feat to see these buildings demolished and razed to the ground, so we'll have to wait and see how that happens. So the last time before evacuation that I'm having a look at these two towers. You know, Nabila, the two societies and the neighborhood around the Twin Towers where you've spent a lot of time over the last few days, they've been completely evacuated, but the administration is not taking any chances, are they? Apart from the security, hospitals in the nearby area also apparently have a lot of dedicated beds for any kind of health emergencies as a result of the big dust and debris cloud that's going to, emanate after this demolition. What are you hearing? All preparations in place?
Right.
That's exactly what the concern is, that the dust and the pollution that this might emanate would really be hazardous to health, which is why another reason primarily why residents have been evacuated from all the neighboring buildings. Shift 5,000 residents, all from the Emerald Court Towers as well as the ATS village, entirely have been evacuated. The evacuation time was 7 a.m. where they had to be fully moved out of their homes. But it seems like because of all the coordination, there's been some kind of delay. But for now, in the latest information that we get as for 10 a.m., all 5,000 residents from the ATS village as well as the Emerald Towers, the Emerald project itself entirely, 5,000 of them have all been moved out to neighboring towers. Now, neighboring towers, 2 of the towers have been, they've now turned into community centers. Many of the people who are living immediate neighbors to the ATS, to the Supertech Twin Towers, have basically moved to community centers, which will house 250 people each. 2 community centers in 2 buildings right next to Emerald Court will house 250 people each, where they'll be completely hosted with breakfast, lunch, dinner until tomorrow afternoon before they can actually come back here. They could come back here by 5 p.m. today. That's the advisory given by Edifice. But if they want to stay a whole night, then they could stay at the community centers and come here to by tomorrow. So RWAs have taken no chance. They've very strictly instructed people along the vicinity here to wear N95 masks for a whole week, not for a day or 2, but for an entire week, because they're anticipating some kind of health hazards owing to the large-scale pollution and dust that this demolition will emanate. Apart from that, they've been advised not to take a walk around the buildings here, only to avoid any kind of inhalation, because the dust particles will be in the air for quite a while after the demolition happens. So these are the advisories given. But for now, cooking gas lines and electricity has been fully cut off in both the in both the buildings of Emerald Court as well as ATS Village.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you brought out that point, Nabila, about the health concerns, because we'll have a doctor and a couple of doctors from the hospitals that have been primed for emergency response after the demolition in just a short while to get a first-hand view of how those hospitals are preparing and any tips they can share with our viewers at this point of time. It's very important for the people who live nearby, especially in the National Capital Region, where this dust cloud will have the maximum impact. But this is useful information nevertheless. What are the big threats to both those societies near the Twin Towers and the Noida neighborhood in general? Take a look at this list of possible threats that Polomi rounds up for you.
There is, of course, the obvious threat to nearby high-rises as the Twin Towers are brought down. Which are these high-rises? There is, of course, the Emerald Court and its Aster 2 Tower, which is 9 meters from the Twin Towers that will be demolished. Then there is ATS Green Village, which is another society, 35 meters from the Twin Towers.
There have been huge demolitions, viewer, across the world. Many of them much larger than the Supertech demolition that takes place at 2:30 p.m. today. But the Supertech demolition will be the biggest one in India. The ones that have happened over the decades across the world have been larger. Some of them have been unsuccessful, but most have been totally successful. And I want to show you some of those big demolitions from different parts of the world that have come down, very similar to what you're going to see behind me at 2:30 p.m. Take a look.
Seconds will all it take. It will be the biggest demolition in India and one of the most explosive in the world. Abu Dhabi's Meena Plaza, 1.5 times taller than the Twin Towers, was bulldozed in 2020. 4 towers with 144 floors was brought down in a controlled explosion that lasted just 10 seconds. At 381 feet tall, The 1972 built AFE Tower became the tallest building to ever be demolished under explosives when it came down in Frankfurt, Germany in 2014. The 50,000-ton skyscraper in the heart of the city attracted over 10,000 onlookers on explosion day, and a wall up to 20 feet high ran around the site to help stop any potential flying debris. Built as part of the Manhattan Project in 1943, the K-25 gaseous diffusion building at the East Tennessee Technology Park only stood at the world's largest building under one roof. In 2013, the Department of Energy finished a year-long demolition process that started in 2008, the largest the organization had ever undertaken. Company's flagship downtown Detroit store took up an entire city block at 2.2 million square feet. The building was the tallest department store in the world at 26 stories or 439 feet. But department stores aren't quite what they once were, and explosives brought down the structure in 1998, just ahead of the company itself going under. When felled, Hudson became the tallest building ever imploded and the largest single building imploded. One of the most famous Seattle buildings ever, the King Dome, was brought down in March 2000. Built in 1976, it was the largest building ever demolished by implosion at the time, with a volume of nearly 700,000 cubic feet. Two miles worth of concrete blew up in unison in 2013. Built in 1997, the viaduct in the Chinese city of Wuhan needed a precision blast to end its 15-year life. Wires carrying 100,000 volts ran alongside the bridge and a gas pipeline underneath it to trigger explosives in sequence. Bureau Report, India Today.
I want to go across now to India Today's Shreya Chatterjee, who's also at a flyover very, very close to the Twin Towers. She's been talking to the administrative personnel over the last 24 hours for all the final checks that are in place right now. It's the final 4.5 hours, Shreya. This is the last stretch before everything happens at 2:30 p.m. What are you getting from your sources within the administration, the government, the Noida Authority? Everything on track now?
Well, yes, absolutely, Shiv. I'm on the road that connects the Noida Expressway service road to the main road that leads to the Twin Towers that's just behind me. Now, I spoke with the administration, couple of updates for everyone who's tuning into India Today right now. The traffic on Expressway will be halted 15 minutes prior to the blast. Now, the ACP Traffic Noida, he is the nodal person for the Green Corridor. In case of any emergency, he will be monitoring the Green Corridor facility, and exactly 10 hospitals, I'm told, is on the main list of standby hospitals in case of any emergency. The entire plan will be moderated by the ACP Traffic. Now, 200 personnel are in and around the 200-meter radius where I'm standing right now. Total 500 traffic personnel will be on duty for traffic diversion. What I'm also told by the administration, the entire diversion route will be updated 1 hour prior to the halt on the Google Maps as well. There will be updates sent on social media as well. That is the plan that is there on the ground so far as the traffic diversion is concerned, as well as the contingency plan for creating a green corridor in case of any untoward emergency that no one of us is expecting.
4 hours to go. Shreya, thanks very much for that. We'll keep coming back to you. All of our reporters, all of the camera angles now set for that 4-hour final count before the demolition takes place. Stay with India Today's coverage. We're back right after this.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, in barely about 3 hours' time now, this twin tower of Supertech right behind me, Cayenne and Apex Towers will be demolished in barely 9 seconds time. Of course, this is going to be a spectacle because this is the tallest building in India to have a controlled implosion of this nature. Perhaps this will gather not just attentions across, it won't just grab headlines in the country, but also globally, considering that this is a rare sight. Even globally, a building of this height, over 100 meters, to be demolished in a few seconds is certainly something, a sight to behold. It is unfortunate that the builders are losing out. It is fortunate that the residents who fought for this and fought against the builders violating guidelines finally won. But at the end of it, we're only hoping today, after all that struggle that the residents had for over 10 years, that this demolition is as safe as it can get. In fact, I have with me Ashutosh joining us. Let me cut across to Ashutosh to give us a sense of the preparedness. The South African engineers are currently exuberating as they stand very close to the Supertech Twin Towers at this point. Ashutosh, over to you. Engineers there fully geared up. The master blasters, as we're calling them, are all set to detonate the 3,700 kgs of explosives inside those buildings. What more do we know on the preparedness? Take us through.
Well, Nabila, the team of 12 master blasters, including the experts from India and South Africa, the JET and the edifice, who have come together for this, collaborated for this particular project. So all the, the final preparations has been done, including the checking points of the power connections, the batteries here very much, and the final connection for the detonation will be carried out at 2 o'clock. And then they'll wait for another 30 minutes since all the final checks have been done already. They are just ready to go, and that time will only be decided 2 o'clock. We know the final time. It will be neither 2:29 or not 2:31. It will be sharp 2:30 when the blast will take place. You rightly mentioned about the explosives that have been used in. Remember the the drilling inside this structure that have been done, that amounts to 19 kilometer of the total drilling. Looking at the 32 floor another building, 30 floor another building. So total drilling has really been around 19 kilometers of that amount, and that's exactly why this 3,500 to 3,700 kgs of explosive have been used in. And now this is the building. This way it has been designed. There was a pre-audit of the structure that was done. Now there will be post-demolition audit of the structure will also be carried out. Not only at this part, but also the adjoining structures, including the ATS and the Emerald Code, because there was some anticipation there could be possible damage to this structure. However, the experts have been assuring me, because neither there is a possibility of, spreading of the debris horizontally, nor it will really go vertically more than 10 meters, and that's exactly why the containers with the mud debris have been placed in. Now this area falls under 4 Richter of the seismic zone, and the vibration that will be triggered by this round of implosion, that won't be more than 1. Hence there is no much vibration to damage these structures, including even glasses. Possibly there may not be even damage to the glasses. Now to also reduce and absorb the vibration at this particular structure, all around loose pile of mud has been put out, and this is to absorb the amount of vibration and to minimize it as much as they could be. Now everything has been designed in a way that fallout of the building will behave exactly the way it has been designed to. Subsequently, all this structure, this waterfall movement that, since they have the expertise in Johannesburg and several other countries, everything has been well calculated. You call it a modern engineering, you call it a precise physics and mathematics. Everything will be seen here at 2:30.
Ashutosh, what we know is that the company that is carrying out the demolition drive, Edifice, has had experience of an implosion of this nature. Of course, it was not a building as tall as the Supertech Twin Towers, but this Maradu Kochi towers, apartment towers, at least 4 apartment towers were brought down in similar fashion, where there were, at least a few thousands of kgs of explosives that were inserted in those buildings at every floor, and it was detonated. It was a successful affair. Let me cut across to that demolition drive that really first caught India's attention. But let me also remind you at the same time that the Supertech Twin Towers is way higher in terms of altitude in compared to the Kochi towers. But let's have a look on how Kochi towers were gone in seconds.
In 2019, 4 high-rise buildings in Ernakulam, Kerala were demolished as they were in violation of the coastal regulation zone rules. Four apartment complexes in Maradu were razed down 2 years ago on 12th of January. H2O Holy Faith, Alpha Serene, Jain's Coral Cove and Golden Kavaloram were demolished by an implosion in just about 12 seconds, over 2,500 kilometers away, and 3 years later, the same fate awaits Noida's Supertech Twin Towers. While a similar implosion technique will be used for Noida too, here's how this demolition will be the biggest ever in India. There were 4 apartment complexes in Kochi. In Noida, there are 2 towers. There were maximum 16 floors in the luxury high-rises in Kerala. In Noida, the 2 towers have 32 and 30 floors. In Kochi, about 122 flats were demolished. That number could go up to 1,000 for Noida. The Maradu flats were over 65 meters high. The Supertech towers stand at over 100 meters. And while 1,800 kilograms of explosives were used to bring down the Maradu complexes, it will take 3,500 kilograms of explosives to demolish the Noida towers. In Kochi, the buildings were reduced to dust in 12 seconds. The Supertech towers will be gone in just 9 seconds. This was probably the first time that India witnessed a demolition of a residential high-rise buildings. But around the world, controlled explosions have been used to demolish buildings. One of the most famous Seattle building ever, the Kingdom, was brought down in March 2000. Built in 1976, it was the largest building ever demolished by an implosion at the time, with a volume of nearly 700,000 cubic feet. At 381 feet tall, the 1972 built AFE tower became the tallest building to ever be demolished using explosives when it came down in Frankfurt, Germany in 2014. The 50,000-ton skyscraper in the heart of the city attracted over 10,000 onlookers on the explosion day. And a wall up to 20 feet high ran around the site to help stop any potential flying debris. 2 miles worth of concrete blew up in unison in 2013. Built in 1997, the viaduct in the Chinese city of Wuhan needed a precision blast to end its 15-year life. Wires carrying 100,000 volts ran alongside the bridge and a gas pipeline underneath it to trigger the explosives in a sequence. Come August 28, India's national capital region will witness something as explosive and dramatic. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, so you saw what happened in Kerala. About 91 apartments, 4 towers were brought down using 215 kgs of explosives. Cut to the Twin Tower demolition. They've used 3,700 kgs of explosives. This is a 40-story building. And one can only imagine the scale of this. A 103-meter tall tower here, one of the towers. The other one is about 93 meters tall. It's even taller than the Qutub Minar. So this is a massive exercise, which is why we see the locals and residences in the neighborhood are quite apprehensive on whether the kind of impact the demolition would have would really damage their property. Would it lead to cracks? Would it lead to their personal belongings being damaged, etc.? I went to one of those households to see how they've prepared inside. Let's take a look. This is Emerald Towers, the closest to the ATS building. You see there people literally covering their balconies with plastic just to avoid any kind of debris flying into their homes. Most of Emerald Towers inside, residents there have covered their lawns and their windows, all completely wrapped so that there's no untoward incident. Basically, the property is not damaged. This is one of the households. I'm right inside here, where they've pulled down all their paintings. Most of it has been kept aside safely. Namaste ji. ये आपने रूम में पूरा सामान उतारा है? हाँ जी, पूरा सारा सामान उतार के सब नीचे रख दिया है। जी. So that's the television there. All the gods' paintings and all the wall hangings have been brought down. and that's the window there where it's fully taped. That's to avoid any kind of vibrations. This is situation in all rooms. People have literally brought down everything. This is also all the paintings here that have been kept on the bed, just to be safe. Well, clearly, residents have prepared themselves, but at the end of it, you never know what at max could happen in a situation. These are local residents who have been preparing for close to a month, is what we hear. Most of their glasses, they've taped it only to avoid any kind of vibration. But even though residents have taken all kinds of precautions, we know that the professional company, Edifice, who's doing this job, they say that there's really nothing to panic. In fact, there will not be any kind of impact beyond a few meters around the two towers. And at max, it's the sound and maybe some shattered glasses. But that's only the max. Dust will also settle at the earliest. So this is Emerald Towers right inside. People, residents fully prepared as they leave. They're going to be abandoning their homes. They're going to be leaving out of this space with their jewelry, documents, all their precious belongings. They're going to be out of this house and this locality at least for the next 24 hours. But they're just ensuring that their household is safe. Most of their belongings are kept wrapped and safe so that there's no impact that falls on it.
You know, at this point, as we see, many of the locals here have been evacuated. 1 p.m. is the last. That's the limit before which even the local security guards and even the RWA heads who have stayed back only to ensure that until 1 p.m. if there's anyone wandering around, if there's a pet about missing in the apartment complex right next to the Twin Towers, they will be evacuated in time. So 1 p.m. is the final time where security guards as well as the RWA chiefs, the head of the RWA associations, will be asked to go as well. But in the meanwhile, we see the entire neighborhood, which is otherwise so packed with people and traffic, completely deserted because there's been barricade, blanket security around the Supertech Twin Towers, along with, many of the checkpoints that have cordoned off all entry points anywhere that leads to the Supertech Twin Towers. I'm going to cut across to Arpita, my colleague, who gives us a nice drive-through look of this deserted neighborhood.
एक धमाका 9 सेकेंड और मेरे पीछे खड़ी ये गगनचुंबी इमारत ध्वस्त हो जाएगी, जमीन दोष हो जाएगी। तैयारियां पूरी हो चुकी हैं और सिर्फ इस इमारत को गिराने के लिए 181 दिन की मेहनत की गई है और अब 9000 छेद के साथ, विस्फोटक भरने के साथ, आप समझिए इस पूरी इमारत में विस्फोटक लगा दिया गया है और एक बटन दबाने के साथ एक धमाका होगा और पूरी इमारत जमीन दोष हो जाएगी। हालांकि इसे वाटरफॉल टेक्निक के साथ बनाया गया है और कोशिश यही है कि इमारत जो है वो पूरी एक तरीके से जमीन पे आ जाए। कंटेनर नीचे बनाए गए हैं ताकि जो मलबा है वो वहीं पर आकर जमा हो जाए। सोसाइटी के लोगों को कहा गया है आसपास के कि वो इस जगह को खाली छोड़ दें। 7 बजे का वक्त है जब उन्हें खाली कर देना था। लोग यहाँ से चले भी गए हैं, लेकिन ये जो आप तस्वीर मेरे साथ ही साथ देख रहे हैं, पूरी रोड में किस तरीके का इंतजाम हुआ है वो भी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। सुरक्षा के पूरे इंतजाम यहाँ पर किए गए हैं और सबसे खास बात यह है कि इससे जो मलबा गिरेगा, क्योंकि इतनी इमारत बड़ी जो है वो भारत में शायद पहली बार है जब इतनी मंजिला इमारत जमीन दोष होने वाली है और इसका मलबा हटाने में तकरीबन 3 महीने का वक्त लग सकता है। कोच्चि से इसकी तुलना की जा रही है। कोच्चि में भी कुछ ऐसी ही इमारत गिराई गई थी, लेकिन वो थोड़ी छोटी और उसके चारों तरफ पानी था जिससे बहुत नुकसान की संभावना नहीं थी। लेकिन यहाँ पर क्योंकि रिहायशी इलाका अगल बगल हैं, लोगों के घरों को नुकसान ना पहुंचे, इसलिए यहाँ कोशिशें और पुख्ता की गई हैं, तैयारियां और पुख्ता की गई हैं। तो ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। अब अगर हम साइड में ये आपको दिखाएं, ये ही ट्विन टावर, आप देखिए अगल बगल की जो इमारतें हैं उनको ढक भी दिया गया है कपड़ों से ताकि जो पानी, जो धुएं का गुब्बार होगा उससे रोका जा सके। साथ ही साथ हवा को जो दबाव बनेगा उससे कांच जो लगे हुए हैं दरवाजे में, खिड़की में, वो टूट सकते हैं। इंश्योरेंस भी करवा दिया गया है।
All right, that was Arpita showing us the deserted neighborhood. And of course, one thing's for sure, that whichever part of Noida you're standing at, you'll surely get a view of this massive twin tower. You know, the owners or the builders, when they actually built it, really took so much pride, saying that this will take living to a new high. That was their tagline. Such an irony here, after much of those promises of luxury living, of a high society living, of living in one of the most beautiful complexes, etc. This same twin towers have been ordered by the Supreme Court to be brought down. A big statement going out, indeed, to the builders and the lobby itself for violating norms so brazenly and with great impunity, thinking that there will be no crackdown. Thankfully, the court is watching. The law is certainly still there to clamp down on any of those builders trying to violate the norms, and this is a classic example. I'm going to cut across to many of the people, locals here. As soon as they've evacuated, they've already identified their vantage point where they want to be standing and watching this grand dhamaka. I don't know if I could call that dhamaka, but indeed it is an implosion, a controlled one. No damage around, but the building will be gone in 9 seconds. So these are the VIP galleries in the neighborhood of Noida 93A.
India is all set to watch the most highly anticipated demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. There is high excitement among residents living in nearby locations. The balconies of high-rises around the Supertech Twin Towers have turned into VIP galleries. Several societies around Noida Sector 93A, which have a vantage point, have been booked by relatives and guests who want to witness the moment.
For the residents of Noida, it will be a full matinee show tomorrow. The balconies of those buildings which are close by, those buildings which give you a clear view of the Twin Towers, all of them have been booked. Relatives of people who stay in the building which are very close by, all of them have already booked their spaces because all they want to see is the demolition of the Twin Towers right there.
In some houses, entire families are gathering at 2:30 p.m. to experience the once-in-a-lifetime event. Friends and relatives are also keen to join them, though traffic restrictions may bust their plans. Meanwhile, people living in the sectors near the towers pray that the demolition process goes without a hitch and everyone is safe.
लगता है कि ब्रीदिंग प्रॉब्लम्स होगी, बहुत ज़्यादा डस्ट आएगा. मोस्टली जो एस्थमेटिक पेशेंट हैं या जिनको क्रॉनिक ब्रोंकाइटिस है, उनको प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है. इसलिए हमने बचाव के लिए काफ़ी कवर किया है, बट डस्ट की प्रॉब्लम तो हो सकती है.
Residents are ready to raise a toast to the victory of residents who fought a long legal battle against the illegally built Twin Towers. With Nabila Jamal, Aishwarya Paliwal in Noida, Bureau Report for India Today.
All right, as we gear up for this demolition that will take place in barely 3 hours' time, India Today on top of the story. From every angle, we have a camera there waiting to show you this demolition that will take place with great precision in 9 seconds. So you cannot miss this visual, the most vivid that we would show you on our screens. Cutting across to Chetty Narula, who explains to us in detail about both the towers and how it's going to be demolished, why it's going to be demolished. Take a look.
So here is what my producers decided to do on a Sunday. Put me on this crane, go up 32 towers. I've never gone on a crane before, and neither have I gone in my wildest dreams. I would have never imagined going on this crane wearing these heels, but I hope I don't fall off the 32-floor tower. This tower, although behind me, is going to be coming crashing down at 2:30 p.m. It's going to be a historic fall. Tower 1 right here, 32 floors is the tower. The height of this tower is 103 meters. Let's bring you some details about Tower 2 as well. It's 30 floors. It's right behind me. The height of Tower 2 is 97 meters. These are a few facts that you need to know. The distance between both the towers is 9.88 meters between the two towers, and the columns between both the towers 9,640 holes. Those are the columns between the two towers that you see behind me. 3,000 3,700 kilograms of explosives have been installed for the towers to blow up into debris. 2:30 p.m. the countdown begins. 28th of August 2022, which is today, that is Sunday. Tower 1 is going to be demolished in all of 5 seconds. And the tower behind me is going to be demolished in all of 9 seconds. So the total time would be approximately 14 seconds when both these towers behind me will come crashing down and turn into debris. People have been evacuated within 500 meters of this area, obviously because of health and safety concerns. The debris is going to be 80,000 ton worth of debris. 50,000 ton of debris will be piled up as well. 30,000 ton at C&D waste plant. Those are some other facts that we know at this point. The debris is going to be taking 3 whole months to clear up. That's the amount of debris that is going to be there once this particular tower blows up. And those are the facts that you need to know at this point of time. The countdown truly begins. The Twin Towers will come crashing down in no time.
Well, Chetty is possibly the only one who's gone closest to the Twin Towers, because we're not allowed anywhere close to the Twin Towers. At least 500 meters barricading, 10-kilometer vicinity that's been cordoned off for any kind of vehicular movement. So this is the strict vigilance that the cops have put in place. And in just about 3.5 hours' time, these 2 buildings that stand will be down to dust. India Today, on top of the story, we're going to bring you a lot more on that on the other side of a short break. Do stay with us.
Artificial intelligence, or AI, is the science of programming machines or computers to reproduce human processes like learning and decision making. Recent technological advances, for example, intelligent algorithms which decide autonomously what actions to take to achieve their objective, have seen AI take great strides forward, creeping steadily into our daily lives. Smartphones are getting smarter, cyber assistants can find information in the blink of an eye, and autonomous vehicles could soon increase road safety, potentially eliminating the risk of human error. AI offers the promise of a highly efficient world in which robots take care of our sick, stock our fridges, plan our holidays, and do hazardous jobs humans should not or will not do. Game playing is a crucial measure of AI progress, proving that a machine can execute certain intellectual tasks better than humans. Computer mastery of chess and more recently Go, the ultimate board game, have been hailed as moments in humanity's quest to create smart machines. In medicine, software can already diagnose illnesses, including some cancers, as efficiently as a real doctor. But the issue of how to adapt workforces to cope with this fourth industrial revolution has economists and policymakers scratching their heads. Millions of jobs could be threatened as robots become capable of nearly everything humans do. There are concerns that if left unchecked, the development of superintelligence could pose a threat to humanity, with computers outsmarting and outmanipulating humans.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Very good morning and thanks for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula, getting you all the top stories. The biggest story that is defining the news agenda is the crashing down of Twin Towers. The countdown begins. 3,700 kilograms of explosives have been laden there, and the countdown truly begins. 2:30 is the time when this will happen. Let's first begin with the headlines. The D-Day for India's biggest demolition, Noida's illegal Twin Towers to be demolished to dust. Residents of nearby societies evacuate. Heavy police deployment in and around the demolition site. 560 personnel, police personnel, 100 people from reserve forces, 4 quick response teams, NDRF teams deployed. Clincher video of last moments of Sonali forgot. Sonali made 2 guzzle spiked drink. 5 seconds that reveal what killed Sonali, only on India Today. Prime Minister Modi on a 2-day visit to Gujarat inaugurates Atal Bridge on Sabarmati to lay foundation stone of many other development projects today. India will take on arch rivals Pakistan to start their campaign on Asia Cup 2022. Both teams are a part of Group A along with Hong Kong.
और कार्ड्स ने मेरे कार्यालय को तिरंगामय कर दिया है। मुझे ऐसा शायद ही कोई पत्र मिला हो जिस पर तिरंगा ना हो या तिरंगे और आजादी से जुड़ी बात न हो। बच्चों ने, युवा साथियों ने तो अमृत महोत्सव पर खूब सुंदर सुंदर चित्र और कलाकारी भी बनाकर भेजी है। आजादी के इस महीने में हमारे पूरे देश में हर शहर, हर गांव में अमृत महोत्सव की अमृत धारा बह रही है। अमृत महोत्सव और स्वतंत्रता दिवस के इस विशेष अवसर पर हमने देश की सामूहिक शक्ति के दर्शन किए हैं। एक चेतना की अनुभूति हुई है। इतना बड़ा देश, इतनी विविधताएं, लेकिन जब बात तिरंगा फहराने की आई तो हर कोई एक ही भावना में बहता दिखाई दिया। तिरंगे के गौरव के प्रथम प्रहरी बनकर लोग खुद आगे आए। हमने स्वच्छता अभियान और वैक्सीनेशन अभियान में भी देश की स्पिरिट को देखा था। अमृत महोत्सव में हमें फिर देशभक्ति का वैसा ही जज्बा देखने को मिल रहा है। हमारे सैनिकों ने ऊंची ऊंची पहाड़ की चोटियों पर, देश की सीमाओं पर और बीच समंदर में तिरंगा फहराया। लोगों ने तिरंगा अभियान के लिए अलग अलग इनोवेटिव आइडियाज भी निकाले, जैसे युवा साथी कृष्णिल अनिल जी ने। अनिल जी एक पजल आर्टिस्ट हैं और उन्होंने रिकॉर्ड समय में खूबसूरत तिरंगा मोज़ेक आर्ट तैयार की है। कर्नाटका के कोलार में लोगों ने 630 फीट लंबा और 205 फीट चौड़ा तिरंगा पकड़कर अनूठा दृश्य प्रस्तुत किया। असम में सरकारी कर्मियों ने दिधाली पुखरी वार मेमोरियल में तिरंगा फहराने के लिए अपने हाथों से 20 फीट का तिरंगा बनाया। इसी तरह इंदौर में लोगों ने ह्यूमन चेन के जरिए भारत का नक्शा बनाया। चंडीगढ़ में युवाओं ने विशाल ह्यूमन तिरंगा बनाया। ये दोनों ही प्रयास ग्रीनिच रिकॉर्ड में भी दर्ज किए गए हैं। इस सब के बीच हिमाचल प्रदेश की गंगोट पंचायत से एक बड़ा प्रेरणादायी उदाहरण भी देखने को मिला। यहाँ पंचायत में स्वतंत्रता दिवस के कार्यक्रम में प्रवासी मजदूरों के बच्चों को मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में शामिल किया गया। साथियों, अमृत महोत्सव के ये रंग केवल भारत में ही नहीं बल्कि दुनिया के दूसरे देशों में भी देखने को मिले। बोत्सवाना में वहां के रहने वाले स्थानीय सिंगर्स ने भारत की आजादी के 75 साल मनाने के लिए देशभक्ति के 75 गीत गाए। इसमें और भी खास बात यह है कि 75 गीत हिंदी, पंजाबी, गुजराती, बांग्ला, असमिया, तमिल, तेलुगु, कन्नड़ा और संस्कृत जैसी भाषाओं में गाए गए। इसी तरह नामीबिया ने भारत नामीबिया के सांस्कृतिक पारंपरिक संबंधों पर विशेष स्टैम्प जारी किया है। साथियों, मैं और एक खुशी की बात बताना चाहता हूं। अभी कुछ दिन पहले मुझे भारत सरकार के सूचना और प्रसारण मंत्रालय के कार्यक्रम में जाने का अवसर मिला। वहां उन्होंने स्वराज दूरदर्शन की सीरियल का स्क्रीनिंग रखा था। मुझे उसके प्रीमियर में जाने का मौका मिला। ये आजादी के आंदोलन में हिस्सा लेने वाले अनसुने नायक नायिकाओं के प्रयासों से देश की युवा पीढ़ी को परिचित कराने की एक बेहतरीन पहल है। दूरदर्शन पर हर रविवार रात 9 बजे इसका प्रसारण होता है और मुझे बताया गया कि 75 सप्ताह तक चलने वाला है। मेरा आग्रह है कि आप समय निकालकर इसे खुद भी देखें और अपने घर के बच्चों को भी जरूर दिखाएं। और स्कूल कॉलेज के लोग तो इसको रिकॉर्डिंग करके जब सोमवार को स्कूल कॉलेज खुलते हैं तो विशेष कार्यक्रम की रचना भी कर सकते हैं, ताकि आजादी के जंग के इन महानायकों के प्रति हमारे देश में एक नई जागरूकता पैदा होगी। आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव अगले साल यानी अगस्त 2023 तक चलेगा। देश के लिए, स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों के लिए जो लेखन, आयोजन आदि हम कर रहे थे, हमें उन्हें और आगे बढ़ाना है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमारे पूर्वजों का ज्ञान, हमारे पूर्वजों की दीर्घ दृष्टि और हमारे पूर्वजों का एकात्म चिंतन आज भी कितना महत्वपूर्ण है। जब उसकी गहराई में जाते हैं तो हम आश्चर्य से भर जाते हैं। हजारों साल पुराना हमारा ऋग्वेद में कहा गया है, ओमान मापो मानुषी अमृतम धात तोकाय तनयाय संयो हो यूयम हिष्ठा भीषजो मातृतमा विश्वस्य स्थातु जगतो जनित्री ही। अर्थात हे जल, आप मानवता के परम मित्र हैं, आप जीवनदायिनी हैं, आपसे ही अन्न उत्पन्न होता है और आपसे ही हमारी संतानों का हित होता है। आप हमें सुरक्षा प्रदान करने वाले हैं और सभी बुराइयों से दूर रखते हैं। आप सबसे उत्तम औषधि हैं और आप ही इस ब्रह्मांड के पालनहार हैं। सोचिए, हमारी संस्कृति में हजारों वर्ष पहले जल और जल संरक्षण का महत्व समझाया गया है। जब ये ज्ञान हम आज के संदर्भ में देखते हैं तो रोमांचित हो उठते हैं, लेकिन जब इसी ज्ञान को देश अपने सामर्थ्य के रूप में स्वीकारता है तो उनकी ताकत अनेक गुना बढ़ जाती है। आपको याद होगा, मन की बात में ही 4 महीने पहले मैंने अमृत सरोवर की बात की थी। उसके बाद अलग अलग जिलों में स्थानीय प्रशासन जुटा, स्वयंसेवी संस्थाएं जुटी और स्थानीय लोग जुटे। देखते ही देखते अमृत सरोवर का निर्माण एक जन आंदोलन बन गया है। जब देश के लिए कुछ करने की भावना हो, अपने कर्तव्यों का एहसास हो, आने वाली पीढ़ियों की चिंता हो, तो सामर्थ्य भी जुड़ता है और संकल्प नेक बन जाता है। मुझे तेलंगाना के वारंगल के एक शानदार प्रयास की जानकारी मिली है। यहाँ एक नई ग्राम पंचायत का गठन हुआ है जिसका नाम है मंगत्या वाल्या थांडा। यह गांव फॉरेस्ट एरिया के करीब है। यहाँ के गांव के पास ही एक ऐसा स्थान था जहां मानसून के दौरान काफी पानी इकट्ठा हो जाता था। गांव वालों की पहल पर अब इस स्थान को अमृत सरोवर अभियान के तहत विकसित किया जा रहा है। इस बार मानसून के दौरान हुई बारिश में ये सरोवर पानी से लबालब भर गया है। मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मंडला में मोचा ग्राम पंचायत में बने अमृत सरोवर के बारे में भी आपको बताना चाहता हूं। ये अमृत सरोवर कान्हा राष्ट्रीय उद्यान के पास बना है और इससे इस इलाके की सुंदरता को और बढ़ा दिया है। उत्तर प्रदेश के ललितपुर में नवनिर्मित शहीद भगत सिंह अमृत सरोवर भी लोगों को काफी आकर्षित कर रहा है। यहाँ की निवारी ग्राम पंचायत में बना यह सरोवर 4 एकड़ में फैला हुआ है। सरोवर के किनारे हुआ वृक्षारोपण इसकी शोभा को बढ़ा रहा है। सरोवर के पास लगे 35 फीट ऊंचे तिरंगे को देखने के लिए भी दूर दूर से लोग आ रहे हैं। अमृत सरोवर का यह अभियान कर्नाटका में भी जोरों पर चल रहा है। यहाँ के बागलकोट जिले के बिलकेरूर गांव में लोगों ने बहुत सुंदर अमृत सरोवर बनाया है। दरअसल इस क्षेत्र में पहाड़ से निकले पानी की वजह से लोगों को बहुत मुश्किल होती थी। किसानों और उनके फसलों को भी नुकसान पहुंचता था। अमृत सरोवर बनाने के लिए गांव के लोग सारा पानी चैनलाइज करके एक तरफ ले आए। इससे इलाके में बाढ़ की समस्या भी दूर हो गई। अमृत सरोवर अभियान हमारी आज की अनेक समस्याओं का समाधान तो करता ही है, हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए भी उतना ही आवश्यक है। इस अभियान के तहत कई जगहों पर पुराने जलाशयों का भी कायाकल्प किया जा रहा है। अमृत सरोवर का उपयोग पशुओं की प्यास बुझाने के साथ ही खेती किसानी के लिए भी हो रहा है। इन तालाबों की वजह से आसपास के क्षेत्रों का ग्राउंड वाटर टेबल बढ़ा है, वहीं इनके चारों ओर हरियाली भी बढ़ रही है। इतना ही नहीं, कई जगह लोग अमृत सरोवर में मछली पालन की तैयारियों में भी जुटे हैं। मेरा आप सभी से और खासकर मेरे युवा साथियों से आग्रह है कि आप अमृत सरोवर अभियान में बढ़ चढ़ करके हिस्सा लें और जल संचय और जल संरक्षण के इन प्रयासों को पूरी से पूरी ताकत दें, उसको आगे बढ़ाएं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, असम के बोंगाई गांव में एक दिलचस्प परियोजना चलाई जा रही है, प्रोजेक्ट संपूर्णा। इस प्रोजेक्ट का मकसद है कुपोषण के खिलाफ लड़ाई, और इस लड़ाई का तरीका भी बहुत यूनिक है। इसके तहत किसी आंगनवाड़ी केंद्र के एक स्वस्थ बच्चे की मां एक कुपोषित बच्चे की मां से हर सप्ताह मिलती है और पोषण से संबंधित सारी जानकारियों पर चर्चा करती है। यानी एक मां दूसरी मां की मित्र बन उसकी मदद करती है, उसे सीख देती है। इस प्रोजेक्ट की मदद से इस क्षेत्र में एक साल में 90% से ज्यादा बच्चों में कुपोषण दूर हुआ है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं क्या कुपोषण दूर करने में गीत, संगीत और भजन का भी इस्तेमाल हो सकता है? मध्य प्रदेश के दतिया जिले में मेरा बच्चा अभियान, इस मेरा बच्चा अभियान में इसका सफलतापूर्वक प्रयोग किया गया। इसके तहत जिले में भजन कीर्तन आयोजित हुए, जिसमें पोषण गुरु कहलाने वाले शिक्षकों को बुलाया गया। एक मटका कार्यक्रम भी हुआ। इसमें महिलाएं आंगनवाड़ी केंद्र के लिए मुट्ठी भर अनाज लेकर आती हैं और इसी अनाज से शनिवार को बाल भोज का आयोजन होता है। इससे आंगनवाड़ी केंद्रों में बच्चों की उपस्थिति बढ़ने के साथ ही कुपोषण भी कम हुआ है। कुपोषण के प्रति जागरूकता बढ़ाने के लिए एक यूनिक अभियान झारखंड में भी चल रहा है। झारखंड के गिरिडीह में सांप सीढ़ी का एक गेम तैयार किया गया है। खेल खेल में बच्चे अच्छी और खराब आदतों के बारे में सीखते हैं। साथियों, कुपोषण से जुड़े इतने सारे अभिनव प्रयोगों के बारे में मैं आपको इसलिए बता रहा हूं क्योंकि हम सबको भी आने वाले महीने में इस अभियान से जुड़ना है। सितंबर का महीना त्योहारों के साथ साथ पोषण से जुड़े बड़े अभियान को भी समर्पित है। हम हर साल 1 से 30 सितंबर के बीच पोषण माह मनाते हैं। कुपोषण के खिलाफ पूरे देश में अनेक क्रिएटिव और डाइवर्स एफर्ट्स किए जा रहे हैं। टेक्नोलॉजी का बेहतर इस्तेमाल और जन भागीदारी भी पोषण अभियान का महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा बना है। देश में लाखों आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ताओं को मोबाइल डिवाइस देने से लेकर आंगनवाड़ी सेवाओं की पहुंच को मॉनिटर करने के लिए पोषण ट्रैकर भी लॉन्च किया गया है। सभी एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के राज्यों में 14 से 18 साल की बेटियों को भी पोषण अभियान के दायरे में लाया गया है। कुपोषण की समस्या का निराकरण इन कदमों तक ही सीमित नहीं है। इस लड़ाई में दूसरी कई और पहल की भी अहम भूमिका है। उदाहरण के तौर पर जल जीवन मिशन को ही ले तो भारत को कुपोषण मुक्त कराने में इस मिशन का भी बहुत बड़ा असर होने वाला है। कुपोषण की चुनौतियों से निपटने में सामाजिक जागरूकता से जुड़े प्रयास महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते हैं। मैं आप सभी से आग्रह करूंगा कि आप आने वाले पोषण माह में कुपोषण या मालन्यूट्रिशन को दूर करने के प्रयासों में हिस्सा जरूर लें। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, चेन्नई से श्रीदेवी वरदराजन जी ने मुझे एक रिमाइंडर भेजा है। उन्होंने माय गॉव पर अपनी बात कुछ इस प्रकार से लिखी है। नए साल के आने में अब 5 महीने से भी कम समय बचा है और हम सब जानते हैं कि आने वाला नया साल इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट्स के तौर पर मनाया जाएगा। उन्होंने मुझे देश का एक मिलेट मैप भी भेजा है। साथ ही पूछा है कि क्या आप मन की बात में आने वाले एपिसोड में इस पर चर्चा कर सकते हैं। मुझे अपने देशवासियों में इस तरह के जज्बे को देखकर बहुत ही आनंद की अनुभूति होती है। आपको याद होगा कि यूनाइटेड नेशंस ने एक प्रस्ताव पारित कर वर्ष 2023 को इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट्स घोषित किया है। आपको ये जानकर भी बहुत खुशी होगी कि भारत के इस प्रस्ताव को 70 से ज्यादा देशों का समर्थन मिला था। आज दुनिया भर में इसी मोटे अनाज का, मिलेट्स का क्रेज बढ़ता जा रहा है। साथियों, जब मैं मोटे अनाज की बात करता हूं तो मेरे एक प्रयास को भी मैं आज आपको शेयर करना चाहता हूं। पिछले कुछ समय से भारत में कोई भी जब विदेशी मेहमान आते हैं, राष्ट्राध्यक्ष भारत आते हैं, तो मेरी कोशिश रहती है कि भोजन में भारत के मिलेट्स यानी हमारे मोटे अनाज से बनी हुई डिशेस बनवाऊं। और अनुभव यह आया है इन महानुभावों को यह डिशेज बहुत पसंद आती है और हमारे मोटे अनाज के संबंध में, मिलेट्स के संबंध में काफी कुछ जानकारियां एकत्र करने का वो प्रयास भी करते हैं। मिलेट्स, मोटे अनाज, प्राचीन काल से ही हमारे एग्रीकल्चर, कल्चर और सिविलाइजेशन का हिस्सा रहे हैं। हमारे वेदों में मिलेट्स का उल्लेख मिलता है और इसी तरह पुराण नुरु और तोलकप्पियम में भी इसके बारे में बताया गया है। आप देश के किसी भी हिस्से में जाएं, आपको वहां लोगों के खान पान में अलग अलग तरह के मिलेट्स जरूर देखने को मिलेंगे। हमारी संस्कृति की तरह मिलेट्स में भी बहुत विविधताएं पाई जाती हैं। ज्वार, बाजरा, रागी, सावा, कंगनी, चीना, कोदो, कुटकी, कुट्टू, ये सब मिलेट्स ही तो है। भारत विश्व में मिलेट्स का सबसे बड़ा उत्पादक देश है। इसलिए इस पहल को सफल बनाने की बड़ी जिम्मेदारी भी हम भारतवासियों के कंधे पर ही है। हम सबको मिलकर इसे जन आंदोलन बनाना है और देश के लोगों में मिलेट्स के प्रति जागरूकता भी बढ़ानी है। और साथियों, आप तो भली बात ही जानते हैं, मिलेट्स किसानों के लिए भी फायदेमंद है और वो भी खास करके छोटे किसानों को। दरअसल बहुत ही कम समय में फसल तैयार हो जाती है और इसमें ज्यादा पानी की आवश्यकता भी नहीं होती है। हमारे छोटे किसानों के लिए तो मिलेट्स विशेष रूप से लाभकारी है। मिलेट्स के भूसे को बेहतरीन चारा भी माना जाता है। आजकल युवा पीढ़ी हेल्दी लिविंग और ईटिंग को लेकर बहुत फोकस है। इस हिसाब से भी देखें तो मिलेट्स में भरपूर प्रोटीन, फाइबर और मिनरल्स मौजूद होते हैं। कई लोग तो इसे सुपर फूड भी बोलते हैं। मिलेट से एक नहीं अनेक लाभ है। ओबेसिटी को कम करने के साथ ही डायबिटीज, हाइपरटेंशन और हार्ट रिलेटेड डिसीज के खतरे को भी कम करते हैं। इसके साथ ही ये पेट और लीवर की बीमारियों से बचाव में भी मददगार है। थोड़ी देर पहले ही हमने कुपोषण के बारे में बात की है। कुपोषण से लड़ने में भी मिलेट्स काफी लाभदायक हैं, क्योंकि ये प्रोटीन के साथ साथ एनर्जी से भी भरे होते हैं। देश में आज मिलेट्स को बढ़ावा देने के लिए काफी कुछ किया जा रहा है। इससे जुड़ी रिसर्च और इनोवेशन पर फोकस करने के साथ ही एफपीओस को प्रोत्साहित किया जा रहा है ताकि उत्पादन बढ़ाया जा सके। मेरा अपने किसान भाई बहनों से यही आग्रह है कि मिलेट्स यानी मोटे अनाज को अधिक से अधिक अपनाएं और इसका फायदा उठाएं। मुझे देखकर काफी अच्छा लगता है कि आज कई ऐसे स्टार्टअप्स उभर रहे हैं जो मिलेट्स पर काम कर रहे हैं। इनमें से कुछ मिलेट कुकीज बना रहे हैं तो कुछ मिलेट पैनकेक्स और डोसा भी बना रहे हैं। वहीं कुछ ऐसे हैं जो मिलेट एनर्जी बार्स और मिलेट ब्रेकफास्ट तैयार कर रहे हैं। मैं इस क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले सभी लोगों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। त्योहारों के इस मौसम में हम लोग अधिकतर पकवानों में भी मिलेट्स का उपयोग करते हैं। आप अपने घरों में बने ऐसे पकवानों की तस्वीरें सोशल मीडिया पर जरूर शेयर करें ताकि लोगों के बीच मिलेट्स को लेकर जागरूकता बढ़ाने में मदद मिले। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, अभी कुछ दिन पहले मैंने अरुणाचल प्रदेश के सियांग जिले में जोरसिंग गांव की एक खबर देखी। ये खबर एक ऐसे बदलाव के बारे में थी जिसका इंतजार इस गांव के लोगों को कई वर्षों से था। दरअसल जोरसिंग गांव में इसी महीने स्वतंत्रता दिवस के दिन से 4G इंटरनेट की सेवाएं शुरू हो गई हैं। जैसे पहले कभी गांव में बिजली पहुंचने पर लोग खुश होते थे, अब नए भारत में वैसी ही खुशी 4G पहुंचने पर होती है। अरुणाचल और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के दूर सुदूर इलाकों में 4G के तौर पर एक नया सूर्योदय हुआ है। इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी एक नया सवेरा लेकर आई है। जो सुविधाएं कभी सिर्फ बड़े शहरों में होती थी, वो डिजिटल इंडिया ने गांव-गांव में पहुंचा दी है। इस वजह से देश में नए डिजिटल एंटरप्रेन्योर पैदा हो रहे हैं। राजस्थान के अजमेर जिले के सेठा सिंह रावत जी दर्जी ऑनलाइन ई स्टोर चलाते हैं। आप सोचेंगे ये क्या काम हुआ? दर्जी ऑनलाइन, दरअसल सेठा सिंह रावत कोविड के पहले टेलरिंग का काम करते थे। कोविड आया तो रावत जी ने इस चुनौती को मुश्किल नहीं बल्कि अवसर के रूप में लिया। उन्होंने कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर यानी CSC ई स्टोर ज्वाइन किया और ऑनलाइन कामकाज शुरू किया। उन्होंने देखा कि ग्राहक बड़ी संख्या में मास्क का ऑर्डर दे रहे हैं। उन्होंने कुछ महिलाओं को काम पर रखा और मास्क बनवाने लगे। इसके बाद उन्होंने दर्जी ऑनलाइन नाम से अपना ऑनलाइन स्टोर शुरू कर दिया, जिसमें और भी कई तरह से कपड़े वो बनाकर बेचने लगे। आज डिजिटल इंडिया की ताकत से सेठा सिंह जी का काम इतना बढ़ चुका है कि अब उन्हें पूरे देश से ऑर्डर मिलते हैं। सैकड़ों महिलाओं को उन्होंने अपने यहाँ रोजगार दे रखा है। डिजिटल इंडिया ने यूपी के उन्नाव में रहने वाले ओम प्रकाश सिंह जी को भी डिजिटल एंटरप्रेन्योर बना दिया है। उन्होंने अपने गांव में 1000 से ज्यादा ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्शन स्थापित किए हैं। ओम प्रकाश जी ने अपने कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर के आसपास निशुल्क वाईफाई जोन का भी निर्माण किया है, जिससे जरूरतमंद लोगों की बहुत मदद हो रही है। ओम प्रकाश जी का काम अब इतना बढ़ गया है कि उन्होंने 20 से ज्यादा लोगों को नौकरी पर रख लिया है। ये लोग गांवों के स्कूल, अस्पताल, तहसील ऑफिस और आंगनवाड़ी केंद्रों तक ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्शन पहुंचा रहे हैं और इसे रोजगार भी प्राप्त कर रहे हैं। कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर की तरह ही गवर्नमेंट ई मार्केट प्लेस यानी जेम पोर्टल पर भी ऐसी कितनी सक्सेस स्टोरी देखने को मिल रही है। साथियों, मुझे गांवों से ऐसे कितने ही संदेश मिलते हैं जो इंटरनेट की वजह से आए बदलावों को मुझसे साझा करते हैं। इंटरनेट ने हमारे युवा साथियों की पढ़ाई और सीखने के तरीकों को ही बदल दिया है। जैसे कि यूपी की गुड़िया सी जब उन्नाव के अमोइया गांव में अपनी ससुराल आई तो उन्हें अपनी पढ़ाई की चिंता हुई, लेकिन भारत नेट ने उनकी इस चिंता का समाधान कर दिया। गुड़िया ने इंटरनेट के जरिए अपनी पढ़ाई को आगे बढ़ाया और अपना ग्रेजुएशन भी पूरा किया। गांव-गांव में ऐसे कितने ही जीवन डिजिटल इंडिया अभियान से नई शक्ति पा रहे हैं। आप मुझे गांवों के डिजिटल एंटरप्रेन्योर के बारे में ज्यादा से ज्यादा लिख करके भेजें और उनकी सक्सेस स्टोरीज को सोशल मीडिया पर भी जरूर साझा करें। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, कुछ समय पहले मुझे हिमाचल प्रदेश से मन की बात के एक श्रोता रमेश जी का पत्र मिला। रमेश जी ने अपने पत्र में पहाड़ों की कई खूबियों का जिक्र किया है। उन्होंने लिखा कि पहाड़ों पर बस्तियां भले ही दूर दूर बसती हो, लेकिन लोगों के दिल एक दूसरे के बहुत नजदीक होते हैं। वाकई पहाड़ों पर रहने वाले लोगों के जीवन से हम बहुत कुछ सीख सकते हैं। पहाड़ों की जीवन शैली और संस्कृति से हमें पहला पाठ तो यही मिलता है कि हम परिस्थितियों के दबाव में न आए तो आसानी से उन पर विजय भी प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। और दूसरा, हम कैसे स्थानीय संसाधनों से आत्मनिर्भर बन सकते हैं। जिस पहली सीख का जिक्र मैंने किया, उसका एक सुंदर चित्र इन दिनों स्पीति क्षेत्र में देखने को मिल रहा है। स्पीति एक जनजातीय क्षेत्र है। यहाँ इन दिनों मटर तोड़ने का काम चलता है। पहाड़ी खेतों पर ये एक मेहनत भरा और मुश्किल काम होता है, लेकिन यहाँ गांव की महिलाएं इकट्ठा होकर एक साथ मिलकर एक दूसरे के खेतों से मटर तोड़ती हैं। इस काम के साथ साथ महिलाएं स्थानीय गीत छपरा माझी छपरा ये भी गाती हैं। यानी यहाँ आपसी सहयोग भी लोक परंपरा का एक हिस्सा है। स्पीति में स्थानीय संसाधनों के सदुपयोग का भी बेहतरीन उदाहरण मिलता है। स्पीति में किसान जो गाय पालते हैं, उनके गोबर को सुखाकर बोरियों में भर लेते हैं। जब सर्दियां आती हैं तो इन बोरियों को गाय के रहने की जगह में, जिसे यहाँ खुड कहते हैं उस पर बिछा दिया जाता है। बर्फबारी के बीच ये बोरियां गायों को ठंड से सुरक्षा देती हैं। सर्दियां जाने के बाद यही गोबर खेतों में खाद के रूप में इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। यानी पशुओं के वेस्ट से ही उनकी सुरक्षा भी और खेतों के लिए खाद भी। खेती की लागत भी कम और खेत में उपज भी ज्यादा। इसलिए तो ये क्षेत्र इन दिनों प्राकृतिक खेती के लिए भी एक प्रेरणा बन रहा है। साथियों, इसी तरह के कई सराहनीय प्रयास हमारे एक और पहाड़ी राज्य उत्तराखंड में भी देखने को मिल रहे हैं। उत्तराखंड में कई प्रकार के औषधि और वनस्पतियां पाई जाती है जो हमारे सेहत के लिए बहुत फायदेमंद होती है। उन्हीं में से एक फल है बेडू। इसे हिमालयन फिग के नाम से भी जाना जाता है। इस फल में खनिज और विटामिन भरपूर मात्रा में पाए जाते हैं। लोग फल के रूप में तो इसका सेवन करते ही हैं, साथ ही कई बीमारियों के इलाज में भी इसका उपयोग होता है। इस फल की इन्हीं खूबियों को देखते हुए अब बेडू के जूस, इससे बने जैम, चटनी, अचार और इन्हें सुखाकर तैयार किए गए ड्राई फ्रूट को बाजार में उतारा गया है। पिथौरागढ़ प्रशासन की पहल और स्थानीय लोगों के सहयोग से बेडू को बाजार तक अलग अलग रूपों में पहुंचाने में सफलता मिली है। बेडू को पहाड़ी अंजीर के नाम से ब्रांडिंग करके ऑनलाइन मार्केट में भी उतारा गया है। इससे किसानों को आय का नया स्रोत तो मिला ही है, साथ ही बेडू के औषधीय गुणों का फायदा दूर दूर तक पहुंचने लगा है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, मन की बात में आज शुरुआत में हमने आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के बारे में बात की है। स्वतंत्रता दिवस के एक महान पर्व के साथ साथ आने वाले दिनों में और भी कई पर्व आने वाले हैं। अभी कुछ दिन बाद ही भगवान गणेश की आराधना का पर्व गणेश चतुर्थी है। गणेश चतुर्थी यानी गणपति बप्पा के आशीर्वाद का पर्व। गणेश चतुर्थी के पहले ओणम का पर्व भी शुरू हो रहा है। विशेष रूप से केरला में ओणम शांति और समृद्धि की भावना के साथ मनाया जाएगा। 30 अगस्त को हरतालिका तीज भी है। ओडिशा में 1 सितंबर को नुआखाई का पर्व भी मनाया जाएगा। नुआखाई का मतलब ही होता है नया खाना, यानी ये भी दूसरे कई पर्वों की तरह ही हमारी कृषि परंपरा से जुड़ा त्योहार है। इसी बीच जैन समाज का संवत्सरी पर्व भी होगा। हमारे सभी पर्व हमारी सांस्कृतिक समृद्धि और जीवंतता के पर्याय हैं। मैं आप सभी को इन त्योहारों और विशेष अवसरों के लिए शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। इन पर्वों के साथ साथ कल 29 अगस्त को मेजर ध्यानचंद जी की जन्म जयंती पर राष्ट्रीय खेल दिवस भी मनाया जाएगा। हमारे युवा खिलाड़ी वैश्विक मंचों पर हमारे तिरंगे की शान बढ़ाते रहें, यही हमारी ध्यानचंद जी के प्रति श्रद्धांजलि होगी। देश के लिए हम सभी मिलकर ऐसे ही काम करते रहें, देश का मान बढ़ाते रहें। इसी कामना के साथ मैं अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूं। अगले माह एक बार फिर आपसे मन की बात होगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again. I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs. I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
The Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment has signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the National Health Authority for providing a comprehensive medical package to transgender persons under the Ayushman Bharat PMJAY at the Dr. Ambedkar International Centre. This joint initiative is indeed the first of its kind in India and will not only give a new direction to our society but will also provide transgender persons rightful and a respectable place in our country. This medical package will provide a health card where they can avail more than 50 health facilities. Benefits will all be free of cost. What's also groundbreaking here is that India becomes the first country to provide free of cost cosmetic surgery for transgenders. So now a person belonging to the transgender society from any state or any part of India will be able to take advantage of this card in any hospital affiliated with Ayushman Bharat. In fact, the ministry is also set to fund 5 lakh rupees as insurance cover per transgender beneficiary per annum. And now to make identification a lot more easier, the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment is providing identity cards for transgenders if they register themselves at the central level. They're also going to get provisions of scholarship that's been made for them. Protection cells are also being set up and also skill development programs being done, all as part of this package.
There's breaking news just coming in. Countdown to biggest demolition. NDRF teams are at the demolition site. The rescue teams are at the demolition site. NDRF is conducting last-minute checks at this point. Hours before the Twin Towers turn into dust, the countdown begins to the biggest demolition. And hours before that, the NDRF teams have reached the demolition site. Visuals on your screens from Supertech Twin Towers in Noida. Rescue teams are at the demolition site. The NDRF is conducting last-minute checks. That is the latest coming in. The roads around and around 500 meters around that area, all of that has been sealed. We've been bringing you the latest updates in terms of what could be the health and safety concerns, the precautions that you need to take as well. If you are living around that area, it is India's biggest demolition of the Twin Towers, turning into dust, and this is the countdown. It is begun. The big breaking news is about the NDRF teams reaching demolition site. Shreya joins us live. Shreya, the rescue teams at the site. The last-minute checks are going on. What's happening and what more can you add to this?
Well, Chaiti, what you see on our screens right now is a lift mag that's just made into the way towards the Twin Towers. Now, these are emergency vehicles on standby for a contingency plan in case anything untoward happen, something which none of us are expecting. Now, where I'm standing right now, this is barely 200 meters from where the Twin Towers stand, and in at 2:30 today, we will see that being demolished. Now, NDRF teams are in place. We know the ACP traffic is the nodal person who is coordinating the green corridor facility if at all anything untoward happens. There are 10 hospitals that have been marked if at all there is any untoward mishaps that take place. But other than that, the remaining security plans are that of the anti-smog guns. There are water sprinklers, because remember, the other concern is about the dust particles. There has been a major contention that there will be a massive rise in PM10 particles in the air quality, and that's the reason there have been multiple advisories issued by these particular buildings that are adjacent to the Supertech Twin Towers. So these are the preparation under its way that you can see on our screens. Lift max making ways, police team on their way, water sprinklers, anti-smog guns, everything on standby, because hours from now we will see the structure being demolished.
Few hours to go, Shreya, like you rightly mentioned, and NDRF teams are at the demolition site, rescue teams at the demolition site as well, NDRF teams conducting last-minute checks. Shreya, is there any concern, any advisory going out to the people who are living around that area? If you have those updates, if you could tell our viewers what they are.
Well, the entire evacuation has been completely done by 7 a.m. Chaiti. The maintenance staff of both the high-rises that was near the Twin Towers, they have evacuated at 9 a.m. We've seen not just human beings, there have been safety measures for even the dogs in and around the area who were there. There were NGOs in place, and as you can see, the entire movement, see, these are water tanks that are also making way, because once that dust particle rises, there should be enough water for water sprinkling to ensure that the dust particles settle. So starting now, we are seeing that all the water tankers one by one are making way nearby inside the Twin Towers. There was a lift mag that I earlier showed on to our viewers who are tuning in. These are the contingency plan, because we're talking about any mishap, but more or less the entire evacuation is done. There's no person living over there. However, the another point of contention is the health hazard, because with the rise of dust, with the rise of PM10 particles in the air, there will be a possibility of those suffering from breathing hazards such as asthma, bronchitis. They could face a trouble, and that's the reason you see these water tankers have just made the way. They will serve as sprinklers. Apart from that, we've seen anti-smog guns also be in place. So this is an entire preparation at its last leg. Few hours from now, say 2.5 hours to 3 hours from now, we will be seeing this tower being demolished.
Absolutely, few hours to go. 32 floors of Supertech Twin Towers in the National Capital Region will be demolished. The apartment complex is rigged with explosives. The demolition squad has arrived. 9 seconds is all it's going to take to raise the buildings to dust. The last time India witnessed a controlled explosion was when 2 years ago, 4 apartment complexes were brought down in Kochi. What is set to happen in Noida will be much, much bigger. Take a look.
In 2019, 4 high-rise buildings in Ernakulam, Kerala were demolished as they were in violation of the coastal regulation zone rules. Four apartment complexes in Maradu were razed down 2 years ago on 12th of January. H2O Holy Faith, Alpha Serene, Jain's Coral Cove and Golden Kavaloram were demolished by an implosion in just about 12 seconds, over 2,500 kilometers away, and 3 years later, the same fate awaits Noida's Supertech Twin Towers. While a similar implosion technique will be used for Noida too, here's how this demolition will be the biggest ever in India. There were 4 apartment complexes in Kochi. In Noida, there are 2 towers. There were maximum 16 floors in the luxury high-rises in Kerala. In Noida, the 2 towers have 32 and 30 floors. In Kochi, about 122 flats were demolished. That number could go up to 1,000 for Noida. The Maradu flats were over 65 meters high. The Supertech towers stand at over 100 meters. And while 1,800 kilograms of explosives were used to bring down the Maradu complexes, it will take 3,500 kilograms of explosives to demolish the Noida towers. In Kochi, the buildings were reduced to dust in 12 seconds. The Supertech towers will be gone in just 9 seconds. This was probably the first time that India witnessed a demolition of a residential high-rise buildings. But around the world, controlled explosions have been used to demolish buildings. One of the most famous Seattle building ever, the Kingdom, was brought down in March 2000. Built in 1976, it was the largest building ever demolished by an implosion at the time, with a volume of nearly 700,000 cubic feet. At 381 feet tall, the 1972 built AFE tower became the tallest building to ever be demolished using explosives when it came down in Frankfurt, Germany in 2014. The 50,000-ton skyscraper in the heart of the city attracted over 10,000 onlookers on the explosion day. And a wall up to 20 feet high ran around the site to help stop any potential flying debris. 2 miles worth of concrete blew up in unison in 2013. Built in 1997, the viaduct in the Chinese city of Wuhan needed a precision blast to end its 15-year life. Wires carrying 100,000 volts ran alongside the bridge and a gas pipeline underneath it to trigger the explosives in a sequence. Come August 28, India's national capital region will witness something as explosive and dramatic. Bureau Report, India Today.
And as Noida's Twin Towers are all set to be demolished, the event comes against the backdrop of bitter experiences of several customers. The customers who felt cheated have shown immense patience and are hopeful that it will pay off. Here's a detailed report.
The Mittals were planning to move into their dream house, but they were cheated and instead left to deal with a nightmare. With the planned demolition of Supertech Twin Towers in Noida on August 28, hopes of almost 1,000 home buyers are dashed. K.K. Mittal, a chartered accountant based in Pune, had made full payment for the flat he booked in the Supertech Twin Towers in 2009. But his dream house turned into his life's biggest battle. In 2014, the Allahabad High Court, while ordering the demolition of the tower, also asked the builders to pay interest and compensation at the rate of 14%. Then the builder got a stay from the Supreme Court. As buyers insisted on a refund or substitute flats, Supertech offered flats. Mittal accepted the builder's offer, but the apartment given to him has also turned out to be illegal.
My mind, unless and until OC is given, physical possession of the flat cannot be given by the builder. But builder has given the flat. People are staying, and today also the occupancy is 100% of the Azure Tower. But there is no registry of the flat, and as a result, either we cannot sell the flat or take loan against that flat. So we are in a catch-20 situation.
Pankaj Kaushik had booked flats in both Sian and Apex units of Supertech Twin Towers. He received a refund in 2016 after much difficulty. Between 2014 and 2016, he made innumerable visits to Noida Authority and builders.
दोनों फ्लैट थे मेरे, एक एपेक्स में और एक सीएनए में. उन दोनों का ही मुझे रिफंड मिल चुका है सुप्रीम कोर्ट की कृपा से, और ये मुझे 2016 में रिफंड मिल गया था। बहुत सारी बड़ी जिद्दोजहद और केस फाइल करने के बाद और लड़ाई झगड़े करने के बाद मुझे ये मिला।
For hundreds of buyers, their dream home has become a bitter nightmare. The least the government can do now is ensure that they get their rightful compensation and the officials behind the fiasco are punished. Bureau Report, India Today.
Such massive scale demolitions do not happen every day, so there is a lot of apprehension. There's a lot of worry amongst the residents and the nearby societies as well. Here's a set of do's and don'ts by my colleague Paulami Saha.
Now, if you're any of the residents who's living in the vicinity of the Twin Towers as they're demolished, here are some do's and don'ts that you need to keep in mind. Do's: shut doors and windows tightly. That's going to be critical. Don'ts: avoid opening windows and doors. There's going to be a lot of debris and dust. Do's: clean surfaces with a wet mop or a vacuum. Don'ts: cleaning or dusting with dry cloth. That's completely avoidable. Don't do that. That's not going to be advisable at all. Do's: clean surfaces several times daily. Don'ts: in fact, drink or eat without washing your hands and face. Not advisable at all. Do's: wash linen and curtains after the demolition. Don'ts: avoid nail biting and outside food for some time. That will be advisable. Do's: wash hands before eating and drinking. Don'ts: avoid running or walking in your area for some time until it is in fact advisable to do so. Do's: wash faces before eating and drinking. That's going to be extremely critical. Maintain that. Do's also: wear masks and eyeglasses. Going to be extremely safe for you. Do's: switch on ACs to avoid dust. That's going to be advisable for you to do. Do's also: clean your AC filter before and after the demolition, because there's going to be a lot of dust. And also very, very critically at the end, do's: stay hydrated.
As the countdown for the biggest demolition heats up, balconies of high-rises around Supertech Twin Towers turn into VIP galleries. People throng to Noida Sector 93 in search of a good vantage point to view the demolition live. Here's a complete report.
India is all set to watch the most highly anticipated demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. There is high excitement among residents living in nearby locations. The balconies of high-rises around the Supertech Twin Towers have turned into VIP galleries. Several societies around Noida Sector 93A, which have a vantage point, have been booked by relatives and guests who want to witness the moment.
For the residents of Noida, it will be a full matinee show tomorrow. The balconies of those buildings which are close by, those buildings which give you a clear view of the Twin Towers, all of them have been booked. Relatives of people who stay in the building which are very close by, all of them have already booked their spaces because all they want to see is the demolition of the Twin Towers right there.
In some houses, entire families are gathering at 2:30 p.m. to experience the once-in-a-lifetime event. Friends and relatives are also keen to join them, though traffic restrictions may bust their plans. Meanwhile, people living in the sectors near the towers pray that the demolition process goes without a hitch and everyone is safe.
लगता है कि ब्रीदिंग प्रॉब्लम्स होगी, बहुत ज़्यादा डस्ट आएगा. मोस्टली जो एस्थमेटिक पेशेंट हैं या जिनको क्रॉनिक ब्रोंकाइटिस है, उनको प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है. इसलिए हमने बचाव के लिए काफ़ी कवर किया है, बट डस्ट की प्रॉब्लम तो हो सकती है.
Residents are ready to raise a toast to the victory of residents who fought a long legal battle against the illegally built Twin Towers. With Nabila Jamal, Aishwarya Paliwal in Noida, Bureau Report for India Today.
And the biggest question is, what are the possible threats in the nearby societies? Here is my colleague Paulami Saha walking you through the details. Take a look.
There is, of course, the obvious threat to nearby high-rises as the Twin Towers are brought down. Which are these high-rises? There is, of course, the Emerald Court and its Aster 2 Tower, which is 9 meters from the Twin Towers that will be demolished. Then there is ATS Green Village, which is another society, 35 meters from the Twin Towers.
All right, that's the countdown to the demolition, and we're bringing you the latest as far as India's biggest demolition is concerned. Twin Towers will now be into dust in just moments from now. The countdown has truly begun. 2:30 is the time when this is going to happen. The clock is ticking. The evacuation is complete. The roads are blocked. You can see on your screens, and also what you can see on your screens is that security is beefed up at this point. We're also getting you all the do's and don'ts, so stay with us here on India Today for all the angles that we have covered in just about moments from now. We'll be back with this rolling coverage on India Today. Stay with us.
Pour les entrepôts de préparation de commandes, donc typiquement un de nos clients est Cdiscount. Si vous passez une commande chez Cdiscount, avant c'est des gens qui dans un entrepôt essayaient de retrouver le téléphone et la coque de téléphone que vous aviez commandé, qui pouvaient faire jusqu'à 15 km par jour dans des entrepôts immenses.
mother of all demolitions. Noida Twin Towers to dust. Nation's eyes riveted to this. We have eyes at vantage point. Ultra high-tech slow-mo cameras. 360-degree view of the demolition. Biggest team of reporters, every angle. Exclusive look, only on India Today.
You're watching India Today's continued coverage. I'm Nabila Jamal, right here from the spot, JP Flyover, which has the closest view to the Supertech Twin Towers. A 40-story building that will go down in just about 9 seconds. A spectacle indeed for the country to watch, and perhaps would grab headlines across the world, because a structure of this nature, a 40-story building to be brought down using 3,700 kgs of explosives, despite it being in close vicinity to all the high-rises here, is something that of course, the country as well as people in Noida, the local residents, are very keenly watching. India Today keeping our spotlight on this, a continued coverage with our reporters at every nook and corner, giving us multiple angles and possibly the best view to this Twin Tower demolition. I'm going to take you through all of those details, and I stand very, very close to these Twin Towers right here in Noida. First, the headlines. Less than 3.5 hours to go for the biggest demolition drive. Heavy police deployment in and around the demolition site. Rescue teams conduct last-minute surveillance. All 5,000 odd residents evacuated from nearby societies. Cooking gas, electricity supply has been cut off right before the demolition taking place. And clincher video of last moments of Sonali Phogat. Sonali made to guzzle down a spiked drink. 5 seconds that revealed what really killed Sonali, only here on India Today. And Prime Minister Modi, on a 2-day visit to Gujarat, inaugurates Atal Bridge on Sabarmati to lay a foundation stone of many other developmental projects today. And India Today will take on arch rivals Pakistan to start the campaign in Asia Cup 2022. Both teams are part of the Group A along with Hong Kong.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You know, the Twin Towers here is a saga of dreams that is now going to come down to rubble. That's what we see here, these two massive towers, a 40-story building with a height of almost 103 meters, which is possibly the tallest, even much taller than the Qutub Minar, which will now turn to rubble in just about 3 hours' time. So at this point, on your screens here, what we see is the Supertech Twin Towers, what was promised. A modern, swanky high-rise with ultra-modern facilities. And also on your screens here, what we see is what this dream is really about to happen in just about 3 hours' time. It will be just moments away before this entire establishment, worth about 1,200 crores, will be brought down to dust. All right, let me quickly cut across to India Today's Shiv Arur as well, joining us from one of the most vivid vantage points, bringing us a view that possibly anyone can see in Noida. Shiv, over to you. From where you are standing, we see that the Twin Towers is so visible. There's absolutely no obstruction there for you. In just about 3.5 hours' time, these Twin Towers will be brought down to dust. It is a controlled implosion, which will be done by super efficient professionals, as as much as people may have apprehensions of if at all something could go wrong, the engineers here who are right now at the Twin Towers at this point have rest assured that this has been done with meticulous planning. So nothing to worry, nothing to panic.
Absolutely, Nabila. Only 2.5 hours to go. This is well and literally the final stretch before the Twin Towers, the Supertech Twin Towers, come crashing down. There is every hope that in the hands of some of the finest demolition professionals in the world, everything is going to go as planned and there will be nothing to worry about. Hopefully, 2.5 hours and we will know. Just wanted to say that as we build up to what is most definitely going to be a spectacle, and as always, India Today has the finest vantage point for our viewers for any big story in the country. Let's also remember, Nabila, that what stands behind me is a spectacle of shame. It's a spectacle of corruption. It's a spectacle of suffering. It's a spectacle of collusion between Noida authorities and the real estate mafia, including Supertech. So let's make no mistake that today is not a day for celebration. There may be spectacle because technically it's going to be a wow moment, an astonishing moment to see India's biggest demolition so far of a building of this kind. But let's never forget the dirt, the corrupt, the people who've suffered, all of them in the shadow of these two Twin Towers. And the fact that, so much inconvenience, so much money has had to be spent to bring down these towers is going to be testament and a warning signal to real estate mafias, collusive builders, corrupt Noida authority officials, the Samajwadi Party and many others, from the past in the wake of these buildings that we will be tracking very, very closely. In a moment from now, we'll be naming and shaming, the only channel to name and shame the specific officers, the specific officials who've been responsible for what you're going to see here, viewer, in just 2.5 hours from now. When those Twin Towers come crashing down at a cost of hundreds of crores of rupees, the fact is not only is it a colossal waste in a poor country like this, but it is also an indication of what certain administrators, what certain officials, what certain bureaucrats, what certain real estate mafia have made possible. This is money that could have been spent for housing of the poor. This is money that could have been spent in something else entirely. But it is having to be spent to bring down a total of 62 stories combined in those two towers that will come crashing down in just 2.5 hours from now. Nabila, the latest that we have, of course, is that the explosives have all been primed, the detonators have all been readied, and everything is now on course for that final act of pulling the trigger 2.5 hours from now, Nabila.
Absolutely, Shiv. I'm going to take our viewers through some of the preparedness or the developments here in the last 24 hours, only to ensure that this is a smooth affair. Cutting across to the top developments tracking right here on India Today. To start with, the demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers will leave behind close to 80,000 tons of debris. Noida's chief executive officer has said that at least 50,000 tons of debris will be left on the site and at least 30,000 tons will be transported to a construction and demolition management plant at Sector 80 for its scientific disposal. Remember, the debris, as per experts, they claim that this will be used as manure as well. So in a way, they're going to try and make some kind of use of this debris of tons, at least 30,000 tons of debris. Now, cutting across to all of the residents of Noida 93A. All residents from two adjoining societies have been evacuated. In fact, private guards now are right now still, they remain on site just to ensure that any last person or a pet for that matter that has been left behind will be cleared out before 1 p.m. So even those security guards will be moved out. 1 p.m. is the last time given. Cooking gas and power supply has also been disconnected in two of the adjoining societies to ensure a smooth evacuation and then subsequently a smooth demolition. And then let's talk about the security, the kind of security blanket that's security blanket that's been imposed across Noida, Sector 93A. Security has been beefed up here with around 560 police personnel, 4 quick response teams and NDRF teams that have already been deployed, and traffic as well. That's traffic experts now who've completely diverted the routes and ensured that people don't wade into this area, even by mistake, when the demolition is happening, because the dust and the particles, one can be sure, could cause hindrance to those commuters, at least briefly. It's not going to be as bad, but at least for that brief half an hour, it could be chaotic. Now cutting across to the Noida Greater Noida Expressway, which is close to the Twin Towers. It will remain shut for vehicular movement from at least 2:15 p.m. to 2:45 p.m. So 15 minutes before the demolition and 15 minutes after the demolition, the expressway of Noida, Noida Greater Noida Expressway, will be completely shut. Entry of people, vehicles, animals, all restricted. That's anything in close proximity with the Supertech Twin Towers. Now and then we have the Noida authorities, especially asking residents of nearby Parshwath Prestige and the Parshnath Shrishti societies, the village Geha, and other sectors of 93, 93A, 93B and 92 to wear face masks after 2:30 p.m. to avoid any kind of grave health issues, because we know that the smoke, the dust, the particles will be in the air at least for a little while, and until it settles, it's certainly hazardous to move around the area without a proper N95 face mask. All right, here's a big breaking news that we're currently tracking. There's politics that's erupted over the Twin Tower demolition. Politics has erupted over Akhilesh Yadav granting this project, allowing for Noida authorities to grant permissions to develop a twin tower of this size. 100 meters, 103 meters in altitude is one of the towers, and 93 is the other. Super tall towers, and BJP now hitting out at Akhilesh government over the demolition drive. Kapil Mishra has said, one who built towers not punished. Let's cut across. BJP's Kapil Mishra speaking. All right. I'm cutting across to Shreya Chatterjee, in fact, bringing us some insight into the politics that's erupted over the Twin Tower demolition. Shreya, over to you. BJP now taking this up politically and slamming the SP government, Akhilesh Yadav government, of joining builders or in cahoot with the builders and the Noida authorities to allow for illegal construction to take place. And now at a whopping cost of 20 crores, this building is going to be brought down. One only knows the kind of losses, apart from that, the builders would face.
Well, exactly so, Nabila. You know, the reason we're seeing that the BJP right now attacking the Samajwadi Party about the demolition of the Twin Towers is just behind me is because when the sanction and the entire planning of the Twin Tower happened, the SP government was in power. Now they say that not just this Samajwadi Party, even the authorities and the officials of the Noida Development Authority, they were in cahoots with these political bosses, and there were favors that were given, in turn of which we saw that there were levels of rules that were flouted when these two Twin Towers were actually, which came to be built. And now, just to demolish this following the Supreme Court order, as you rightly mentioned, 20 crore rupees will be used, and that is somewhere down the line a waste of money, is what many are saying. And that's the reason we see that there's a political war that's now erupted, and this was pretty obvious on the line of the fact that the BJP would indeed attack the Samajwadi Party. This was something which was expected, and that's exactly what is happening right now. And you can also see the movement that's happening on the ground just prior to the demolition. You know, last minute, all the people who have been part of the entire planning and preparation, they are taking a last minute recce of the location. There have been hydraulic airlift ladders that's been put on place, water sprinklers. So on one side we see a political war erupt, on one side we see a teamwork that has gone behind the planning and finally the execution of the Twin Towers at that was on the part that's going to be conducted after that Supreme Court order.
Sir. Thank you. All right, the D-Day for demolition is here. About 3 hours' time when the Twin Towers will be brought down in 9 seconds. So all eyes, of course, are on this demolition drive. And in fact, we know that this is unparalleled. There is nothing of this nature that has happened in the country so far when it comes to the size and magnitude of it. A similar exercise that took place in Kochi, Kerala, but much smaller building. Barely 215 kgs of explosives that were used for that building. There were about 91 apartments. But cut to this, we're looking at the building itself, the size about 103 meters and 3,700 kgs of explosives that have been used to bring it down. So lives of nearly at least 7,000 residents of two neighboring societies of Emerald Court and ATS Village all put on hold. And evacuation that began early this morning, 7 a.m., has been carried out successfully. At least a good 5,000 people have been moved out from all the neighboring localities. In the buildings in the neighborhood, all of them vacant now, only to avoid any kind of untoward incident. You don't want any kind of injury, so people have been moved out. All residents from the two adjoining societies evacuated. 1 p.m. is the last time, even for the security guards locally, to be moved out. And cooking gas, power supply disconnected in the two adjoining societies. Evacuation of residents of both the Emerald Court and the ATS Village it was slightly delayed, but it's now successfully over. Let me cut across to Paulami Saha, bringing us a quick glimpse in a capsule on how this demolition drive or this demolition of the two towers here is going to be taking place in a nutshell. Let's take a look. Paulami decodes it for us.
Now here's the Twin Towers demolition decoded for you. It's the Apex Tower and the Kayan Tower which will be brought down, charged with 3,500 kilograms of explosive. 9,000 holes have been drilled, filled with these explosives. The towers are to implode upon detonation. That's how it's going to happen. Waterfall-like inward collapse is basically the strategy that will in fact take place.
आपने देखा होगा कि सुबह 7 बजे से हमारे जो जितने भी डाइवर्जन स्कीम है या फिर बैटरी ड्यूटी है वो एक्टिवेट हो गई है और 2 दिन पहले से भी हम लोग विभिन्न सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से इसको लोगों को शेयर कर रहे थे। वो पूरी तरह प्लान के मुताबिक चल रहा है। जहाँ तक कंटीजेंसी की बात है तो एक कंटीजेंसी की ये संभावना है कि कहीं अंदर से कोई इमरजेंसी आती है और व्हीकल को नियरेस्ट हॉस्पिटल पे या फिर कहीं और शिफ्ट करना होता है तो कौन सा रूट होगा, वो रूट पूरी तरह तय कर लिया गया है। मतलब ब्लास्ट का समय है उससे 15 मिनट पहले हम इसको बंद करेंगे। बंद करने से पहले डाइवर्जन लागू करेंगे, सोशल मीडिया में ट्विटर के माध्यम से अपडेट करेंगे।
डिमोलिशन के बाद जो धूल उड़ेगी, जो एक एप्रीहेंशन है कि किस लेवल तक जाएगी, कितना वॉल्यूम होगा, उसका एग्जैक्ट साइंटिफिक कोई डेटा तो मेरे पास नहीं है, बट जो भी कंडीशन होगी उसमें मैक्सिमम यहाँ पे एरिया में स्वीपिंग, हाउसकीपिंग, क्लीनिंग, वॉशिंग, इसका जो है रिगरस प्रोग्राम नोएडा प्राधिकरण द्वारा बना लिया गया है और कोलिब्रेशन के साथ हम लोग मौजूद रह के कोशिश होगी कि न्यूनतम समय में इस पूरे एरिया को दोबारा से वैसे रिस्टोर करने की कोशिश रहे।
जो यहाँ के नज़दीक के जो 4 टावर हैं उनको ही सबसे ज़्यादा खतरा है, तो उसके लिए जो एडिफाइस इंजीनियरिंग और जेट डेमोलिशन की टीम ने काम किया है, उन्होंने इस तरीके से ब्लास्ट को डिज़ाइन किया है कि जो ये टावर्स हैं ये थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट साइड की तरफ टिल्ट होंगे और इधर रोड की तरफ गिर जाएंगे। दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि टावर्स को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए जियो टेक्सटाइल फैब्रिक का यूज़ किया गया है और जहाँ भी एक्सप्लोसिव्स लगे हुए हैं वहाँ पर लोहे की मैश और उसके फर्दर रैपिंग की गई है, तो जिससे कि कोई भी प्रोजेक्टाइल बाहर की तरफ उड़ता हुआ ना आए। बाकी ये है कि संभावनाएं हर जगह होती हैं, लेकिन हम काफ़ी आश्वस्त हैं कि इसमें कोई जैसा प्लान है हमारा वो एज इज़ वैसे ही डिमोलिश होगी ये बिल्डिंग।
You know, at this point, even as we're super excited to see something as, spectacular of this nature, we also know and we're very well aware that this is an illegally constructed building. So residents here are quite worried about the damage to their own property for the crores of investment they've made, within their property, which is just about aligned with the Supertech Twin Towers. It's about legit that they have concerns on how to go about this entire drive, right? RWAs have advised them to move out all their belongings, but at the end of it, they still have most of it it's still at their home, locked up, maybe wrapped at max that they can do. Let me cut across to Abhishek Anand, who's speaking to some of those local residents in the nearby vicinity. Let's have a listen what they have to say.
Can you repeat your question, please?
What do we see there? What are the sentiments of the locals?
Well, Nabila, I am in Panchnath Prestige Society. This is the community hall, and you can see all the residents of Emerald Court are here. RWA members and all the residents are here. The community halls of two societies have been booked for the residents. All are waiting here for the demolition of the Twin Towers. After 4 p.m. today, they will be allowed to go. And I have found a very interesting person here, Nabila. People are rejoicing, the neighborhood people are rejoicing, but one person is sad because she had a flat inside Twin Towers. Ekta is here. Ekta ji, क्या हुआ आपका फ्लैट था ट्विन टावर में? यहाँ एक आप ही है जो सबसे ज्यादा दुखी दिख रही हैं।
क्योंकि मेरा घर कहीं ना कहीं देखिए उम्मीद तो आती कि ना इसमें हमारा घर है। अगर पैसे मिल जाते तो हम कहीं और से जब पैसा भी नहीं मिला तो हम तो दोनों तरफ से मारे गए। लड़ाई अच्छी थी, लड़ाई में कोई कमी नहीं थी, पर हम जैसे लोगों का क्या जमीन पर किससे रहे? हम तो भूलने मिल गए ना। और ऐसे डिफॉल्टर और बन गए।
बैंक से डिफॉल्टर
है क्योंकि हम लोन नहीं चुका पाए। हम कितने साल तक 30,000 करते हो किसके लिए बनते? अगर बैंक अब हमसे मांग भी रहा है ब्याज या वो हमें डिफॉल्टर किसके लिए कर रहा है? जो चीज है ही नहीं, इसलिए हम लोन भर के रुक गए। तो हमारे वकील ने हमको सही बोला कि अब मत दीजिए, लेकिन ना देने के बाद अब इतने बचे कि बैंक कभी भी फोन करके कहते हैं आइए मीटिंग करनी है, पैसा चुकाना है। तो किस जगह का पैसा चुकाना है ये तो पता चले। तो आम आदमी तो हर तरह मजबूर है। आपके जरिए हमारी आवाज कहीं ऊपर पहुंचे और हमारा कुछ हो, तो हम तो यही चाहेंगे। शायद ये आखिरी मौका मिला है, शायद ये आखिरी पार्क है जो ट्विन टावर गिरने से शायद पूरी हो जाए कि हमारा पैसा हमको मिले।
So this is the other side of the story. This is really sad that these people will not get their flat and they will see the entire building getting demolished. Their dream home inside the Twin Tower will be turned into rubble. Nabila.
ठीक है, लोवीना ATS, ओके यार ले लो।
For Resident Welfare Association of Emerald Court to fight this case. What began as a pure legal case, and at that time...
All right, let me quickly cut across to a resident from ATS Village. ATS Village is possibly the most affected. It's as close as it could get to the Supertech Twin Towers. Lavina joining me, a resident from ATS Village. Lavina, you know, as much as we know that the professionals, the edifice, the company carrying out this demolition have assured people not to panic. They've sort of given guidelines on how to, you know, safeguard your home, you know, pack it, wrap it, seal all the windows so that dust does not enter. Is there any apprehension that you want to put before us right here on India Today?
Definitely, in spite of all that wrapping, packing that's been happening for the last 48 hours, there's a lot of inhibition. I'm really scared about the dust storm that's going to come up. And I've heard that there is going to be asbestos, lead, silica in all of that debris. And the debris is going to take about 3 months to, you know, leave us in peace. So I really don't know what's in store for all of us. When will I get an opportunity to go back for a run or a walk in my garden? I don't know.
No, when you say that it's going to take 3 months to clear out, is it going to be hindering your walkway? Will your walkways be blocked off? And has your RWA said that you cannot walk in the vicinity for a while until the debris is cleared out?
Not as of now. There is no update from the RWA. But if there is pollution, there is dust, I'm sure that, you know, it's not safe. It's not safe to go for a walk or a run. I'm sure my normal routine life will get disrupted.
Yes, you're sounding optimistic.
Right. You know, I'm going to quickly cut across to Chandrasekhar Prabhu as well. Chandrasekhar, your take on the Supertech Twin Towers going down in just about 3 hours' time. Not even 3 hours, barely 2.5 hours. We're going to see quite a momentous demolition, if I could say the least. The controlled implosion is going to ensure that the towers melt down in 9 seconds. But just if, what if there's an untoward incident? That's the apprehension that residents have. And it's fair because there are close to 5,000 locals, residents who live in the vicinity of the Supertech Twin Towers. How would you look at this demolition?
It's very simple. There is enough evidence and technology that is available, and this has been done in different parts of the world. Whenever a building of this magnitude needs to be demolished, the technology is very clear. If you follow certain norms that are laid down as to how this is to be done, I don't see any reason why there should be any problem in the demolition at all. And here specifically they seem to have taken adequate care to ensure that the the inconvenience to the neighborhood is kept to the minimum, which is the correct thing to do. And it is just a matter of a few seconds, and then I don't know what kind of control on the dust and things which may flow a bit, but if a building of this kind of magnitude has to be demolished, then it has to be done in this way. And I believe they have ticked all the boxes before doing it, and they are not leaving anything to chances, and I think everything will go as planned.
Unusually windy today also, sir. We have been speaking to the blasters, particularly those who are involved in it. They get a sense that because of the wind, things, those dust particles and the spread of the dust will increase. So what is that assessment related
Well, our coverage continues here on India Today. Just 2 hours to go for that big, spectacular demolition of shame. And we're specifically calling it the demolition of shame because we never want any of our viewers to forget that there is a huge amount of shame and corruption that comes crashing down when those towers go down at 2:30 p.m. Brigadier Vinod Datta is with us live on this. Brigadier, welcome to our coverage. Lots of anxiety, a lot of tension, being seen in this enterprise, this demolition that's taking place. Nothing of this scale has been done so far in India. Something of a similar scale happened in Kochi a couple of years ago. What are your thoughts today, sir? 2 hours to go for this demolition.
There are, very good preparations which have gone about. I'm quite happy that the deliberations which have been done with the district administration in Noida and with various agencies and the experts who have been consulted, the arrangements are far, from, what was people expecting. Now, there are a couple of measures or the precautions which we must take. The authorities have already taken. The electricity has been cut off because the kind of bristles, like if you see in a normal construction site where you have a large blast, you use a TNT of say about 30 pounds. So the Richter scale versus the TNT impact is going to be quite high, and it is going to be concentrated. But the kind of technology which we have, the residents have to be, totally free from any worries, because the baffle walls have been created, the baffle meshes have been created. So the only impact which I visualize is going to be the Brisson's effect, where some of the window panes and all may get impacted. But that is
Absolutely.
people have been. Yeah, the people have been they have been informed and people should be prepared for these kind of things. But this is nothing, I mean, as compared to the technology.
No, Brigadier, you're absolutely right. The preparations have been made, but you know, one also wonders whether preparations are enough considering the scale of this demolition that's taking place, and that's the reason why all anxieties, all apprehensions are towards the aftermath of the demolition. We've been able to collect some information to put all of our viewers, people watching, people who live in this area as well, you know, some information about preparations for the aftermath, because we're right now exactly 2 hours out from the demolition. 2:30 p.m. is when the buildings will come crashing down. The authorities are bracing themselves for the of what happens at 2:30 p.m. The eye-popping event will leave behind a whopping 55,000 tons of debris, even as some estimates put the figure at about 80,000 tons. The debris could take an estimated 3 months to be cleared and disposed of. So it's going to be a situation that doesn't simply end with the demolition. There's going to be a huge environmental situation that needs to be taken care of. Noida authorities have assured that all arrangements have been made to clear the dust from the demolition of shame. Sanitation workers, mechanical sweeping machines, water sprinklers have been deployed at the site already. Experts say that the demolition is likely to increase particulate matter, that's PM10, in and around the site, which can lead to allergic reactions in the healthy and aggravate symptoms in those who have respiratory diseases like asthma, including those who've just recovered from COVID-19. A health advisory has been issued in the district. Residents have been asked to, take all precautions as far as possible, wear N95 masks for at least a few days after the demolition is complete. People have been advised to wear.
A demolition like this, or rather an explosion happening in open air, is much safer than, say, underground mines, because everything which is coming out of that gets dissipated by the in the ambient air, so decreasing the harmful effects of the same. The only risk which has been reported is that occasionally underground channels like drains or something may become the trap for these gases and sometimes even get transmitted further on.
This is the final stretch, viewer, the final stretch before the demolition. Those two towers will come crashing down at 2:30 p.m. on the dot. It can't be a little bit this way or that way. There's very little margin for error, because remember, there is an entire symphony of actions that are being taken place around the buildings as well as in the general neighborhood. Traffic has been stopped, etc. But what do people who live here need to do? What are the do's and don'ts, especially those who live very close to the Supertech Twin Towers? Take a look at this. Very, very important. Listen carefully to this.
Now, if you're any of the residents who's living in the vicinity of the Twin Towers as they're demolished, here are some do's and don'ts that you need to keep in mind. Do's: shut doors and windows tightly. That's going to be critical. Don'ts: avoid opening windows and doors. There's going to be a lot of debris and dust. Do's: clean surfaces with a wet mop or a vacuum. Don'ts: cleaning or dusting with dry cloth. That's completely avoidable. Don't do that. That's not going to be advisable at all. Do's: clean surfaces several times daily. Don'ts: in fact, drink or eat without washing your hands and face. Not advisable at all. Do's: wash linen and curtains after the demolition. Don'ts: avoid nail biting and outside food for some time. That will be advisable. Do's: wash hands before eating and drinking. Don'ts: avoid running or walking in your area for some time until it is in fact advisable to do so. Do's: wash faces before eating and drinking. That's going to be extremely critical. Maintain that. Do's also: wear masks and eyeglasses. Going to be extremely safe for you. Do's: switch on ACs to avoid dust. That's going to be advisable for you to do. Do's also: clean your AC filter before and after the demolition, because there's going to be a lot of dust. And also very, very critically at the end, do's: stay hydrated.
The last time a building anywhere close to the size of the Supertech Twin Towers was demolished in India was 2 years ago it was in Kochi. You may not remember it because it didn't really make many headlines, even though the images went viral. That was a successful demolition, and it was the same company that executed that demolition, which is why a lot of people tracking the story are very, very reassured and hoping that the demolition of the Twin Towers here in Noida will go the same way. Here's a comparison of what this is hoped to be like and the demolition of those 4 buildings in Kochi 2 years ago.
In 2019, 4 high-rise buildings in Ernakulam, Kerala were demolished as they were in violation of the Coastal Regulation Zone rules. Four apartment complexes in Maradu were razed down 2 years ago on 12th of January. H2O Holy Faith, Alpha Serene, Jain's Coral Cove and Golden Kavaloram were demolished by an implosion in just about 12 seconds, over 2,500 kilometers away, and 3 years later, the same fate awaits Noida's Supertech Twin Towers. While a similar implosion technique will be used for Noida too, here's how this demolition will be the biggest ever in India. There were 4 apartment complexes in Kochi. In Noida, there are 2 towers. There were maximum 16 floors in the luxury high-rises in Kerala. In Noida, the 2 towers have 32 and 30 floors. In Kochi, about 122 flats were demolished. That number could go up to 1,000 for Noida. The Maradu flats were over 65 meters high. The Supertech towers stand at over 100 meters. And while 1,800 kilograms of explosives were used to bring down the Maradu complexes, it will take 3,500 kilograms of explosives to demolish the Noida towers. In Kochi, the buildings were reduced to dust in 12 seconds. The Supertech towers will be gone in just 9 seconds. This was probably the first time that India witnessed a demolition of a residential high-rise buildings. But around the world, controlled explosions have been used to demolish buildings. One of the most famous Seattle building ever, the Kingdom, was brought down in March 2000. Built in 1976, it was the largest building ever demolished by an implosion at the time, with a volume of nearly 700,000 cubic feet. At 381 feet tall, the 1972 built AFE tower became the tallest building to ever be demolished using explosives when it came down in Frankfurt, Germany in 2014. The 50,000-ton skyscraper in the heart of the city attracted over 10,000 onlookers on the explosion day. And a wall up to 20 feet high ran around the site to help stop any potential flying debris. 2 miles worth of concrete blew up in unison in 2013. Built in 1997, the viaduct in the Chinese city of Wuhan needed a precision blast to end its 15-year life. Wires carrying 100,000 volts ran alongside the bridge and a gas pipeline underneath it to trigger the explosives in a sequence. Come August 28, India's national capital region will witness something as explosive and dramatic. Bureau Report, India Today.
The spectacle of shame is less than 2 hours away now, 2:30 p.m. It's been locked, the explosives are all primed, the cords are all inspected, everything is ready. The weather totally proving that nothing is going to go this way or that way as far as the sun is concerned. There doesn't appear to be any cloud or rain in sight. So 2:30 p.m. is going to be when the Supertech Twin Towers come crashing down. Fingers crossed that everything goes well. Live coverage continues after this very short break. We're going to take you closer to the Twin Towers than ever before to show you those final preparations. The only channel that's gotten access with our officials on the ground. Stay with us.
I'm the early bird who gets the news. The fresh morning air is my energizer. With me around, there are no dwindled dawns. Only bright, action-packed mornings. Rise and shine with me every single day, and you'll never hit that snooze button.
Good morning, India. Why wake up any other way when you can witness magic every single day? Watch First Up with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today TV.
John Abraham's first look from Pathaan is out. Shah Rukh Khan took to social media to share the same. He wrote, and we quote, "He's tough and plays it rough," presenting John Abraham in Pathaan. Hashtag 5 months to Pathaan. Earlier, the superstar had also dropped his first look from the film. It also coincided with 30 years of SRK in Bollywood, and he captioned it as 30 years and not counting, because your love and smiles have been infinite. Here's to continuing with Pathaan. SRK also had shared Deepika's look from this Siddharth Anand directorial on his social media. That's not all, the action thriller will also feature Salman Khan in a special appearance. As far as his other projects are concerned, he has Atleast Jawan with Nayanthara in his kitty. In fact, he was recently spotted in Chennai with Deepika Padukone, who is likely to do a cameo in the film.
Wow, sir. कमाल है सर मेरे लिए
इसीलिए रोका गया है, लेकिन वो ना चले उसको रोक दिया जाए, इसकी तैयारी भी यहाँ से मॉनिटरिंग जो हो रही है वो हम आपको एक्सक्लूसिव आज तक पर दिखा रहे थे। सबसे पहले आज तक उस रूम में पहुंचा, उस जगह पर पहुंचा जहाँ पर मॉनिटरिंग चल रही थी, उस जगह से लाइव तस्वीरें जो है हमने आपको दिखाई। थोड़ा साइड बिल्कुल चित्रा, तो ये तस्वीर हमने आपको दिखाई सिर्फ और सिर्फ आज तक पर। सबसे पहले ये तस्वीर आपने देखी।
अर्पिता आर्या हमारी संवाददाता जानकारी देते हुए अपने आप में बहुत सारे सवाल यहाँ पर खड़े हो गए हैं। अलग अलग तस्वीरों के जरिए आप समझ सकते हैं कि इस वक्त स्थिति कैसी बनी हुई है, क्योंकि नोएडा अथॉरिटी और प्रशासन के सामने भी बड़ी चुनौती है। ये जो आप कंट्रोल ब्लास्ट करने जा रहे हैं, अगर एक छोटी सी चूक होती है तो फिर उसका अंजाम बुरा हो सकता है। इसी वजह से पूरी की पूरी भारी भरकम टीम इसको लगाने में, इसको ठीक तरीके से अंजाम पहुंचाने में इस वक्त लगी हुई है। बड़ी कवरेज आज तक पर जारी रहेगी, लेकिन सबसे बड़ा सवाल नोएडा अथॉरिटी के कुछ कारनामे और कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट भी मैंने निकालकर यहाँ पर रखे हुए अपने पास, जो दर्शकों के लिए जानना बेहद जरूरी है।
All right, big breaking news that we're currently tracking. Supertech Twin Tower builders have now come up with a formal statement. I'm going to read that out for you. Even as the world is watching the Twin Towers that will be demolished in barely 2 hours' time, here's the Supertech Twin Tower builders statement. The Twin Towers built by Supertech, part of the Emerald project, they've given out a formal statement. I'm going to read that out for you, and I quote: "The Twin Towers, Apex and Kayan in Noida are a part of the Emerald Court project 93A, constructed on land allotted by the Noida Authority. The building plans of the project, including the 2 towers, were approved by the Noida Authority in 2009, which was strictly in accordance with the then prevailing building bylaws announced by the state government." Remember, I'm reading out the statement issued by Supertech right ahead of the demolition that will take place in barely 2 hours' time. Supertech builders now saying that there was no deviation from the building plan. There was no deviation made from the building plan, and building was constructed after making full payment to the authority. However, the Honorable Supreme Court has not found the construction satisfactory on technical grounds and accordingly have issued orders to demolish the 2 towers. I'm reading out the statement, the formal statement that's been given by the Supertech Twin Tower builders. They are now coming out to say that they were not in violation of the building bylaws and the building plan. Let me quickly cut across to the reaction coming in on the same.
सेंटर है, यहाँ से ये जो पूरा एक्सक्लूजन जोन है, इसके ऊपर पूरी तरह से हमारा सीसीटीवी सर्विलांस है, उसका कंट्रोल रूम है। यहाँ पर ट्रैफिक की जो मॉनिटरिंग है वो पूरा यहाँ से मॉनिटर किया जा रहा है। इंसिडेंट कमांडर उसको मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं, और इसके साथ जितना भी हमारा कम्युनिकेशन सेटअप है, जो पैरेलल कम्युनिकेशन सेटअप है, जो वायरलेस का है, उसका पूरा लॉग यहाँ पे रखा जा रहा है, जिससे कि हम लोग पूरी तरह से एक्सक्लूजन जोन और उसके बाहर का जो ट्रैफिक वाला जो एरिया है, वो ट्रैफिक का क्या मूवमेंट है उसको देख रहे हैं। गूगल मैप के माध्यम से भी जो हमारा पेरिफेरल ट्रैफिक है उसको भी हम लोग देख रहे हैं। अभी तक सारी स्थिति सामान्य है, और ये जिस तरह से हमने इवेंट को प्लान किया है पूरा उसी के अनुसार चल रहा है। पूरी तरह से तैयार है, और काउंटडाउन की तरफ हम लोग बढ़ रहे हैं। थैंक यू।
You have police giving us the preparedness right ahead of the demolition, but I'm going to quickly cut across to the Supertech Twin Tower owners, the builders who have given out a formal statement. They've said, and I'm going to quote here, if I can take you through what Supertech Twin Tower builders have said in a statement ahead of the demolition. They say that we have awarded the work of demolition to a world-renowned agency, Edifice Engineering, who have expertise in carrying out safe demolition of high-rise buildings. We have completed and given delivery of more than 7,000 units to home buyers, are committed to giving delivery to remaining home buyers as per scheduled time frame. We assure all our home buyers that the order of the Honorable Supreme Court will not affect any other ongoing project, and all other projects will continue, and we are committed to complete construction and deliver the flats to the allottees as per scheduled time. This is a formal statement coming in from Supertech Twin Tower owners, the builders, who now say that they have not violated any building bylaws. They claim that the building plans of the project included 2 towers that were approved by the Noida Authority in 2009, which was strictly in accordance with the then prevailing building bylaws announced by the state government. This is what Supertech builders have said in their justification. They claim there was no deviation from the building plan and that was made, and that the building was indeed constructed after making full payment to authority. And then finally, the Supertech Twin Tower builders, they claim that the Supreme Court, the matter that has reached Supreme Court has observed that the construction wasn't in accordance to the laws, and therefore we comply with the Supreme Court as per what the ruling that they've given to demolish the Twin Towers. I'm going to cut across to Shiv Arur on the same. Shiv, a big statement coming out by the Supertech Twin Tower builders. They claim that they have had no deviation from any of the building bylaws. It was very much in accordance with the Noida authorities. But at the end of it, Supreme Court believes that we weren't in accordance with the law, and therefore we abide by their order of demolition.
Well, Supertech sounds pretty silly right now in this statement, Nabila, because the Supreme Court has observed that there was nefarious collusion between government officials in the Noida Authority and Supertech. So whatever Supertech says right now is redundant and irrelevant, because at the end of the day, in less than 2 hours from now, Supertech's Emerald Court Twin Towers are going to be demolished and they're going to come crashing down. Obviously, they're a corporate entity, so they need to issue that statement, but they cannot, they cannot sidestep their own role and their own blame in the shame and the spectacle that's going to be taking place behind me in just under 2 hours from now. But the more important point is where they've basically assured that none of their other ongoing projects will be affected as a result of this Supreme Court case, as well as what's happening at the Twin Towers at 2:30 p.m. is important, because let's remember there are innocent parties that are associated with Supertech as well. There are, lakhs of home buyers who either live in Supertech flats or are planning to buy Supertech flats. So obviously the company is looking to reassure home buyers that this was a one-off case and that this will not have any impact or any effect on, the other projects that they have, and there are several in the National Capital Region. But the fact that these buildings are going down, the fact that this case went from the Allahabad High Court all the way to the Supreme Court over a 9-year period, Nabila. Let's never forget, this entire spectacle of shame has taken 9 years.
Shiv, I'm going to put you on hold. I'm going to have to put you on hold. I'm cutting across to Aaj Tak's Arpita, giving us glimpses of the police security drill that's currently underway.
यहाँ ये पूरा मॉनिटरिंग रूम बनाया गया, आला अधिकारी जो हैं वो भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, वो तस्वीरें भी हम दिखा रहे हैं, और हम कोशिश करेंगे कि एक बार जो अधिकारी हैं उनसे बात भी कर पाएं, ताकि देखिए कुछ कह रहे हैं, उनसे भी बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं कि आखिरकार किस तरीके की तैयारी यहाँ पर है सुशांत। लेकिन कुल मिलाकर आप देखिए यहाँ पर जो ये पूरा इंतजाम किया गया है, पूरी सड़क हो या टावर हो, उस पर नजर रखी जा रही है।
देखिए अर्पिता, यहाँ पर 8 सीसीटीवी कैमरास जो है, जो ट्विन टावर उसके आसपास के एरिया में लगाए गए हैं। आप कैमरे चेक कर सकते हैं, 1 2 3 4 8 कैमरे जो हैं वो लगाए गए हैं। यहाँ पर पुलिसकर्मी तैनात हैं, ट्रैफिक पुलिस के भी अधिकारी हैं और नोएडा पुलिस के भी। पल पल की नजर जो है वो रखी जा रही है। अगर ट्रैफिक का कोई मूवमेंट हो रहा है, तुरंत वहाँ पर जो अधिकारी बैठे हैं, वहाँ पर जो टीआई बैठे हैं, उनको निर्देश जो है वो दिए जा रहे हैं कि आप
आइए पुलिस अधिकारी से भी बात करते हैं।
कमिश्नर हैं यहाँ पर, उनसे भी हम बातचीत करेंगे।
सर लाइव है आप अभी? सर अभी लाइव है आप?
क्या तैयारियां हैं सर इसको लेकर के हम जानना चाहते हैं।
This is a incident command center where we are monitoring the traffic, the exclusion zone, and all the wireless communications setup, so that this exclusion zone, as designed, is completely free of any kind of living organism. Thank you.
तैयारियां पूरी हैं सर?
पूरी है. We are heading towards the countdown now.
सर अगर कोई इंसिडेंट होता है तो उसकी पूरी निगरानी जो है
उसका पूरा we have a rescue operation plan which is in place. The fire brigades are in place, the ambulances are in place, the hospitals are on the standby, everything is in place. Thank you.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच। तो जैसा कि हम आपको तस्वीरों में देखिए दिखा रहे हैं, आला अधिकारी से हमने बात की, और आज तक में एक्सक्लूसिव आपने देखा कि मॉनिटरिंग सेंटर जो बनाया गया है, उस सेंटर से हम आपको तस्वीर दिखा रहे थे। ये सिर्फ आज तक पर आप तस्वीर देख रहे थे। अब हम जल्दी से नीचे उतरने की कोशिश करते हैं, और यहाँ पर हमने आला अधिकारी से भी बात की, किस तरीके की तैयारियां यहाँ पर हुई हैं वो भी हम आपको बता ही रहे हैं। और कुल मिलाकर ये तस्वीर सिर्फ और सिर्फ आपने आज तक पर देखी, जहाँ पर हम मॉनिटरिंग रूम में दाखिल हुए, और वहां पहुंचने के बाद हमने देखा कि 8 सीसीटीवी कैमरे जो हैं वो लगाए गए हैं, और उस सीसीटीवी की तरफ से नजर रखी जा रही है, चाहे वो सड़क हो उनमें, वो बिल्डिंग एरिया हो उसमें, और ये देखा जा रहा है कि कहीं पर भी कोई ट्रैफिक में कहीं कोई तो नहीं गुजर रहा, क्योंकि सबको मॉनिटर करना बहुत जरूरी है। जो ब्लास्ट होगा वो खतरनाक हो सकता है, धूल के कण, गुब्बार, ट्रैफिक इसीलिए रोका गया है, लेकिन वो ना चले, उसको रोक दिया जाए, इसकी तैयारी भी यहाँ से मॉनिटरिंग जो हो रही है वो हम आपको एक्सक्लूसिव आज तक पर दिखा रहे थे। सबसे पहले आज तक उस रूम में पहुंचा, उस जगह पर पहुंचा जहां पर मॉनिटरिंग चल रही थी। उस जगह से लाइव तस्वीरें जो है हमने आपको दिखाई दो साइड। बिल्कुल चित्रा, तो ये तस्वीरें हमने आपको दिखाई सिर्फ और सिर्फ आज तक पर। सबसे पहले ये तस्वीर आपने देखी।
All right, that was Arpita bringing us a security drill, and we know for sure all eyes are on the Supertech Twin Towers. In fact, as the hour passes, suspense and curiosity only building up. Of course, we right here on India Today bringing you the most vivid visuals right from the best vantage point that we are at. Our team across the length and breadth of Noida, Sector 93A. Slip into a short break. We'll be right back with more. Stay with us.
Amid the Russia-Ukraine crisis, Europe saw the world's biggest rise in arms imports in the past 5 years, a trend set to accelerate following recent rearmament commitments. How are arms traded across the world, and what is this industry's worth? International trade in conventional weapons is worth an estimated 100 billion USD annually. The industry's products range from light weapons to warships and military defense systems. Nearly 40% of arms exports originate in the United States, but Russia, France, China, and Germany are also major suppliers. Europe shows the strongest growth in trade, 19%, a trend that should consolidate with the new Russian threats. Widely accessible weapons cause suffering and destruction. A global treaty aimed at reducing the irresponsible transfer of conventional weapons came into force in December 2014. Its strict criteria controlling sales aims to ensure participating countries avoid breaking international embargoes and reduce the number of weapons used for genocide, war crimes, or terrorism. Many of the 130 signatory countries, including the US, have still not ratified the arms trade treaty, while Russia and China have not even signed it. The International Committee of the Red Cross says there is still a discrepancy between political commitments and the ease with which arms are transferred to actors who do not respect international law. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is the science of programming machines or computers to reproduce human processes like learning and decision making. Recent technological advances, for example, intelligent algorithms which decide autonomously what actions to take to achieve their objective, have seen AI take great strides forward, creeping steadily into our daily lives. Smartphones are getting smarter, cyber assistants can find information in the blink of an eye, and autonomous vehicles could soon increase road safety, potentially eliminating the risk of human error. AI offers the promise of a highly efficient world in which robots take care of our sick, stock our fridges, plan our holidays, and do hazardous jobs humans should not or will not do. Game playing is a crucial measure of AI progress, proving that a machine can execute certain intellectual tasks better than humans. Computer mastery of chess and more recently Go, the ultimate board game, have been hailed as moments in humanity's quest to create smart machines. In medicine, software can already diagnose illnesses, including some cancers, as efficiently as a real doctor. But the issue of how to adapt workforces to cope with this fourth industrial revolution has economists and policymakers scratching their heads. millions of jobs could be threatened as robots become capable of nearly everything humans do. There are concerns that if left unchecked, the development of superintelligence could pose a threat to humanity, with computers outsmarting and outmanipulating humans.
Mother of all demolitions. Noida Twin Towers to dust. Nation's eyes riveted to this. We have eyes at vantage point. Ultra high-tech slow-mo cameras. 360-degree view of the demolition. Biggest team of reporters, every angle. Exclusive look, only on India Today.
90 minutes to go for the Supertech Twin Towers demolition. Everything is on track. All procedures have been conducted. The final inspections are done. The explosives have been primed. Everyone is ready. 90 minutes to go, and all 62, in total 62 stories of those two twin towers you see behind me will hopefully safely come crashing down. This is a big story because of the many layers to it. And here in India Today, in this final stretch of 90 minutes and beyond, we will have an unwavering focus on those buildings behind me. We don't want you to miss a thing. And that's why we're sparing absolutely no effort to keep our gaze fixed on this spectacle of shame. Let's make no mistake, it is a spectacle of shame. First, a quick reminder of the headlines we're tracking. Less than 2 hours to go for the big demolition. Heavy police deployment in and around the demolition site. Rescue teams conduct last-minute surveillance in order to preclude any untoward incident. All residents evacuated from nearby societies. Cooking gas and power supply disconnected from neighboring high-rises. All precautions being taken. Builder Supertech, responsible for the construction, defends the illegal twin towers in a statement passing the buck to the ruling government in 2009, which was the Samajwadi Party. Says the building is in accordance with building laws that existed back then. Samajwadi Party deafeningly silent. Clincher video of the last moments of Sonali Phogat, BJP leader from Haryana. Sonali was made to guzzle spiked drinks at Goa's Curly's bar. 5 seconds that reveal what killed Sonali, perhaps only on India Today. Prime Minister Modi on a 2-day visit to Gujarat inaugurates Atal Bridge in Sabarmati to lay foundation stone of many other development projects later today. And remember, hopefully there will be another demolition later this evening. India take on arch rivals Pakistan to start their campaign in the Asia Cup 2022. Both teams are part of Group A along with Hong Kong. We'll have special coverage on that starting 6:30 p.m. right here on India Today. We've got breaking news coming in here. We've got breaking news. The politics has exploded now in the entire Supertech demolition case. This was bound to happen, and clearly the political parties have waited for the last moment to launch their attacks. The BJP has just pointed an angry finger at the Samajwadi Party and said they're responsible for the permissions that were criminally granted to Supertech in the construction of the illegal Twin Towers. Keshav Prasad Maurya says Akhilesh Yadav of the Samajwadi Party, former Chief Minister, is directly responsible for the illegal twin tower construction. How did illegal towers come up during Akhilesh Yadav's rule? SP, Samajwadi Party and the Akhilesh team must apologize to residents and buyers, says Keshav Prasad Maurya.
सर, नोएडा में ट्विन टावर गिराए जा रहे हैं। आपकी तरफ से अभी कहा गया कि ट्वीट किया गया कि ये समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार का भ्रष्टाचार है।
ये तो मैं कह नहीं रहा हूँ, ये तो प्रमाण है कि समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार, उस समय के मुख्यमंत्री श्री अखिलेश यादव जी, और उस समय ये इमारत को बनाने के लिए छूट दी गई और इस इमारत को बनाने के कारण जो भ्रष्टाचार को पूरी तरह से संरक्षण अगर करने का काम किया गया तो सरकार के माध्यम से किया गया। इसीलिए मैं कहता हूँ समाजवादी पार्टी मतलब भ्रष्टाचार और गुंडागर्दी है और इन्होंने नैतिकता का भी त्याग कर दिया है। इस पे जवाब देना चाहिए इनको, श्री अखिलेश यादव जी को जवाब देना चाहिए, पूरी समाजवादी पार्टी को जवाब देना चाहिए कि उनकी सरकार के समय इतना बड़ा भ्रष्टाचार कैसे हुआ, यह इमारत कैसे खड़ी हुई, और इसके लिए उनको देश की जनता को, प्रदेश की जनता को बताना चाहिए कि वो ऐसा होने क्यों दिए थे। अगर होने दिए थे तो सपा कैसे दूध की धुली हो सकती है।
सर, सवाल इसमें उन अधिकारियों की भूमिका पर भी खड़े होते हैं जिनकी देखरेख में ये पूरा ट्विन टावर खड़ा हुआ 200 करोड़ की लागत से, और आज 20 करोड़ खर्चा करके उसको गिराया जा रहा है। उन अधिकारियों का क्या? ये
चाहे अधिकारी हों, चाहे उस समय की सरकार के जिम्मेदार हों, वो जो भी दोषी हैं उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी। माननीय न्यायालय के आदेश पर यह 200 करोड़ से बनी हुई इमारत 20 करोड़ खर्च करके अगर ध्वस्त हो रही है तो यह एक संदेश है प्रदेश के लिए भी और देश के लिए भी कि भ्रष्टाचार भी इतने डूब करके जो इस प्रकार की इमारतें खड़ी कर देना, इस प्रकार से गलत काम करने वाले लोग होते हैं, उनको संदेश है कि अब इस प्रकार की चीज़ें इस देश में, इस प्रदेश में नहीं चलेगी।
समाजवादी पार्टी कह रही है कि बिल्डिंग नहीं सरकार ही गिर रही है।
देखिए, समाजवादी पार्टी ने नैतिकता का त्याग कर दिया है। क्षमा मांगने की जगह हमसे उनकी सरकार के समय कहना चाहिए कि गलती हुई है और यह हमारी सरकार के समय भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है, और एक बार मांग करते कि उनके खिलाफ और कठोर कार्रवाई किया जाए। हमारी सरकार में वो कहें कि कोई मंत्री रहा हो उसके कारण से कुछ हुआ हो, तो ये कहने की जगह और इस प्रकार का बयान देना, तो ये तो
अनुराग भदौरिया ऑफ द समाजवादी पार्टी इज लाइव विद अस। अनुराग जी, आपका स्वागत है। बीजेपी का कहना है कि अखिलेश यादव ने सुपरटेक को परमिशन दिया था, अखिलेश का सरकार के अंदर ही ये परमिशंस दिए गए थे और इसका जवाब समाजवादी पार्टी और अखिलेश यादव को देना पड़ेगा, रेजिडेंट्स और बायर्स को। आपका क्या रिएक्शन है अनुराग जी?
देखिए, जो सरकार जनता की नजर में गिर गई हो वो गिरने गिराने की बात करता है तो आश्चर्य लगता है और हंसी भी आती है। सरकार पूरी भ्रष्टाचार में डूबी पड़ी है। ये रोड बनाते हैं, 4 दिन नहीं होता है टूट जाती है। इतना बड़ा भ्रष्टाचार है, 4 दिन भी इनका एक्सप्रेसवे नहीं टिक पाता है। और हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट से लेके पीडब्ल्यू डिपार्टमेंट से लेके इनके भ्रष्टाचार, नकल माफिया, भू माफिया, और आप देखो तरह तरह के इनके यहाँ पे भ्रष्टाचार उजागर होते रहते हैं। उसके बारे में बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के आदेश को अपना आदेश मानते हैं। अगर आपको इतना भ्रष्टाचार की लगाम लगाने का शौक है तो कार्रवाई कर दीजिए ना। जो 4 दिन पहले जिसने रोड बनाई थी और 4 दिन में उद्घाटन के समय टूट गई, तो उससे कार्रवाई हुई क्या? मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ।
जी, उच्च न्यायालय का कहना है कि एक नेफेरियस कोल्यूजन तो हुआ ही है, और वो जो कोल्यूजन था वो अखिलेश यादव का सरकार के अंदर ही आया था, तो आप कैसे डिफेंड कर सकते हो ये?
मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ कि 5 साल 6 साल से सरकार किसकी है उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर में? इन्होंने तो कोई काम किया नहीं। वो वहाँ की लोकल जनता ने 1 करोड़ रुपए इकट्ठा करके सुप्रीम कोर्ट में केस दायर किया। इनका क्या है उसमें? ये क्रेडिट लेने क्यों लौट रहे हैं भैया? ये तो 6 साल की सरकार हो गई इनको। इन्होंने तो कुछ नहीं किया। कोई अधिकारी पे कार्रवाई की क्या? इनके यहाँ 26 अधिकारी ऐसे जिन पे चार्जशीटेड है। क्या आज तक कोई जेल गया क्या? मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में लगातार जो भ्रष्टाचार हुआ पीपी घोटाले में, कोई जेल गया क्या? मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ कि ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग में जिस तरह से चिट्ठी हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट के मिनिस्टर डिप्टी सीएम लिख रहे थे, बिना मुझसे पूछे ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग हो गई। क्या उस भ्रष्टाचार के में कोई जेल गया क्या? क्या टीचर भर्ती घोटाले में 5-5 लाख 10-10 लाख रुपए लिए गए, क्या उसमें कोई जेल गया क्या? क्या नकल माफिया जिस तरह से उत्तर प्रदेश में लगातार यहाँ पर्चे लीक हो रहे हैं, उसमें कोई मंत्री जेल गया क्या? मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ कि किस तरह की सरकार है ये जो लगातार भ्रष्टाचार सामने आता जाता है? पीडब्ल्यू डिपार्टमेंट में जिस तरह के आरोप लगे,
अनुराग जी,
हुआ क्या? ये वो लोग हैं जो मुद्दे से ध्यान भटकाते हैं।
अनुराग जी, क्या समाजवादी पार्टी या अखिलेश का सरकार ने क्या कुछ जांच किया था? क्या किसी के पार्टी के अंदर कोई लोग के खिलाफ कुछ कार्रवाई हुई है इस मामले में?
सुन लीजिए, मैंने आपसे साफ साफ बोला, ये आजकल भारतीय जनता पार्टी दो हो गई है। एक दिल्ली की भारतीय जनता पार्टी है, एक लखनऊ की भारतीय जनता पार्टी है। दोनों में तलवारें तनी हुई हैं। वो अभी जो आपसे बात कर रहे थे, ये दिल्ली की भारतीय जनता पार्टी वाले हैं। लखनऊ की भारतीय जनता पार्टी अलग है, वो अलग बात करती है, ये अलग बात करते हैं। पता नहीं चलता कौन सी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार उत्तर प्रदेश में चल रही है, दिल्ली वाले की चल रही है कि लखनऊ वाले की चल रही है। आप वहीं पे मुख्यमंत्री, उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री 2 दिन से गाजियाबाद में थे, और जो प्रदेश अध्यक्ष बने दिल्ली से, वो अभी तक मिले तक नहीं उनसे। ये आपस में इनकी पट नहीं रही है, आपस में ये एक दूसरे को बात नहीं करना चाहते। जनता बेचारी ठगा महसूस कर रही है, इसलिए जनता की नजर से ये लोग गिर चुके हैं। ये क्या गिरने गिराने की बात करेंगे, ये पहले जनता की नजर में इतनी बुरी तरह गिर चुके हैं कि इनको गिरने आप कुछ बचा ही नहीं।
Anurag Bhadoria, thank you very much for speaking to India. A lot of political whataboutery is taking place today, but no direct answers as far as the nefarious collusion that the Supreme Court articulated was found to have existed between Noida authority officials, state government officials, and Supertech. You know, the baddies, the villains in this entire piece, this spectacle of shame, are all coming up and making a brave face of things. But let there be no mistake, viewer. Let there be absolutely no mistake that in less than 90 minutes from now, when the Supertech Twin Towers go crashing down, it will be hopefully along with the reputations of those who are responsible. And all of them will be named and shamed here on India Today. Now, with less than 90 minutes to go for the actual demolition, let's take you through the big defining, eye-catching images surrounding this entire enterprise in the big run-up. The first big defining image that we've got to you is the last standing view of Noida's Twin Towers, which will be demolished on time. There's going to be no delay. 2:30 p.m. is the time. After a 9-year-long legal battle, the towers will be reduced to rubble in just 9 seconds. 9-year legal battle. All of it ends in just 9 seconds. The second big defining image we've got in for you, preparations that are continuing to be on in full swing. Trenches have been dug around the Twin Towers and large containers have been put up to prevent the horizontal spread of debris. Containers have also been placed between the Twin Towers and the nearby buildings for extra safety. Big defining image number 3, security has been beefed up in and around the demolition area. National Disaster Response Force teams have arrived for deployment in the area of the demolition. 560 police personnel, 100 people from reserve forces, 4 quick response teams have been deployed. Traffic diversion points have also been activated. Quick defining image number 4, residents residing near Noida's Twin Towers are bracing themselves for India's biggest demolition of this kind. They're covering their belongings, walls of their apartments, and even the swimming pools in their societies in preparation for the massive dust cloud that the demolition will throw up. Big defining image number 5, the trial of water fogging machines has been done before the demolition of the Twin Towers. They were tested to see if they can suppress dust bubbles that will arise in huge amounts after the demolition drive. Big defining image number 6, special dust machines have been installed at the demolition site to monitor pollution levels after the huge blasts take place. This is Sector 93A of Noida. The demolition is set to leave massive piles of dust and debris behind and in the air as well. Big defining image number 7, cranes and bulldozers are on standby as the demolition of the Twin Towers is all set to leave behind up to 80,000 tons of debris, out of which 50,000 tons will remain right there on site. And finally, defining image number 8 at this time, residents of nearby housing societies have joined forces with NGOs to keep stray dogs and stray animals safe in the vicinity. 25 to 30 dogs have been picked up by the Noida authorities. They're being kept in an animal shelter temporarily before they will be released once again after the demolition and once it has been deemed safe for them to be released once again. We've got breaking news coming in now on the security deployments and the emergency response activity and preparations right before the demolition. The Noida police is monitoring all of the demolition preparations, as you can expect. Personally, last-minute Twin Tower security checks are being conducted as we speak. India Today is in the demolition control room in Noida. The entire Twin Towers block neighborhood has been fully secured. We can confirm that for you here on India Today. No entry for demolition site. It's been declared a complete red zone at this time. All roads leading to the towers has been sealed. So don't even think of driving close to it. There are places where you can see the Twin Towers from a distance, but don't try going any closer than that. Arpita just sent us this report from the ground, from the control room. Take a look at this.
This is a incident command center where we are monitoring the traffic, the exclusion zone, and all the our wireless communications setup, so that this exclusion zone, as designed, is completely free of any kind of living organism. Thank you.
तैयारियां पूरी हैं सर?
पूरी है. We are heading towards the countdown now.
सर कोई इंसिडेंट में अगर कोई इंसिडेंट होता है तो उसकी पूरी निगरानी जो है
उसका पूरा we have a rescue operation plan which is in place. The fire brigades are in place. The ambulances are in place. The hospitals are on the standby. Everything is in place.
यहाँ पर देखिए इस तरीके से ये अलग अलग जगहों पर, जैसा सुशांत बता रहे थे कि यहाँ पर सीसीटीवी लगाए गए हैं, ये इंतजाम यहाँ पर किया गया है और नजर रखी जा रही है हर जगह पर। यहाँ से ये देखिए बाकायदा मॉनिटरिंग हो रही है। यहाँ पे 2 ये पुलिस के अधिकारी जो हैं वो नजर रख रहे हैं ट्रैफिक को लेकर भी, और किस तरीके से आप देखिए यहाँ गौर करने वाली बात ये है कि आपको यहाँ रास्ते भी दिख रहे होंगे, सारे रास्ते आपको दिख रहे हैं। इसके अलावा आपको ये बिल्डिंग भी, ये इमारत भी दिख रही है, यानी इमारत के आसपास की जो रास्ते जिनको ब्लॉक किया गया, क्योंकि अगर आप गौर से देखिए तो यहाँ पर बैरिकेड भी लगाए गए हैं, उनका भी इंतजाम किया गया है, और यहाँ पर आप देख रहे हैं इमारत है उसके पर भी नजर रखी जा रही है। तो ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं सिर्फ आज तक पर पहली बार आप ये तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं। मॉनिटरिंग रूम में इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं और ये तस्वीर सिर्फ और सिर्फ आज तक पर आप इस वक्त देख पा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर देखिए किस तरीके से मॉनिटरिंग हो रही है, ये भी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं तस्वीरें। और यहाँ ये पूरा मॉनिटरिंग रूम बनाया गया, आला अधिकारी जो है वो भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है।
Remember, there are a lot of mixed emotions running thick and fast among those who've had to clear out of their colonies, those who owned flats, who spent their hard-earned life savings to buy apartments in the Twin Towers that will come crashing down at 2:30 p.m. today. For all of them, today is a spectacle of shame, but it's also a day of renewal, a day of victory. Take a look at this report on the many mixed emotions of this day for those who matter the most.
क्योंकि मेरा घर कहीं ना कहीं देख के उम्मीद तो आती कि ना इसमें हमारा घर है। अगर पैसे मिल जाते तो कहीं और को बचा, पैसा भी नहीं मिला तो हम तो दोनों तरफ से मारे गए। लड़ाई सच्ची थी, लड़ाई में कोई कमी नहीं थी, पर हम जैसे लोगों का क्या जमीन पर किससे रहे, हम तो भूल में मिल गए ना। और ऐसे डिफॉल्टर और बन गए, बैंक से डिफॉल्टर है क्योंकि हम लोन नहीं चुका पाए। हम कितने साल तक 30,000 बचे उस किसके लिए बचे? अगर बैंक अब हमसे मांग भी रहा है ब्याज या वो हमें डिफॉल्ट किसके लिए कर रहा है, जो चीज है ही नहीं।
There are a lot of assurance from the organizer, from a society, but you are worried.
I am really worried, not just tomorrow, it's like for months, because we don't know what will happen to the base of the foundation of the building. So I don't know, I am like little worried what will happen. We have invested so much in this, and it's like little dilemma is in the mind.
हाँ, डस्ट तो नेचुरली आएगा ही आएगा। जब इतनी बड़ी बिल्डिंग एक साथ गिरेगी और टूटेगी तो डस्ट तो एक बार डस्ट का पूरा पहाड़ टाइप गुब्बार पूरा हो जाएगा। हाँ, पूरी सोसाइटी डस्ट से फुल हो जाएगी।
लगता है कि ब्रीदिंग प्रॉब्लम्स होगी, बहुत ज़्यादा डस्ट आएगा। मोस्टली जो एस्थमेटिक पेशेंट हैं या जिनको क्रोनिक ब्रोंकाइटिस है उनको प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, इसलिए हमने बचाव के लिए काफ़ी कवर किया है, बट डस्ट की प्रॉब्लम तो हो सकती है।
हमारे लिए तो ये बहुत अच्छा है कि ऐसे करप्शन रोका जाता है। हाँ, करप्शन रुकेगा ना, नहीं तो आगे पता नहीं ऐसे कितने करप्शन होंगे, तो लोग डरेंगे अब।
everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
متحف المستقبل أول ككتلة هي كتلة غريبة بالنسبة للناس، وبعدين كسر لجمود الكتل الموجودة حوالينا في دبي على أساس أن يكون نوع من الجذب موجود فيها على مستوى العالم وعلى مستوى الدولة. العبارات المقروءة كانت نحن قدام تحدي أن تكون العبارات مقروءة مش مجرد عبارات منثورة، فالعبارات المقروءة دائما فيها نوع من التحدي، كيف تشبك هذه العبارات في
The D-Day to India's massive demolition has arrived barely an hour, in fact, barely half an hour, I would say, for all those engineers to prepare for this massive implosion on a 40-story building at an altitude of 103 meters of one of those towers. And for just a detailed view, I'm going to tell you that the Cayenne Tower is going to be imploded first, and just about 2 seconds apart is the Apex Tower that will be blown up. So this implosion is a controlled implosion which will be detonated by this man, Mr. Datta. He's going to be carrying out, the master blaster will be actually pressing the buttons for the implosion to take place at 2:30 sharp. So the D-Day has arrived indeed, where we also know that at least 5,000 residents have been moved out of this area. Most of them have been moved Most of them have been moved to buildings in the vicinity there where community centers have been set up. In fact, evacuation began early this morning, 7 a.m. itself, 7 hours before the scheduled implosion at 2:30 p.m. And from what we hear on the police deployment, DCP Central says that at least 560 police personnel, about 100 people from the reserve forces, 4 quick response teams and NDRF teams have all been deployed. In fact, traffic diversions as well, all have been notified to the people of Noida. The expressway, very important piece of information, anyone coming in on the expressway post 2:15 will be cordoned off. So 2:15 to 2:45 is when the expressway, the Noida Greater Noida Expressway, will be all cordoned off, only in apprehensions to the kind of dust and pollution this implosion may emanate could really hinder vision for commuters in the vicinity. So not taking any chance, for at least half an hour, 15 minutes before the implosion and 15 after, it will be stalled. The traffic on the expressway will be stalled. Now we know that residents in the adjoining buildings all have been evacuated. 1 p.m. is the last time. Also, gas, cooking gas and power lines, they've been disconnected in the adjoining societies, and evacuation has already taken place successfully. These are the visuals that we get to you exclusive right here on India Today. To Aishwarya Paliwal. Aishwarya is in fact taking a good drive around the deserted neighborhood. Otherwise, on a regular day, we'd see huge crowds or packed traffic on the streets. But today, it bears an empty sight.
Keeping a hawk's eye on the demolition, which will take place in just a couple of hours. Ambulances are ready, cranes are ready, smoke guns are ready, and close to 500 Noida police personnel are being stationed in and around the Twin Towers. All the roads leading to the Twin Towers have now been cornered off. They have been barricaded. So if you are someone who wants to watch it, you can only come to the flyover, which is the JP flyover. Otherwise, it will be advisable that you watch it from the balconies or from the rooftop if you are staying in close by areas. Otherwise, you would be watching it on India Today. Now, let me just show you what kind of preparations are taking place. Fire brigades have been stationed very close to the Twin Towers. We can also see how the police personnel have been stationed at various places. Now, these are the fire brigades which have been brought in just in case some untoward incident takes place. Ambulances have also been called and they are stationed there as a precautionary measure. All these things are being done just to make sure no untoward incident takes place. It will just take 10 to 14 seconds for the buildings to come down. After that, you have the crane which you can see here. These cranes will be called in to pick up the rubble. Now, one of the things which the police and the administration is taking care of is the pollution control. Close to 200 Safai Karamcharis have been called. There are also smoke guns which will be used, and if they are, the authorities see that after the demolition there is a cloud of dust, then measures are being taken place. Water sprinklers will be used to make sure that dust does not reach other areas. Now all eyes are on the demolition. Once the demolition is over, the authorities will then rush to the spot to assess the damage. Residents, however, have been given some time. Residents have been asked to stay put where they are, and once the assessment of both the buildings, the Emerald Court as well as the ATS village is being done by the authorities, only then will they give a green signal for the residents to return home. With camera person Alok Das, this is Aishwarya Paliwal reporting for India Today.
Right, I'm going to go to our guests joining us, Rajalakshmi as well as Nandini Datta. Both of them are very keenly watching this Twin Tower demolition that will take place in barely an hour's time from now. Nandini, I'm going to start with you as a resident. Your apprehensions are legit. But what's that one issue that you haven't seemed to have resolved even so far? Is there anything that you're still looking for answers? Have you managed to communicate with the edifice owners?
To ask, but yes, there's a lot of emotions that we're feeling as of now, because a lot of things are pretty uncertain, and we don't really know, even after taking necessary precautions, what will sustain, what will not break, what will break. So we really don't know anything about that. So yes, that's there because a lot of mix of emotions and uncertainty. But yes, we're pretty excited.
You protected
and
your belongings.
anxious at the same time as to what will happen. And definitely, yes.
I really want to know, how have you protected your belongings? We know that a lot of your precious items, have you moved it out of your home, or have you just bubble wrapped it like a lot of the others have done?
No, we've taken everything inside. We've got everything inside from the balconies. No loose items to be there in the balconies. We've covered everything with bubble wrap. We've sealed everything with bubble wrap and cardboard. So we've done that. We've done that much. What was to be done at our end.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Rajalakshmi, who's joining us. Rajalakshmi, you're an architect yourself. What we know is that the Supertech Twin Towers, from the inside, from the outside, it looks like a whole full building. But what we know that this is just a skeleton standing right at this minute. From the inside, most of those built-up area have been physically demolished. It was manually done even before this demolition could take place. Could you tell us a little more on the kind of impact it may have on houses and properties in the vicinity? Because we're talking about one of the tallest buildings in India, which will be raised down in 9 seconds. So the kind of impact due to the compression, we're hoping it isn't adverse.
Good afternoon, Chaiti. And this is something that everyone is looking forward to, this breakdown of these twin towers of corruption, as you may call it. And, this is something that is going to affect a lot of people in a lot of ways. And the authorities have definitely taken a lot of precautions to make sure that there is very little damage to anything around, and obviously there should be no casualty either to human life or to even animals. Now, there will be obviously a lot. I mean, a lot is like an understatement, a lot of dust. And that is something like, as you might be aware, it will be more than 4 floors high. And apart from that, what is a cause of concern is the kind of vibrations that could be caused in the areas nearby, which obviously it could impact the foundations or the structures nearby, which I'm sure that has been taken care of when the explosions have been designed, because this is a controlled explosion. So this ideally it should not be impacting the other structures. But even then, what I would suggest or what I would recommend, and I'm sure that most of the structures nearby, they would do that, is that they need to go in for a structural audit to make sure that all the structural elements, that is the beams, columns, the foundations, everything are in place, and that they are not really impacted or affected by these vibrations that are going to be caused by the explosions today. So ideally, they will be done in a proper calculated manner. That is the middle portion of
that's the surety that even the professional company has given to us, and we're really hoping. In fact, Rajalakshmi, do stay on hold with us. I'm going to quickly cut across India Today's detailed report on the kind of modern technology, advanced engineering with enough precision that this demolition is going to be taking place in just about 45 minutes from now. Take a look at this report.
India will be witnessing its biggest ever demolition. The Twin Towers in Noida are all set to be turned into nothing but debris by the authorities. But what led to the fall of these massive buildings? Let's take you through each brick that led to the fascinating demolition of the Apex and Sian Towers. The story began almost 2 decades ago when the New Okhla Industrial Development Authority, that's Noida, allotted a plot of land to Supertech. This was in Noida Sector 93A for the purpose of construction of a housing society named Emerald Court. Then the very next year, the building plan was sanctioned, allowing builders to construct a total of 14 towers with 10 floors each within the height of 37 meters. Then, in December 2006, modifications were made and the new plan had 2 additional floors in each tower. And now, instead of 14, the plan had 16 towers as well as a shopping complex as per the Noida building bylaws of 1996. In 2009, 14 towers of the 16 were constructed when the approval was still pending for the new plan. The final plan now was of constructing 2 towers, the Apex and Cyan, with 40 floors each in the place of a garden and a shopping complex. 2010, 13 floors of the twin towers were already built. Now, upon the construction, without the approved plan, the Resident Welfare Association became suspicious and in 2011 filed a petition in the Allahabad High Court. Next came the approval only 2 months before the trial began in Allahabad Court in the year 2012. Then, 2 years later, in March 2014, the Allahabad High Court gave its verdict in favour of the Resident Welfare Association, the RWA, and ordered the demolition of the Twin Towers, Apex and Cyan. The court in its order also said that the buyers will get a refund with the interest at the rate of 14%. 2 months later, in May, the Noida Authority and Supertech moved the Supreme Court, claiming that the construction was in accordance to the rules. And the bad luck of Supertech followed them to the Apex Court too. And in August 2021, the Supreme Court ordered the demolition of the Twin Towers within 3 months. Now, the act of demolition then got delayed, and after Noida Authority's green flag on demolition preparations, the Supreme Court on 17th May this year extended the deadline, which is now 28th of August.
And this is the final stretch that we've entered. 60 minutes to go for the Supertech Twin Tower demolition. This is literally the final stretch. The last 60 minutes will include one last final inspection and a complete emptying of the Supertech Twin Tower site. There will be a series of explosions that begin at 2:30 p.m. It will take a total of 9 to 12 seconds for the entire twin structure to collapse into a massive pile of debris. 60 minutes to go for the demolition. Nothing so far has happened to delay the demolition time. Remember, as a result of the many moving parts that the Noida Authority and the state government, police and other agencies have had to activate, there is very, very little elbow room, and therefore it cannot be either advanced or postponed any further. The weather was supposed to be the only variable factor. The weather has not played spoilsport. It's a bright, very warm, sunny day here in the National Capital Region, and the demolition will proceed on schedule. We've received a confirmation that the demolition will proceed on schedule at 2:30 p.m. I want to just get a word in from Nandini Datta, because remember, for us, the residents of Emerald Court, those whose lives stand to be the most affected as a result of this demolition, is with me. Nandini, thank you for continuing to be with us. It's a huge day, and on India Today, we make absolutely no mistake about recognizing that today is a day of victory for the residents of Emerald Court, the litigants who went to court and slogged it out in India's judicial system for 9 long years. It's also a day of shame, isn't it, Nandini, that such a day has actually come to pass, and a warning signal that goes out. As a resident of the same piece of land where these twin towers stand, what are the emotions that you're going through right now?
For myself, I would like to say there are a lot of mix of emotions. There is fear, there's anxiety, there's also a slight bit of excitement because you don't know what will happen. And also a bit of anxiousness because the impact it will have on our health, because there'll be lots of pollution and lots of dust due to the implosion. So there'll be massive impact on our health and the breathing problems people will have around in the vicinity. So that is a major cause of concern. Otherwise, other than that, I am pretty excited for what will happen, and let's see, because it's a huge building, and getting it down within just 9 seconds is something to talk about.
Absolutely, Nandini. You know, I share your mixed emotions. I can imagine what you're going through. I happen to be your neighbor. I live in the colony on the other side of those Twin Towers. I've been, reporting on the evacuations that have been taking place in ATS village as well. So I hear you. I really, really empathize with all the different emotions that you're feeling right now. But this is a spectacle of shame. In a moment from now, the chairman of Supertech, the company responsible for the construction of these towers, will be with us here on India Today. We're going to grill him. We're going to put the questions to those who made this day of infamy really, really possible. But before that, the company that has been entrusted with this huge demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers is the same company that activated and executed the last big such demolition in India. It was 2 years ago. It was in Kochi. Perhaps you don't remember. Here's a reminder of what happened in Kochi, a comparison with what could happen today, and why this is a very, very reassuring story for everyone involved. Take a look at this.
In 2019, 4 high-rise buildings in Ernakulam, Kerala were demolished as they were in violation of the Coastal Regulation Zone rules. Four apartment complexes in Maradu were razed down 2 years ago on 12th of January. H2O Holy Faith, Alpha Serene, Jain's Coral Cove and Golden Kavaloram were demolished by an implosion in just about 12 seconds, over 2,500 kilometers away, and 3 years later, the same fate awaits Noida's Supertech Twin Towers. While a similar implosion technique will be used for Noida too, here's how this demolition will be the biggest ever in India. There were 4 apartment complexes in Kochi. In Noida, there are 2 towers. There were maximum 16 floors in the luxury high-rises in Kerala. In Noida, the 2 towers have 32 and 30 floors. In Kochi, about 122 flats were demolished. That number could go up to 1,000 for Noida. The Maradu flats were over 65 meters high. The Supertech towers stand at over 100 meters. And while 1,800 kilograms of explosives were used to bring down the Maradu complexes, it will take 3,500 kilograms of explosives to demolish the Noida towers. In Kochi, the buildings were reduced to dust in 12 seconds. The Supertech towers will be gone in just 9 seconds. This was probably the first time that India witnessed a demolition of a residential high-rise buildings. But around the world, controlled explosions have been used to demolish buildings. One of the most famous Seattle building ever, the Kingdom, was brought down in March 2000. Built in 1976, it was the largest building ever demolished by an implosion at the time, with a volume of nearly 700,000 cubic feet. At 381 feet tall, the 1972 built AFE tower became the tallest building to ever be demolished using explosives when it came down in Frankfurt, Germany in 2014. The 50,000-ton skyscraper in the heart of the city attracted over 10,000 onlookers on the explosion day. And a wall up to 20 feet high ran around the site to help stop any potential flying debris. 2 miles worth of concrete blew up in unison in 2013. Built in 1997, the viaduct in the Chinese city of Wuhan needed a precision blast to end its 15-year life. Wires carrying 100,000 volts ran alongside the bridge and a gas pipeline underneath it to trigger the explosives in a sequence. Come August 28, India's national capital region will witness something as explosive and dramatic. Bureau Report, India Today.
The only channel that is naming and shaming the specific individuals who were part of what the Supreme Court called a nefarious collusion in the construction of those Twin Towers, all of them named and revealed identified here on India Today. One of them is R.K. Arora, chairman of Supertech, the company that built the Twin Towers. The company just a short while ago issued a statement saying they followed all laws. The Samajwadi Party government at the time and their leaders saying they followed all laws. But did they really? Because the Supreme Court ultimately has called it a nefarious collusion of the corrupt. And they've got no place to hide because that building is going to come shattering down in less than an hour from now. Here's R.K. Arora, chairman of Supertech now, putting out his piece.
किस डिमोलिशन के टाइम पर थोड़ा धैर्य बनाकर रखें और किसी तरह का पैनिक क्रिएट ना करें, क्योंकि माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट द्वारा कुछ टेक्निकल ग्राउंड के ऊपर इस बिल्डिंग को तोड़ने का आदेश दिया गया था। उसी के क्रम में एक वर्ल्ड रिनोन्ड एजेंसी एडिफिस इंजीनियरिंग को सेफ डिमोलिशन का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हम लोगों ने अवार्ड किया है और मुझे उम्मीद है कि इसका सेफ डिमोलिशन वो लोग करेंगे। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि इस डिमोलिशन की वजह से किसी भी ऑनगोइंग प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा और सारे निर्माण कार्य नियमित रूप से चलते रहेंगे। किस डिमोलिशन के टाइम पर थोड़ा धैर्य बनाकर रखें और किसी तरह का पैनिक क्रिएट ना करें, क्योंकि माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट द्वारा कुछ टेक्निकल ग्राउंड के ऊपर इस बिल्डिंग को तोड़ने का आदेश दिया गया था। उसी के क्रम में एक वर्ल्ड रिनोन्ड एजेंसी एडिफिस इंजीनियरिंग को सेफ डिमोलिशन का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हम लोगों ने अवार्ड किया है और मुझे उम्मीद है कि इसका सेफ डिमोलिशन वो लोग करेंगे। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि इस डिमोलिशन की वजह से किसी भी ऑनगोइंग प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा और सारे निर्माण कार्य नियमित रूप से चलते रहेंगे।
Viewer, you want to see a really ironic image? Take a look at this contrast of images on your screen right now. On the left-hand side is the advertisement that Supertech had put up over a decade ago advertising the glitzy new Twin Towers. They'd called it the height of luxury. Just look at that picture. That's what people bought into. It was after looking at this advertisement that people ponied up their life savings to buy flats. And on the right-hand side is a picture that's become most familiar to everyone in this country and around the world, perhaps. A spectacle of shame, a monument of corruption that's going to come crashing down in just 44 minutes from now. This is a contrast that anyone watching will not be able to digest. What was promised and what the end result is. And let's never forget that those most affected by what happens today are those who've been cheated out of their life savings. Many of them have got their money back thanks to the Supreme Court with interest. Many of them are still fighting. And as Supertech continues to defend itself and says they never did anything wrong, let's never forget for a moment the monumental suffering. These people may have got their money back, but please remember the years that have been wasted as a result of them planning to be homeowners and then having to postpone all their hopes and dreams thanks to this nefarious collusion and corruption.
The Mittals were planning to move into their dream house, but they were cheated and instead left to deal with a nightmare. With the planned demolition of Supertech Twin Towers in Noida on August 28th, hopes of almost 1,000 home buyers are dashed. K.K. Mittal, a chartered accountant based in Pune, had made full payment for the flat he booked in the Supertech Twin Towers in 2009. But his dream house turned into his life's biggest battle. In 2014, the Allahabad High Court, while ordering the demolition of the tower, also asked the builders to pay interest and compensation at the rate of 14%. Then the builder got a stay from the Supreme Court. As buyers insisted on a refund or substitute flats, Supertech offered flats. Mittal accepted the builder's offer, but the apartment given to him has also turned out to be illegal.
My mind, unless and until OC is given, physical possession of the flat cannot be given by the builder. But builder has given the flat. People are staying, and today also the occupancy is 100% of the Azure Tower. But there is no registry of the flat, and as a result, either we cannot sell the flat or take loan against that flat. So we are in a catch-20 situation.
Pankaj Kaushik had booked flats in both Sian and Apex units of Supertech Twin Towers. He received a refund in 2016 after much difficulty. Between 2014 and 2016, he made innumerable visits to Noida Authority and builders.
दोनों फ्लैट थे मेरे, एक एपेक्स में और एक सियाने में। उन दोनों का ही मुझे रिफंड मिल चुका है सुप्रीम कोर्ट की कृपा से, और ये मुझे 2016 में रिफंड मिल गया था। बहुत सारी बड़ी जिद्दोजहद और केस फाइल करने के बाद और लड़ाई झगड़े करने के बाद मुझे ये मिला।
For hundreds of buyers, their dream home has become a bitter nightmare. The least the government can do now is ensure that they get their rightful compensation and the officials behind the fiasco are punished. Bureau Report, India Today.
You wouldn't believe what it's going to cost to demolish these twin towers. At 2:30 p.m., when the twin towers you see behind me come crashing down, thanks to 3,500 kilograms of explosives, what you don't know is what it has cost the companies that are being paid to do this. Hold your breath, watch this report. That number is absolutely staggering.
Nine seconds. That's all that will take for Noida's Supertech Twin Towers to be reduced to dust. For those who put their life savings in these homes, the demolition will be truly shattering.
The much talked about Supertech Twin Towers of the ATS is right behind me here with explosives 3,500 kgs that have been layered, and every floor will be detonated simultaneously on the 28th of August. It's going to be quite a sight for residents across to watch, and also a point of worry. Of course, the sound, the pollution, the dust that this would result in is something that residents are concerned. So many of them actually taking off for a weekend, not willing to stay in the vicinity until this drive is done. So most of those buildings that you see, ATS as well as Emerald Towers, there all have packed their buildings with white sheets so that they prevent dust from coming into those windows in the houses right neighboring to that ATS building. But it's very interesting to see how this demolition will be carried out, because it's been years that residents locally have been fighting for this to go down, and once this goes down, all that debris will be moved out to a designated location. Cars in the vicinity will be allowed to park at a special multi-facility parking allotted by the Noida authorities. So it seems like this entire demolition drive is fully under control by that company Edifice as well as Noida authorities.
The explosion will also come at an explosive cost. At current market price, a 3 BHK apartment in the Twin Towers would cost 1.13 crore rupees at least. With 915 flats, the towers would have made more than rupees 1,190 crore rupees if all had gone well. The cost of construction is estimated to be 70 crore rupees. The demolition will cost 20 crores. Now, the bankrupt company is finding it hard to even pay for the demolition. Supertech is paying around 4.5 to 5.5 crore rupees for the demolition. The rest of the amount, around 14.5 to 15.5 crore rupees, is expected to be made by selling off the debris. Edifice Engineering, the demolition company, has 100 crore rupees insurance for collateral damage due to the blast. The company will cover costs for damages, if any, to societies next to the Twin Towers. Bureau Report, India Today.
Only 37 minutes to go now for the Supertech Twin Tower demolition. This is literally now the final stretch. Everything has been locked. Nothing can be called off at this time. All systems go for the big demolition that's been a long time coming. as way of telling our viewers about the many advisories that have been issued by state authorities, the Noida administration, as well as health authorities in the state. Here's a quick look of do's and don'ts. Final stretch to the demolition. Pay very close attention to this.
Now, if you're any of the residents who's living in the vicinity of the Twin Towers as they're demolished, here are some do's and don'ts that you need to keep in mind. Do's: shut doors and windows tightly. That's going to be critical. Don'ts: avoid opening windows and doors. There's going to be a lot of debris and dust. Do's: clean surfaces with a wet mop or a vacuum. Don'ts: cleaning or dusting with dry cloth. That's completely avoidable. Don't do that. That's not going to be advisable at all. Do's: clean surfaces several times daily. Don'ts: in fact, drink or eat without washing your hands and face. Not advisable at all. Do's: wash linen and curtains after the demolition. Don'ts: avoid nail biting and outside food for some time. That will be advisable. Do's: wash hands before eating and drinking. Don'ts: avoid running or walking in your area for some time until it is in fact advisable to do so. Do's: wash faces before eating and drinking. That's going to be extremely critical. Maintain that. Do's also: wear masks and eyeglasses. Going to be extremely safe for you. Do's: switch on ACs to avoid dust. That's going to be advisable for you to do. Do's also: clean your AC filter before and after the demolition, because there's going to be a lot of dust. And also very, very critically at the end, do's: stay hydrated.
It's the biggest demolition that's ever happened in India, but it is not the biggest demolition that's happened in the world. Over the decades, there have been huge buildings demolished in different parts of the world. Some of them have been unsuccessful, but most of them, thankfully, have been totally successful. And it is very, very similar technology that's going to be employed in just about half an hour from now to bring down the Supertech Twin Towers. Take a look at the history of demolition across the world.
Nine seconds will all it take. It will be the biggest demolition in India and one of the most explosive in the world. Abu Dhabi's Meena Plaza, 1.5 times taller than the Twin Towers, was bulldozed in 2020. 4 towers with 144 floors was brought down in a controlled explosion that lasted just 10 seconds. At 381 feet tall, the 1972-built AFE Tower became the tallest building to ever be demolished under explosives when it came down in Frankfurt, Germany in 2014. The 50,000-ton skyscraper in the heart of the city attracted over 10,000 onlookers on explosion day, and a wall up to 20 feet high ran around the site to help stop any potential flying debris. Built as part of the Manhattan Project in 1943, the K-25 gaseous diffusion building at the East Tennessee Technology Park only stood at the world's largest building under one roof. In 2013, the Department of Energy finished a year-long demolition process that started in 2008, the largest the organization had ever undertaken. Company's flagship downtown Detroit store took up an entire city block at 2.2 million square feet. The building was the tallest department store in the world at 26 stories or 439 feet. But department stores aren't quite what they once were, and explosives brought down the structure in 1998. just ahead of the company itself going under. When felled, Hudson became the tallest building ever imploded and the largest single building imploded. One of the most famous Seattle buildings ever, the Kingdome, was brought down in March 2000. Built in 1976, it was the largest building ever demolished by implosion at the time, with a volume of nearly 700,000 cubic feet. Two miles worth of concrete blew up in unison in 2013. Built in 1997, the viaduct in the Chinese city of Wuhan needed a precision blast to end its 15-year life. Wires carrying 100,000 volts ran alongside the bridge and a gas pipeline underneath it to trigger explosives in sequence. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's the final stretch, viewer. 30 minutes to go for the demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. There's no going back now. We've been on our live coverage since 7 this morning, and now there's just 30 minutes to go for the demolition. All systems are active. Everything is going. The explosives have been primed. There is no turning back. This operation has gone beyond the point of any return. Nabila, who is a journalist with the closest access to the Twin Towers. She's at a point for India Today that gets her closest to the demolition site than any other journalist. She's with me live. Nabila, 30 minutes to go.
Absolutely, Shiv, and of course, as the countdown has just begun for this massive demolition, we're also seeing curiosity being built up every minute. And from what we hear from the UP officials at this point is that the wind speed is slightly fast, a little more fast than what they had expected. 25 kilometers per hour, that's the ideal wind speed that they were hoping for. But it seems like the wind speed has increased, which means that there could be dust and some kind of pollution that could spread across to not just the neighboring buildings, but even to the buildings a little away from there. So not to cause any panic, but this is a word of caution that the UP officials have given us as they've spoken to us, while they've spoken to us in person. They're not willing to come on cameras on this, but they have said and agreed that the wind speed has slightly increased from what it was. Ideally, 25 kilometers per hour should have been the ideal situation, but it's slightly faster at this minute when as I stand here. But that apart, as you rightly said, Shiv, there isn't any kind of delay apart from this. Apart from the wind speed being a slight concern and a worry, it seems like everything is on point and as per plan. It's all set. If I can ask my camera to pan, the kind of commotion that you see here among the media personnel, of course, it seems like most of them here want to get one glimpse. And it's not just the media personnel, it's also the public who have gathered here to try and get one shot, a closest shot of the Supertech Twin Towers coming down. It's not allowed for vehicles to enter into these areas. Even our cars were not allowed, but you can come in barefoot. But
yeah,
we're still slightly far away, Shiv. 500 meters closest to the Twin Towers, there's not a single soul, not even an animal that will be allowed inside. So for now, it seems like everything's under control. We're really waiting to see how this, this whole tower of corruption, as someone called it, would go down in 9 seconds after a 9-year wait.
Yeah. Tower of corruption, spectacle of shame indeed, a monument to the venality that has been allowed in this country. Let's hope those who are responsible pay for it. Remember, the chairman of Supertech sitting pretty in his office and issuing a statement denying any wrongdoing in this. But the Supreme Court has called it a nefarious collusion between Noida authorities and Supertech. So let that definitely be said at this point of time. Taking you straight to the first responders on the ground. Only 26 minutes to go for the Supertech Twin Tower demolition. Aishwarya is on the ground. She got us this report on the dust suppressors, the water machines that will kick in immediately after the demolition takes place. Take a look at this live report.
While on one hand, the JCBs have been brought very close to the Twin Tower, on the other hand, water tankers have also been lined up. The authorities are leaving no stone unturned to make sure that all the process and all the procedures are in place. There are a large number of police personnel which have been brought in and around Noida Twin Towers just to make sure that no untoward incident takes place. Now, the step one will be to make sure that the JCBs pick up the debris. Step two will be to make sure that the dust settles, because of which you see these water sprinklers which have been put in place. These water sprinklers have been brought here. They will be sent to the site immediately after the demolition of the Twin Towers, and then these dumpsters will be roped in. The dumpsters will then indulge in picking up of the debris. It looks like it will roughly be 3 months before the entire debris will be cleared up. And just to make sure that there is no damage to the adjoining buildings, fire brigade has also been called in. Now, the authorities are making sure that all these things remain within 10-kilometer radius of the Twin Tower. They're also looking at assessing the damage, if any, to the close-by buildings. Once the demolition is over, then a full assessment will be done, and once the assessment is done, only then residents will be allowed to go inside. With camera person Alok Das, this is Aishwarya Paliwal reporting for India Today.
The man with whom the buck ought to stop, the man who probably should have been punished for the construction of these Twin Towers, the man who's been judged by the buyers, by the flat owners, by the people of Emerald Court, has just issued a statement. Chairman of Supertech, R.K. Arora, he's not in jail, he's not in any trouble, but his work, the Twin Towers are about to come crashing down. Take a look at what he's said.
किस डिमोलिशन के टाइम पर थोड़ा धैर्य बनाकर रखें और किसी तरह का पैनिक क्रिएट ना करें, क्योंकि माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट द्वारा कुछ टेक्निकल ग्राउंड के ऊपर इस बिल्डिंग को तोड़ने का आदेश दिया गया था। उसी के क्रम में एक वर्ल्ड रिनोन्ड एजेंसी एडिफिस इंजीनियरिंग को सेफ डिमोलिशन का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हम लोगों ने अवार्ड किया है, और मुझे उम्मीद है कि इसका सेफ डिमोलिशन वो लोग करेंगे। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि इस डिमोलिशन की वजह से किसी भी ऑनगोइंग प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा और सारे निर्माण कार्य नियमित रूप से चलते रहेंगे।
25 minutes to go for the Supertech Twin Tower demolition. It's less than half an hour from now. I just want to show you, take you a little closer and show you. There's not a soul left in that area right now. Both of those colonies that flank the Twin Towers have already been completely evacuated. The people who are part of the skeletal staff inside the buildings and in those colonies are all completely out. There is a 500-meter exclusion zone all the way around the Twin Towers. Many of the people, 5,000 persons, have been evacuated from that site. And you can only imagine what's going through their minds. Their homes, right there next to the Twin Towers, stand to be affected if something goes wrong. Take a look at some of those voices we've got for you here on India Today.
अगर पैसे मिल जाते तो कहीं और से बचा, पैसा भी नहीं मिला तो हम तो दोनों तरफ से मारे गए। लड़ाई सच्ची थी, लड़ाई में कोई कमी नहीं थी, पर हम जैसे लोगों का क्या जमीन पर किसके रह गए, हम तो भूलने मिल गए ना। और ऐसे डिफॉल्टर और बन गए, बैंक से डिफॉल्टर है, क्योंकि हम लोन नहीं चुका पाए। हम कितने साल तक 30,000 करते हो, किसके लिए बनते? अगर बैंक अब हमसे मांग भी रहा है ब्याज,
There are a lot of assurance from the organizer, from a society, but we are worried.
I am really worried, not just tomorrow, it's like for months, because we don't know what will happen to the base of the foundation of the building. So I don't know, I am like little worried what will happen. We have invested so much in this, and it's like little dilemma is in the mind.
हाँ, डस्ट तो नेचुरली आएगा ही आएगा। जब इतनी बड़ी बिल्डिंग एक साथ गिरेगी और टूटेगी तो डस्ट तो एक बार डस्ट का पूरा पहाड़ टाइप गुब्बार पूरा हो जाएगा। हाँ, पूरी सोसाइटी डस्ट से फुल हो जाएगी।
लगता है कि ब्रीदिंग प्रॉब्लम्स होगी, बहुत ज़्यादा डस्ट आएगा। मोस्टली जो एस्थमेटिक पेशेंट हैं या जिनको क्रॉनिक ब्रोंकाइटिस है, उनको प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है। इसलिए हमने बचाव के लिए काफ़ी कवर किया है, बट डस्ट की प्रॉब्लम तो हो सकती है।
हमारे लिए तो ये बहुत अच्छा है।
I want to get you a close-up live view of the Twin Towers right now. You won't see anything moving there because everyone has been removed from the site. It is basically an extremely dangerous site right now. There is nobody on site. The actual detonation is happening from a remote location. There are wires running from inside. All of the explosives have been completely primed. There's a huge crowd of people that have collected in different arterial roads around the Twin Towers, outside the 500-meter exclusion zone. But everything is locked and loaded now. And in under 25 minutes from now, those two buildings are going to come crashing down. You've got high-definition live video here only on India Today, and you will see it as it happens. Those 9 seconds will be captured right here on India Today. The journalist closest physically to the site of the demolition is Nabila. She's with me. Nabila, fever pitch now. 20 minutes to go for the demolition.
Right, Shiv, 20 minutes to go for the demolition, and I'm telling you, the visual that I see around me are of people very, very curious and waiting for this implosion to take place. Doesn't seem like they've seen anything like this before, and why? In fact, we haven't seen anything of this nature before. Kochi, this happened, yes. Two towers that were imploded in Kochi were far less in altitude when compared to these buildings. These towers are much higher than the Qutub Minar. We're talking about one of the towers here as high as 103 meters. So, but a quick fact here, Shiv, I'm going to tell you that these towers as it stands are mostly the skeleton of the Supertech Twin Towers. Inside, all the interiors have been manually broken down so that there's less when it comes to the implosion, or there's less to deal with when imploding these buildings simultaneously. So it's mostly done manually from the inside. It's just the skeleton structure on the outside that will be brought down today. But it's still going to, the compression is still going to lead to a large thud sound, and also enough and more smoke and pollution that it would emanate for us to be careful of. All the residents have been asked very, strictly to wear their N95 masks and not to take a walk around the area much after the demolition takes place. So these are key points for us to take note of. But the commotion right here that I see on this entire flyover, apart from the media frenzy, of course, the locals here coming in large numbers just to take one good look is certainly something that's new for us. This is not only going to grab national headlines, it's surely going to grab international headlines, because this is perhaps the only structure of this magnitude, at least in Asia, that we're going to see coming down to dust.
Huge story. I mean, there are many people who've been skeptical about the media attention being paid to this demolition. But I want to tell all of those skeptics, this isn't just any ordinary building demolition. This is a monument to corruption. This is a spectacle of shame. This is truly, in so many ways, a spectacle of the enormous collusion between state authorities, Noida authorities, and rich builders that has resulted in a decade of suffering that comes to an end in less than 20 minutes from now. The final countdown has begun. Nabila and her sources tell us from the UP government that a sudden change in wind direction means the dust cloud that's taking place, and we'll break that for you in just a moment, is going to probably be of even greater concern than initially imagined. But all systems are ready to try and suppress the dust and deal with the debris immediately after the demolition takes place. Nothing else will be on your screen now until the demolition takes place, viewer. 9 seconds is all it's going to take, but it's been a long wait. 9 years compressed down to 9 seconds. It's as neat and elegant as that, but let's remember that there is nothing to celebrate today. This is not a day of celebration for anyone concerned, because for the people of Emerald Court, on whose property these twin towers were built by the builder Supertech, they've lived in the shadow of these twin towers, wondering when their lives will be normal. For many of those homes, the sun has been completely blotted out thanks to these giant skyscrapers. For many, it's been a symbol of uncertainty. And for those who bought flats there, who actually invested their hard-earned life savings in buying flats in these Supertech Twin Towers, today is a day of renewal. Today is a day of catharsis. Today is a day when they get some sort of closure, hopefully. They've got the money, but remember that for each one of these people, at one point of time, They dreamt of a flat, of a home, 2 BHK, 3 BHK, 4 BHK, 5 BHK, whatever it is. They dreamt of having a flat in these twin towers. So today it stands as an edifice of corruption, an edifice of just how low entities can go in the pursuit of money. But it also embodies the hopes and dreams of hundreds of potential flat owners, people who've had to wait for a long time for compensation from Supertech and then, you know, pick up the pieces, pick up the emotions and then invest in another flat. Many have not even recovered from the shock of the Supertech illegality. And that's the reason why today is no day for celebration. Today is a day to introspect. Today is a day to make sure that those who are responsible for all of us here watching these live images with bated breath, to truly ensure something like this never happens again. All those hundreds of crores of rupees that is going to be spent in demolishing a structure that should never have been there in the first place is something that makes most people absolutely sick to the stomach. A country like ours, where so many homeless, so many poor, having to demolish twin towers for the middle class and wealthy, all because of collusion and corruption between state and private corporate entities. Nabila continues to be with us. Nabila, it's going to be a day of very mixed emotions. I know it's going to be a day of mixed emotions for you as well, Nabila, considering that for the last few days, you've gotten to know some of the people most affected by what's going to happen in 15 minutes really, really well. You shared their lives, they shared their stories with you, Nabila.
You know, you won't believe it, Shiv. People, the locals here have been preparing for this demolition for the last 1 month. We may have been coming here to try and hold the sentiment for the last week, but residents quite literally have been preparing for a month now. So whatever valuables that they had to move out, they've already moved out. They've wrapped up all their glass furniture and all kinds of wall hangings have been pulled down. All the valuable stuff have been moved out, but others fully bubble wrapped and taped and kept at home under their beds. So that it's got the least impact of this implosion. Now this implosion, what we hear from the edifice, the owners and the engineers is be sure of glasses shattering. This is something that you can expect undoubtedly, that glasses will shatter. There will be window panes that will be broken. All of this, you've got to contact your local RWAs so that they will offer compensation as part of Edifice's package. Edifice has come up with 100 crore insurance, so they're going to compensate anyone with any kind of damage owing to this demolition drive. Apart from that, emotions running high at this point of the locals on what kind of impact it would have on their structures, because this is a 40-story building or tower that's coming down. And we're not talking about one tower, we're talking of 2 towers that will be down simultaneously. So imagine the kind of compression and the impact it would lead to neighboring buildings. So the fear is, if at all it will lead to some kind of cracks on the neighboring buildings, will the vibration really shake the foundation of the neighboring buildings? All of these questions, of course, even as much as Edifice has tried to answer it and settle all the tension, it doesn't seem like locals are entirely satisfied by the answers. Because we saw it successfully happening in Kochi, but let me tell you, the Kochi buildings were half the size. And the implosives or the explosives that were used were barely 215 kgs. We're talking about 3,700 kgs of explosives used on these towers, 40-floor towers. So the magnitude and the size itself is massive and far different. Very well understood the apprehensions of the locals here. But we at India Today don't want to create any kind of panic, which is why we're giving you all the assurances that Edifice as a professional company has given. But there's really no scope for error. If there's error, then they are ready to compensate. But we're only hoping it's not fatal, Shiv.
The fact that I'm gonna give you
a quick look here of the two towers. Now, let me tell you that the police and the security professionals here have already conducted a thorough security check to ensure that there is no scope for any kind of error. Physically, they're present there with all their guards in gear to ensure that this entire, the twin towers here are fully checked, and all kinds of safety measures have been taken adequately. And these are preparations that have been on for the last few months. It's not done overnight. So you can imagine that the kind of meticulous preparation that's been carried out in ensuring this kind of implosion, that will certainly jolt the builders and even the locality, the residents around here. It will be a shocking affair to see a building of this nature to come down. People are curious, but at the end of it, it's a big win to all those local residents who fought tooth and nail to ensure justice. One should remember that this is a huge message going out to all those illegal builders who for long have taken a ride, taken a law for a complete ride. Building bylaws have been fully violated left, right and center. Over the last decade, we've seen builders duping consumers. And how? So this Supreme Court order to demolish two towers which were illegally built is certainly a huge message sent out that enough is enough. Now you have the RERA regulations that do not allow for this kind of activity, for illegal activities or any kind of construction to be built away from the laws, as it says. So it's the demolition here is symbolic, undoubtedly. It's symbolic not just for people, for the residents in the vicinity here who are going to see this massive 40-story structure fall down like water, but also symbolic to all those builders who even think and attempt to go against the law and and construct in such a fashion. I'm going to cut across to Shiv, who has the best vantage point to give you the most vivid visuals of the demolition that will take place in barely a few minutes, 10 minutes time. Shiv, 10 minutes. I'm very curious to see what happens.
Huge amount of curiosity, fascination, for the demolition. The media has been tracking and covering this upcoming demolition so closely and with such great detail, especially here on India Today and Aaj Tak, Nabila, that I'm not surprised at all to see the lakhs of people who've come out of their houses on a very warm Sunday afternoon to witness what they know and what we've been telling them is truly a big, big event. It's the biggest demolition ever to happen in India, and currently, we're just about 10 minutes away. 10 minutes to go for the demolition. It's 2:30 p.m. Everything is primed and ready for that demolition. Our reporters are standing by with emergency first responders. Remember, our prayers for a safe demolition. The engineers who have been tasked with executing this demolition are supremely confident. They believe they've done even more challenging and larger demolitions in the past, and that has been a source of comfort and reassurance for the hundreds of flat owners who live in the shadow of these two twin towers. And that's the reason why the next 15 minutes are going to be crucial. The 10-minute run-up to the actual demolition, the 9 to 12 seconds of the demolition itself, and then the 15 to 20 minutes after that. Will there be damage? Most likely not, is what the engineers say, but all precautions have been taken. Metal containers have been piled up around the debris zone. There is, of course, likely to be debris spread. It can't all be contained. The wind in the area will ensure there will be a spread of that dust cloud. The two neighboring societies will probably be most affected, but make no mistake, the dust cloud will spread to other parts of the NCR as well because of the sheer volume, the sheer quantity of dust and debris that is going to be generated by this 9-second collapse, this implosion of 62 stories cumulatively of these twin towers here in Noida. We're standing by. The police will be providing the final go, the final green signal before the button is pushed by Utkarsh Mehta. Nabila, you've spoken to the engineers as well. They've been totally confident that this is going to go without a hitch.
You know, Shiv, the engineer that I spoke to said that you don't even need to bubble wrap your belongings. You don't even need to put your paintings down. That's how much confidence they've shown in this demolition. But of course, residents are not going to take this face value. They've possibly Googled enough and more to see what vibrations really can do as impact to the neighboring buildings. So therefore, even without being told, they've brought down all their paintings, all their valuables have been moved out. People have gone so far as to take all their documentation in case of a collapse of the neighboring building. They're not sure at all what's going to happen despite all the assurances. And very important point here to take note is that the ACs, Shiv, all your AC ducts are all popping outside. So the ACs particularly are all wrapped up. Many of the, the residents in the vicinity there, I saw of Emerald Towers at least, they've wrapped the AC with all bubble wrap and plastic covers, etc. to protect that. That's one machine possibly that could really be the most affected because of the pollution and the dust, etc. But apart from that, assurances have been given that this will be the most safest demolition drive. They've sourced the explosives. It's a whole year-long affair ever since the court ordered demolition in 2019. So it's been a good 2 to 3 years that the demolition work has been on. The mechanism and the engineering behind it has started at least 2 years ago. So they've set this up over the last 2 years, and finally this is the D-Day. In just about 8 to 9 minutes this will detonate. South African engineers have come down all the way and they're mighty confident. They say that there is no scope for error. And again, a quick point for us to note is that the right side tower, which is the Cayenne, that will be detonated first, and then the Apex tower on the left-hand side will be detonated second. It will be done with much precision between a gap of 1 to 2 seconds, and this is done, of course, to ensure that the smaller tower goes down first and then the taller tower comes down next. I'd like to tell our viewers yet again that what you see here is basically a skeleton structure of the Twin Towers. Inside, most of the structure inside is basically manually broken down. It's all empty. So what we see from the outside is mostly the skeleton structure, but yet it's going to generate at least 30,000 tons of debris. Shiv, and most of that debris we believe can be used as manure. It will take 3 months to be cleared out, but it appears that they're going to be recycling it and using it for better purposes. So in a way, it seems like this entire drive, demolition itself, the whole, the planning around it has been done keeping in mind with the environment and ensuring that this has been brought down only to ensure that no builders are violating the law henceforth. So a huge symbolic message going out to all stakeholders in this affair.
All breaths held at this point of time to Nabila and to all of our millions of viewers across the country and across the world on television, on YouTube, where we continue to be the most watched channel at this point of time. The focus is going to be unwavering. 5 minutes to go for the demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. Nothing has changed in the image for the last 48 hours, except that everyone who was inside are out. 3.5 tons of explosives are primed and ready. The button will be pushed 5 minutes from now. Remember, there is a chain of command and a chain of clearances required before the engineer pushes the detonation button, which will trigger a series of explosions, as Nabila just pointed out, before the 2 twin towers come crashing down. The police will provide the final clearance after a total and absolute final no turning back check that takes place in just 2 minutes from now. And once that is provided, there will be a 3-minute countdown to the demolition. So right now, there are 4 minutes to go. That police clearance will come in a minute from now. And then 180 seconds is the official down count before the detonation takes place. All breaths held, viewer. There's no other image that anyone is looking at right now. The Supertech Twin Towers are about to face their doom. They've stood there for over a decade now, an edifice and a monument of corruption, illegality and collusion. And now they're about to meet their fate. Courtesy the Supreme Court of India and courtesy some of the most dogged litigants anywhere in the world perhaps, who've decided to take on the powers that be, powerful companies, the Noida Authority, the UP state government. This is a day for victory for them. And what you're about to witness in just 3 minutes from now, 3 minutes to go for the demolition, viewer, is history in the making. The real estate mafia of India, this is a signal for you. What you're about to watch is a signal for those who indulge in corrupt dealings because they are hand in glove with authorities on the ground. This is a signal for real estate mafias in all parts of the country. And this is also a signal for those who, as they watch this, are indulging in corrupt practices while building home flats for owners across the country. This is a word of warning and a cautionary tale that against the common citizen of India, there is no power that can suppress them. All breaths held now for the final countdown. 2 minutes to go for the demolition to be triggered. A lull has settled in the area. A lull has settled in the area earlier today. In the last 15 to 20 minutes, there was a lot of excitement, a lot of buzz, a lot of whistling. But now, people...
मीटर से कम की दूरी पर कोई व्यक्ति नहीं रह सकता अब इन इमारतों के। काउंटडाउन आपको बता दूं मात्र 2 मिनट का काउंटडाउन बाकी है। सड़कों पर अब पुलिस की गाड़ियां फाइनल राउंड कर रही हैं, पानी गश्त कर रही हैं। पुलिस की गाड़ियों के सायरन भी हम सुन सकते हैं और दूसरा ये हुकर, ये जो सायरन बजाया जा रहा है, वार्निंग सायरन। सब लोग सतर्क रहें, किसी भी वक्त अब आप देख पा रहे हैं, अपनी स्क्रीन पर देख पाएंगे एक जोरदार धमाका और माना जा रहा है 9 सेकंड का वक्त लगेगा। 32 मंजिला। सर कोई बात नहीं, प्लीज आप आपने मेरा भी हटा दिया यार।
That was the final clearance siren that you just heard ringing out. That signals that the police have given final clearance for the detonation. Hold your breath, viewer. 20 seconds to go now for the detonation. Let's listen now.
लगा दीजिए। नोएडा का ट्विन टावर जो कि ये किया जा रहा था हिलो मत यार। 10 सेकंड। हिंदुस्तान समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
This side. White and कर दिया?
खड़े हैं वैसे ही खड़े हैं, वो ढके हुए टावर किए हैं, आसपास के टावर एक टावर
It is complete. You've just seen it. Exactly 9 seconds it took for the two twin towers to come crashing down. And what you're seeing right now is a huge spread of the dust. The debris has been largely contained, but we can confirm to you that this looks like it was a totally successful demolition. Has gone. First images of the buildings right next to the Twin Towers suggest that things have gone on quite well. There doesn't appear to be any immediate damage. Of course, that will be much more apparent once an inspection is completed. But the dust cloud, the huge dust cloud that is now pervading that entire area and will spread. It will rise and it will spread, and that becomes the most immediate concern at this point of time. That dust cloud, the clearing of the debris, is going to be the immediate emergency issue for all of the people who live in this area who've been evacuated, but also the neighborhoods beyond, including where we're standing right now. The Divine Meadows colony and many others will be affected by this dust cloud as it continues to stretch. There's a very, very light wind blowing at this point of time, as a result of which you can see that the dust cloud isn't moving very much. It's spreading very, very slowly, but it isn't moving very much. Huge numbers of people have assembled and collected on the lawns in the 500-meter exclusion zone. But I think the big news now is that the demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers is complete. The towers are history. They're no longer standing. The sun is shining in just a few minutes on all of the homes, all of the areas that these two twin towers shadowed for so many years as a monument of corruption and illegality. Smashed to pieces is the nefarious collusion that the Supreme Court had judged upon. And broken into smithereens is the collusion, the corruption, the venality that has dogged this Supertech project for over a decade now. This is people power. When you look at this huge smoke cloud, this dust cloud, this is people power in action. It's taken 20 crore rupees to bring this building down. Not a small sum of money, but by all accounts, it looks like things have been successful. There doesn't appear, if you look very closely, viewer, the buildings to the left and right of where the Twin Towers once stood, there's a huge pile of debris that is visible in these pictures. We've got high definition images here. You can see the green, tiled roofs of ATS Village, and the other side you can see Emerald Court. There doesn't appear to be any structural damage to either of the colonies. There's going to be a confirmation on that in just a short while from now. We're hoping to get a full thumbs up by the engineers and the companies that have executed this dramatic demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. The dust is clearing, visibility is returning in that area, but make no mistake, things are far from over. It's not going to be easy for things to return to normal anytime soon. Residents of some of these colonies have been told that they can't return anytime before 7 p.m. And it's going to take at least until then for this dust cloud to clear. But remember, the dust that goes into the air is one thing. The debris and particulate matter that settles on just about everything in the vicinity is going to be the real challenge. And then come the health concerns. But the immediate breaking story live on your television screens, and we will not be moving from this image until further notice, is that the demolition has been successful. At 6 p.m. today, Edifice and Jet, the two companies that executed this demolition, will be holding a press conference, so we'll be able to decode in much greater detail how successful this demolition has been. From the looks of it, it looks like things have gone absolutely perfectly. What an incredible sight, viewer. In a moment from now, we'll show you pictures before and after. But what an incredible sight to see a void where those two towers of corruption, that spectacle of shame, once stood. All that's left of that tower of shame, that tower of venality, is a huge mountain of cement, concrete and metal. A huge mountain that's the only telltale sign that two illegal towers once stood there. I can only imagine the emotions going through the minds of people who had invested in flats there, to the laborers and workers who gave their sweat and blood to build those towers, not knowing that they were part of an illegal enterprise, to the people who spent their hard-earned money in the hope that they would be homeowners around now. Well, all of that has gone to dust because the Twin Towers have gone to dust. Everything they represent has gone to dust. Emergency first responders are now on site. The enormous pile of debris, about 80,000 cubic meters of debris at last count, is understood to have collected there. You can see, very close to the tree line, you can see that huge mountain of debris that is collected there. There doesn't appear to be, thankfully, there doesn't appear to be any structural damage to the neighboring buildings, which is precisely what the South African engineers had said. I want to go across to Nabila, who's also very close to this site. Nabila, you're at a place where the dust cloud is spreading very close to. What did it look like, the demolition from where you are? Many first responders racing towards that area in order to make sure that they can battle this cloud of dust as quickly as possible, Nabila. Nabila is going to be with us in just a moment, but the dust cloud is dissipating visibly before your eyes, viewer. The visibility has returned in the general area, but that's not the end of it. We've got water trucks. There are fire engines on site as well. There are emergency vehicles. There's of course the police. There's the National Disaster Response Force, all of them on scramble duty in and around this area. You can't see many of them because they're in safe locations that have, official access to the site as soon as the demolition was complete. But the demolition has happened successfully, and now it's time for that second rung of action to kick in. The emergency first responders, the fire services, the National Disaster Response Force, all of them, invisible heroes, will now be on site, making sure they can do everything they can to ensure that there is no further danger to citizens. An incredibly risky and incredibly dangerous but scientifically sound process has just been completed successfully. The details of this entire demolition will be on your screens in just a moment. We'll have voices from the experts, the man who pushed the button, the person who planned this entire exercise, and the architect of these explosions will be live here on India Today in just 10 minutes from now. But these live pictures are continuing to unfold a story that nobody is going to forget in a hurry. This is one small part of Noida on the outskirts of Delhi. Most people have never even been here. But today, the demolition of these towers has become part of everybody's life, because this truly represents something that can affect your life. Homeowners, viewers of India Today, who may be investing in flats in different parts of the country, this is a cautionary tale. The grave of those two towers, that huge mountain of debris, represents what must happen to corruption. It's a never say die attitude that resulted in litigants and residents taking on a big company and corrupt Noida authorities to bring two towers down at this point of time. The demolition cost has been estimated at about 267 rupees per square foot. That's the figure that we're getting right now. Given the total built-up area of these two towers of about 7.5 lakh square feet, the total demolition cost, including explosives, has been about 20 crore rupees. 20 crore rupees has resulted in this dramatic demolition. Out of the total cost, Supertech, the company, is paying about 5 crore, and the remaining 15 crore amount will be realized by selling the debris. Remember the huge amounts of concrete and metal which will be gleaned from that mountain of debris and sold. That's where the remaining 15 crore will be coming from. That includes about 55,000 tons, including 4,000 tons of steel. Building material and steel will be sold to recover the 20 crore rupees that it has cost to execute this demolition. 20 crore rupees. Just think about that figure for a moment, viewer. That's what it has cost to bring this entire Twin Tower down. An incredible display of the underdog fighting against the powers that be has resulted in a never say die attitude and these buildings being brought down. You can hear sirens in the vicinity of fire engines and police cars as well as emergency vehicles rushing towards the vicinity of the entire site. We'll be joined by our reporters in just a moment so you get even more pictures of the demolition. But here on India Today, you will miss nothing. We've got cameras on all sides and you will continue to see the demolition in every aspect as it has played out. Water sprinklers are being used to settle the dust. We'll have India Today's Nabila's ground report of the water sprinklers kicking in immediately after the demolition in just a moment from now. Nabila is going to be live with me as well. 20 crore rupees is what has ensured that building came crashing down. That's what it has cost. $7.5 lakhs square feet of built-up space has come crashing down as part of these two twin towers. Two buildings, one with 30 stories, one with 32 stories, have come crashing down in just a matter of 9 seconds. Nabila is with me. She's closest to that dust cloud. Nabila, I hope you're safe. I hope you're taking precautions. That dust cloud appears to have dissipated, thankfully. It looks like there is no damage to the nearby towers, which is really good news. That's what the South African engineers told you as well. The water sprinklers have kicked in. What was it being so close to the demolition? Take us through what's happening now, Nabila.
Gosh, I can't even explain to you the feeling. As soon as the blast happened, my feet was vibrating. Obviously, the entire structure here, the whole flyover that I'm standing at, if I can ask my camera person to pan, this entire flyover shook in how, Shiv. It was really startling for the people here. It felt, certainly felt out of the blue, nothing that we have experienced in the past. It was very overwhelming. I wouldn't say no, and it was scary. I wouldn't lie here. It was certainly scary to see those buildings go off like that and then come down to dust in just a few seconds. Just when we began to watch this spectacle, it disappeared in no time. So in 9 seconds, that was a promise made by the South African engineers, and it seems like they've lived up to it. And speaking of the damage that it may have caused to the neighboring buildings, the impact of this compression, we will know only post the audit. The post-demolition audit will be taking place. It will happen in the next 24 hours or maybe the next 2 days when engineers will check all the neighboring buildings to see if there's any kind of foundation, impact on the foundation of the neighboring buildings, any cracks that may have developed there. Only the audit post this demolition will give us some kind of clarity and of course settle the fears and the worries of the owners. But here's the sprinklers, the water sprinklers. If I can show you, I want to ask my camera person to get slightly closer to the spot there. The water sprinklers right now are in full blast. This is the area where the demolition has taken place in close vicinity, where we see the water sprinklers being used to settle the dust particles that have suspended in the air. Yes, the dust is settled, at least seemingly, Shiv. From a distance, we see that the dust is settled. But in close proximity, we know that people around there are not allowed to enter the area, at least for the next half an hour when the dust actually settles. Now, what kind of debris has accumulated there, I'm only going to wait and watch. Maybe in the next hour, we'll be allowed to go inside there. But for now, we're all restricted right here. That's the view of the now gone Supertech Twin Towers. What stood has come down to dust. After 9 years of struggle, it's come down in 9 seconds. All those buildings on either side, ATS Village as well as Emerald Towers, both those residential buildings, both of them are fully packed in those white sheets. Nobody in those buildings. All of the residents have been evacuated. So it bears a completely deserted look. Nobody's allowed there, at least for the next half an hour. It's very crucial now for the engineers to ensure that when they do allow people to come back in, all the debris area is fully barricaded and people don't wander into those areas, because we're talking about 30,000 tons of debris that has been accumulated decided post this demolition, Shiv. But a quick note there, sprinklers there on in full swing. They're in full force to ensure that the dust settles. We're not allowed to go close, but this is the best view that we can give our viewers here on India Today. The water sprinklers, not just one, this is one that we're witnessing, but there are in the vicinity at least a couple of them that are fully blasting water so that this helps settle the dust. This dust and the kind of debris that they've collected will also be used as manure. So in a way, it seems like they've planned it in an economically and environmentally friendly manner, Shiv.
Very important, because the after effects of this entire dust cloud and debris cloud, are going to have far-reaching effects. We'll have to see how it actually impacts people there. The immediate concern now, the immediate activity now, in fact, is going to be reactivating all the traffic choke points so commuters can get on with their busy days this Sunday. But also the return of the two, the two societies that flank the Twin Tower, or what was left of it. That little site, that little triangular piece of land is now a huge mountain of debris. Now authorities will have to issue instructions and provide the all clear for the return of vehicles, the return of over 5,000 residents who live in Emerald Court and ATS Village, who've been evacuated since yesterday. When will they be allowed to return? What kind of colony are they going to return to? What kind of follow-up action is going to be required after this monumental explosion, an image that nobody is going to forget anytime soon? Water sprinklers, water systems and dust sensors are active right now, because all of that data is going to go into and feed into the command center to tell state authorities on precisely how they need to respond and make sure that citizen comfort and citizen health is held as the highest possible priority with absolutely no gaps. The deed is done, the demolition has been successful, but the challenge is not over just yet. In a moment, we'll give you a medical bulletin and a medical advisory on what you can do and what you need to do wherever you are in Noida as a result of this dust cloud, indeed in the national capital region. But the debris and the dust cloud and its effects are going to be far-reaching. There are environmental concerns, and there is a great deal of urgency now in removing all of that debris. 80,000 cubic meters of debris that is collected in that area will all need to be removed as quickly as possible, not only because it needs to be removed, but also because it is literally what is going to pay for the demolition that has taken place. We're going to keep our eye very closely on the aftermath of the demolition. We're expecting a word from state authorities, the Noida authorities, Supertech, as well as Edifice and Jet, the two companies that executed the demolition, in just a short moment from now. Take a look. Take a look once again at how that demolition played out. The last few seconds of that demolition and how it played out. Let's relive that moment once again. Our viewers, especially those who are around here, that the Greater Noida Expressway has been opened. Very good news. Very, very good news. That's the first indicator that things have gone like clockwork and everything has been done successfully. Nabila, the first piece of good news. The Greater Noida Expressway has just been opened to traffic, which is a signal of normality. It's a signal that things have gone, according to plan. Good news, Nabila, coming in.
Right, absolutely, Shiv. The expressway has opened up. It was very briefly shut 15 minutes before the demolition and 15 minutes after demolition. So half an hour the expressway was shut, and you can only imagine how this will bring the entire traffic to a standstill, because that's the most busiest route. The Noida Greater Noida Expressway is so full of vehicles on a regular day. Half an hour of it being blocked, will have far-reaching effects all the way to the Delhi NCR and the Delhi capital city itself. But apart from that, Shiv, let me tell you, there's some kind of eye itching, some dust particles that we feel. People have been complaining of something entering the eyes. So it appears that there is some kind of dust, and it's spread across to the areas that in and around the Supertech Twin Towers that have now been demolished. So people here who are standing by the flyover can really feel the dust particles in the eye, and you can really smell the dust as well. We're as close to the demolition site, and we can really smell the dust at this point and also feel some of those particles in the eye, which is why we see that water sprinklers have been used. It's quite, I'm going to ask my camera person to get to a shot of those water sprinklers where we can see this machine which is sprinkling water, in fact blasting water into the air. It's quite a jarring sound of these sprinklers, and these are not just one but many that have been placed around the vicinity here. These water sprinklers have been blasting water into the air to settle the dust particles. So enough and more preparations, I know, and it's gone off quickly. Right after the blast, it appears that this has come on, these water sprinklers. So, good news certainly that the expressways are open, but not too sure if people are going to handle this dust very well in the hour to come, Shiv.
India Today's Aishwarya Paliwal has just sent us this report right after the demolition. Take a look. Aishwarya reporting from the ground.
जांच की गई है, साथ ही साथ
the structure which was illegal, the structure which personified what greed can do, what corruption can do, have been wiped from of Noida.
These are going to be the most viral images of the year. I'm going to go ahead and saying that because the country's biggest demolition, the biggest building demolition has just been conducted successfully. No bigger building has ever been demolished in the country. Very happy to share and tell you that the first assessment of the demolition shows that it has been conducted highly successfully. There is no structural or visible damage to
पीछे हो जाओ हाँ सर आप तो हट जाओ आप तो हट जाओ नहीं सर आप नीचे करो यार थोड़ा सा हाँ डाल दिया मैं तुम दोनों का ही लिख रही हूँ ना तो नीचे कर लो ना यार नीचे तो कर लो भैया मैं लिख रही हूँ रवि एंड शालिनी डूइंग सीपी बाइट ठीक है
Okay, lots of reactions coming in from first responders that we'll have for you in just a moment from now, from the police to hospital.
Plans थी और उसका एग्जीक्यूशन बिल्कुल एज पर प्लान हुआ है. बाकी अभी एक्सपर्ट टीम्स जो है वो मौके पे हैं, वो असेसमेंट कर रहे हैं. हम लोग भी अब उधर ही जा रहे हैं. उनका असेसमेंट के बाद जो है आपको फिर अपडेट देंगे.
क्या डेब्रिस सर अंदर तक घुसी है क्या जो
ये एक्सपर्ट जो मौके पर हैं वही बता पाएंगे. अभी यहाँ से जो अभी तक पता चला है कि लार्जली It is as per the plans.
सर आज जो है ये सक्सेसफुल हो गया, क्या आगे भी ऐसे ही डिमोलाइज किया जाएगा, जो भी भ्रष्ट भूमाफिया होंगे या ऐसे कार्रवाई होगी?
This is a hypothetical question.
अच्छा सर, जो सोसाइटी के लोग हैं वो कब तक आके रह पाएंगे?
नोएडा एक मिनट CEO साहब कुछ बोलना चाह रहे हैं।
ब्लास्ट लार्जली सक्सेसफुल है। बाकी एडिफिस इंजीनियरिंग और जेट डिमोलिशन CTRI की टीम इस वक्त मौके पे है, तो कोई लेफ्ट ओवर एक्सप्लोजिव्स ना हो इसको चेक कर रहे हैं। जो डिमोलिशन वेस्ट था वो सारा लार्जली साइट के अंदर ही है, थोड़ा सा मलबा रोड पे और ATS की वॉल की तरफ गया है। बाकी जो लार्जर डिटेल्स हैं साइट पे चेक हो रहे हैं। डस्ट क्लाउड जैसा हम सभी लोगों ने देखा इमीडिएटली डिसिपिएट हो गया था। हमारी सारी मशीनरी, स्मॉग गन्स, स्वीपिंग मशीन्स, वाटर टैंकर साइट पे ऑपरेशनल हो गई हैं। विद इन हाफ एन आवर जो अंदर का जोन है जो बैरिकेड किया गया था, जैसे ही अंदर से क्लियरेंस आएगी अंदर की साइट में भी क्लिनजिंग का काम शुरू हो जाएगा। तो लार्जली ऑल इज ओके। बाकी जो डिटेल्स हैं दे विल बी क्लियर मोर आफ्टर 1.5 घंटे बाद। जो लोग रह रहे हैं उनको देखिए, इसके बाद एक तो क्लीनिंग कराई जाएगी, दूसरा जो गैस की सप्लाई है वो रिस्टोर कराई जाएगी, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कनेक्शन रिस्टोर कराया जाएगा। 6:30 के बाद जो दोनों बिल्डिंग्स हैं उनके रेजिडेंट्स को अंदर आने की परमिशन, दैट हैज ऑलरेडी बीन कम्युनिकेटेड।
The first assessment is going to be out officially in just about 20 minutes from now. We're expecting a statement from both Edifice as well as Jet. The Noida authorities is also expected to make a statement, but the very fact that the Noida Greater Noida Expressway has been opened on schedule suggests that things have gone on track. They've been successful as had been predicted by the engineers responsible for the demolition at this point of time. Very, very risky, very, very scientifically executed demolition, and it has gone with 100% success. At 6 p.m. today, remember, Edifice will be holding a press conference where they will be addressing the media and putting out details of the entire demolition. There's no cancellation of that press conference. Second indication that everything has gone to a T. We've got the finest video footage of this demolition already going viral across social media. The debris has settled, the dust cloud has largely dissipated at this point of time, and as you can see, total visibility has now returned to the site where these twin towers once stood. A forensic construction forensic team will be on site in just about 15 to 20 minutes from now, once they get the all clear from safety professionals on site, and then they will begin to clear access for other first responders so that residents of the adjacent colonies can start returning to their homes. They've been evacuated since yesterday and they will soon be allowed to return to their homes. Those messages will be received by residents in a very short while from now. The monument of corruption is now in pieces. 80,000 cubic meters, to be very precise, of debris that will fund the actual demolition. It's an incredible sort of cycle, a vicious cycle, an ironic cycle of the corruption that was involved in the construction of these towers, that the debris will fund the destruction itself after the fact. The police is expected to speak as well in a short while from now. The water blowers, the foggers are kicking in just a moment. Nabila will be with us to give us a sense of those first responders, because she's much closer than I am to the actual debris site. Nabila, we just heard from the police and the Noida authorities. What's happening with the first responders, the water foggers, the water sprinklers, all of that kicking in now, Nabila?
Absolutely, Shiv. Soon after the demolition took place, there was barely any visibility due to the large amounts of dust and smoke that emanated from that demolition site. But like you heard from the police rightly, the first responders there ensuring that the area is completely combed out now. Post the demolition, water sprinklers have been set up. And that's the image that I'm trying to show you here. That shows the jarring sound from those water sprinkler machines, but totally bearable. We want the dust to settle at the earliest. And these water sprinklers forcing water out of them are the best possible way, as per the police and the engineers, for the dust to settle. Of course, this is the demolition itself has compelled at least 5,000 of the residents to leave all their homes and go to neighboring neighboring towers or neighboring buildings, or even go on a holiday getaway just to escape this dust and this commotion. But from what we see, it was largely a safe affair, Shiv. Undoubtedly, it was done to perfection, at least from the face of it. Doesn't seem like there's any damage to the buildings around there. But like I did mention, a post-audit is mandatory for this. A post-audit is mandatory for this, for damage to be assessed. If at all there is any kind of damage to ATS village, or if there's any damage to the other Emerald Court towers, that will of course be established post.
Ashutosh has sent us this ground report at the moment of the demolition, the moment of the detonation. Ashutosh sends us this report. Take a look at this. Spectacular close access while the demolition was happening.
और कुछ इस तरह धमाके के साथ नोएडा का ट्विन टावर जमींदोज हो रहा है। एक के बाद एक धमाके, 1 मिलीमीटर के डिफरेंस पर लगातार होते धमाके, और पूरी तरह नोएडा का ट्विन टावर 30 और 32 मंजिला गगनचुंबी इमारत कुछ इस तरह धुएं के गुबार में बदल चुकी है। और जैसा कि अंदाजा लगाया गया था, बिल्कुल प्रिसाइज तरीके से, बिल्कुल परफेक्ट तरीके से गणित और फिजिक्स जिसका नियम लागू हुआ, और कैसे ये पूरी इमारत, आपने देखा धमाका भी बेहद कमजोर लेकिन बेहद मजबूत। धमाके से ज्यादा नुकसान होने की संभावना अब नहीं है। आपने देखे कितने जो आवाज थी वो बहुत कम डेसिबल में थी, और उसके साथ ही चूंकि हवा जो है उत्तर पश्चिम से होते हुए दक्षिण पूर्व की ओर चल रही है, ये सारा धुआं देखिए किस तरह मलबा जो अपने साथ पीछे ले जा रहा है। अब आप पीछे देख पा रहे, देखिए एटीएस के जो रहने वाले लोग थे उनको राहत की सांस मिलेगी, उनका घर वहां दिखाई पड़ रहा है। देखिए धुआं का गुबार जैसे छटेगा, पीछे की जो इमारत है वो बिल्कुल सुरक्षित दिखाई पड़ती है, इसके ठीक दूसरी तरफ एक दूसरी इमारत सुरक्षित दिखाई पड़ती है। आपने देखा ऐसा लगा जैसे दिवाली की फुलझड़ियां फूट रही हों, और एक एक करके दोनों इमारत महज 4 सेकंड में धराशायी हो गई। पहली से लेकर के आखिरी फ्लोर तक के बीच की जो पूरी कैलकुलेटेड थी वो 4 सेकंड की थी। और उसके बाद ये देखिए अब सिर्फ यहां अगर कुछ बचा है तो वो है धूल का गुबार। बहुत ही बारीकी से, बहुत ही स्मूथली, बिना ज्यादा आवाज किए, और सारा का सारा जो स्ट्रक्चर था, जो ढांचा था, वो जमींदोज हो गया। अब आपको जो देख पा रहे वो सिर्फ रिहायशी इलाका है, और यहाँ सिर्फ और सिर्फ धुएं का गुबार है।
We've got some breaking news coming in just 10 minutes from now. There will be a statement that comes out confirming the success of this demolition. No untoward incident has taken place. Everything has gone perfectly on track. Aishwarya Paliwal sends us this ground report.
हिंदुस्तान समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
चलाकर तकनीकी जांच की गई है, साथ ही साथ
The twin towers have been demolished, and we can feel the vibrations standing here almost a kilometer away from the twin towers. We could feel the vibrations on the flyover. We'll just show you the smog, the pollution that has taken place, and it took barely 10 seconds for the entire building to come down. And with this, The structure which was illegal, the structure which personified what greed can do, what corruption can do, have been wiped out from the face, from the landscape of Noida. This is Aishwarya Paliwal reporting for India Today with camera person Alok Das.
10 minutes.
एनडीआरएफ का जितना काम था वो पूरा नहीं हमारी अभी तक कोई रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं।
हमने देखा था पूरी तरह से तैयारी थी, एक तरह से सामान निकाल कर रखे गए थे, उनकी कोई जरूरत नहीं पड़ी अब तक।
नहीं अभी तक जरूरत नहीं पड़ी है, बाकी अभी मीटिंग है तो
यहाँ से अब रिलीव कर दिया गया है अभी?
नहीं अभी मैं मीटिंग के लिए जा रहा हूँ, जैसे आदेश मिलेगा देन मिलूंगा।
ओके थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
Lots of reactions coming in, very thick and fast. All indicators that the demolition has taken place totally successfully. This is a day of joy for the engineers, the people who are tasked with executing this demolition. Even though they had radiated reassurance, they had radiated positivity for 72 hours to make sure that there was no panic in the community, panic among residents. I am sure they themselves somewhere had known that there was a possibility of things going wrong. So today, in many ways, is a tribute to their engineering. Let's salute the demolition engineers, the explosives experts who've made sure that today's demolition of 62 stories, part of the Twin Towers, have come down successfully, absolutely according to plan, with no untoward incident, no damage apparently to the two societies that flank the Twin Towers, and no damage so far, at least not that we can tell, to anyone, because this entire area was completely cordoned off. We're waiting to hear from hospital authorities as well. Remember, advisories will be issued very, very shortly about care that needs to be taken as a result of this dissipating dust cloud. The cloud itself that you saw was of the thick particulate matter, but as it has dissipated and become invisible, it actually becomes more insidious and more dangerous. Please remember, if you can't see the dust cloud, doesn't mean you don't need to take precautions. Please wear a mask if you're anywhere in that vicinity, preferably anywhere in Noida at this point of time, because there's a light breeze blowing and that dust cloud with all its PM10 particulate matter will be spread over a wide area. Many people will be wishing that it was raining right now, right after the demolition, to wash away, the dust and the particulate matter. But the challenge truly in many ways for the far-reaching effects of today's demolition begins now.
सुरक्षित खड़े हुए अभी दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन नजदीक से जाकर माइन्यूट एग्जामिनेशन पर इसके लिए यहाँ पर एक स्ट्रक्चरल टीम है, वो जाकर के जायजा लेगी कि किसी इमारतों को आकर या कहीं कोई खरोच भी आई है, लेकिन दावा ये था कि ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने जा रहा।
That's the building that's gone down in just about a few seconds, barely 9 seconds that it's taken for it to come down, and that's the dust that's not settled as yet. It was a huge sound, vibrations that I could feel on my feet. Quite a scary affair. Undoubtedly, the sound was alarming. A huge alarm bell that went out even before the demolition took place. And now we see the building has come down. In just a few seconds, it's gone down to dust. It's happened successfully. Thankfully, nothing to panic at this point. All the residents, locals around have been evacuated, so it's a safe affair. All the dust that has that's still not settled, all in the vicinity there, will take at least half an hour for it to go down. So we know that this is at least another half an hour for the dust to settle, for it to completely come down. But this has left me flabbergasted. It was a shocker to see a building of that size and that magnitude to come down in barely a few seconds. It went off, in fact, almost simultaneously. Between the Cayenne and the Apex Tower, there was barely 1 to 2 second difference, but the way it went off and the way it's come down has really left us aghast.
Now, viewer, just how normal does this scene look? It's incredible. It's difficult to believe that those Twin Towers once dominated this particular frame, this view. Only when you zoom in can you see that enormous mountain of debris there. The broken, shattered pieces of these two large edifices of illegality and corruption lying there in pieces. They will be the source of the money that will pay for the actual demolition. But take a look at how normal the scene actually looks. It's incredible. We've got before and after pictures that we've been playing on our screen through the last 20 minutes since the demolition took place, and it's difficult to imagine this frame without those towers? How much better does it look? It looks like the scene has completely opened up. There's more light, there's more visibility, and the illegal manner in which those towers came up have in many metaphorical ways given rise to this beautiful view. For all of those towers that were affected and had to be in the shadow of those towers, it's literally a brighter future. It's a brighter day because they get to see sunlight perhaps for the first time. It's a day of relief. It's a moment of relief for hundreds of families who live in the towers very close to the Supertech Twin Towers where they stood, because they look totally intact. There's been no damage. You know, perhaps some glass panes may have broken, but the engineers, remember, had said you don't need to worry about shrink wrapping or bubble wrapping your crockery or your or taping up your windows. It's going to be all fine. It's going to go totally scientifically. And by the looks of it, I'm not a demolition expert, I'm not an engineer, but by the looks of it, things have gone the way the engineers promised us they would. And that's going to be a source of great satisfaction, joy and relief for hundreds of people who live in those two colonies, myself included, even though my tower is a little bit away from the actual Twin Towers and where they stood. Now, the challenge now, apart from the health concerns, apart from the big dust cloud, is going to be the return of hundreds of families, nearly 5,000 people who were evacuated in both of those colonies to the left and right of that huge mountain of debris. Both of those colonies will now have to be repopulated. Many people chose to go away on holiday. Many people have just moved away to houses of friends or relatives to be able to be part of this entire exercise, be part of this entire dramatic event. And now, starting around 7 p.m. or later, they get to return to their homes, breathing a huge sigh of relief that things have gone well and that there is no damage. Remember, hearts have definitely been in mouths, breaths have been held for many minutes together over what may have happened. People had been planning for the worst. As our reporters were telling us, those who've spoken to, those most affected by this demolition, they've been carrying suitcases full of documents, their jewelry, their precious items, their home-owning papers, and leaving from the site because something somewhere told them, you need to be prepared for any untoward incident. So imagine their relief and happiness today as they get to return without a hitch. Take a look at some of the reactions coming in.
It is as per the plans. The teams were working for this execution of the Honorable Supreme Court's order, and largely it is as per the plans. We are going to the site to assess the remnants which are there. See, one is if there is any leftover explosive which could become a safety issue. Second is about the debris, and thirdly about the smoke in the area so that the visibility, and we need to restore the traffic as quickly as possible. Thank you, sir.
देखिए, हमारे को एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने रिक्वेस्ट किया था टीम स्टैंड बाय करने के लिए, तो जो उनके रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से हमने टीम्स यहाँ लगा रखी हैं। रस्ट जितनी भी डिटेल है वो प्रशासन देख रहा है, उसको तो आपको वहाँ से मिल जाएगी। एनडीआरएफ का जितना काम था वो पूरा होने का हमारे अभी तक कोई रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है।
इसकी सोसाइटीज में कोई डैमेज ब्रॉडली नहीं है, लेकिन जैसा मैंने बताया अभी जस्ट ब्लास्ट होके हटा है। एक घंटे के अंदर स्थिति बेहतर पता लगेगी।
6 p.m. today is when Edifice Engineering will be holding a press conference. They will put out a detailed statement and share information. They'll take some of India Today's questions as well about the success of today's operation. By all accounts, by every visible indicator, this has been a totally successful demolition. No small feat, viewer, because this was India's largest demolition so far. Let's hope no further illegal structures need to be demolished this way. Let's hope no further illegal structures are ever built. And in just a short while from now, we'll get more information about the rehabilitation and the aftermath, the post-demolition actions that will be taken by all of the agencies that have been on standby bravely for the last 72 hours, many of them without adequate sleep, have been working round the clock to ensure the safety of this particular neighborhood of Noida, right on the outskirts of Delhi. And to all of the first responders, to all authorities who've made this success possible, the salute of the people of Noida. That it was carried out safely, that it was carried out without a hitch. Let's be thankful to the experts, the engineers who made this possible. Let's also remember that it took 20 crore rupees to bring these two towers down, and it is the debris that you see in that huge mountain that will actually fund the demolition costs. 5 crore rupees has been paid by Supertech, the builders of the Twin Towers. The remaining 15 crores will be recovered from the 4,000 tons approximately of building material and steel that has been made available thanks to this demolition. So there's a long road ahead, and we'll have to see where that goes. What is sure is that, and Nabila joins me live now from very close to the site where those buildings came down. Nabila, all of this took just 9 seconds. 9 seconds for a picture-perfect demolition with no apparent after effects, at least so far. But the challenge of clearing that huge mountain of debris faces the authorities in the face. And that's going to take months, isn't it, Nabila?
You know, Shiv, to give you a classic example, we're looking at the Noida authorities, civic authorities here, cleaning up the road itself. And that's taken about a good half hour for them to move all the plastic and all the mess that the media has indulged in. And apart from that, the public that walked in. So it's taking the officials here quite some time to clear up these roads. One can only imagine, we're talking about 30,000 tons of debris that this demolition has generated. All that that's like a a huge heap, like a mountain that has settled right in that triangular area where the Supertech Twin Towers stood. And this debris, we believe, from what we hear, is that it will be moved to a designated spot granted by the Noida local authorities. They're going to be moving it at a little distance away from the Supertech Twin Towers, not too far away, but this will be moved in tranches over the next few weeks. So from what we hear, it's going to take at least 3 months to clear the entire debris. But it is a challenge, but it seems like it's very well thought out, because the Noida officials, along with the engineers here and that company Edifice, are working in tandem. And this is an end-to-end solution that Edifice as a company has provided. The reason to why we're endorsing Edifice is they've successfully done this even in Kochi. They've done this here. Possibly the one company that has credit to their name when it comes to demolishing buildings of this scale. So, debris of 30,000 ton is not a joke, and that has got to be moved in the next 3 months' time. How are they going to do it? Of course, you have at least 1,000 trucks. Shiv, let me tell you and our viewers, 1,000 trucks have been readied by the Noida civic authorities to move the debris to its designated sites. Imagine 1,000 trucks to move 30,000 ton of debris. So it's no mean feat. It's going to be a huge task at the hands of Edifice as well as the Noida local authorities, but this was exactly what was planned. This is now the challenge, where they're going to be ensuring that all the dust in the air is settled. And visibly, from what I see from here, I'm right now the closest to the spot. It appears that, can I please have some thoda, so if I can see here, the view of the building right now, or the neighboring buildings that I see here, is quite clear post the demolition of the Twin Towers. And now the dust which emanated soon after the demolition has completely settled, at least from the face of it, at a distance. But once you go closer to it, one would only know what kind of health hazards it would have because of the dust particles still in the air. So for now, water sprinklers are being used extensively. These fog guns. These are called fog guns. I saw those vehicles just moving past on the flyover. If I can ask my camera to pan. In fact, fog guns we're doing the rounds here only to ensure that they sprinkle water all over wherever they feel that there is some kind of smoke and pollution to settle the dust. So all your first response teams are very active on the ground, doing their bit. But I'm sure that the relief is really for the residents. It's ultimately the residents who wanted to see the buildings go. They wanted to see sunshine back on the buildings of Emerald Court. They wanted to see sunshine back in their homes. And it appears that that's what they're going to see when they come back at 5 p.m. today. Sunshine will be back at the Emerald Court Towers.
Very I can't even explain what that's going to be like. Nabila, my tower is in ATS village as well. And to be able to see the sun, even though my tower is a little distant from the actual site where the demolition took place, to be actually able to see a frame not dominated by the Supertech Twin Towers is going to be an all-new experience. And like you rightly said, sunlight for the first time for so many of those families, it's going to be a new thing altogether. For instance, Vidhu Kumar is a resident of Emerald Court. She joins me now. Vidhu, first of all, congratulations. A happy day for residents like you. A successful demolition. Everything appears to have gone completely like clockwork. There doesn't appear to be any damage to your colony. How are you feeling right now, Vidhu?
Oh, I'm on top of the world. It has been, it's been a dream come true. We've been waiting for it for quite some time, but I had full faith on my team and on everybody, the people who have been working tirelessly day and night. And today, it is a celebration day for the entire Supertech, for that matter. Hello, can you hear me?
Congratulations to you, Vidhu, because I can only imagine what you and your family are going through right now. We'll come back to you in just a moment. We can hear you loud and clear, Vidhu. We'll just come back to you in a moment. I want you to stay with us because we're getting a lot of live information that might be useful to you and your family and residents like you. So continue to be plugged into India Today. Aishwarya is live with us, one of our reporters who's been on the front line of this entire story. Aishwarya, the police, the emergency services have all kicked in. The dust dissipation actions have already begun. What's the status? People want to know what's going to happen with the dust cloud and the debris mountain, Aishwarya.
Well, we'll have to reach the spot, Shiv. We are trying to reach. We will be able to give you visuals in just about some time. But for the moment, let me tell you, we are standing very close to the demolition site. And the sprinkling of water has already begun. We are giving you all those visuals live on India Today. The authority people are walking along with us. Now, the 2-kilometer radius from the demolition site is being keenly looked at. The water sprinkling has already begun. The sprinkling is taking place on the trees. The sprinkling will also take place on the Noida Greater Noida Expressway. They are trying to control the dust. Just a couple of minutes back, we also saw how a smog gun was being used. We'll try and speak with a couple of people from the authority and try to understand from them exactly what is the next plan of action. अभी जब ये पानी का छिड़काव हो जाएगा उसके बाद आप लोगों की क्या रहेगी प्रक्रिया? 2 किलोमीटर
सफाई डस्टिंग के लिए
डस्टिंग के लिए है तो शुरुआत के अंदर अभी आप लोग डस्टिंग करेंगे तो ये पानी जो है ये कितने किलोमीटर रेडियस तक जाएगा?
करीब हमारा 1 किलोमीटर के आसपास है।
1 किलोमीटर तो
हमारे पास एरिया जो दिया गया
आप लोगों के पास एरिया है तो पूरा इलाका जो है लगभग 2-3 किलोमीटर का उसमें इस समय यही काम किया जा रहा है। So Shiv, we are showing you visuals of how exactly they are trying to control the dust. We have already seen 3 water tankers. This is the 4th one, which is now in action. And all the trees, the roads and the dust, they are trying to control. Sprinkling of water has already begun. Almost a radius of 4 kilometers will be taken care of. And then they will move outside Shiv onto the expressway. Sprinkling of water will then take place on the expressway to Shiv.
Incredible day of joy for people like Vidhu, who is a resident of Emerald Court. Her colony is right next to that huge debris mountain. I can only imagine the anxiety, Vidhu, that you and your family have gone through over the last many days and hours. It's been a long fight. But what are your plans today? Are you going to be able to return to your colony today? What is your RWA
definitely.
and the authorities telling you?
Yeah, definitely. We are waiting for the green signal from our RWA. And people, those who have been looking after and working tirelessly, so we are just waiting for the green signal. The moment we receive, we are going to pass on to our entire tower, and tower-wise, we are going to come back.
And what's the buzz within your, on your WhatsApp groups of your colony? I can imagine that people must be congratulating each other.
Yes,
badhai de rahe honge abhi.
Yes,
They must be really happy about this.
No. We are all planning for a great and grand celebration with dinner and music. So we are just waiting for the moment when we all are going to return. So yes. Definitely. I mean, it is a time for a huge celebration.
No,
Hello.
I can really imagine. If you're allowed to return today itself, Vidhu, I can hear you loud and clear. There's a little bit of a lag, so don't worry, I can hear you. It'll take a few seconds for me to reply. But Vidhu, if you're allowed to return today itself, will you be returning today itself?
Yes, yes. Because I have to inform the other. I'm the tower captain of Aster 6, so I have to be there, and then I'll be, sending messages to the other residents to return. So yeah, by evening, hopefully, I should be back in my tower.
Okay. Wishing you the very best for that. I happen to be a resident of the tower on the other side of those two towers, which is ATS Village. So we're all waiting for that green signal before we can return to our complexes as well.
Congratulations to you too.
Thanks very much, Vidhu. Continue to stay with me. If you're not too busy, continue to stay with me, because we're going to get some, thank you so much. We're going to get some information from the police and the authorities. I want you to be able to hear it live here on India Today. For the moment, I want to go across to Neena Khanna before I go to Nabila. Neena Khanna is a disaster management expert. Neena, welcome. A day of great admiration for engineers, who've executed this. Okay, we don't have Neena Khanna. I'll go to her in just a moment. Nabila is with me. Nabila is with me live. Nabila, the dust suppression actions have begun. Like you just saw, the clearing of the roads is a process that has already begun right now. Lots of anxiety right now for the colonies as they wait, like you just heard Vidhu say, for that green signal before people are allowed to return to their colonies. What are you hearing?
Right, Shiv, I'm right here at the flyover, and you see I'm going to point out at that water tank there, where it's trying to sprinkle water on the streets only to avoid settle the dust. So it's not just the immediate vicinity where we're seeing water tankers and sprinklers being used, but also at this flyover we see proper water being sprayed all over, so that any kind of dust that's emanated and that's spread across is settled in no time. So this is a quick response teams. These are those teams that are very efficiently right now on overdrive, trying to ensure that people return to their homes safely by 5 p.m. 5 p.m. is roughly around the time that's been given to all the local residents here to get back, to return to the homes. But are they willing to return to their homes today? The question is, many of the roads have been barricaded, and more importantly, cars cannot return, Shiv. As much as we see that the dust is settled, the debris still remains of course, within the ATS limits, within the Supertech Twin Towers limits itself. But at the end of it, vehicles are not going to be allowed inside the basements of Emerald Tower, at least for now, because one part of the basement opens up to the Twin Towers. If the whole there's a huge curtain-like cloth, a white cloth that's literally hooked to the ground. That's been placed only to stop all debris. If that cloth or that curtain is removed, then you can imagine the debris literally flowing into the basements, particularly the car parking areas. So the vehicles now, the cars to come back to the to Emerald Court is going to be quite a task. So I believe, and this I need to clarify yet again, but I believe that the RWAs are advising the residents here not to bring in their vehicles as yet. You want to come back, you try and park, keep your cars away. They have a designated car parking, two-story facility given by the Noida authorities, very close to the Emerald Court and the ATS Village. So keep your cars parked there at least for the next 24 hours until basic debris is cleared out from the basement areas of the Emerald Court. So that's one concern right now, whether you can bring your cars back. We're hoping that we hear some kind of formal statement from the Noida authorities. But for now, by 5 p.m., people can surely get back to their homes and get into their homes and get back to doing their regular activity. Put up all their frames back on the walls. All their valuables can be unpacked. A little bit of dusting, you're good to go.
Good to go, hopefully. Let's hope no parts of that structure have fallen in either of the colonies, because some parts of that structure may have possibly, damaged the walls, but nothing serious as of now, at least no indicators of that having happened at this point of time. Take a look at the moment of the demolition captured on India Today's cameras through the eyes of our reporters. Watch this by Ashutosh and Aishwarya.
और कुछ इस तरह धमाके के साथ नोएडा का ट्विन टावर जमींदोज हो रहा है। एक के बाद एक धमाके, 1 मिलीमीटर के डिफरेंस पर लगातार होते धमाके और पूरी तरह नोएडा का ट्विन टावर 30 और 32 मंजिला गगनचुंबी इमारत कुछ इस तरह धुएं के गुबार में बदल चुकी है। और जैसा कि अंदाजा लगाया गया था, बिल्कुल प्रिसाइज तरीके से, बिल्कुल परफेक्ट तरीके से गणित और फिजिक्स जिसका नियम लागू हुआ और कैसे ये पूरी इमारत, आपने देखा धमाका भी बेहद कमजोर लेकिन बेहद मजबूत। धमाके से ज्यादा नुकसान होने की संभावना अब नहीं है। आपने देखे कितने जो आवाज थी वो बहुत कम डेसिबल में थी और उसके साथ ही चूंकि हवा जो है उत्तर पश्चिम से होते हुए दक्षिण पूर्व की ओर चल रही है, ये सारा धुआं देखिए किस तरह मलबा जो अपने साथ पीछे ले जा रहा है। अब आप पीछे देख पा रहे, देखिए एटीएस के जो रहने वाले लोग थे उनको राहत की सांस मिलेगी, उनका घर वहां दिखाई पड़ रहा है। देखिए धुआं का गुबार जैसे छटेगा, पीछे की जो इमारत है वो बिल्कुल सुरक्षित दिखाई पड़ती है, इसके ठीक दूसरी तरफ एक दूसरी इमारत सुरक्षित दिखाई पड़ती है। आपने देखा ऐसा लगा जैसे दिवाली की फुलझड़ियां फूट रही हों और एक एक करके दोनों इमारत महज 4 सेकंड में धराशायी हो गई। पहली से लेकर के आखिरी फ्लोर तक के बीच की जो पूरी कैलकुलेटेड थी वो 4 सेकंड की थी। और उसके बाद ये देखिए अब सिर्फ यहां अगर कुछ बचा है तो वो है धूल का गुबार। बहुत ही बारीकी से, बहुत ही स्मूथली, बिना ज्यादा आवाज किए और सारा का सारा जो स्ट्रक्चर था, जो ढांचा था, वो जमींदोज हो गया। अब आपको जो देख पा रहे वो सिर्फ रिहायशी इलाका है और यहाँ सिर्फ और सिर्फ धुएं का गुबार है।
While on one hand, the JCBs have been brought very close to the Twin Tower, on the other hand, water tankers have also been lined up. The authorities are leaving no stone unturned to make sure that all the process and all the procedures are in place. There are a large number of police personnel which have been brought in and around Noida Twin Towers just to make sure that no untoward incident takes place. Now the step 1 will be to make sure that the JCBs pick up the debris. Step 2 will be to make sure that the dust settles, because of which you see these water sprinklers which have been put in place. These water sprinklers have been brought here. They will be sent to the site immediately after the demolition of the Twin Towers, and then these dumpsters will be roped in. The dumpsters will then indulge in picking up of the debris. It looks like it will roughly be 3 months before the entire debris will be cleared up. And just to make sure that there is no damage to the adjoining buildings, fire brigade has also been called in. Now the authorities are making sure that all these things remain within 10-kilometer radius of the Twin Tower. They're also looking at assessing the damage, if any, to the close by buildings. Once the demolition is over, then a full assessment will be done, and once the assessment is done, only then residents will be allowed to go inside. With camera person Alok Das, this is Aishwarya Paliwal reporting for India Today.
The incredible moment when that monument to corruption and shame came crashing down has been captured in multiple India Today cameras, giving you the most amazing close-up view of how those 62 stories came crashing down. Let's relive it now. Many fresh reactions coming in from the agencies here. Let's listen into the big statements coming out from the agencies in response to this demolition.
लार्जली जो पूरी एक्सरसाइज है एज पर प्लान्स थी और उसका एग्जीक्यूशन बिल्कुल एज पर प्लान हुआ है। बाकी अभी एक्सपर्ट टीम्स जो है वो मौके पे हैं, वो असेसमेंट कर रहे हैं। हम लोग भी अब उधर ही जा रहे हैं। उनका असेसमेंट के बाद जो है आपको फिर अपडेट देंगे।
देखिए, ब्लास्ट लार्जली सक्सेसफुल है। बाकी एडिफिस इंजीनियरिंग और जेट डिमोलिशन सीबीआरआई की टीम इस वक्त मौके पे है, तो कोई लेफ्ट ओवर एक्सप्लोजिव्स ना हो इसको चेक कर रहे हैं। जो डिमोलिशन वेस्ट था वो सारा लार्जली साइट के अंदर ही है। थोड़ा सा मलबा रोड पे और एटीएस की वॉल की तरफ गया है। बाकी जो लार्जर डिटेल्स हैं साइट पे चेक हो रहे हैं। डस्ट क्लाउड जैसा हम सभी लोगों ने देखा इमीडिएटली डिसिपिएट हो गया था। हमारी सारी मशीनरी, स्मॉग गन्स, स्वीपिंग मशीन्स, वाटर टैंकर साइट पे ऑपरेशनल हो गई हैं। विद इन हाफ एन आवर जो अंदर का जोन है जो बैरिकेड किया गया था, जैसे ही अंदर से क्लियरेंस आएगी अंदर की साइट में भी क्लिनजिंग का काम शुरू हो जाएगा। तो लार्जली ऑल इज ओके। बाकी जो डिटेल्स हैं दे विल बी क्लियर मोर आफ्टर 1 आवर, 1 घंटे बाद।
देखिए, हमारे को एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने रिक्वेस्ट किया था टीम स्टैंड बाय करने के लिए, तो जो उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से हमने टीम्स यहाँ लगा रखी हैं। रेस्ट जितनी भी डिटेल है वो प्रशासन देख रहा है, उसको तो आपको वहाँ से मिल जाएगी। एनडीआरएफ का जितना काम था वो पूरा होने का हमारे अभी तक कोई रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं।
Nabila continues to be with me. Nabila, good news coming in. The Noida authorities saying that residents will be allowed to return to their homes post 6:30 p.m. So that's one really nice indication that everything has gone successfully. Some damage to the walls between the societies, but nothing that can't be fixed in a few days. Today has been a really good result as far as the execution of that demolition is concerned. And let's not forget, Nabila, in a short while from now, at about 6:15 p.m., we are told that Edifice will be holding a press conference as well to detail how this demolition took place. Really looking forward to that, Nabila, because the science of this spectacle will be revealed at that time.
Absolutely, Shiv. Right now, even as we speak, I'd like my cameras to pan here where the towers once stood. The twin towers that once stood have been all down, is now all down to dust. And from what we hear by the Noida authorities, the team of Edifice, of course, apart from that, the jet demolitions, the CBRI, as well as Noida officials, they've all begun structural analysis of the buildings in the vicinity. So right now, even as we speak, they're all attempting to give security clearance to people living in the vicinity to come back. So 6:30 is the ideal time that they've said you can come back. It was earlier said to be 5 p.m. but now we hear that 6:30 p.m. is the right time for residents to come back if they want to. Now, as of now, as we speak, the structural analysis is currently underway by experts. They're trying to take a look at the buildings right adjacent to the twin towers to see if they've had any kind of damage, any kind of cracks that have developed on those buildings. All of that is right now being assessed. But these are works of the experts, Shiv. It's going to take a little while for the experts to really establish whether or not there has been damage. But one thing's for sure, that if there is damage to your property as a resident and a local there living in the vicinity of Supertech Twin Towers, if there is any kind of damage to your property, then be sure that it will be compensated. As far as we know, that the Edifice as a company will be compensating. They will be contacting the RWAs to understand if any local resident and their house has been damaged, then money will be given in terms of compensation. This is going to be another few weeks it will take for some kind of checks and balances and for the entire dust to settle. As we see that the demolition has been successful, but all the post work in terms of clearing the debris, bringing the people safely back, will cars be allowed into the basements today? Will debris be moved out of those basement areas so as quickly for the cars to actually enter the Emerald Court? That's the big question. But apart from that, all the structural analysis is happening even now as we speak. For now, we believe that the Noida authorities, the CEO of Noida has said 6:30 is the ideal time. One more thing, Shiv, I'd like to highlight here, the explosives that were laden on those twin towers. You know, it's a matter of habit, I guess. For the last 8 hours, I've been looking at those twin towers, and I'm amazed to see right behind me that it's no more there.
Every time I look behind, I'm quite awed with the fact that it's completely disappeared. It's literally down to dust. So the towers that once stood is no more there. It was all brought down using explosives, 3,500 kgs of it. Now, if there are any kind of leftover explosives, by chance, any leftover explosives, that is now being checked thoroughly by the edifice engineers. They're looking through the rubble there, is what we hear, to ensure that any kind of leftover explosives is cleared out at the earliest, because it could be dangerous. We know that this was a highly sensitive charge zone until now, until the blast took place, and now post the blast, all the leftovers will be moved out. Not too sure if every part of the explosives has imploded as per plan, and if it hasn't, then it's the job of the edifice management and their engineers now to move it out to a safe location. For now, locals are very relieved for the fact that there's no visible damage. From what we see, the dust has settled, no visible damage, but apart from some kind of cracks we hear and some glasses shattered, nothing else for us to worry about as of now. And for the air right now where I'm standing, if I can ask my camera to pan here, this is the water that the Noida authorities have already sprinkled on the road that I'm on as well, so that the dust settles. It's now a nice cool breeze after the scorching heat when we saw the building go down. It seems like a pleasant affair for residents to come back by 6:30. Nothing to worry at all as for what we see.
This is really such good news for thousands of residents who've been, had sleepless nights for the last 1 week. For them is embodied in these pictures of that demolition, a chance at closure, a chance at renewal, and first day of the rest of their lives in many ways. Let's take a look at those iconic images once again of the demolition.
साइट का जायजा लेने के लिए मलबा गिरा हुआ साफ दिखाई दे रहा है और सारे टावर जितने थे, ये 14 टावर कम से कम वो बिल्कुल सुरक्षित खड़े हुए अभी दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन से जाकर सेकेंड कहा जा रहा था, मुझे लगता है शायद उससे भी कम वक्त लगा होगा और ये सारे
Absolutely incredible video footage right now of the dust cloud from inside ATS Village. Exclusive images coming to you on India Today from inside ATS Village, where one particular resident had put up a webcam, a GoPro camera that recorded the entire collapse of those buildings and the dust cloud live. Just listen to it for a moment. Live with us as we track the aftermath of this very successful demolition. Shreya, probably the most dramatic video footage so far of the demolition. This one exclusive on India Today from inside one of those colonies where someone has actually, had the presence of mind to put a GoPro camera to record the whole thing live because everyone's been evacuated. Very, very dramatic footage from the inside, and that dust cloud, moving into that colony captured here, Shreya.
Blasting site where India Today has managed to get access. Ma'am, you're monitoring the situation on the ground. Can you say that what's going on so far as the plan is concerned? Because we see there's dust particles that's now floating in the air. What are you guys doing? The demolition has perfectly all us done, and we have been closely monitoring HUI so the 2 o'clock HUI and PM levels and the 3 o'clock HUI and PM levels are exactly the same. So जो dust generate भी हुई वो immediately dissipate हो गई.
It was a little iffy right now because of everything that's happening over there. We'll go back to Shreya in just a moment, but this image is going to take people's breath away. It's from inside ATS village, one of the colonies that was evacuated for this demolition. It shares a wall with the Supertech Emerald Court colony. And someone left their GoPro camera on a webcam to record the demolition.
वर्क होता है तो पूरी टीम बधाई की पात्र है कि कर दिखाया?
सर बिल्कुल पूरी टीम बधाई की पात्र है और जब ब्लास्ट होने के बाद हम पांचों अंदर गए और हम लोगों ने बिल्डिंग को अच्छी तरह इंस्पेक्ट किया। उसके जस्ट 5 मिनट बाद हम लोग रो रहे थे।
और सर कितने लोग थे, कितने इन्वॉल्व थे आपने, कितने लोग इन्वॉल्व थे?
सर माय फैमिली वेटिंग फॉर मी।
कितने लोग
हाँ मैडम, टोटल 10 लड़के मेरी टीम में थे और 7 फॉरेन एक्सपर्ट्स थे हमारे और 20 से 25 की एडिफिस इंजीनियरिंग की टीम थी।
सर जैसे आपने एक्सपीरियंस बताया, कितने दूर थे, मतलब पूरे?
मैडम सिर्फ 70 मीटर दूर थे इस ब्लास्ट से।
जी, और जो प्रोसीजर जो हुआ, जब बटन दबाया, क्या थी सर फीलिंग, क्या थी उस समय?
आधे घंटे पहले जब सायरन पुश दबा दिया गया, बजा दिया गया, आधे घंटे पहले हम पांचों आपस में एक दूसरे से कोई बात नहीं कर रहे थे, सिर्फ दूसरे का चेहरा देख रहे थे। और जैसे बटन दबने की इमीडिएटली बाद जब मैंने खड़े होकर बिल्डिंग की तरफ देखा तो सिर्फ वहाँ धूल का गुबार था और कुछ चिंताएं थी और उन चिंताओं को देखते हुए हम लोगों ने धूल को सेटल होने की वेट नहीं की। जब से मास्क निकाले एंड सब भागते हुए बिल्डिंग की तरफ गए और हमारा पहला कंसर्न एमराल्ड कोर्ट था, उसको चेक किया, कम्प्लीटली सेफ। एक एटीएस की तरफ हल्का सा एक जो कंपाउंड वॉल है उस पर थोड़ा सा पत्थर गिरा है जिसकी वजह से 3 या 4 मीटर कंपाउंड वॉल टूटी है एंड एवरीथिंग इज सेफ एज पर आवर प्लान।
सर अपना नाम और डेजिग्नेशन?
माय सेल्फ चेतन दत्ता, आई वाज इंडियन ब्लास्टर।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू।
Lots of voices coming in, first and exclusive here on India Today. But the defining image of today is the demolition itself. The many heroes who were stakeholders responsible for the execution of a picture-perfect demolition. This picture, this series of images here on India Today are testament to their scientific prowess, their engineering know-how, and the brilliant clockwork precision with which they executed what was otherwise an extremely difficult proposition. It was India's biggest demolition, and they've carried out with great elan and with great success. It's going to take a long time to digest these images. What was once the Twin Towers is now an enormous mountain of debris, and I want to take you straight to that mountain because India Today Shreya Chatterjee is with us live. Shreya, the debris mountain is the big challenge now. Picture perfect demolition, but big challenge ahead.
तस्वीरें देखिए कि आज तक के पास एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें ये आप देखिए, पूरे इलाके में बड़ी संख्या में मलबा जो है वो इस वक्त इकट्ठा हो गया है। चारों तरफ मलबा ही मलबा जो है वो यहाँ पर लगा हुआ है। नोएडा प्रशासन की तरफ से
वक्त ले लो, जल्दी जल्दी जल्दी।
Process and die.
वक्त ले लो, इस वाले फोन से कनेक्ट नहीं होगा।
Okay, let's go across to a live report.
तस्वीरों में
Okay, a bit of chaos here. Apologize to our viewers, but that's only to be expected because
की टीम इस वक्त पहुंच चुकी है। जो हम आपको ये तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं, ये ट्विन टावर का मलबा जो आप इतना ऊंचा बिखरा हुआ यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं, तो ये तस्वीरें इस वक्त की बड़ी ऐतिहासिक ये इमारत जिसको धराशाही कर दिया गया है। 9 सेकंड से भी कम का एक तरीके से कह सकते हैं वक्त लगा और ये पूरी इमारत जो है वो ढह गई है। हालांकि अब मलबे को साफ करने का काम देखिए यहाँ पर चलता हुआ इस वक्त आपको हम तस्वीरों में दिखा रहे हैं किस तरीके के मलबा 3 इमारत तक जैसा कहा जा रहा था कि इमारत जो है मलबा जो गिरा हुआ नजर आएगा। अब इसको समेटने के लिए अब ये माना जा रहा है कि 3 महीने का वक्त जो है वो लग सकता है। फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियां जो है यहाँ पर आपको नजर आ रही है। पानी का छिड़काव यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है क्योंकि जो धूल का गुब्बार निकला है उसको कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश भी हो रही है। आप देखिए जैसा कहा गया था कुछ उसी अंदाज में ये इमारत वाटरफॉल तकनीक के हिसाब से गिरी हुई नजर आ रही है। अगल बगल जो आप चादर देख रहे हैं जो इमारतों में पड़े हुए हैं उनका कलर यहाँ पर जरूर बदल गया है, लेकिन ये तस्वीरें जो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं ये आज तक उस जगह पर पहुंच चुका है जहां से हम आपको मलबे की तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। सीधी तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं इस वक्त मलबे की ये तस्वीर। हालांकि यहाँ पर देखिए पानी के टैंकर जो है वो भी पहुंच रहे हैं। इसी के साथ साथ आपको बता दें ये इतना मलबा है 80 टन बताया जा रहा है जिसको समेटने में अभी तकरीबन 3 महीने का वक्त लगेगा। तो एक लंबा वक्त लगने वाला है, लेकिन तैयारी अभी यही है कि जो यहाँ से धूल का गुब्बार निकला उसे यहाँ पर समेटा जाए। टीमें यहाँ पर देखिए 5 मंजिल तक यहाँ पर जो आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं धूल का गुब्बार अभी भी उठता हुआ यहाँ तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा है। तो ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। देखिए यहाँ पर पानी की छींटे अभी पर डाले जा रहे हैं और ये धुआं अभी भी यहाँ पर निकलता हुआ सांस लेने में थोड़ी दिक्कत यहाँ महसूस होती हुई, क्योंकि अगर यहाँ देखिए अच्छा दिखाइए ये देखिए किस तरीके से पानी का छिड़काव हो रहा है जिसके बाद ये धुआं जो है ये और निकलता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। तो इस वक्त हम तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं किस तरीके से पानी की बौछार हो रही है। आप देखिए ये पानी की बौछार इस तरफ भी हो रही है जिधर हम खड़े हैं और धुआं यहाँ पर नजर आ रही है। आप देखिए अंदाजा लगा लीजिए 3 मंजिला इमारत के बराबर यहाँ पर मलबा इस वक्त नजर आ रहा है। टीमें यहाँ पर लगी हुई हैं, फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियाँ यहाँ पर लगी हुई हैं और ये तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये तस्वीर जरा आप देखिए यहाँ पर ये ट्विन टावर उसको तोड़ दिया गया है, धराशायी कर दिया गया है। सीधी तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर देखिए धुआं उठता हुआ पानी की छींटें बौछारें पड़ते हुए इस वक्त ये तस्वीरें धुआं ही नजर आ रहा है आपको चारों तरफ। तो ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं जहां ये इमारत जमींदोज हो चुकी है। धुआं उठता हुआ इस वक्त आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा है। पानी की बौछार यहाँ पर की जा रही है, लेकिन उसके बाद जैसे पानी की बौछार हो रही है धुआं कुछ और उठता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। ये पूरा मलबा ट्विन टावर अब मलबे में तब्दील हो चुका है। जैसे आप मेरे पीछे तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर वो इमारत, वो गगनचुंबी इमारत जो भ्रष्टाचार की नींव पर टिकी हुई थी उसे धराशायी कर दिया गया है। 14 सेकंड भी नहीं लगे और ये इमारत जो है वो ध्वस्त हो गई है। ये पीछे आप तस्वीरें देखिए जो टीमें हैं वो अब इस बात पर लगी हुई हैं क्योंकि यहाँ ट्रक लगाए गए मलबे को हटाने का काम चल रहा है। कोच्चि में हमने एग्जाम्पल देखा 6 महीने का वक्त लग गया था वहां से मलबा साफ करने में। यहाँ पर कहा जा रहा है 3 महीने का समय यहाँ पर लगेगा, लेकिन उससे ज्यादा समय भी लग सकता है। सुशांत भी हमारे साथ मौजूद है। सुशांत, जिस तरीके से देखिए पानी की बौछार भी हो रही है, सांस लेना यहाँ दिक्कत हो रही है, सांस लेने में दिक्कत हो रही है क्योंकि कंक्रीट का धुआं उठता हुआ नजर आ रहा है।
अर्पिता, आपको तस्वीरें दिखाना चाहूंगा कि देखिए हमारे जो दर्शक जुड़े हुए हैं, ट्विन टावर आपको वहाँ पे नजर आएगा और वहाँ से तकरीबन 400 मीटर की दूरी पर जो पूरा मलबा है वो यहाँ पर नजर आ रहा है। चारों तरफ मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन अजय से कहूँगा कि वो तस्वीरें दिखाएं कि कहाँ तक ये मलबा जो है वो पहुँचा है। ये पूरा गार्डन एरिया और यहाँ तक मलबा जो है वो पहुँच चुका है और लगातार जो नोएडा प्रशासन है उनकी तरफ से ये कोशिश की जा रही है कि इस मलबे की और उसको धूल है वो लोगों को परेशान न करे। इसके लिए लगातार स्प्रिंकलिंग जो है वो पानी की तरफ से यहाँ पर तमाम एरियाज़ के अंदर जो है वो लगातार की जा रही है। इसके अलावा मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन अजय से ये भी कहूँगा कि वो तस्वीरें ये भी दिखाएं कि किस तरीके से जो मलबा ट्विन टावर है वो किस तरीके से धराशायी हो चुका है। लगभग 3 से 4 मंजिल अभी मलबा जो है वो यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है। सड़कों तक ये मलबा जो है वो पहुँच चुका है। आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से चारों तरफ सड़कों के बाहर जो बाउंड्री वॉल इस ट्विन टावर की थी वो भी पूरी तरीके से डैमेज हो गई है, उसको बाहर तक ये मलबा जो है वो आ चुका है। और तमाम तस्वीरें अगर आप देखेंगे कि नोएडा प्रशासन लगातार अब आगे की तरफ आपको यहाँ पर नजर आएगा। कोशिश यहाँ पर है कि प्रशासन की तरफ से कि इस मलबे को जल्दी से जल्दी यहाँ से क्लियर जो है वो किया जाए। और अभी भी लगातार पानी का छिड़काव इस पूरे एरिया के अंदर जो है वो प्रशासन की तरफ से दिखाई पड़ रहा है। नोएडा का ट्विन टावर जो कि भ्रष्टाचार का टावर था, 32 मंजिला, और जो कि भ्रष्टाचार के टावर के नाम से जाना जाता था। आसपास की तमाम बिल्डिंग जिसके बारे में तमाम जो यहाँ पर रहने वाले लोग थे वो चिंतित थे कि कहीं अगर ये डेमोलिशन होता है तो उनकी बिल्डिंग को किसी प्रकार का कोई नुकसान ना हो, लेकिन वो पूरा बचाव जो है वो हुआ है। और यहाँ पर जो सूझबूझ थी, इंजीनियर्स की जो सूझबूझ थी कंपनीज की, वो साफ तौर पर नजर आई है। और साफ तौर पर देखा जा सकता है कि किस तरीके से ट्विन टावर पूरी तरीके से ध्वस्त हो चुका है। और यहाँ पर आपको तस्वीरें जो है वो एक्सक्लूसिव आज तक पर कि किस तरीके से तमाम चारों ओर मलबा ही मलबा जो है वो इस वक्त नजर आ रहा है। अर्पिता
जी बिल्कुल सुशांत, ये तस्वीरें देखिए हम दिखा ही रहे हैं लगातार ये तस्वीरें, और यहाँ पर देखिए किस तरीके से काम चल रहा है वो भी हम आपको दिखा ही रहे हैं। यहाँ देखिए टीमें लगी हुई हैं क्योंकि जो इंजीनियरिंग यहाँ पर की गई थी, जिस तरीके की तैयारियां की गई थी और जो कहा गया था वाटरफॉल, उस वाटरफॉल अंदाज में ही ये इमारत ढही है। आसपास की इमारतों को आप देखिए, कोई नुकसान अभी यहाँ दिख रहा है कि नहीं पहुंचा है, लेकिन धूल का गुब्बार एक उठता हुआ उस वक्त नजर आया था। धूल अभी भी हम महसूस कर पा रहे हैं, सांस लेने में भी हमें दिक्कतें महसूस हो रही हैं। अजय से एक बार कहूंगी जरा पास से आकर एक बार तस्वीरें और दिखा दें। ये देखिए, ये मलबे का ढेर, 3 मंजिला इमारत जैसा ये मलबा आपको इस वक्त तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा। तो ये हालत इस वक्त हो चुकी है। आप देखिए ट्विन टावर जो गगनचुंबी इमारत के तौर पर यहाँ पर खड़ा नजर आ रहा था, वो चंद सेकंड में जमींदोज हो गया है। तो ये तस्वीरें हम आपको लगातार दिखा रहे हैं। आज तक पर एक्सक्लूसिव ये तस्वीर आप देख रहे हैं, उस मलबे की तस्वीर आपको दिखा रहे हैं। वो ट्विन टावर जो धराशाही हो गया और उसके बाद जमींदोज हो गया है। ये मलबे की तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। अजय हमारे सहयोगी लगातार ये तस्वीर आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। देखिए टीमें लगी हुई हैं, चाहे आला अधिकारी हो वो लगे हैं, जो इंजीनियर्स थे, क्योंकि यहाँ ये भी कोशिश हुई कि फॉग एंटी स्मॉग गन जो है उसका इस्तेमाल भी हो रहा है। तो ये हम तस्वीरें आपको दिखाई रहे हैं। इसके साथ ही साथ आपको बता दें अब करीबन 3 महीने का वक्त लगेगा और उसके बाद इस मलबे को हटाया जाएगा। कैमरामैन अजय के साथ अर्पिता आर्या, आज तक। इस वक्त जो आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं,
I'm gonna we've been at it since 7 this morning. Great to tell all of our viewers that this has been a totally successful demolition. That's everything I and all of our team here on India Today could have hoped for. But our coverage is just getting started because the aftermath, the celebrations and identifying, naming and shaming the corrupt on whose name that debris mountain has been made possible today will be here on India Today in our rolling coverage. I'm handing you over now. Thanks very much for watching. Polomi takes over our coverage into prime time here. Polomi, over to you.
Right, Shiv, thank you so much for that. Of course, that effort which has been put in by our entire team, which has been covering this big exercise through this entire day, and now it has been a successful mission. Cutting across now to Mr. Suhas Elvai, who is the DM of Noida, joining us on the phone line right now. Good evening, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on India Today. Can you give us a sense of the success of this mission? Has it been completed? What is going to be the next step, sir?
Thanks for having me, Polomi. Yes, we are happy that the first step, that is the pre-demolition process, and the second step, that is the demolition process, everything went on as per the plan. Now we are in the third phase, that is the post-demolition phase. We want to do it like a textbook operation. So we were working on micro details with respect to people who were staying around and coordinating with different departments, but we are happy that things have gone as per plan so far. Now we are working on getting the AQI back to normal levels. In fact, half an hour after the blast itself, the AQI levels have normalized a lot. But yes, it was a big challenge for all of us, given that 2 buildings were right adjacent to the Twin Towers, which were supposed to be blasted. But yes, the engineers, all the experts, and all the departments put in their best, and we have the results in front of us to see.
Absolutely. Congratulations to you, sir, and everyone who worked on this entire exercise itself. It has been a successful exercise, as you are, of course, telling us as well, sir. But what are going to be the next stages, sir? Of course, moving of that debris is going to be extremely critical as well, but you're already telling us about the pollution levels that have dropped.
Yes. As regards to the debris which is being created due to the blast, we are having that, and we are looking at that in two phases. One is the debris that has reached the neighboring buildings. As we speak, cleaning process is going on, so that in the next few hours we want to clean all the neighboring flats and buildings so that the residents can come back and resume normalcy. And also the public places are being cleaned, water is being sprinkled as we speak. Then the next big challenge would be to clean the debris that is there within the site, within the blast site, within the plot. That should not create any inconvenience to the residents of Noida or to the neighboring residents. So yes, we have micro plan for that, and we'll go ahead and do it.
So the residents who've been living in the vicinity of the area, sir, as was in fact anticipated, can they return back to their residences by about 5 p.m. this evening?
Yes. It would only take a few hours to clean the neighboring areas, and they should be able to return back tonight and have the dinner at their homes.
Okay, that's great news, of course. That's heartening to hear that, sir. Also, in terms of any sort of damage, sir, as a result of this implosion, any damage to neighboring residences, breaking of windows, etc., that you've managed to assess post-demolition, sir?
Yes, there has been a preliminary assessment of the damage. There has been no major damage as such, but in one of the neighboring buildings, there has been little damage to the compound wall. It's basically minor damage.
Which building is that, sir?
That is the ATS building. There's been no damage to building as such, but it is a wall which is neighboring to that. There has been, so yes. So, but otherwise, there's been no damage to property, or there's been no damage of life assets. So everything went as per plan, but still our experts are on site and they are scouting for all that we can see and get everything back to normal at the earliest.
Okay. And sir, can you confirm that both the towers have been completely razed to the ground? Or because there was some reports coming in, obviously we couldn't see very clearly, our reporters on the ground couldn't see very clearly, but some said that the smaller tower hadn't been entirely razed.
Yes, they have been completely razed to the ground. In fact, all of us, our team members, we went into the area after we got the clearance from the company blast, in charge of the blast process.
Right.
Yes, they have been brought back, and because the debris itself is almost, I think, 4-storied high, so probably people would feel that no, building has not come down, but it's the debris that would probably create such an impression.
All right. And how much time will it take in totality, of course, in the area of the implosion itself for this debris to be cleared, sir? 3 months was what was anticipated. Is that how much time it will take?
Yes, as I said, the debris in and around the area will be dealt with immediately, and also in the public places. But the debris which is there within the plot site, yes, it would take some time. And with regards to the exact time, the Edifice company would probably, being the expertise company, would assess and probably let us know by late evening.
Right. So thank you so much for speaking to India Today, and congratulations to you for carrying this exercise out to precision and safely as well. The DM of Noida, their viewers, assuring that everything has gone as per plan, as per precision. Residents who live in the vicinity of the implosion site can also, in fact, start returning to their residences. In fact, this evening itself, post 5 p.m. and in fact, possibly have dinner at their residences this evening as well. Everything has been conducted extremely safely and as per precision. Let's watch that moment now when these two illegal twin towers were razed to the ground.
हुई हैं, क्योंकि जो इंजीनियरिंग यहाँ पर की गई थी, जिस तरीके की तैयारियां की गई थी और जो कहा गया था वाटरफॉल, उस वाटरफॉल अंदाज में ही ये इमारत ढही है। आसपास की इमारतों को आप देखिए, कोई नुकसान अभी यहाँ दिख रहा है कि नहीं पहुंचा है, लेकिन धूल का गुब्बार एक उठता हुआ उस वक्त नजर आया था। धूल अभी भी हम महसूस कर पा रहे हैं, सांस लेने में भी हमें दिक्कतें महसूस हो रही हैं। अजय से एक बार कहूंगी, जरा पास से आकर एक बार तस्वीरें और दिखा दें। ये देखिए, ये मलबे का ढेर, 3 मंजिला इमारत जैसा ये मलबा आपको इस वक्त तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा। तो ये हालत इस वक्त हो चुकी है। आप देखिए, ट्विन टावर जो गगनचुंबी इमारत के तौर पर यहाँ पर खड़ा नजर आ रहा था, वो चंद सेकंड में जमींदोज हो गया है। तो ये तस्वीरें हम आपको लगातार दिखा रहे हैं। आज तक पर एक्सक्लूसिव ये तस्वीर आप देख रहे हैं, उस मलबे की तस्वीर आपको दिखा रहे हैं। वो ट्विन टावर जो धराशाही हो गया और उसके बाद जमींदोज हो गया है। ये मलबे की तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। अजय, हमारे सहयोगी लगातार ये तस्वीरें आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। देखिए, टीमें लगी हुई हैं, चाहे आला अधिकारी हो वो लगे हैं, जो इंजीनियर्स थे, क्योंकि यहाँ ये भी कोशिश हुई कि फॉग एंटी स्मॉग गन जो है उसका इस्तेमाल भी हो रहा है। तो ये हम तस्वीरें आपको दिखाई रहे हैं। इसके साथ ही साथ आपको बता दें, अब करीबन 3 महीने का वक्त लगेगा और उसके बाद इस मलबे को हटाया जाएगा।
My colleague Shreya is now joining me live from the actual site of that demolition. Shreya, you've been speaking to a lot of those authorities who have been, of course, quite instrumental to making this exercise successful. What are they telling you about the aftermath?
So now the authorities are cleaning all the roads and everything. The dust has settled down and everything seems okay.
When it comes to the nearby buildings, the damage that has been done to the
Okay, we'll try and reconnect with Shreya the moment she is, of course, collecting those reactions from the ground from the authorities who have, of course, reached the actual site of the demolition right now. They're clearing out the debris, which is some of it which has reached the neighboring societies. That is their priority, so that residents of those neighboring societies can come back home. And, of course, the entire exercise of cleaning out that debris at the implosion site itself is going to take a few months. That will be carried out as well in due course of time. But you saw that moment when, of course, that implosion took place, a very meticulously calculated exercise, and 2 twin towers illegally built gone in 9 seconds. My colleague Shreya is back with me right now. Shreya is at the site of that demolition. Shreya, you've been speaking to authorities all around who have been, of course, part of this entire exercise, have been planning this exercise for some time now. What are they telling you about the aftermath?
Well, follow me. I just spoke with one of the officials from Edifice Engineering. They just told me that the entire process has gone smoothly. The only fear factor that they had was that there was a possibility of some kind of damage to the Emerald Tower, but they say that that's not happened. They're right now gone inside. We've seen at least a 4-member team from Edifice Engineering going inside to take the stock of the situation, because unless and until the entire stock of the situation, say for example whether there has been any damage to the column or there has been any damage to the electricity line or the gas line, until then no one will be allowed inside. But quickly, you know, I'll give you a little bit of a glimpse of what's happening over here. It's pretty apocalyptic because, you know, there is a dust, rain of dust, I can tell you over here. A slight breathing difficulty for everyone's around. And you can see the way the entire cleaning activity is right now undertaken. Just
पता चला कि आप बटन दबाएंगे, तब आपको उस समय क्या लगा था?
आज से पहले काफ़ी इंटरव्यूज में बताया है, हमारा एक व्हाट्सएप का ग्रुप है एक्सप्लोसिव ट्रेडर्स का, उसमें आज से जब 1 साल पहले ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डिसीजन दिया था, तो उनमें आया था कि किस तरीके से इस बिल्डिंग को ब्लास्ट किया जाएगा, एक्सप्लोसिव यूज़ होगा। मैंने प्रे टू माय गॉड कि शायद काश ये काम मुझे मिल जाए।
आप चाहते थे कि ये काम आपको मिले?
बिकॉज ऑफ कोर्स मैडम, मेरे ख्याल से ऐसा इंडियन ब्लास्टर कोई भी नहीं होगा जो नहीं चाहता था।
अच्छा, कोई आपका ये कहना है कि कोई ऐसा इंडियन ब्लास्टर नहीं था जो ये काम नहीं चाहता था, और तो आप प्रे कर रहे थे कि जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आए कि ये ऐसा ही हो कि इसको बिल्डिंग को ध्वस्त कर दिया जाए?
नहीं, बिल्डिंग को ध्वस्त तो कर दिया जाए और ध्वस्त करने वाला मैं ही हूं।
ध्वस्त करने वाले आप हो। ये आपकी एक इच्छा थी जो अब पूरी हो गई है। तो इसका जो ये बताइए कि जो आखिरी क्षण था उस समय क्या लग रहा था? क्या दिल में थोड़ा सा डर था?
नहीं, डर पहले 3 घंटे तो मैं बड़ा काम था। उसके बाद जब हमारी बातें आपस में होने लगी जेट डेमोलिशन के कुछ ऑफिशियल्स के साथ, और मुझे अभी वो मोमेंट याद है, आई वाज सिटिंग एंड द स्मोकिंग एंड मिस्टर इयान केम टू मी और मुझे बोला गया, यार यू आर टोटली स्ट्रेस फ्री। मैं या आई एम, बट बोला आई एम नॉट।
वो घबराए हुए थे, आप नहीं
या
थे?
उसका ये कहना बिकॉज द डिज़ाइंस उनके थे, प्लानिंग्स उनकी थी, और जो उसने कहा कि आई एम नॉट दैट मोमेंट आई गॉट टू सेस मैं यार कुछ गड़बड़ ना हो जाए। और उसके बाद लेकिन ठीक है, सेस तो मुझे भी था, मैं अपने आप को बड़ा अच्छा दिखा रहा था सुबह से लेके शाम को।
जब उन्होंने कहा तब आपके दिल में, तब आपको पहली बार थोड़ा सा लगा?
लेकिन मैं शो कर रहा था आई एम स्ट्रेस फ्री। स्ट्रेस तो पूरी रात नहीं सोया था मैं, और स्ट्रेस फ्री तो नहीं था, लेकिन मैंने जो उसको शो किया कि आई एम टोटली स्ट्रेस फ्री, बट आई एम स्ट्रेस्ड, तो थोड़ी सी टेंशन हुई, लेकिन बाकी सब कुछ बहुत अच्छा हुआ, उस भगवान की कृपा से सब ठीक हुआ।
आपके परिवारजन है, आप अभी भी बहुत ज़्यादा भावुक हो रही हैं, आपको क्या डर लग रहा था?
मुझे सिर्फ ये डर लग रहा था कि इसको सांस कैसे आएगा, अगर वहाँ पे जैसे इतना डस्ट आ जाएगा तो ये सांस कैसे लेगा, बस मुझे और कुछ नहीं था।
और कोई डर नहीं था, बस सांस
को यही बोल रही थी कि कैसे करेगा, कैसे होगा, ऑक्सीजन कैसे मिलेगी, बस मुझे यही डर लग रहा था।
ये डर था कि वहाँ ब्लास्ट के अंदर एकदम है तो
कुछ, हाँ जी बस, क्योंकि बहुत धुआं जैसे देख रहे थे ना कि और जगह का दिखा रहे थे, तो यही लग रहा था कि इसको सांस कैसे आएगा, बस और कुछ भी नहीं था। कॉन्फिडेंट थी भगवान इसके साथ है, बट उस पे जब देखा सामने से तब बहुत दिमाग खराब हुआ था। जब तक इससे बात नहीं हुई तब तक तो बहुत दिमाग खराब रहा कि पता नहीं क्या होगा।
दिल में बहुत आपको वैसा हो रहा कि बात हो जाए।
हाँ जी, बट इसका फोन बहुत अर्ली आ गया था हमें। हाँ,
ब्लास्ट होने की कितनी देर बाद बात हो गई थी?
4-5 मिनट के अंदर आ गया था। हाँ,
आप लोगों ने कहा बालकनी से देखा था?
हम लोगों ने खड़े थे, मीडिया के साथ थे, तो वहीं किया हमने किया था। हाँ जी,
परिवारजन जो है चेतन दत्ता के, वो बहुत भावुक हैं इस समय, वो खुद बहुत भावुक हैं। उनका कहना है कि पहले तो बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट थे, लेकिन उसके बाद जैसे जैसे समय पास आने लगा और जब बटन दबाने का समय आया तब भावुक हो गए। लेकिन अब अपने परिवार से मिलके उन्होंने कहा कि जो काम दिया था वो चाहते थे कि बटन दबाने का काम उन्हें मिले, और अब बिल्डिंग ध्वस्त हो गई है। उनको लगता है उन्होंने अपना काम पूरी शिद्दत के साथ अच्छे से निभाया। कैमरा पर्सन आलोक दास के साथ ऐश्वर्या पालीवाल, आज तक।
So that is an exclusive conversation that my colleague Aishwarya brought to you with Chetan Datta, edifice official who in fact triggered the detonation that the whole of the country watched as it happened at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. My colleague Shreya is also live with me at the moment. Shreya, are the residents coming back to the nearby societies? Are they trickling in already?
So calling me, that will only happen at 7 p.m. because, you know, as I can show you the visuals, even now, the dust particle hasn't really settled down. What you can see going on is the entire cleaning activity. We also spoke with the edifice officials that are there on the ground. They say that the entire checks and balances are right now being seen before. They also give a clear go-ahead, but there is a visible dust rain we can see just close to the blasting site where I am standing right now. This is where this twin tower once stood. And now it's no more, but there's an extensive cleaning activity that has to take place before they will allow the residents to live there and the final checks and balances given. Over to you, Pauline.
So the cleaning activity is underway, and have the officials on the ground assured you that there is no major damage that has happened to the nearby societies? Because we were speaking to the DM of Noida, Suhas LY, and he did tell us that the compound wall that ATS Village shares with, in fact, Supertech Twin Towers shared with, has been damaged to some extent.
Well, yes, that is something that the edifice engineering people said that they have to still inquire, because their team is right now inside. That includes those experts who have come down from South Africa. They're taking a stock of the situation. We did get a quick word with them, but they're right now on the ground. They've gone inside. They've said that once they come outside, they will give us a clear picture of what exactly transpired. But right now, another time, I'll just show you the visuals on the ground. You see these people, they are extensively on the cleaning work, because the major problem right now is the PM10 particle that has drastically risen, which will lead to the obvious health hazard. It's very difficult for us also standing over here to breathe, because there is a very visible amount of dust in this particular area. But something that we need to say, that there was a quick response by the authority over here, and probably that's the reason, despite the kind of rain that you can see that's happening over here with water sprinkling and the mixing of the dust particles, we can only expect that things will die down soon, and probably it will be safer for everyone else to quickly return.
Right. Shreya, I would, of course, suggest that you stay safe as well. You're having difficulty breathing. Of course, possibly wear a mask and stay safe. We would request all our reporters to do the same as well. Aishwarya is also joining us right now from the ground itself. Aishwarya just spoke a short while ago with Chetan Datta, edifice official who was responsible for triggering the detonation, in fact, that brought down the 2 illegal structures in Noida. Aishwarya, what's happening around you? How is the aftermath looking in terms of the authorities taking care of the same?
Well, Paulmi, we'll just show you the barricading which has been put in place, and on the other side, all the officials are high on alert because they're still assessing the situation. The debris is barely 20 meters away from where we are. There have been barricades which have been put up. The civilians, those who stay close by, are not being yet allowed to move around freely. The assessment at the moment is taking place. Once the assessment is done with and there is a green signal, that is when people will be allowed to move back into their homes. On the other side, you have the RAF team all ready. All of them are ready and they are just waiting for the green signal. Once they get the green signal, that's when they will also start moving towards the side. Water tankers, Paulmi, on the other side, we'll show you. There is massive sprinkling of waters which is taking place in Noida at the moment. This is being done so that the dust settles down, one tanker after the other. There's a queue of these water sprinklers here in Noida. There are efforts which are being made to make sure that the dust settles. We have also seen how smog guns, in fact, have been used. Paulmi, let me tell you, there is dust, but there is not a lot of dust. What people were expecting, the dust, in fact, has accumulated in almost 5-kilometer radius, which is why the emphasis also is on the blast site and the radius of 5 kilometers. What you are seeing behind me are the water tankers being taken to the blast site. This is the 3rd tanker which is now moving. The sweepers, as we were being told, close to 200 sweepers will now move towards the site, and the sweeping will begin. Hopefully the residents will be able to make way and reach their homes by 6:30 or latest 7 p.m. tonight. Paulmi.
All right, so that is something heartening for the residents who live in the vicinity of that blast site, that possibly by about 6:30, 7 p.m. they should be able to go back to their residences. Aishwarya, you must have spoken to some of the authorities on the ground as well, those who were part of this large mammoth team that made this exercise possible. What are they telling you about the aftermath in terms of the damage? Has there been any? Has it been large, or has it been quite contained?
Contained. It has been contained, Paulmi. For the initial reports which are coming in, there is not a lot of damage, especially to the adjoining buildings, which is ATS Village, and the other building is Emerald Court. We don't see a lot of damage taking place. However, the structural, there will be a report which will be made on the structures of both these buildings, because there were vibrations which even I could feel roughly 1 kilometer away from the blast site. We could feel the flyover shaking. So definitely the residents and the authorities believe that the report might show some kind of damage, but it will not be a lot of damage. Also, both the buildings over the past 1 month were strengthening the base. As we say, the nave of the buildings was being strengthened, additional pillars were being brought up. All these things were being done to make sure that the buildings can take the blast and the vibrations do not damage them. We'll again cut to the visuals. We are showing you the sweepers who are now moving to the blast site. We just showed you visuals of the water tankers moving to the blast site. Now the sweeping of the entire place will begin, and in the next 2 to 2.5 hours we are expecting the residents to be given a green signal. The authority might give them a green signal and they will start moving back into their homes, and then they will do an assessment of their individual homes, what might be broken. But as far as the residents are concerned, they are hopeful that once they open their doors, they will be able to lead a normal life from tomorrow. Paulmi.
Right. Aishwarya, stay on with us. Shreya, my colleague, is also joining me live from the demolition site as well. Shreya, give us a sense of what's happening around you at the moment, because that moment that everyone awaited, of course, has taken place, and it was a successful operation while everyone, of course, kept their fingers crossed. What's happening on the ground right now?
Following one quick update that I've just seen is that there's a quick meeting that is taking place on the ground between the IGL and the edifice engineering officials. I just asked my cameraman if he could just close in on the visuals. They are having a quick word on the fact that whether there are proper checks and balances secured of the gas lines that were in place in the other buildings, whether they are in safe place or not. That's a quick word that is right now being exchanged between the edifice officials and that of the IGL guys. And we also do know there is a check that's going on about whether there's any kind of a shock or any kind of damage that might happen to the columns and the pillars, because that's what helps the building. So these are the final rounds of checks that's being conducted right now. We did see the South African experts would also come down for the entire demolition process for edifice. They are inside, they're taking a stock of the situation, and obviously the cleaning that's happening on the ground, because there is a huge amount of debris that has emerged from this demolition. And you can see the automated sweepers, we can see the anti-smoke guns, we can see the sprinklers, and there are huge number of people who we also need to take in account for. Those are manually sweeping, there are manual sweepers, extensive amount of work that's going in. At a time while we celebrate the illegal work, we also need to talk about the ones who are there on the ground, because it's because of that teamwork that this demolition successfully happened. And also right now, they are the ones, they are the unsung heroes, that they are ensuring that the preparation ends on a smooth ground.
Right, Shreya, of course, they're reporting from the ground. She's, of course, talking about the officials that are on the site at the moment right now, assessing the aftermath in terms of ensuring that there's minimal damage. And, of course, the electricity, the gas lines, the water pipelines, all of that needs to be, of course, secured and checked for before, of course, the residents of nearby societies can start trickling into their residences again. Of course, now knowing that this was an entirely successful operation. Those pictures, of course, as you saw earlier this afternoon, of that moment, that precise moment when these two illegal structures, Supertech Twin Towers in Noida, Sector 93A, were brought down within 9 seconds. Our correspondents Shreya, Aishwarya and many others were there on the spot at that moment, while of course there were many residents in the vicinity who watched that moment live as well. One of them, of course, 103 meters tall, the other 94 meters tall, now completely razed to the ground. That was confirmed to us by the DM of Noida as well, Sahas LY, who joined us on the phone line just a short while ago, saying both towers have been razed completely to the ground right now. Of course, the debris is quite tall at the moment. It is in itself about 3 to 4 stories tall, and it would take about 3 months to clear the debris from the actual demolition site, but they're clearing out the adjacent area as we speak. We're slipping into a very short break. Our continuous coverage of this big demolition exercise, India's biggest demolition exercise, will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
I'm the early bird who gets the news. The fresh morning air is my energizer. With me around, there are no dwindled dawns. Only bright, action-packed mornings. Rise and shine with me every single day, and you'll never hit that snooze button.
Good morning, India. Why wake up any other way when you can witness magic every single day? Watch First Up with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today TV.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
India's most populous state, the heart of the nation, Uttar Pradesh, is developing at a rapid pace, giving a shape to the vision laid out by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Uttar Pradesh is ensuring that growth is registered on all fronts. In a bid to make UP a $1 trillion economy, multiple state authorities are spearheading this growth under the dynamic leadership of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Understanding the need to give economy the right kind of push, the state is working on creating a robust infrastructure of roadways that can help foster several industrial and economic zones. And shouldering this mammoth responsibility is Uttar Pradesh Expressways Industrial Development Authority, or UPIDA. UPIDA was set up to ensure the construction of world-class expressways that stretch across the 4 directions in the state, connecting people from different corners of this densely populated state. With the inauguration of the prestigious Bundelkhand Expressway by the Prime Minister recently, Uttar Pradesh now has nearly 38% of the country's expressways, giving a new ray of hope towards economic progress to its citizens. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas.
बुंदेलखंड एक्सप्रेसवे से चित्रकूट से दिल्ली की दूरी करीब 3-4 घंटे कम हुई है, लेकिन इसका लाभ इससे भी कई गुना ज्यादा है। ये एक्सप्रेसवे यहां सिर्फ वाहनों को गति देगा इतना ही नहीं है, बल्कि ये पूरे बुंदेलखंड की औद्योगिक प्रगति को भी गति देने वाला है। यह बुंदेलखंड एक्सप्रेसवे चित्रकूट, बांदा, महोबा, हमीरपुर, जालौन, औराई और होते हुए इटावा में लखनऊ आगरा एक्सप्रेसवे के साथ जुड़ेगा। बुंदेलखंड की कनेक्टिविटी को तो ये आसान करेगा ही। चित्रकूट से दिल्ली की दूरी मात्र 6-6.5 घंटे के अंदर पूरा करने के साथ ही बुंदेलखंड के नौजवानों को और यहां के प्लान की बहुत बड़ी समस्या का समाधान के लिए आपने जो डिफेंस कॉरिडोर के 2 महत्वपूर्ण नोड झांसी और चित्रकूट में दिए हैं, ये दोनों नोड को भी मजबूती के साथ आगे बढ़ाने में हमें मदद मिलेगी।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो दृष्टिकोण पूरे देश का समग्र विकास हो और उत्तर प्रदेश के विकास के साथ ही जुड़ा है सब कुछ, क्योंकि सबसे बड़ा आबादी वाला प्रदेश है, सबसे ज़्यादा लोकसभा की सीटें हैं, सबसे ज़्यादा विधानसभा की सीटें हैं और लोकसभा विधानसभा के अलावा आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो एक विजन है, सबका साथ, सबका विकास और सबका विश्वास, सिर्फ नहीं है नारा, यह उद्देश्य हमारा धरातल पर दिखाई दे रहा है। उत्तर प्रदेश भारत की सबसे बड़ी आबादी वाला प्रदेश, 25 करोड़ की आबादी, 1153 किलोमीटर नदियों का, गंगा जमुना जैसी पवित्र नदियों का आशीर्वाद प्राप्त होना, तो आबादी के हिसाब से सबसे ज़्यादा खपत हमारे पास है। रॉ मटेरियल की बात करें तो हमारे पास उत्पादन बड़ी संख्या में है, खेती के लिए, सिंचाई के लिए साधन संसाधन बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर है, तो खपत हमारे पास बहुत है, रॉ मटेरियल हमारे पास बहुत है। तो इसलिए एक्सप्रेसवे के किनारे किनारे हम लोगों ने अभी औद्योगिक विकास के लिए इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया बनाए जाने का भी हमने निर्णय लिया है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जब अच्छी सड़कें होंगी, आदमी एक स्पीड से बिना किसी रिस्क के पहुंचेगा, जल्दी पहुंचेगा, ईंधन की खपत कम होगी, उसका जल्दी से काम होगा। 1000 किलोमीटर, 800-700 किलोमीटर आदमी चल ले और उसको ज़रा भी थकान ना लगे, तो निश्चित रूप से उसमें एनर्जी होगी और अच्छा काम करेगा।
One of the flagship programs under UPIDA's vision is the construction of the Purvanchal Expressway, which would connect the eastern corner of the state with the national capital, New Delhi.
ये एक्सप्रेसवे उत्तर प्रदेश को तेज गति से बेहतर भविष्य की ओर ले जाएगा। ये एक्सप्रेसवे यूपी के विकास का एक्सप्रेसवे है। ये एक्सप्रेसवे यूपी की प्रगति का एक्सप्रेसवे है। ये एक्सप्रेसवे नए यूपी के निर्माण का एक्सप्रेसवे है।
The Honorable Chief Minister has envisioned that for Purvanchal, there should be an expressway linking Lucknow to those areas of Purvanchal that have not been developed that well. And this constituted the making of the Purvanchal Expressway. This expressway will link the major districts of the state. Today, with the help of this expressway, one can go to Sultanpur, Amethi and reach Azamgarh in 2.5 hours. And if one wants to touch Bihar or reach Patna, it would take a little over 5 hours to do so. The Ghazipur end of the Purvanchal Expressway is now being linked to Balia. This will prove to be the final structure in the completion of the expressway that will link where Delhi to Agra is the Yamuna Expressway, Agra to Lucknow is the Agra-Lucknow Expressway, and from Lucknow to Balia will be the Purvanchal Expressway. So, the entire state will have a central thread of an expressway running through it. One can now travel from Delhi to the end of the state in 10 hours.
ये पूर्वांचल एक्सप्रेसवे केवल आवागमन का एक माध्यम नहीं बल्कि पूर्वी उत्तर प्रदेश को विकास की एक नई जीवन रेखा के रूप में स्थापित करने की दिशा में किए जाने वाले प्रयास का हिस्सा होगा। ये नए भारत के नए उत्तर प्रदेश की वह तस्वीर है जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को भारत के अंदर भारत को दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में स्थापित करने का जो संकल्प है, उस संकल्प के साथ उत्तर प्रदेश पूरी मजबूती के साथ जुड़ेगा।
With the opening of Bundelkhand Expressway, the state and UPIDA are looking at gaining new territories that will start a new chapter of economic growth, making Uttar Pradesh the Uttam Pradesh. Furthermore, to connect the east and the west of the state, work on the Ganga Expressway is happening at a rapid pace to make sure that infrastructural and logistical growth is registered.
जब हमने चार्ज लिया इसका तो अधिकारियों को हमने कहा है कि अगर कोई भी हमारे इंडस्ट्री लगाने की क्वेरी करता है तो हमें सरल भाषा में उसको सारी क्या क्या हम स्कीम दे रहे हैं, क्या क्या फ़ायदे दे रहे हैं, उनको बताना है। जब तक वो इंडस्ट्री लगा ना ले, उनको सहूलियतें मुहैया करानी। तो निश्चित रूप से जब इंडस्ट्री इतना इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन होगा तो आर्थिक रूप से भी फर्क बहुत बड़ा एक चेंज आएगा। व्यापारियों को बहुत बड़ी सुविधाएं मिलेंगी। आप देखिए माल ढुलाई को लेकर के बड़े बड़े ट्रक जो पहले जाम में फंसे रहते थे, अब एक्सप्रेसवे पे दनादन एकदम अपनी स्पीड से पहुंच जा रहे हैं। तो समय की बचत, ईंधन की बचत, ये सारी चीज़ों तो कृषि। अब आप देखिए गाजीपुर से लोग, गाजियाबाद में एक गाजीपुर है दिल्ली के पास, तो गाजीपुर से सब्जियां लाद करके सीधा ले जाके दिल्ली में बेच रहा है सब्जी। तो ये एक्सप्रेसवे की ही देन है। तो तमाम किसानों को इससे फ़ायदा मिलने वाला है और रोज़गार के लिए इंडस्ट्रीज़ को भी फ़ायदा मिलने वाला है, बहुत सारे लोगों को फ़ायदा।
This massive growth will usher in a new wave of employment generation and push the charts for GDP in Uttar Pradesh. Unhindered movement of vehicles on dedicated corridors will ensure that commuting time is reduced to the minimum. At the same time, these expressways will be adorned with world-class support systems such as patrolling, cattle catcher vehicles, public utility complexes, ambulances, and green belts, among others. Truly, a vision for the people of Uttar Pradesh.
देखिए, इन एक्सप्रेसवे का विकास बुनियादी ढांचे का सुदृढ़ करने का लक्ष्य एक लक्ष्य बना करके किया जा रहा है। इसके विकास से न केवल आसपास शैक्षणिक संस्थाओं को लाभ मिलेगा, एक्सप्रेसवे के निकट औद्योगिक गलियारे बनाए जा रहे हैं, उनको गलियारों को जो विकसित किया जाएगा तो बहुत सारी इंडस्ट्री वहाँ पर आएगी और बहुत सारे इंडस्ट्रिस्ट अभी भी कॉरपोरेट घराने हम लोगों के टच में हैं कि भाई जल्दी से वो करिए और बताइए, तो हम लोग जल्दी से वहाँ पर ज़मीन लें और उद्योग विकसित करें बिना किसी अवरोध के, बिना किसी समस्या के और एक स्पीड से, बिना किसी मतलब रिस्क के अगर जा सकते हैं तो आदमी वो उस तरह से जाना चाहता है। तो निश्चित रूप से जब सड़कें और इतना बड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अच्छा होगा तो निश्चित रूप से ये हम लोग कभी भारत के बाहर दुबई या यूरोप कंट्री में जाते थे तो देखते थे 10वीं 20वीं मंजिल पर बैठ करके जिस तरह की चौराहे, आप बुंदेलखंड पे भी देखिए ऐसे कैसा सर्किल आपको दिख रहा है वो इतना सुंदर सा, तो वो सारा कुछ भारत में दिखाई पड़ रहा है और हो रहा है।
Well, a 10% investment by GDP, extra investment in the GDP brings about 1% growth in the state. So obviously, infrastructure development leads to the basic growth of the economy of the state. With the new expressways, in turn, it helps in when these projects are executed. It ultimately comes back to us in terms of tax collection, because these projects obviously involve generation of GST. Further, these projects lead to employment within the state. Skilled manpower for these projects are required. Engineering manpower for the projects are required. Further, these projects also lead to development along the expressways. We see that the expressways themselves will ensure that along the expressways, new projects in the private sector would also come up. Today, the expressways ensure that in case people would like to travel by road instead of airways, this option also is provided, and fast movement is possible through the expressways. In the COVID times, when air travel was very restricted, the expressways were widely used by commuters, travelers, and other persons, and so the expressways provide an alternate also to air travel, because they provide fast means of travel which is convenient and flexible. So the experience of the expressways is a major boost to the state. Anyone who has any driver on a road, once he travels on the expressways, I can't imagine him traveling on any other road other than an expressway if there is an alternative for him.
This fast movement towards growth is not just limited to the state, but also the nation. In times to come, UPDA will also tie up with National Highways Authority of India, NHAI, to seamlessly merge these industrial expressways with the Golden Quadrilateral.
Well, we had a very detailed and a very fruitful meeting with NHAI. The chairman NHAI was here, and senior officers of the PWD department were also there. The UP expressways almost constitute more than 35% of the entire expressways of the country. Now NHAI is planning a link between Varanasi and Calcutta through expressways. NHAI is also planning further links through expressways within the state of UP. NHAI is also planning north-south roads in the UP area for linking our expressways to other parts of the state. So basically the plan of NHAI will get merged with the plan of UP expressways, and that would obviously will take the country forward, because our expressway network and the network of expressways provided by NHAI would further make UP the centers, will bring UP to the center stage of the country. UP, obviously being the largest, most popular state in the country, will take the lead in providing development to the country.
With a grand dream for the future as shown by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Uttar Pradesh is growing in leaps and bounds, surging ahead on all fronts: industrial, educational, defense, tourism. The state is all poised for a new era of glorious growth.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
The much-awaited demolition of Noida Supertech Towers is finally done. India Today's cameras captured the clearest full 360-degree view of the demolition. Nine seconds is all it took for the two Supertech Towers, Apex and Kayan in Noida Sector 93A to come down. India Today had deployed high-tech, high-definition cameras that captured the full extent of the demolition. Here's a look at the long shot of the moment the explosion was triggered. Blink and you miss it. 9 seconds to bring down 32 floors. So India Today's, in fact, cameras slowed down that stunning demolition. Here's a frame-by-frame look at that demolition. The towers brought down like a pack of cards.
Wait a minute.
Here's another view of the demolition. India Today's state-of-the-art technology that brings to you never-before-seen images of the explosion and its aftermath. What was left after 9 seconds was a huge plume of smoke and dust. For the first few minutes, there was just dust everywhere, and as it settled, the empty space where two Supertech towers once stood. The demolition, which reduced the two towers to ashes, has caused a sudden spike in air pollution, with the level of particulate matter in the air going up. Demolition done, the big task ahead is to clear the debris. Soon after, water sprinklers were brought in to remove the dust from plants, trees and neighbouring structures. Fire brigades too, in fact, have been pressed into action to sanitize and clear the area. While India Today cameras captured the demolition in its clearest view, an 80s Green Village resident had placed a camera in his balcony to record the explosion, and this is what the balcony camera recorded. Floors of the Twin Towers collapsing one by one. This is the closest view of the demolition. This is what is left of the Twin Towers. 32 floors reduced to 80,000 tons of debris. Clearing this will be a big task, and it will take 3 months to clear this mess. The demolition comes at a cost of 20 crore rupees. Residents of Emerald Court who had been evacuated, the local residents were seen celebrating after the demolition took place in Parshvanath Prestige Society. People were seen dancing and beating drums while expressing their happiness over the demolition of the illegal towers. India Today's Arpita Arya was one of the first reporters to reach the demolition site. Here's a detailed ground report.
जो हम आपको ये तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं, ये ट्विन टावर का मलबा जो आप इतना ऊंचा बिखरा हुआ यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं, तो ये तस्वीरें इस वक्त की बड़ी ऐतिहासिक ये इमारत जिसको धराशाही कर दिया गया है। 9 सेकंड से भी कम का एक तरीके से कह सकते हैं वक्त लगा, और ये पूरी इमारत जो है वो ढह गई है। हालांकि अब मलबे को साफ करने का काम देखिए यहाँ पर चलता हुआ इस वक्त आपको हम तस्वीरों में दिखा रहे हैं किस तरीके के मलबा 3 इमारत तक, जैसा कहा जा रहा था कि इमारत जो है मलबा जो गिरा हुआ नजर आएगा। अब इसको समेटने के लिए अब ये माना जा रहा है कि 3 महीने का वक्त जो है वो लग सकता है। फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियां जो है यहाँ पर आपको नजर आ रही हैं। पानी का छिड़काव यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है क्योंकि जो धूल का गुब्बार निकला है उसको कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश भी हो रही है। आप देखिए जैसा कहा गया था कुछ उसी अंदाज में ये इमारत वाटरफॉल तकनीक के हिसाब से गिरी हुई नजर आ रही है। अगल बगल जो आप चादर देख रहे हैं जो इमारतों में पड़े हुए हैं उनका कलर यहाँ पर ज़रूर बदल गया है, लेकिन ये तस्वीरें जो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं ये आज तक उस जगह पर पहुंच चुका है जहां से हम आपको मलबे की तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। सीधी तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं इस वक्त मलबे की ये तस्वीर। हालांकि यहाँ पर देखिए पानी के टैंकर जो है वो भी पहुंच रहे हैं। इसी के साथ साथ आपको बता दें ये इतना मलबा है 80 टन बताया जा रहा है जिसको समेटने में अभी तकरीबन 3 महीने का वक्त लगेगा। तो एक लंबा वक्त लगने वाला है, लेकिन तैयारी अभी यही है कि जो यहाँ से धूल का गुब्बार निकला उसे यहाँ पर समेटा जाए। टीमें यहाँ पर देखिए 5 मंजिल तक यहाँ पर जो आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं धूल का गुब्बार अभी भी उठता हुआ यहाँ तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा है। तो ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। देखिए यहाँ पर पानी की छींटे अभी पर डाले जा रहे हैं और ये धुआं अभी भी यहाँ पर निकलता हुआ सांस लेने में थोड़ी दिक्कत यहाँ महसूस होते हुए, क्योंकि अगर यहाँ देखिए अच्छा दिखाइए ये देखिए किस तरीके से पानी का छिड़काव हो रहा है जिसके बाद ये धुआं जो है ये और निकलता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। तो इस वक्त हम तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं किस तरीके से पानी की बौछार हो रही है। आप देखिए ये पानी की बौछार इस तरफ भी हो रही है जिधर हम खड़े हैं और धुआं यहाँ पर नजर आ रही है। आप देखिए अंदाजा लगा लीजिए 3 मंजिला इमारत के बराबर यहाँ पर मलबा इस वक्त नजर आ रहा है। टीमें यहाँ पर लगी हुई हैं, फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियाँ यहाँ पर लगी हुई हैं और ये तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये तस्वीर जरा आप देखिए यहाँ पर ये ट्विन टावर उसको तोड़ दिया गया है, धराशायी कर दिया गया है। सीधी तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर देखिए धुआं उठता हुआ पानी की छींटें बौछारें पड़ते हुए एक वक्त ये तस्वीरें धुआं ही नजर आ रहा है आपको चारों तरफ। तो ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं जहां ये इमारत जमीन दोज हो चुकी है। धुआं उठता हुआ इस वक्त आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा है। पानी की बौछार यहाँ पर की जा रही है, लेकिन उसके बाद जैसे पानी की बौछार हो रही है धुआं कुछ और उठता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। ये पूरा मलबा ट्विन टावर अब मलबे में तब्दील हो चुका है। जैसे आप मेरे पीछे तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर वो इमारत, वो गगनचुंबी इमारत जो भ्रष्टाचार की नींव पर टिकी हुई थी उसे धराशायी कर दिया गया है। 14 सेकंड भी नहीं लगे और ये इमारत जो है वो ध्वस्त हो गई है। ये पीछे आप तस्वीरें देखिए, जो टीमें हैं वो अब इस बात पर लगी हुई हैं क्योंकि यहाँ ट्रक लगाए गए, मलबे को हटाने का काम चल रहा है। कोच्चि में हमने एग्जाम्पल देखा, 6 महीने का वक्त लग गया था वहां से मलबा साफ करने में। यहाँ पर कहा जा रहा है 3 महीने का समय यहाँ पर लगेगा, लेकिन उससे ज्यादा समय भी लग सकता है। सुशांत भी हमारे साथ मौजूद है। सुशांत, जिस तरीके से देखिए पानी की बौछार भी हो रही है, सांस लेना यहाँ दिक्कत हो रही है, सांस लेने में दिक्कत हो रही है क्योंकि कंक्रीट का धुआं उठता हुआ नजर आ रहा है।
अर्पिता, आपको तस्वीरें दिखाना चाहूंगा कि देखिए हमारे जो दर्शक जुड़े हुए हैं, ट्विन टावर आपको वहाँ पे नजर आएगा और वहाँ से तकरीबन 400 मीटर की दूरी पर जो पूरा मलबा है वो यहाँ पर नजर आ रहा है। चारों तरफ मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन अजय से कहूँगा कि वो तस्वीरें दिखाएं कि कहाँ तक ये मलबा जो है वो पहुँचा है। ये पूरा गार्डन एरिया और यहाँ तक मलबा जो है वो पहुँच चुका है और लगातार जो नोएडा प्रशासन है उनकी तरफ से ये कोशिश की जा रही है कि इस मलबे के और उसको धूल है वो लोगों को परेशान न करे। इसके लिए लगातार स्प्रिंकलिंग जो है वो पानी की तरफ से यहाँ पर तमाम एरियाज़ के अंदर जो है वो लगातार की जा रही है। इसके अलावा मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन अजय से ये भी कहूँगा कि वो तस्वीरें ये भी दिखाएं कि किस तरीके से जो मलबा ट्विन टावर है वो किस तरीके से धराशायी हो चुका है। लगभग 3 से 4 मंजिल अभी मलबा जो है वो यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है। सड़कों तक ये मलबा जो है वो पहुँच चुका है। आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से चारों तरफ सड़कों के बाहर जो बाउंड्री वॉल इस ट्विन टावर की थी वो भी पूरी तरीके से डैमेज हो गई है। उसको बाहर तक ये मलबा जो है वो आ चुका है और तमाम तस्वीरें अगर आप देखेंगे कि नोएडा प्रशासन लगातार अब आगे की तरफ आपको यहाँ पर नजर आएगा। कोशिश यहाँ पर है कि प्रशासन की तरफ से कि इस मलबे को जल्दी से जल्दी यहाँ से क्लियर जो है वो किया जाए और अभी भी लगातार पानी का छिड़काव इस पूरे एरिया के अंदर जो है वो प्रशासन की तरफ से दिखाई पड़ रहा है। नोएडा का ट्विन टावर जो कि भ्रष्टाचार का टावर था, 32 मंजिला और जो कि भ्रष्टाचार के टावर के नाम से जाना जाता था। आसपास की तमाम बिल्डिंग जिसके बारे में तमाम जो यहाँ पर रहने वाले लोग थे वो चिंतित थे कि कहीं अगर ये डेमोलिशन होता है तो उनकी बिल्डिंग को किसी प्रकार का कोई नुकसान ना हो, लेकिन वो पूरा बचाव जो है वो हुआ है और यहाँ पर जो सूझबूझ थी, इंजीनियर्स की जो सूझबूझ थी कंपनीज की, वो साफ तौर पर नजर आई है और साफ तौर पर देखा जा सकता है कि किस तरीके से ट्विन टावर पूरी तरीके से ध्वस्त हो चुका है। और यहाँ पर आपको तस्वीरें जो है वो एक्सक्लूसिव आज तक पर कि किस तरीके से तमाम चारों ओर मलबा ही मलबा जो है वो इस वक्त नजर आ रहा है। अर्पिता
जी बिल्कुल सुशांत, ये तस्वीरें देखिए हम दिखा ही रहे हैं लगातार ये तस्वीरें और यहाँ पर देखिए किस तरीके से काम चल रहा है वो भी हम आपको दिखा ही रहे हैं। यहाँ देखिए टीमें लगी हुई हैं क्योंकि जो इंजीनियरिंग यहाँ पर की गई थी, जिस तरीके की तैयारियां की गई थी और जो कहा गया था वाटरफॉल, उस वाटरफॉल अंदाज में ही ये इमारत ढही है। आसपास की इमारतों को आप देखिए, कोई नुकसान अभी यहाँ दिख रहा है कि नहीं पहुंचा है, लेकिन धूल का गुब्बार एक उठता हुआ उस वक्त नजर आया था। धूल अभी भी हम महसूस कर पा।
So that is, of course, the first report that our correspondent Arpita Arya brought to us from the actual demolition site after the implosion. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. Our continuous coverage of India's biggest demolition continues on the other side of this break.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha and here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. India's biggest demolition ever. India Today gets you exclusive visuals as Noida's Twin Towers turn into dust in just 9 seconds. Dust and debris surround the site after demolition. Noida authorities brace for the aftermath. Smoke guns and water sprinklers deployed. Supertech defends the legal Twin Towers. R.K. Arora passes the buck to ruling government in 2012. Says building was built in accordance with laws that existed back then.
आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि इस डिमोलिशन की वजह से किसी भी ऑनगोइंग प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा और सारे निर्माण कार्य नियमित रूप से
Sonali Fogart's murder mystery gets murkier. Goa Chief Minister backs CBI probe into murder after family alleges conspiracy and demands a thorough probe. India will take on arch rivals Pakistan to start their campaign in Asia Cup 2022. Both teams are part of Group A along with Hong Kong. Demolition done. The residents of apartment complexes next, in fact, to the now raised Twin Towers will be able to return to their homes only by 7 p.m. There seems to be no visible damage to any of the buildings, which is a big success for an implosion of the scale, the biggest that India has seen. Power and gas connections that were switched off in ATS Green Village and Supertech Emerald Court, in fact, will be restored by 6:30 p.m. The residents had to evacuate by 7 a.m. this morning. Most of them have taken shelter in nearby society complexes. Many of them were seen celebrating after the demolition.
Wait a minute.
The demolition left a huge cloud of dust while the skyline has cleared. Water sprinklers are being used to clear the dust that has settled on plants and installations near the Twin Towers. Demolition left a huge cloud of dust. While the skyline has cleared, water sprinklers are being used to clear the dust that has settled on plants and installations near the Twin Towers. $3,700 kilograms were used to bring down the Twin Towers. There is still some amount of explosive left and extreme caution and care is being taken to ensure that these explosives are removed from the residential premises properly. The cost of demolition of this entire exercise is, in fact, 20 crore rupees. Out of the total cost, Supertech is paying about 5 crore rupees, and the remaining amount of 15 crore rupees will be, in fact, realized by selling the debris, which will be about 55,000 tons, including 4,000 tons of steel. My colleague Aishwarya Paliwal is now joining me live from the actual demolition site. She was one of the first reporters to reach the site after the implosion had taken place. Aishwarya, we do know that measures are being taken to bring down the level of dust pollution on the ground in terms of using anti-smog guns and, of course, water sprinklers as well. What else is happening in terms of restoring the electricity and gas connection? There's some news that's coming in. Aishwarya, just hold on. There's been some minor damage to the nearby Supertech society is what we're hearing at the moment from our sources on the ground, authorities that we're speaking to on the ground. Some minor damage to a nearby Supertech society. ATS village, of course, has some damage as well. Remember that the DM of Noida, Suhas Elwai, when he spoke to India Today exclusively, did tell us that the boundary wall, the compound wall that ATS village in fact shares with and shared with, in fact, the now raised Supertech Twin Towers has been damaged to some extent. That was confirmed to us by the DM of Noida. Aishwarya is with me right now. Aishwarya, take us through the details of, in terms of any sort of damage that the authorities are confirming to you on the ground. ATS village compound wall has been damaged, confirmed to us by the DM who spoke exclusively to India Today.
Well, Paulamy, let me just show you through visuals where the ATS village is. On the right-hand side is where the ATS village is. On left-hand side is the other building. Now we understand that on the right hand side is ATS village, and that building has suffered some damage, but that was something which the residents were also expecting. Now as far as the work at the moment is concerned, we have JCBs which have been put in place. We have trolleys which have been put in place to make sure that the debris is picked up, and that debris will be put in place in these trolleys. Now the work will go on for at least the next 15 to 20 days. That's what we are made to understand, because you just look at the debris. A lot of debris here which has to be cleared out very soon. We'll just cut and get you a closer visual of exactly what we are looking at. These what you see, Paulamy, the debris is what used to be the Twin Towers, and now it has all been reduced to this rubble that you see. The other building on the right-hand side, however, has been safe. Inspections at the moment are going on. We'll get a report in another half an hour. Those are the towers where the residents who have fought the case for almost a decade reside. The other place is the ATS village. It has incurred some damage. We expect the damage will be paid by for Supertech. That is what Supertech had said. Both the buildings were insured, and these dramatic visuals, Paulamy, are of the Twin Towers, which have now been reduced to rubble. Paulamy.
Right, so Aishwarya there, viewers, getting us one of the closest views so far as the demolition site is concerned. She's standing right next to the rubble, the debris which has been left behind after the demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. She, of course, is also seeing the damage that seems to have happened in the nearby area, but there's only confirmation of the compound wall, the boundary wall that, in fact, ATS Green Village Society shared with the now raised Supertech Twin Towers. That was in fact damaged to some extent, something which the authorities had anticipated. It will of course be repaired in due course of time, but that is something which now stands confirmed. But other than that, there has been very little to no damage at all, which of course is now being confirmed by authorities on the ground as well. Aishwarya, when are we expecting the residents to start trickling back, and especially also about the restoration of connections like electricity, gas lines, all of that? What's happening on the ground?
Well, inspections at the moment are going on, Paulamy. In fact, let's walk. I'll take you towards this building on the left-hand side, which is Emerald Court. Now, the residents who have fought the hardest stay in Emerald Court, and you see, this was the boundary wall. This was the boundary wall which used to be shared between Emerald Court and Twin Towers. Emerald Court, we understand inspections are taking place at the moment, and once the inspection is done in the next 1 hour, only then will they be giving a green signal to the residents to come back. Because if there is any minor damage, it has to be reported and the damage has to be fixed at the earliest. That is what both the buildings are now looking looking at damage assessment is taking place, in fact, inside ATS village on one hand and the other one on the other hand. So, till the time the reports don't come out, residents will not be given the go-ahead. The task force, we understand, there was a task force which was being set up. Security people are now looking at, they are going inside, checking the lifts. They are also checking electricity. That's what we are made to understand. Once everything is checked and there is a green signal, that's when the residents will be asked to move in. We are getting you visuals of the smog gun which is at work here. They are trying to make sure that the dust settles down and no further dust enters into both these buildings, which were barely 10 meters away from the Twin Towers. The rubble is untouched at the moment. However, the close by area, the adjoining cleaning has already started. We'll show you the trolley here. This is the trolley which has been brought in. Slowly as they will start picking up the debris, these trolleys will start taking them away. We also understand that a lot of sweepers will be called in just a couple of hours to sweep the entire road. And once that is done, then hopefully life will be normal for those who stay close by. This, however, Polmi, will take at least 3 months to clear out. That's what we are understanding at the moment. Emerald Court on the other side has a team which is doing the inspection. Once the inspection is over, only then will citizens be allowed to go back.
Absolutely, of course. They have to ensure that everything is safe for them to return. Aishwarya Paliwal, one of our colleagues who's been on the ground since early this morning, of course, now one of those closest to that demolition site, bringing you the closest pictures of what has been left behind after those Twin Towers were brought down like a pack of cards. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for joining us. The Supertech Twin Towers in Noida have been brought down in a massive implosion in mere 9 seconds. A total of 915 residential flats and 21 shops were razed to the ground when 3,700 kilograms of explosive material imploded Kayan and Apex Supertech's Twin Towers in Noida's Sector 93A. 32 floors of Supertech Twin Towers are now just 80,000 tons of rubble. After a 9-year-long legal battle, the towers were finally demolished at 2:30 p.m. on Sunday with a thunderous blast, leaving a cloud of dust in the air and on the ground. Now, when the demolition is done, the next challenge for Noida authorities is to clean the mountain of debris generated due to the demolition. The area had been evacuated hours ahead of the blast and measures put in place to ensure that adjoining structures are not affected by the implosion.
हमने जैसे बोला था ये इंडिया का टॉप डिमोलिशन है, रादर वर्ल्ड का टॉप 5 में डिमोलिशंस में आएगा और जो हिसाब से हुआ है इट इज़ द बेस्ट डिमोलिशन विच इवन आई हैव एवर सीन. जो एनविसेज किया था, जैसे सोचा था, परफेक्टली ऐसे आया नीचे. सो हमें कोई भी इसमें दिक्कत नहीं है. हमारी पूरी टीम CBRI, हमारी दोनों की जॉइंट टीम एडिफिस जेट CBRI, नोएडा अथॉरिटीज, we are all happy with the way it has worked out. So we have no problems. Thank you for all the support. मैं पहले से कहता आया था, we are very confident. We have done engineering. हमने ऐसे ये फ्री फॉल नहीं है, ये प्लान्ड फॉल है और ऐसे ही हुआ है.
लार्जली जो पूरी एक्सरसाइज है एज पर प्लान्स थी और उसका एग्जीक्यूशन बिल्कुल एज पर प्लान हुआ है. बाकी अभी एक्सपर्ट टीम्स जो है वो मौके पे हैं, वो असेसमेंट कर रहे हैं. हम लोग भी अब उधर ही जा रहे हैं. उनका असेसमेंट के बाद जो है आपको फिर अपडेट देंगे.
देखिए, ब्लास्ट लार्जली सक्सेसफुल है. बाकी एडिफिस इंजीनियरिंग और जेट डिमोलिशन CBRI की टीम इस वक्त मौके पे है, तो कोई लेफ्ट ओवर एक्सप्लोजिव्स ना हो इसको चेक कर रहे हैं. जो डिमोलिशन वेस्ट था वो सारा लार्जली साइट के अंदर ही है. थोड़ा सा मलबा रोड पे और ATS की वॉल की तरफ गया है. बाकी जो लार्जर डिटेल्स हैं साइट पे चेक हो रहे हैं. डस्ट क्लाउड जैसा हम सभी लोगों ने देखा इमीडिएटली डिसिपिएट हो गया था. हमारी सारी मशीनरी, स्मॉग गन्स, स्वीपिंग मशीन्स, वाटर टैंकर साइट पे ऑपरेशनल हो गई हैं. विद इन हाफ एन आवर जो अंदर का जोन है जो बैरिकेड किया गया था, जैसे ही अंदर से क्लियरेंस आएगी अंदर की साइट में भी क्लिनजिंग का काम शुरू हो जाएगा. तो लार्जली ऑल इज ओके. बाकी जो डिटेल्स हैं दे विल बी क्लियर मोर आफ्टर 1 आवर, 1 घंटे बाद.
देखिए, हमारे को एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने रिक्वेस्ट किया था टीम स्टैंड बाय करने के लिए, तो जो उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से हमने टीम्स यहाँ लगा रखी हैं. रेस्ट जितनी भी डिटेल है वो प्रशासन देख रहा है, उसको तो आपको वहाँ से मिल जाएगी. NDRF का जितना काम था वो पूरा होने का हमारी अभी तक कोई रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं.
Now, the man who triggered the demolition, edifice official Chetan Datta, spoke exclusively to India Today. Listen in.
आप बटन दबाएंगे तब आपको उस समय क्या लगा था?
आज से पहले काफ़ी इंटरव्यूज में बताया है, हमारा एक व्हाट्सएप का ग्रुप है एक्सप्लोसिव ट्रेडर्स का, उसमें आज से जब 1 साल पहले ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डिसीजन दिया था तो उनमें आया था कि किस तरीके से इस बिल्डिंग को ब्लास्ट किया जाएगा, एक्सप्लोसिव यूज़ होगा। मैंने प्रे टू माई गॉड कि शायद काश ये काम मुझे मिल जाए।
आप चाहते थे कि ये काम आपको मिले?
बिकॉज ऑफ कोर्स मैडम, मेरे ख्याल से ऐसा इंडियन ब्लास्टर कोई भी नहीं होगा जो नहीं चाहता था।
अच्छा, कोई आपका ये कहना है कि कोई ऐसा इंडियन ब्लास्टर नहीं था जो ये काम नहीं चाहता था, और तो आप प्रे कर रहे थे कि जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आए कि ये ऐसा ही हो कि इसको बिल्डिंग को ध्वस्त कर दिया जाए?
नहीं, बिल्डिंग को ध्वस्त तो कर दिया जाए और ध्वस्त करने वाला मैं ही हूँ।
ध्वस्त करने वाले आप हो, ये आपकी एक इच्छा थी जो अब पूरी हो गई है। तो इसका जो ये बताइए कि जो आखिरी क्षण था उस समय क्या लग रहा था? क्या दिल में थोड़ा सा डर था?
नहीं, डर पहले 3 घंटे तो मैं बड़ा काम था, उसके बाद जब हमारी बातें आपस में होने लगी जेट डेमोलिशन के कुछ ऑफिशियल्स के साथ, और मुझे अभी वो मोमेंट याद है, आई वाज सिटिंग एंड द स्मोकिंग एंड मिस्टर इयान केम टू मी और मुझे बोला गया, यार यू आर टोटली स्ट्रेस फ्री। मैं या आई एम, बट आई एम नॉट।
वो घबराए हुए थे, आप नहीं
या
थे?
उसका ये कहना बिकॉज द डिज़ाइंस उनके थे, प्लानिंग्स उनकी थी, और जो उसने कहा कि आई एम नॉट, दैट मोमेंट आई गॉट टू सेस मैं यार कुछ गड़बड़ ना हो जाए। तो उसके बाद लेकिन ठीक है, सेस तो मुझे भी था, मैं अपने आप को बड़ा अच्छा दिखा रहा था सुबह से लेके शाम को।
जब उन्होंने कहा तब आपके दिल में, तब आपको पहली बार थोड़ा सा लगा?
लेकिन मैं शो कर रहा था आई एम स्ट्रेस फ्री। स्ट्रेस तो पूरी रात नहीं सोया था मैं, और स्ट्रेस फ्री तो नहीं था, लेकिन मैंने जो उसको शो किया कि आई एम नॉट, आई एम टोटली स्ट्रेस फ्री, बट आई एम स्ट्रेस्ड, तो थोड़ी सी टेंशन हुई, लेकिन बाकी सब कुछ बहुत अच्छा हुआ, उस भगवान की कृपा से सब ठीक हुआ।
आपके परिवारजन है, आप अभी भी बहुत ज़्यादा भावुक हो रही हैं, आपको क्या डर लग रहा था?
मुझे सिर्फ ये डर लग रहा था कि इसको सांस कैसे आएगा, अगर वहाँ पे जैसे इतना डस्ट आ जाएगा तो ये सांस कैसे लेगा, बस मुझे और कुछ नहीं था।
और कोई डर नहीं था, बस सांस
को यही बोल रही थी कि कैसे करेगा, कैसे होगा, ऑक्सीजन कैसे मिलेगी, बस मुझे यही डर लग रहा था।
ये डर था कि वहाँ ब्लास्ट के अंदर एकदम है तो
कुछ, हाँ जी, बस क्योंकि बहुत धुआं जैसे देख रहे थे ना कि और जगह का दिखा रहे थे, तो यही लग रहा था कि इसको सांस कैसे आएगा, बस और कुछ भी नहीं था। कॉन्फिडेंट थी, भगवान इसके साथ है, बट उस पे जब देखा सामने से तब बहुत दिमाग खराब हुआ था। जब तक इससे बात नहीं हुई तब तक तो बहुत दिमाग खराब रहा कि पता नहीं क्या होगा।
दिल में बहुत आपको वैसा हो रहा कि बात हो जाए।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, बट इसका फोन बहुत अर्ली आ गया था हमें। हाँ,
ब्लास्ट होने की कितनी देर बाद बात हो गई थी?
4-5 मिनट के अंदर आ गया था। हाँ,
आप लोगों ने कहा बालकनी से देखा था?
हम लोगों ने खड़े थे, मीडिया के साथ थे, तो वहीं किया, हमने किया था। हाँ जी।
That's the building that's gone down in just about a few seconds, barely 9 seconds that it's taken for it to come down, and that's the dust that's not settled as yet. It was a huge sound, vibrations that I could feel on my feet. Quite a scary affair. Undoubtedly, the sound was alarming. A huge alarm bell that went out even before the demolition took place. And now we see the building has come down. In just a few seconds, it's gone down to dust. It's happened successfully. Thankfully, nothing to panic at this point. All the residents, locals around have been evacuated, so it's a safe affair. All the dust that's still not settled, all in the vicinity there, will take at least half an hour for it to go down. So we know that this is at least another half an hour for the dust to settle, for it to completely come down. But this has left me flabbergasted. It was a shocker to see a building of that size and that magnitude to come down in barely a few seconds. It went off, in fact, almost simultaneously. Between the Cayenne and the Apex Tower, there was barely 1 to 2 second difference, but the way it went off and the way it's come down has really left us aghast.
और कुछ इस तरह धमाके के साथ नोएडा का ट्विन टावर जमींदोज हो रहा है। एक के बाद एक धमाके, 1 मिलीमीटर के डिफरेंस पर लगातार होते धमाके, और पूरी तरह नोएडा का ट्विन टावर 30 और 32 मंजिला गगनचुंबी इमारत कुछ इस तरह धुएं के गुबार में बदल चुकी है। और जैसा कि अंदाजा लगाया गया था, बिल्कुल प्रिसाइज तरीके से, बिल्कुल परफेक्ट तरीके से गणित और फिजिक्स जिसका नियम लागू हुआ, और कैसे ये पूरी इमारत, आपने देखा धमाका भी बेहद कमजोर लेकिन बेहद मजबूत। धमाके से ज्यादा नुकसान होने की संभावना अब नहीं है। आपने देखे कितने जो आवाज थी वो बहुत कम डेसिबल में थी, और उसके साथ ही क्योंकि हवा जो है उत्तर पश्चिम से होते हुए दक्षिण पूर्व की ओर चल रही है। ये सारा धुआं देखिए किस तरह मलबा जो अपने साथ पीछे ले जा रहा है। अब आप पीछे देख पा रहे, देखिए एटीएस के जो रहने वाले लोग थे उनको राहत की सांस मिलेगी, उनका घर वहां दिखाई पड़ रहा है। देखिए धुआं का गुबार जैसे छटेगा, पीछे की जो इमारत है वो बिल्कुल सुरक्षित दिखाई पड़ती है। इसके ठीक दूसरी तरफ एक दूसरी इमारत सुरक्षित दिखाई पड़ती है। आपने देखा ऐसा लगा जैसे दिवाली की फुलझड़ियां फूट रही हों और एक एक करके दोनों इमारत महज 4 सेकंड में धराशायी हो गई। पहली से लेकर के आखिरी फ्लोर तक के बीच की जो पूरी कैलकुलेटेड थी वो 4 सेकंड की थी। और उसके बाद ये देखिए अब सिर्फ यहां अगर कुछ बचा है तो वो है धूल का गुबार। बहुत ही बारीकी से, बहुत ही स्मूथली, बिना ज्यादा आवाज किए, और सारा का सारा जो स्ट्रक्चर था, जो ढांचा था, वो जमींदोज हो गया। अब आपको जो देख पा रहे वो सिर्फ रिहायशी इलाका है और यहाँ सिर्फ और सिर्फ धुएं का गुबार है।
The Supertech Twin Towers of Noida have been finally demolished. After a long battle, the illegal Supertech Twin Towers of Noida were finally demolished at 2:30 p.m. today. On your screens, you can see that with a booming blast in around 9 seconds, the tallest towers of the country were turned into rubble. 29 and 32-storied Kayan and Apex Towers were a part of the Emerald Court project of Supertech Limited and were found to be in violation of multiple regulations regarding construction. With the demolition of the Twin Towers, hopes of hundreds of buyers who dreamt of a home in the collapsing towers were also destroyed. With dust and debris around, in fact, all around the area, Noida authorities are now bracing for the pollution aftermath. The cleaning process is in progress and gas and electricity supplies will be restored in the area, while people will be allowed to enter the neighboring societies only by around 7 p.m. this evening.
इतनी ज़्यादा क्लोज विसिनिटी में सारे रेजिडेंशियल सोसाइटीज थी, एटीएस भी थी और हम लोग का तो दूसरे टावर्स थे ही। सो एक डर तो था कि डिमोलिश होगा भी या नहीं, बिकॉज रिस्क बहुत ज़्यादा था वहाँ पे। बट लकली थैंकफुल टू सुप्रीम कोर्ट, उन्होंने हम लोग के फेवर में अपना ऑर्डर पास किया एंड वी आर ग्लैड कि आज फाइनली ये डिमोलिश हुआ।
लगता है कि ब्रीदिंग प्रॉब्लम्स होगी, बहुत ज़्यादा डस्ट आएगा। मोस्टली जो एस्थमेटिक पेशेंट हैं या जिनको क्रॉनिक ब्रोंकाइटिस है उनको प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, इसलिए हमने बचाव के लिए काफ़ी कवर किया है, बट डस्ट की प्रॉब्लम तो हो सकती है।
हमारे लिए तो ये बहुत अच्छा है कि ऐसे करप्शन रोका जाता है। हाँ, करप्शन रुकेगा ना, नहीं तो आगे पता नहीं ऐसे कितने करप्शन होंगे, तो लोग डरेंगे अब।
India Today's Arpita Arya was one of the first reporters to reach the demolition site. Here's the detailed ground report.
जो हम आपको ये तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं, ये ट्विन टावर का मलबा जो आप इतना ऊंचा बिखरा हुआ यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं, तो ये तस्वीरें इस वक्त की बड़ी ऐतिहासिक ये इमारत जिसको धराशायी कर दिया गया है। 9 सेकंड से भी कम का एक तरीके से कह सकते हैं वक्त लगा और ये पूरी इमारत जो है वो ढह गई है। हालांकि अब मलबे को साफ करने का काम देखिए यहाँ पर चलता हुआ इस वक्त आपको हम तस्वीरों में दिखा रहे हैं किस तरीके के मलबा 3 इमारत तक, जैसा कहा जा रहा था कि इमारत जो है मलबा जो गिरा हुआ नजर आएगा, अब इसको समेटने के लिए अब ये माना जा रहा है कि 3 महीने का वक्त जो है वो लग सकता है। फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियां जो है यहाँ पर आपको नजर आ रही है, पानी का छिड़काव यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है क्योंकि जो धूल का गुब्बार निकला है उसको कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश भी हो रही है। आप देखिए जैसा कहा गया था कुछ उसी अंदाज में ये इमारत वाटरफॉल तकनीक के हिसाब से गिरी हुई नजर आ रही है। अगल बगल जो आप चादर देख रहे हैं जो इमारतों में पड़े हुए हैं उनका कलर यहाँ पर जरूर बदल गया है, लेकिन ये तस्वीरें जो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं ये आज तक उस जगह पर पहुंच चुका है जहां से हम आपको मलबे की तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। सीधी तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं इस वक्त मलबे की ये तस्वीर। हालांकि यहाँ पर देखिए पानी के टैंकर जो है वो भी पहुंच रहे हैं। इसी के साथ साथ आपको बता दें ये इतना मलबा है 80 टन बताया जा रहा है जिसको समेटने में अभी तकरीबन 3 महीने का वक्त लगेगा। तो एक लंबा वक्त लगने वाला है, लेकिन तैयारी अभी यही है कि जो यहाँ से धूल का गुब्बार निकला उसे यहाँ पर समेटा जाए। टीमें यहाँ पर देखिए 5 मंजिल तक यहाँ पर जो आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं धूल का गुब्बार अभी भी उठता हुआ यहाँ तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा है। तो ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, देखिए यहाँ पर पानी की छींटे भी पर डाले जा रहे हैं और ये धुआं अभी भी यहाँ पर निकलता हुआ सांस लेने में थोड़ी दिक्कत यहाँ महसूस होते हुए, क्योंकि अगर यहाँ देखिए अच्छा दिखाइए, ये देखिए किस तरीके से पानी का छिड़काव हो रहा है, जिसके बाद ये धुआं जो है ये और निकलता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। तो इस वक्त हम तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं किस तरीके से पानी की बौछार हो रही है। आप देखिए ये पानी की बौछार इस तरफ भी हो रही है जिधर हम खड़े हैं, और धुआं यहाँ पर नजर आ रही है। आप देखिए, अंदाजा लगा लीजिए 3 मंजिला इमारत के बराबर यहाँ पर मलबा इस वक्त नजर आ रहा है। टीमें यहाँ पर लगी हुई हैं, फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियाँ यहाँ पर लगी हुई हैं, और ये तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये तस्वीर जरा आप देखिए, यहाँ पर ये ट्विन टावर उसको तोड़ दिया गया है, धराशायी कर दिया गया है। सीधी तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर देखिए धुआं धुआं उठता हुआ, पानी की छींटें बौछारें पड़ते हुए। इस वक्त ये तस्वीरें धुआं ही नजर आ रहा है आपको चारों तरफ। तो ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं जहां ये इमारत जमींदोज हो चुकी है। धुआं उठता हुआ इस वक्त आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा है। पानी की बौछार यहाँ पर की जा रही है, लेकिन उसके बाद जैसे पानी की बौछार हो रही है, धुआं कुछ और उठता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। ये पूरा मलबा ट्विन टावर अब मलबे में तब्दील हो चुका है। जैसे आप मेरे पीछे तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, यहाँ पर वो इमारत, वो गगनचुंबी इमारत जो भ्रष्टाचार की नींव पर टिकी हुई थी, उसे धराशायी कर दिया गया है। 14 सेकंड भी नहीं लगे और ये इमारत जो है वो ध्वस्त हो गई है। ये पीछे आप तस्वीरें देखिए, जो टीमें हैं वो अब इस बात पर लगी हुई हैं क्योंकि यहाँ ट्रक लगाए गए, मलबे को हटाने का काम चल रहा है। कोच्चि में हमने एग्जाम्पल देखा, 6 महीने का वक्त लग गया था वहाँ से मलबा साफ करने में। यहाँ पर कहा जा रहा है 3 महीने का समय यहाँ पर लगेगा, लेकिन उससे ज्यादा समय भी लग सकता है। सुशांत भी हमारे साथ मौजूद है। सुशांत, जिस तरीके से देखिए पानी की बौछार भी हो रही है, सांस लेना यहाँ दिक्कत हो रही है, सांस लेने में दिक्कत हो रही है क्योंकि कंक्रीट का धुआं उठता हुआ नजर आ रहा है।
अर्पिता, आपको तस्वीरें दिखाना चाहूंगा कि देखिए हमारे जो दर्शक जुड़े हुए हैं, ट्विन टावर आपको वहाँ पे नजर आएगा और वहाँ से करीबन 400 मीटर की दूरी पर जो पूरा मलबा है वो यहाँ पर नजर आ रहा है। चारों तरफ मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन अजय से कहूंगा कि वो तस्वीरें दिखाएं कि कहाँ तक ये मलबा जो है वो पहुंचा है। ये पूरा गार्डन एरिया यहाँ तक मलबा जो है वो पहुंच चुका है, और लगातार जो नोएडा प्रशासन है उनकी तरफ से ये कोशिश की जा रही है कि इस मलबे की और उसको जो धूल है वो लोगों को परेशान न करे। इसके लिए लगातार स्प्रिंकलिंग जो है वो पानी की तरफ से यहाँ पर तमाम एरियाज के अंदर जो है वो लगातार की जा रही है। इसके अलावा मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन अजय से ये भी कहूँगा कि वो तस्वीरें ये भी दिखाएं कि किस तरीके से जो मलबा ट्विन टावर है वो किस तरीके से धराशायी हो चुका है। लगभग 3 से 4 मंजिल अभी मलबा जो है वो यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है। सड़कों तक ये मलबा जो है वो पहुँच चुका है। आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से चारों तरफ सड़कों के बाहर जो बाउंड्री वॉल इस ट्विन टावर की थी वो भी पूरी तरीके से डैमेज हो गई है। उसको बाहर तक ये मलबा जो है वो आ चुका है। और तमाम तस्वीरें अगर आप देखेंगे कि नोएडा प्रशासन लगातार अब आगे की तरफ आपको यहाँ पर नजर आएगा। कोशिश यहाँ पर है कि प्रशासन की तरफ से कि इस मलबे को जल्दी से जल्दी यहाँ से क्लियर जो है वो किया जाए। और अभी भी लगातार पानी का छिड़काव इस पूरे एरिया के अंदर जो है वो प्रशासन की तरफ से दिखाई पड़ रहा है। नोएडा का ट्विन टावर जो कि भ्रष्टाचार का टावर था, 32 मंजिला, और जो कि भ्रष्टाचार के टावर के नाम से जाना जाता था। आसपास की तमाम बिल्डिंग जिसके बारे में तमाम जो यहाँ पर रहने वाले लोग थे वो चिंतित थे कि कहीं अगर ये डेमोलिशन होता है तो उनकी बिल्डिंग को किसी प्रकार का कोई नुकसान ना हो, लेकिन वो पूरा बचाव जो है वो हुआ है। और यहाँ पर जो सूझबूझ थी, इंजीनियर्स की जो सूझबूझ थी कंपनीज की, वो साफ तौर पर नजर आई है। और साफ तौर पर देखा जा सकता है कि किस तरीके से ट्विन टावर पूरी तरीके से ध्वस्त हो चुका है। और यहाँ पर आपको तस्वीरें जो है वो एक्सक्लूसिव आज तक पर कि किस तरीके से तमाम चारों ओर मलबा ही मलबा जो है वो इस वक्त नजर आ रहा है। अर्पिता
जी बिल्कुल सुशांत, ये तस्वीरें देखिए हम दिखा ही रहे हैं लगातार ये तस्वीरें, और यहाँ पर देखिए किस तरीके से काम चल रहा है वो भी हम आपको दिखा ही रहे हैं। यहाँ देखिए टीमें लगी हुई हैं क्योंकि जो इंजीनियरिंग यहाँ पर की गई थी, जिस तरीके की तैयारियां की गई थी और जो कहा गया था वाटरफॉल, उस वाटरफॉल अंदाज में ही ये इमारत ढही है। आसपास की इमारतों को आप देखिए, कोई नुकसान अभी यहाँ दिख रहा है कि नहीं पहुंचा है, लेकिन धूल का गुब्बार एक उठता हुआ उस वक्त नजर आया था। धूल अभी भी हम महसूस कर पा रहे हैं, सांस लेने में भी हमें दिक्कतें महसूस हो रही हैं। अजय से एक बार कहूंगी जरा पास से आकर एक बार तस्वीरें और दिखा दें। ये देखिए ये मलबे का ढेर, 3 मंजिला इमारत जैसा ये मलबा आपको इस वक्त तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा। तो ये हालत इस वक्त हो चुकी है। आप देखिए ट्विन टावर जो गगनचुंबी इमारत के तौर पर यहाँ पर खड़ा नजर आ रहा था, वो चंद सेकंड में जमींदोज हो गया है। तो ये तस्वीरें हम आपको लगातार दिखा रहे हैं। आज तक पर एक्सक्लूसिव ये तस्वीर आप देख रहे हैं, उस मलबे की तस्वीर आपको दिखा रहे हैं। वो ट्विन टावर जो धराशाही हो गया और उसके बाद जमींदोज हो गया है। ये मलबे की तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। अजय हमारे सहयोगी लगातार ये तस्वीर आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। देखिए टीमें लगी हुई हैं, चाहे आला अधिकारी हो वो लगे हैं, जो इंजीनियर्स थे, क्योंकि यहाँ ये भी कोशिश हुई कि फॉग एंटी स्मोक गन जो है उसका इस्तेमाल भी हो रहा है। तो ये हम तस्वीरें आपको दिखाई रहे हैं। इसके साथ ही साथ आपको बता दें अब करीबन 3 महीने का वक्त लगेगा और उसके बाद इस मलबे को हटाया जाएगा। कैमरामैन अजय के साथ अर्पिता आर्या, आज तक।
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Considered as the gold standard for assessing the progress of Indian states, the State of the States Award honors the best performing states in India under various categories. With the development of the states integral to the progress of the country, India Today Group is now focusing on individual states. The initiative commenced with Madhya Pradesh first. Held in Bhopal, the event saw an eclectic mix of inspirational addresses and insightful discussions.
सबसे पहले जिसकी शुरुआत करेंगे वो है आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर इंडिया टुडे का विशेषांक स्पेशल एडिशन, जिसका अनावरण माननीय मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी करेंगे।
Mukhyamantri Ji Shivraj Singh Chauhan Ji, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to welcome you to India Today magazine's first edition of Madhya Pradesh First. We are also deeply honored, Mukhyamantri Ji, that you could come and deliver the welcome address. For the first 2 decades, India Today magazine has pioneered the concept of the State of the State survey, and this annual survey is considered to be the gold standard for judging the performance of various states. More recently, we started what we call the State of the States, where we focused on a particular state. While the State of the States was a national survey, the State of the State looked at state development because the state is the microcosm of India's development. We have taken this step further, and we have now started what we call Madhya Pradesh First. Now the idea is to present how can Madhya Pradesh, under your leadership and political leadership, become the leading state of the country. Actually, Madhya Pradesh is a mini India, if you really look at it. This state is very key to the development of India, and the idea is to put together the best brains to come up with an agenda, a vision that you could implement, a lot of suggestions that are there, and we have put together in this conclave major sessions that would look at how to add great value to agriculture, which is one of the mainstays, how to maximize industrial development, what are the challenges for Madhya Pradesh, and how to push forward women, Nari Shakti, which you are focused on, also how to harness the energy of youth, Yuva Kelly, and interesting panels to discuss the politics of the state. We would like to listen to you, the various initiatives you've taken, and your vision ahead. With these few words, let me welcome you to deliver the inaugural keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, Mukhyamantri Ji Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Thank you, sir.
मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ स्टेट ऑफ द स्टेट्स मध्य प्रदेश फर्स्ट। तो शुरुआत मध्य प्रदेश से ही हो रही है। मध्य प्रदेश के विकास की कहानी तथ्यों से राज जी ने रखी, मैं उसमें विस्तार से नहीं जाऊंगा। कोविड के दौरान, क्योंकि चौथी बार मैं मुख्यमंत्री बना, तो 23 मार्च को मैंने शपथ ली और 24 को लॉकडाउन लग गया। तो पहली प्राथमिकता थी हम कैसे कोविड को कंट्रोल करें। लेकिन उसी समय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक बात कही थी, आपदा को अवसर में बदल दो। और उन्होंने कहा कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत हम बनाएंगे। मैं उस समय अस्पताल में एडमिट था कोविड के कारण, मुझे भी कोविड हो गया था। तो लेटे लेटे मैंने सोचा आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए आत्मनिर्भर मध्य प्रदेश, और वहीं से हमने रोड मैप बनाया। वर्चुअली कई विद्वानों को देश भर के जोड़ा और हमने 4 चीजें उसमें तय की जिस पर हम फोकस्ड तरीके से काम कर रहे हैं। एक, हम सब इंफ्रा का महत्व जानते हैं, और एक जमाना था जब गड्ढों में सड़क की, सड़क में गड्ढा कि गड्ढा में गड्ढा क्या था मध्य प्रदेश में, वो जानकारी में है। लेकिन सामान्य तौर पे इंफ्रा हमने काफी बेहतर कर लिया है। ये हमारे चंबल के बीहर थे, कभी वहां डकैत हुआ करते थे, अब डकैत तो बचने नहीं दिए। तो हम अटल एक्सप्रेस वे बना रहे हैं, दिल्ली से बहुत पास है। और दिल्ली नोएडा आसपास की जो हालत हो गई आप जानते हैं। हमारा अटल एक्सप्रेस वे केवल सड़क नहीं होगा, दोनों तरफ इंडस्ट्रियल क्लस्टर, नई टाउनशिप्स हम कैसे ला सकते हैं, अनेकों संभावनाओं पर विचार करके हम उस पर काम कर रहे हैं। एक मध्य प्रदेश में पूरब से पश्चिम तक नर्मदा एक्सप्रेस वे, और उसमें भी हमारे सारे प्रमुख शहर कवर होंगे। और उद्देश्य यही है कि केवल एक्सप्रेस वे नहीं, वो मध्य प्रदेश की ग्रोथ का इंजन बन जाए। नई टाउनशिप्स की बात हो रही है, हमने भी इंदौर और भोपाल के बीच में जमीन चिन्हित कर ली है, एयरपोर्ट से लेकर बाकी सारी फैसिलिटी, और एक नया शहर जो उद्योग और रोजगार की अनंत संभावनाएं लिए हो, उसको हमने प्लान किया है। इंफ्रा के क्षेत्र में कुछ प्रमुख चीजें मैंने आपको बताई, लेकिन इंदौर जैसे शहरों में, भोपाल जैसे, उज्जैन से हम शुरू कर रहे हैं। महाकाल महाराज के दर्शन करने बड़ी संख्या में लोग आते हैं। स्टेशन पर उतरते हैं, बाय रोड जाते हैं, कई बार जाम लगता है, तो हम क्या स्टेशन पर उतरे, ऊपर केवल कार हो, उसमें बैठे, सीधे महाकाल महाराज के मंदिर के पास उतर जाएं। ऐसे कई प्रयोग भी हम परिवहन के लिए, धरती भी, और धरती के साथ साथ आसमान का, पानी का और आसमान का भी कैसे उपयोग किया जा सकता है। टेक्नोलॉजी आप जानते हैं, उसका उपयोग करके हम कर सकते हैं। लेकिन केवल इंफ्रा नहीं, 2 चीजों पे मुख्य रूप से हम फोकस कर रहे हैं, एक शिक्षा और दूसरा स्वास्थ्य। मध्य प्रदेश में एक प्रयोग हमने किया है सीएम राय स्कूल का, 20, 25, 30 गांव के बीच में एक सेंटर, जहां एक अत्याधुनिक भवन के साथ उसमें लैब हो, लाइब्रेरी हो, प्लेग्राउंड्स हो, स्मार्ट क्लास हो, और रोड्स बहुत बेहतर है, बस जाए बच्चों को लेने, सवेरे बच्चों को ले स्कूल छोड़े, शाम को घर छोड़े आए, और दिल्ली और भोपाल से बैठ के भी कोई पढ़ा सके। एक सीएम राइज स्कूल का कॉन्सेप्ट हमारा शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता ठीक करने के लिए इस साल 370 हमने शुरू किए हैं, बहुत प्रारंभिक अवस्था में, अभी शुरू हुए। बिल्डिंग बनने में तो समय लगेगा, जहां जहां बिल्डिंग मिली हमने शुरू किया। एक और हमने प्रयोग किया, मैं बड़ी विनम्रता के साथ कहना चाहूंगा, मैं किसी भाषा का विरोधी नहीं हूं, लेकिन कई बार गांव में रहने वाले गरीब और किसान परिवारों से आने वाले हमारे बच्चे प्रतिस्पर्धा में इसलिए पिछड़ जाते हैं कि वो अंग्रेजी में कमजोर होते हैं। अंग्रेजी अच्छी ना जानने का या ना जानने का खौफ उनके दिमाग पे इतना हावी हो जाता है कि वो अपनी प्रतिभा को प्रकट ही नहीं कर पाते। इसलिए मध्य प्रदेश इस बार प्रयोग कर रहा है कि हिंदी की मेडिकल की पढ़ाई भी हम हिंदी में गांधी मेडिकल कॉलेज में इस साल शुरू करने वाले, मातृभाषा में पढ़ाई। हमारी नई शिक्षा नीति में आप सबको पता है कि मातृभाषा में शिक्षा पे जोर दिया गया है। हेल्थ के क्षेत्र में कायाकल्प अभियान हमने प्रारंभ करके नीचे तक के प्राथमिक स्वास्थ्य केंद्र, सामुदायिक स्वास्थ्य केंद्र, वहां सारी बुनियादी आवश्यकताओं की, न्यूनतम आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति का अभियान चलाया हुआ है। गुड गवर्नेंस की दृष्टि से कई प्रयोग मैंने, जो तीसरी बात हम कह रहे हैं, अनेकों प्रयोग। डीबीटी आप जानते हैं, अनेकों योजनाओं में सीधे खाते में पैसा जाता है। लेकिन उसमें भी मैं एक इंटरेस्टिंग बात आपको बताता हूँ। हमने तय किया साइकिल का पैसा, जो बेटियों को साइकिल देते थे, बाद में बेटों को भी देना शुरू किया। हमको लगा सीधे खाते में डालना चाहिए, साइकिल खरीदने के बजाय। सरकार कहाँ साइकिल खरीदने के चक्कर में पड़े, सीधे खाते में डाले तो दूसरे साल साइकिलों की संख्या कम हो गई। तो अब हमने इस साल तय किया है ई वाउचर के माध्यम से हम उसको ई वाउचर देंगे, वो साइकिल ही खरीद पाएगा, दूसरी चीज में खर्चे नहीं कर पाएगा। और हमने किसानों को अलग अलग योजनाओं पे जो अनुदान देते हैं उसके लिए भी ई वाउचर, उसका प्रयोग हम प्रारंभ कर रहे हैं। ऐसे एक नहीं, गुड गवर्नेंस के अनेकों प्रयोग। अर्थव्यवस्था और रोजगार, आज पूरी दुनिया के हालात आप देख रहे हैं। मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है, मध्य प्रदेश की अब केवल कृषि विकास दर नहीं है। इस साल अगर आप करंट प्राइजेज पे देखेंगे तो मध्य प्रदेश की विकास दर है 19.76%, देश में सबसे ज्यादा। अगर मध्य प्रदेश की अर्थव्यवस्था का साइज आप देखेंगे, जीएसडीपी, तो पहले कभी 3-4 तक 1 लाख करोड़ के आसपास हुआ करता था। इस साल 11.5 लाख करोड़ से भी हम आगे निकल गए। भारत की जीएसडीपी में मध्य प्रदेश का योगदान पहले 3.6% हुआ करता था, अब 4.6% हो गया है। हम बढ़ रहे हैं। कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर अगर आप देखेंगे, क्योंकि वो मूल है अर्थव्यवस्था को गतिशील रखने का, और उस कारण रोजगार के अवसर भी सृजित होते हैं, उसको अगर देखेंगे तो इस साल 48,800 करोड़ रुपया हमने बाकी सब कठिनाइयों के बावजूद भी रख के और बेहतर काम करने का प्रयास किया। एक रोजगार से सीधा अर्थ निकाला जाता शासकीय नौकरियां, हम जानते हैं उसकी सीमा है, लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश में एक साल में 1 लाख शासकीय सेवाओं में भी रोजगार मिले, उसका पूरा रोड मैप हमने बनाया हुआ है। दूसरा, इंडस्ट्रीज मध्य प्रदेश में तेजी से आ रही है। आपने स्वयं बताया, फार्मा सेक्टर, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर, ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर, फूड प्रोसेसिंग, मध्य प्रदेश के ओडी ओपी कई जगह कमाल कर रहे हैं। महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप जो चीज़ें बना रहे हैं वो बहुत पॉपुलर हो रही है। आपको मैं बताना चाहूँगा एक तथ्य जिसकी गहराई में जाके मुझे भी आश्चर्य हुआ। महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप का टर्नओवर और सबका मिला लिया जाए मध्य प्रदेश का तो 20,000 करोड़ रुपया है, जो हमारी 40 लाख महिलाएं काम कर रही हैं पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में, और वह मध्य प्रदेश की अर्थव्यवस्था को ताकत दे रही है। तो उसके माध्यम से रोजगार, मुख्यमंत्री युवा उद्यमी योजना से लेकर प्रधानमंत्री मुद्रा योजना, प्रधानमंत्री रोजगार सृजन कार्यक्रम, हमने प्रयत्न पूर्वक, एसएलवीसी की मैं हर महीने मीटिंग करता हूं और महीने में एक दिन रोजगार दिवस मनाते हैं। हमारा टारगेट जो पिछली बार 12 जनवरी को हमने शुरू किया था कि कम से कम 2.5 लाख रोजगार सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट की स्कीम्स के जरिए हम उत्पन्न करें। फिर जो निवेश मध्य प्रदेश में आ रहा है उसके कारण रोजगार के अलग अवसर, तो उसके लिए बच्चों को ट्रेंड करना। देखिए, स्किल्ड मैन पावर अगर आपके पास है तो फिर काम की कहीं कमी नहीं है। भोपाल में हम ग्लोबल स्किल पार्क बना रहे हैं सिंगापुर के सहयोग से। बच्चों को हम ट्रेंड करेंगे और ट्रेड भी ऐसे कि जिसमें तत्काल उनको जॉब मिल जाए। हम मॉडल आईटीआई बना रहे हैं संभागीय मुख्यालयों पर, स्किल मैन पावर तैयार करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। तो रोजगार हमारा फोकस है और इस साल हमारा टारगेट है 32 लाख लोगों को सब तरह की योजना मिला के हम रोजगार देंगे। अलग अलग योजनाएं जो मैंने आपको बताई।
The Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment has signed a memorandum of understanding with the National Health Authority for providing a comprehensive medical package to transgender persons under the Ayushman Bharat PMJAY at the Dr. Ambedkar International Centre. This joint initiative is indeed the first of its kind in India and will not only give a new direction to our society but will also provide transgender persons rightful and a respectable place in our country. This medical package will provide a health card where they can avail more than 50 health facilities. Benefits will all be free of cost. What's also groundbreaking here is that India becomes the first country to provide free of cost cosmetic surgery for transgenders. So now a person belonging to the transgender society from any state or any part of India will be able to take advantage of this card in any hospital affiliated with Ayushman Bharat. In fact, the ministry is also set to fund 5 lakh rupees as insurance cover per transgender beneficiary per annum. And now to make identification a lot more easier, the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment is providing identity cards for transgenders if they register themselves at the central level. They're also going to get provisions of scholarship that's been made for them. Protection cells are also being set up and also skill development programs being done, all as part of this package.
मध्य प्रदेश बाकी सब तरह के डेवलपमेंट के साथ साथ आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए भी धरती सुरक्षित रहे, इसलिए पर्यावरण जैसे मुद्दों पर बहुत गंभीरता से काम कर रहा है। हमारा फ्लोटिंग सोलर पावर प्लांट ओमकारेश्वर डैम में हम जल्दी उसका काम प्रारंभ करने वाले हैं। रीवा में जो हमारा पावर प्लांट था, सोलर पावर प्लांट 750 मेगावाट का, उस समय सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट था। दिल्ली की मेट्रो को भी वहां से बिजली जाती है। इसके पहले नीमच में हमने शुरू किया था। नीमच, शाजापुर, मुरैना, छतरपुर, जो अक्षय ऊर्जा है, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, सोलर, उसमें मध्य प्रदेश बहुत गंभीरता से काम कर रहा है। और मुझे ये बताते हुए भी खुशी है कि मध्य प्रदेश टाइगर स्टेट तो है ही, हम लेपर्ड स्टेट भी बन गए और जल्दी मध्य प्रदेश चीता स्टेट भी बनने वाला है। तैयारियां पूरी चल रही है। प्रधानमंत्री जी का आशीर्वाद है और भारत सरकार प्रयास कर रही है, मध्य प्रदेश साथ है। पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से लगातार हमको इसलिए कई तरह के इनिशिएटिव्स हमने लिए हैं। अब किसी को अजीब लग सकता है, लेकिन मेरे दिन की शुरुआत पेड़ लगाने से ही होती है, क्योंकि हम भाषण देते रहें और खुद ना करें तो उसका असर नहीं पड़ता। जैसे भोजन जरूरी है, वैसे पेड़ लगाना जरूरी है। और अब तो धीरे धीरे लोग जुड़ने लगे बड़ी संख्या में, तो सहज ही लाखों पेड़ लगते हुए चले जा रहे हैं। एक रोड मैप मैंने प्रस्तुत करने की कोशिश की है। देखिए, देश फर्स्ट रहे, ये हम सब का संकल्प और सपना है। हम जो बैठे हैं किसी भी क्षेत्र के, और प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक वैभवशाली, गौरवशाली, संपन्न, समृद्ध और शक्तिशाली भारत का निर्माण हो रहा है। यह देख के हम सबको आनंद और प्रसन्नता होती है। मध्य प्रदेश का योगदान उसमें अधिकतम हो, इसके लिए हम लोग प्रतिबद्ध हैं और कोई कसर मध्य प्रदेश को आगे ले जाने में नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a very, very warm round of applause for this. And the Honorable Chief Minister has very kindly agreed to do a question and answer session. And for this, I would like Mr. Saurabh Dwivedi, my colleague and editor of India Today Hindi, and of course the very popular show Lalan Top, to come and join us as part of this. मुख्यमंत्री जी, आपने बताया आप रोजगार 32 लाख जॉब्स देंगे. What is your plan to do this?
देखिए, सारी मैंने जो स्कीम्स हैं, एक सरकारी रोजगार, दूसरे गैर सरकारी। अब पिछले साल ही प्रधानमंत्री मुद्रा योजना, मुख्यमंत्री युवा उद्यमी योजना, प्रधानमंत्री रोजगार सृजन कार्यक्रम, फिर महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप को, क्योंकि वो भी रोजगार है, अलग अलग चीजें बनाती हैं वो और उसके बाद बेचती हैं, 1 लाख 60,000 रोजगार। 1 लाख 60,000 रोजगार, 1 लाख 60,000 रोजगार। 1 लाख 60,000 रोजगार, 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 1 लाख 60,0 उनको पिछले साल हमने लगभग 1400 करोड़ रुपया अलग अलग कामों के लिए दिए थे। इस बार 3000 करोड़ का हमारा टारगेट है। मैं किस योजना में कितने रोजगार दूंगा उसको काउंट करके मैं आपको बता रहा हूं कि ये स्वरोजगार की योजनाओं से, ये फैक्ट्रीज में प्लेसमेंट के माध्यम से, ये जो हमारा पूरा इंफ्रा बन रहा है अलग अलग, उसमें जो प्राइवेट जॉब मिलेगा उसके माध्यम से, और जहां स्किल्ड मैन पावर की जहां जहां जरूरत है वो भी तैयार करके हम देंगे। मैंने इस पर शिक्षा और रोजगार दोनों, एक मध्य प्रदेश में मुख्यमंत्री मेधावी विद्यार्थी जैसी योजना मैं बताना चाहूंगा, जिसमें हमने तय किया है गरीब बेटा बेटी हो किसी भी जाति समाज का 8 लाख रुपए की आमदनी पर ईयर तक हमने जोड़ा है। अगर उनका एडमिशन मेडिकल कॉलेज, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, मैनेजमेंट के किसी कोर्स में होता है, देश में होता है, कहीं विदेश की अच्छी यूनिवर्सिटी में भी होता है, तो फीस मम्मी पापा नहीं मामा भरवाएंगे, प्रदेश की सरकार भरवाएगी। ये फैसला हमने किया था, उस समय मैंने आपको बताया था, ताकि प्रतिभा कुंठित ना हो पाए। 1 लाख सरकारी जॉब के साथ साथ स्वरोजगार की योजनाओं के माध्यम से लगभग 32 लाख रोजगार के अवसर सृजित करने का बाकायदा रोड मैप। कुछ तो भर्तियां हो ही गई है, 15-20 हजार शिक्षकों की भर्ती हो गई है अभी, पुलिस की भर्ती अभी 6000 चली रही है, ये शुरू हो रही है, कुछ इसके पहले हुई। बच्चे पढ़ते रहें, बढ़ते रहें और प्रदेश को भी आगे बढ़ाते रहें, ये हमारी कोशिश होगी।
खेती को लेकर शिवराज सिंह चौहान सरकार क्या नया करने जा रही है?
देखिए, प्रधानमंत्री जी की भी कोशिश यही है कि किसानों की आय डबल की जाए, और कई तरह की योजनाएं हैं उनके विस्तार में। प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि, मुख्यमंत्री किसान कल्याण योजना। एक बड़ी संख्या अगर किसानों की आप देखेंगे तो छोटे किसान हैं, 80% किसान छोटे होते हैं। उनके लिए प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि है, मुख्यमंत्री किसान कल्याण योजना है। अब एक बात आता है कि उत्पादन अगर बहुत हो गया तो कई चीजों के तो समर्थन मूल्य तय है, उस पर सरकार खरीदती है। कुछ चीजों के बारे में विचार करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए हमको कृषि के विविधीकरण का सोचना पड़ेगा। जिस चीज की जितनी जरूरत है मार्केट का असेसमेंट करके वो हम कैसे लगाएं। मैं बिल्कुल नहीं मानता किसानों को बात करो कि मंडी में ही जाके बेचे, क्यों बैठे? अगर कोई दाम उसको घर पे ठीक देता तो घर पे बेचे, अगर खेत पे ठीक देता तो खेत पे बेचे। लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश में हमने एक योजना बनाई है। अब मैं एक उदाहरण देता हूँ, सीहोर के पास अश्वगंधा और तुलसी की खेती हो रही है, जहां पहले गेहूं की खेती होती थी। गेहूं के उत्पादन में मध्य प्रदेश ने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए। अब गेहूं की जरूरत कितनी हम आकलन करें और गेहूं से हम दूसरी तरफ कैसे जाएं? तो किसानों का और कंपनी का आपस में बातचीत हुई, तुम तुलसी लगाओ, अश्वगंधा लगाओ, हम पूरी खरीद के ले जाएंगे, इस रेट पर खरीदेंगे। हमने योजना ये बनाई है कि किसान और प्राइवेट जो भी, केवल कंपनी की बात नहीं करता, कोई और व्यापारी भी हो सकता है, वो रेट तय कर लेंगे कि तुम ये फसल लगाओ, इस रेट पे हम खरीदेंगे। इससे ज्यादा अगर मिले तो किसान बाहर भी बेच सकता है। और जैसे हम एमएसएमईज को या इंडस्ट्रीज को कई तरह की राहत देते हैं, किसानों को भी कई तरह की कृषि उपकरण वगैरह खरीदने में सब्सिडी देते हैं, वैसे ही हम इस तरह की प्राइवेट सेक्टर का कोई व्यक्ति हो या कंपनी हो, उसको भी कुछ सहूलियत देंगे। जैसे पैक हाउस उसको बनाना है, फूड प्रोसेसिंग का काम कर रहा है, किसान ने कुछ बनाया, हम उसमें कुछ मदद करेंगे, दूसरी कुछ चीजें करेंगे। अभी तक 13 कंपनियां आ गई, जिसमें 2 ने काम भी शुरू कर दिया। तो हमको रास्ते ढूंढने पड़ेंगे। और प्रधानमंत्री जी इस मामले में बहुत गंभीरता से और गहराई में जाके विचार करते हैं, उनके मार्गदर्शन में हम काम कर रहे हैं। इसलिए लगातार कुछ नई चीजें और करते रहने की आवश्यकता है।
शिवराज सिंह चौहान की महत्वाकांक्षा क्या है? क्या अब और क्या हासिल करना चाहते हैं?
देखिए, व्यक्तिगत महत्वाकांक्षा रख के आप कभी देश का भला नहीं कर सकते, और हम कहते हैं राष्ट्र प्रथम, उसके बाद पार्टी और सबसे अंत में हम।
Wow. With that words, let's give him a very warm round of applause. Thank you, Shivraj. Thank you very much for this. Thank you.
The event served to highlight Madhya Pradesh's criticality to the India story. And thus, with enriching takeaways, Madhya Pradesh First came to a fruitful close.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
are watching India Today.
From Twin Towers to dust, let's take a look at the entire sequence of India's biggest demolition. Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. Here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. India's biggest demolition ever. India Today gets you exclusive visuals as India's Twin Towers turn into dust in just 9 seconds. Dust and debris surround the site after demolition. Noida authorities brace for the aftermath. Anti-smog guns and water sprinklers deployed. Supertech defends illegal Twin Towers. RK Arora passes the buck to the ruling government in 2012. Says building was built in accordance with laws that existed back then.
आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि इस डिमोलिशन की वजह से किसी भी ऑनगोइंग प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा और सारे निर्माण कार्य नियमित रूप से चलते रहेंगे.
Sonali Phogat's murder mystery gets murkier. Goa Chief Minister backs CBI probe into murder after family alleges conspiracy and demands a thorough probe. The Congress Working Committee has decided a new date for the Congress President poll election to be held on the 17th of October and counting on the 19th of October. And India will take on arch rivals Pakistan to start their campaign in Asia Cup 2022. Both teams are part of Group A along with Hong Kong. The much-awaited demolition of Noida Supertech Towers is finally done. India Today's cameras captured the clearest full 360-degree view of the demolition. Here are some defining images. 9 seconds is all it took for the two Supertech Towers, Apex and Kayan in Noida Sector 93A to come down. India Today had deployed high-tech, high-definition cameras that captured the full extent of the demolition. Here's a look at the long shot of the moment the explosion was triggered. Blink and you miss it. 9 seconds to bring down 32 floors. So India Today in fact slows down the stunning demolition. Here's a frame-by-frame look at the demolition. The towers brought down like a pack of cards. Here's another view of the demolition. India Today's state-of-the-art technology that brings to you never-before-seen images of the explosion and its aftermath. What was left after 9 seconds was a huge plume of smoke and dust. For the first few minutes, there was just dust everywhere, and as it settled, the empty space where two Supertech Towers once stood. The demolition, which reduced the two towers to ashes, has caused a sudden spike in air pollution, with the level of particulate matter in the air going up. Demolition done. The big task ahead is to clear the debris. Soon after, water sprinklers were brought in to remove the dust from plants, trees and neighbouring structures. Fire engines too were pressed into action to sanitize and clear the area. While India Today cameras captured the demolition in its clearest view, an ATS Green Village resident had placed a camera in his balcony to record the explosion. And this is what the balcony camera recorded. Floors of the Twin Towers collapsing one by one. This is the closest view of the demolition. This is what is left of the Twin Towers. 32 floors reduced to 80,000 tons of debris. Clearing this will be a big task and it will take 3 months to clear this mess. The demolition comes at a cost of 20 crore rupees. Residents of Emerald Court who had evacuated, the local residents were seen celebrating after the demolition took place. In Parshvanath Prestige Society, people were seen dancing and beating drums while expressing their happiness over the demolition of the illegal towers. And as soon as the 2 illegal towers were reduced to concrete dust, the debris has drawn the attention of selfie takers. The local residents were seen taking selfies with the leftovers amid the administration's interference. The contrast between the 2 towers when they stood taller than Delhi's Qutub Minar and the massive pile of rubble is all too stark. While the 2 towers were around 100 meters tall, the heap of debris stands just dwarfs when compared. Now let's listen in to the Supertech Demolition Squad.
The successful blast of the Twin Towers has been conducted, and joining with me right now are those who have worked day and night to ensure that this happens. Sir, exactly how long did you guys carry out this extensive task? And roughly, if you could give us a figure of how many of you worked for edifice engineering for us to see this day.
We are working day and night from last 5 months for this project, and still more 3 months will be there to clear all this debris and scrap.
And how many of you all were on the ground?
The team of ranges from 50% to 400% were involved in this.
Sir, have all the checks and balances been done, or are there some few to follow?
Apparent balances has been done. Only the explosive check is going on.
Okay. So one more thing, the adjacent buildings, I believe there needs to be a check on whether there has been any effect on the columns or anything of that sort. So far, any untoward report that's coming in?
No, nothing. Till now, preliminary report has suggested nothing has happened to even the adjacent building of Emerald or Esther.
So there was one news that was floating that there is a wall of the ATS village that could have suffered a damage. Is that true?
Yeah,
so it was according to our plans, and the wall has been damaged, but that was already pre-discussed that the 10 meters of the ATS wall will go because the distance is very less.
That's the reason. Apart from that, there's nothing untoward.
No structural damages to the nearby structures. Only the compound wall of 10 meters, just 10 meters have gone, which would be, the debris would be removed and would be repaired.
Thank you, sir. So that was the team of those who worked to ensure this day is seen. They say that the damage of the ATS wall that's happened, that was in plan. Anything else hasn't happened. They say it was a successful blast. With video journalist Pradeep Gupta, this is Shah Chatterjee for India Today.
आप बटन दबाएंगे तब आपको उस समय क्या लगा था?
आज से पहले काफ़ी इंटरव्यूज में बताया है, हमारा एक व्हाट्सएप का ग्रुप है एक्सप्लोसिव ट्रेडर्स का, उसमें आज से जब 1 साल पहले ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डिसीजन दिया था तो उनमें आया था कि किस तरीके से इस बिल्डिंग को ब्लास्ट किया जाएगा, एक्सप्लोसिव यूज़ होगा। मैंने प्रे टू माय गॉड कि शायद काश ये काम मुझे मिल जाए।
आप चाहते थे कि ये काम आपको मिले?
बिकॉज ऑफ कोर्स मैडम, मेरे ख्याल से ऐसे इंडियन ब्लास्टर कोई भी नहीं होगा जो नहीं चाहता था।
अच्छा, कोई आपका ही कहना है कि कोई ऐसा इंडियन ब्लास्टर नहीं था जो ये काम नहीं चाहता था, तो आप प्रे कर रहे थे कि जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आए कि ये ऐसा ही हो कि इसको बिल्डिंग को ध्वस्त कर दिया जाए?
नहीं, बिल्डिंग को ध्वस्त तो कर दिया जाए और ध्वस्त करने वाला मैं ही हूं।
ध्वस्त करने वाले आप हो, ये आपकी एक इच्छा थी जो अब पूरी हो गई है। तो इसका जो ये बताइए कि जो आखिरी क्षण था उस समय क्या लग रहा था? क्या दिल में थोड़ा सा डर था?
नहीं, डर पहले 3 घंटे तो मैं बड़ा काम था, उसके बाद जब हमारी बातें आपस में होने लगी जेट डेमोलिशन के कुछ ऑफिशियल्स के साथ, और मुझे अभी वो मोमेंट याद है, आई वाज सिटिंग एंड स्मोकिंग एंड मिस्टर इयान केम टू मी और मुझे बोला गया, यार यू आर टोटली स्ट्रेस फ्री। मैं या आई एम, बट बोला आई एम नॉट।
वो घबराए हुए थे, आप नहीं
या
थे?
उसका ये कहना बिकॉज द डिज़ाइंस उनके थे, प्लानिंग्स उनकी थी, और जो उसने कहा कि आई एम नॉट, दैट मोमेंट आई गॉट टू सेस मैं यार कुछ गड़बड़ ना हो जाए। और उसके बाद लेकिन ठीक है, सेस तो मुझे भी था, मैं अपने आप को बड़ा अच्छा दिखा रहा था सुबह से लेकर शाम को।
जब उन्होंने कहा तब आपके दिल में, तब आपको पहली बार थोड़ा सा लगा?
लेकिन मैं शो कर रहा था आई एम स्ट्रेस फ्री। स्ट्रेस तो पूरी रात नहीं सोया था मैं, और स्ट्रेस फ्री तो नहीं था, लेकिन मैंने जो उसको शो किया कि आई एम नॉट, आई एम टोटली स्ट्रेस फ्री, इट बट आई एम स्ट्रेस्ड। तो थोड़ी सी टेंशन हुई, लेकिन बाकी सब कुछ बहुत अच्छा हुआ, उस भगवान की कृपा से सब ठीक हुआ।
आपके परिवारजन है, आप अभी भी बहुत ज़्यादा भावुक हो रही हैं, आपको क्या डर लग रहा था?
मुझे सिर्फ ये डर लग रहा था कि इसको सांस कैसे आएगा, अगर वहाँ पे जैसे इतना डस्ट आ जाएगा तो ये सांस कैसे लेगा, बस मुझे और कुछ नहीं था।
और कोई डर नहीं था, बस सांस
को यही बोल रही थी कि कैसे करेगा, कैसे होगा, ऑक्सीजन कैसे मिलेगी, बस मुझे यही डर लग रहा था।
ये डर था कि वहाँ ब्लास्ट के अंदर एकदम है तो
कुछ, हाँ जी, बस क्योंकि बहुत धुआं जैसे देख रहे थे ना कि और जगह का दिखा रहे थे, तो यही लग रहा था कि इसको सांस कैसे आएगा, बस और कुछ भी नहीं था। कॉन्फिडेंट थी, भगवान इसके साथ है, बट उस पे जब देखा सामने से तब बहुत दिमाग खराब हुआ था। जब तक इससे बात नहीं हुई तब तक तो बहुत दिमाग खराब रहा कि पता नहीं क्या होगा।
दिल में बहुत आपको वैसा हो रहा कि बात हो जाए।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, बट इसका फोन बहुत अर्ली आ गया था हमें। हाँ,
ब्लास्ट होने की कितनी देर बाद बात हो गई थी?
4-5 मिनट के अंदर आ गया था। हाँ,
आप लोगों ने कहा बालकनी से देखा था?
हम लोगों ने खड़े थे, मीडिया के साथ थे, तो वहीं किया हमने, किया था। हाँ जी,
हमने जैसे बोला था ये इंडिया का टॉप डिमोलिशन है, रादर वर्ल्ड का टॉप 5 में डिमोलिशन में आएगा, और जो हिसाब से हुआ है इट इज़ द बेस्ट डिमोलिशन विच इवन आई हैव एवर सीन। जो एनविसेज किया था, जैसे सोचा था, परफेक्टली ऐसे आया नीचे। सो हमें कोई भी इसमें दिक्कत नहीं है। हमारी पूरी टीम, CBRI, हमारी दोनों की जॉइंट टीम, एडिफिस जेट, CBRI, नोएडा अथॉरिटीज, वी आर ऑल हैप्पी विद द वे इट हैज वर्कड आउट, सो वी हैव नो प्रॉब्लम्स। थैंक यू फॉर ऑल द सपोर्ट। मैं पहले से कहता आया था, वी आर वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट, वी हैव डन इंजीनियरिंग। हमने ऐसे ये फ्री फॉल नहीं है, ये प्लान्ड फॉल है और ऐसे ही हुआ है।
Joining with me right now is Director Harsh, along with his entire team, who's conducted the research and understanding of how this entire process took place. Sir, if you could just explain to us what exactly the entire country saw and how successful was it?
See, the foremost thing that the entire country sees, the faith and belief in their scientists, and the goodwill of all the residents who are actually close to us. And it's the event which is actually lasting for 9 seconds. There is a huge amount of work, calculation, planning, and then at the end of the day, perfect execution of the job. You know.
So we can say that you guys closely worked with edifice engineering.
Yeah, absolutely. CBRI team, Dr. Kanunga is there, our Simpa team is there. We all work together, and everybody was having a lot of pressure situation was there.
Right.
And
you guys were also keeping a close watch.
Of course, it was like that.
Yeah, you know very well since when we are tackling this problem and how huge was this problem. On one side, Gale gas pipeline with 36 bar pressure, others, and at 25-meter distance, 4 tall towers of ATS village, 9-meter distance, another 3 tall towers of Ikorba society.
But we can say this was a successful...
And this is a perfectly successful one. What we planned, what we predicted, we executed exactly that. So this is a message to the whole country that they should believe in science and engineering and technology. They should believe their own people. They should have faith, and they have kept faith. They kept faith on CBRI, and CBRI has proved as per their expectation. Thank you.
This is the team of the scientists from CBRI, extremely ecstatic. They say that the country should place hope on the scientists, and this they call, this is an engineering wonder. With video journalist Pradeep Gupta, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today.
The Supertech Twin Towers in Noida have been brought down in a massive explosion in mere 9 seconds. The total of 915 residential flats and 21 shops were razed to the ground when 3,700 kilograms of explosive material imploded Kayan and Apex Supertech's Twin Towers in Noida Sector 93A. 32 floors of Supertech Twin Towers are now just 80,000 tons of rubble. After a 9-year-long legal battle, the towers were finally demolished at 2:30 p.m. on Sunday with a thunderous blast, leaving a cloud of dust in the air and on ground. Now, when the demolition is done, the next challenge for Noida authorities is to clean the mountain of debris generated due to the demolition. The area had been evacuated hours ahead of the blast, and measures put in place to ensure that the adjoining structures are not affected by the implosion.
हमने जैसे बोला था ये इंडिया का टॉप डिमोलिशन है, रादर वर्ल्ड का टॉप 5 में डिमोलिशन में आएगा। और जो हिसाब से हुआ है, इट इज़ द बेस्ट डिमोलिशन विच इवन आई हैव एवर सीन। जो एनविसेज किया था, जैसे सोचा था, परफेक्टली ऐसे आया नीचे। सो हमें कोई भी इसमें दिक्कत नहीं है। हमारी पूरी टीम, CBRI, हमारी दोनों की जॉइंट टीम, एडिफिस जेट, CBRI, नोएडा अथॉरिटीज, वी आर ऑल हैप्पी विद द वे इट हैज वर्कड आउट। सो वी हैव नो प्रॉब्लम्स। थैंक यू फॉर ऑल द सपोर्ट। मैं पहले से कहता आया था, वी आर वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट, वी हैव डन इंजीनियरिंग। हमने ऐसे, ये फ्री फॉल नहीं है, ये प्लान्ड फॉल है और ऐसे ही हुआ है।
लार्जली जो पूरी एक्सरसाइज है एज पर प्लान्स थी और उसका एग्जीक्यूशन बिल्कुल एज पर प्लान हुआ है। बाकी अभी एक्सपर्ट टीम्स जो है वो मौके पे हैं, वो असेसमेंट कर रहे हैं। हम लोग भी अब उधर ही जा रहे हैं। उनका असेसमेंट के बाद जो है आपको फिर अपडेट देंगे।
देखिए, ब्लास्ट लार्जली सक्सेसफुल है। बाकी एडिफिस इंजीनियरिंग और जेट डिमोलिशन, CBRI की टीम इस वक्त मौके पे है, तो कोई लेफ्ट ओवर एक्सप्लोजिव्स ना हो, इसको चेक कर रहे हैं। जो डिमोलिशन वेस्ट था वो सारा लार्जली साइट के अंदर ही है। थोड़ा सा मलबा रोड पे और ATS की वॉल की तरफ गया है। बाकी जो लार्जर डिटेल्स हैं साइट पे चेक हो रहे हैं। डस्ट क्लाउड जैसा हम सभी लोगों ने देखा, इमीडिएटली डिसिपिएट हो गया था। हमारी सारी मशीनरी, स्मॉग गन्स, स्वीपिंग मशीन्स, वाटर टैंकर साइट पे ऑपरेशनल हो गई हैं। विद इन हाफ एन आवर जो अंदर का जोन है, जो बैरिकेड किया गया था, जैसे ही अंदर से क्लियरेंस आएगी, अंदर की साइट में भी क्लिनजिंग का काम शुरू हो जाएगा। तो लार्जली ऑल इज ओके। बाकी जो डिटेल्स हैं, दे विल बी क्लियर मोर आफ्टर 1 आवर, 1 घंटे बाद।
देखिए, हमारे को एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने रिक्वेस्ट किया था टीम स्टैंड बाय करने के लिए, तो जो उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से हमने टीम्स यहाँ लगा रखी हैं। रेस्ट जितनी भी डिटेल है वो प्रशासन देख रहा है, उसको तो आपको वहाँ से मिल जाएगी। NDRF का जितना काम था वो पूरा होने का हमारी अभी तक कोई रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है।
आपको मैंने एडवांस में भी बताया था कि शीशे टूटने की उम्मीद है। और ATS की बाउंड्री, जो हमने ATS विलेज के चेयरमैन साहब और जब मीटिंग हुई थी तब हमने कहा था कि इतनी बाउंड्री टूट सकती है, अनुमानित है, नहीं भी टूट सकती है, टूट भी सकती है, लेकिन अनुमानित है। और वो ADFIS आपको वापस बना के देंगे जैसी है वैसे। भी नहीं, क्रैक गेजेस जो लगे थे उसके वाइब्रेशन मेजरमेंट जो थे वो एज इट इज़ है। CBRI अपनी रिपोर्ट हफ्ते में देगी। हमारी टीम जो स्ट्रक्चरल वाली है वो 7 दिन में रिपोर्ट देगी। लेकिन आँख से देखने से पता चलता है कि कहीं पे भी कोई भी नुकसान नहीं।
ब्लास्ट हो चुका है, बिल्डिंग पीछे धराशायी हो चुकी है और पोल्यूशन भी जितनी उम्मीद थी उससे काफ़ी कम हुआ है। और जो डस्ट क्लाउड क्रिएट हुआ था वो यहाँ से ATS की बिल्डिंग, जो ATS विलेज है उसके ऊपर से होता हुआ एक्सप्रेसवे की सीध में आगे चला गया है। तो कुल मिलाकर के जितनी उम्मीद थी कि जितना ज़्यादा पोल्यूशन होगा उससे काफ़ी कम हुआ है। और जो पोल्यूशन हुआ है उसको समाप्त करने की कार्रवाई चल रही है और हमारे सभी 15 फायर टेंडर स्प्रिंकलिंग कर रहे हैं।
That's the building that's gone down in just about a few seconds, barely 9 seconds that it's taken for it to come down. And that's the dust that's not settled as yet. It was a huge sound, vibrations that I could feel on my feet. Quite a scary affair. Undoubtedly, the sound was alarming. A huge alarm bell that went out even before the demolition took place. And now we see the building has come down. In just a few seconds, it's gone down to dust. It's happened successfully. Thankfully, nothing to panic at this point. All the residents, locals around have been evacuated, so it's a safe affair. All the dust that's still not settled, all in the vicinity there, will take at least half an hour for it to go down. So we know that this is at least another half an hour for the dust to settle, for it to completely come down. But this has left me flabbergasted. It was a shocker to see a building of that size and that magnitude to come down in barely a few seconds. It went off, in fact, almost simultaneously. Between the Cayenne and the Apex Tower, there was barely 1 to 2 second difference, but the way it went off and the way it's come down has really left us aghast.
और कुछ इस तरह धमाके के साथ नोएडा का ट्विन टावर जमींदोज हो रहा है। एक के बाद एक धमाके, 1 मिलीमीटर के डिफरेंस पर लगातार होते धमाके और पूरी तरह नोएडा का ट्विन टावर 30 और 32 मंजिला गगनचुंबी इमारत कुछ इस तरह धुएं के गुबार में बदल चुकी है। और जैसा कि अंदाजा लगाया गया था, बिल्कुल प्रिसाइज तरीके से, बिल्कुल परफेक्ट तरीके से गणित और फिजिक्स जिसका नियम लागू हुआ और कैसे ये पूरी इमारत, आपने देखा धमाका भी बेहद कमजोर लेकिन बेहद मजबूत। धमाके से ज्यादा नुकसान होने की संभावना अब नहीं है। आपने देखे कितने जो आवाज थी वो बहुत कम डेसिबल में थी, और उसके साथ ही चूंकि हवा जो है उत्तर पश्चिम से होते हुए दक्षिण पूर्व की ओर चल रही है, ये सारा धुआं देखिए किस तरह मलबा जो अपने साथ पीछे ले जा रहा है। अब आप पीछे देख पा रहे, देखिए एटीएस के जो रहने वाले लोग थे उनको राहत की सांस मिलेगी, उनका घर वहां दिखाई पड़ रहा है। देखिए धुआं का गुबार जैसे छटेगा, पीछे की जो इमारत है वो बिल्कुल सुरक्षित दिखाई पड़ती है, इसके ठीक दूसरी तरफ एक दूसरी इमारत सुरक्षित दिखाई पड़ती है। आपने देखा ऐसा लगा जैसे दिवाली की फुलझड़ियां फूट रही हों, और एक एक करके दोनों इमारत महज 4 सेकंड में धराशायी हो गई। पहली से लेकर के आखिरी फ्लोर तक के बीच की जो पूरी कैलकुलेटेड थी वो 4 सेकंड की थी, और उसके बाद ये देखिए अब सिर्फ यहां अगर कुछ बचा है तो वो है धूल का गुबार। बहुत ही बारीकी से, बहुत ही स्मूथली, बिना ज्यादा आवाज किए, और सारा का सारा जो स्ट्रक्चर था, जो ढांचा था, वो जमींदोज हो गया। अब आपको जो देख पा रहे वो सिर्फ रिहायशी इलाका है, और यहाँ सिर्फ और सिर्फ धुएं का गुबार है।
Twin towers have been demolished and we can feel the vibrations standing here almost a kilometer away from the Twin Towers. We could feel the vibrations on the flyover. We'll just show you the smog, the pollution that has taken place, and it took barely 10 seconds for the entire building to come down. And with this, the structure which was illegal, the structure which personified what greed can do, what corruption can do, have been wiped out from the face, from the landscape of Noida. This is Aishwarya Paliwal reporting for India Today with camera person Alok Das.
The Supertech Twin Towers of Noida have been finally demolished. After a long battle, the illegal Supertech Twin Towers of Noida were demolished at 2:30 p.m. on Sunday. On your screens, you can see that with a booming blast in around 9 seconds, the tallest towers were in fact turned into rubble. 29 and 32-storied Cayenne and Apex Towers were a part of the Emerald Court project of Supertech Limited and were found to be in violation of multiple regulations regarding construction. With the demolition of the Twin Towers, hopes of hundreds of buyers who dreamt of a home in the collapsing towers were also destroyed. With dust and debris around the area, all around the area, in fact, Noida authorities are now bracing for the pollution aftermath. Cleaning process is currently underway, and gas and electricity supply will be restored in the area, while people will be allowed to enter the neighboring societies by about 7 p.m. this evening.
इतनी ज़्यादा क्लोज विसिनिटी में सारे रेजिडेंशियल सोसाइटीज थी, एटीएस भी थी, और हम लोग का तो दूसरे टावर्स थे ही। सो एक डर तो था कि डिमोलिश होगा भी या नहीं, बिकॉज रिस्क बहुत ज़्यादा था वहाँ पे। बट लकली थैंकफुल टू सुप्रीम कोर्ट, उन्होंने हम लोग के फेवर में अपना ऑर्डर पास किया, एंड वी आर ग्लैड कि आज फाइनली ये डिमोलिश हुआ।
लगता है कि ब्रीदिंग प्रॉब्लम्स होगी, बहुत ज़्यादा डस्ट आएगा। मोस्टली जो एस्थमेटिक पेशेंट हैं या जिनको क्रॉनिक ब्रोंकाइटिस है, उनको प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, इसलिए हमने बचाव के लिए काफ़ी कवर किया है, बट डस्ट की प्रॉब्लम तो हो सकती है।
हमारे लिए तो ये बहुत अच्छा है कि ऐसे करप्शन रोका जाता है, हाँ, करप्शन रुकेगा ना, नहीं तो आगे पता नहीं ऐसे कितने करप्शन होंगे, तो लोग डरेंगे अब।
The Supertech Twin Towers come crashing down in just 9 seconds with a spectacular explosion. The explosion left behind a cloud of smoke and 55,000 tons of debris. While the residents are expected to return to their houses post 6:30 p.m. this evening, the debris would take an estimated 3 months to be completely cleared and disposed of. Noida Authority has made all necessary arrangements to clear the dust from the area. It has deployed sanitation workers, mechanical sweeping machines, water sprinklers, in fact, at the site. Experts say that the demolition is likely to increase particulate matter, PM10, in and around the site, which can lead to allergic reactions in the healthy and aggravation of symptoms in those who have respiratory disorders or diseases. The health advisory has also been issued for the residents to tackle the situation post the demolition. People have been advised to wear masks, use air purifiers, and keep doors and windows shut. Special care should be taken in fact, of kids, elderly, and people suffering from asthma and other respiratory ailments.
A demolition like this, or rather an explosion happening in open air, is much safer than, say, underground mines, because everything which is coming out of that gets dissipated by in the ambient air, so decreasing the harmful effects of the same. The only risk which has been reported is that occasionally underground channels like drains or something may become the trap for these gases, and sometimes even get transmitted further on.
Slipping into a short break now. On the other side, we have my colleague Nikhil Nas live with us from Dubai on the much anticipated clash between the arch rivals. For that special sports edition on the other side of the break, stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Hello and welcome to this special program coming to you live from the Dubai International Stadium. That's the venue of the India versus Pakistan encounter, the first game that both India and Pakistan will play in this edition of the Asia Cup. There's plenty of history between the two teams. India, of course, the kings of Asia because they've won this tournament the most number of times. But the relevance of this encounter comes from the fact that it was this very venue, the stadium that you see right behind me, which saw the last India-Pakistan encounter which Pakistan won. So payback is going to be on the minds of the Indian cricketer. So we're building up to this big encounter. Be with us for the next 1 hour or so. Joining me will be special guest in Sunny Gavaskar and Pragyan Ojha as we build up to this. Let me tell you, I don't know if you can see it very well, but the queues are running for kilometers. That's the amount of fans that have turned up here to witness this historical encounter, and we're bringing you all the latest updates. But first, let's take a look at how these two teams stack up. If you look at the current form, Pakistan may have had the edge, but overall, India's record at the Asia Cup is good. We heard from the two captains in Rohit Sharma, Babar Azam. Let's find out how they are getting ready for this encounter.
Two Asian giants and one epic rivalry. It's India versus Pakistan. Past records will matter little as the world gears up for the big-ticket Asia Cup clash. Pakistan handed India a 10-wicket mauling the last time two teams met in the T20 World Cup last year. But Rohit didn't want to read too much into it.
The mood in the camp is obviously buzzing. It's a fresh tournament, a new start, and that is something that we always talk about. When you start fresh, you need to start fresh, not to think about what has really happened in the past.
Even Pakistan skipper Babar Azam agreed with Rohit that this will be a fresh start.
देखें वो मैच गुजर गया, अब नया मैच आ रहा है और नई कंडीशंस है और नए मैचेस हैं और बिल्कुल कॉन्फिडेंस होता है और ये नहीं कि हम बड़ी-बड़ी बातें करें, जरूरी नहीं है बड़ी बातों से कुछ होता है। मेरे ख्याल से जितना आप ग्राउंड में अपने आप को दिखाएंगे उतना ज़्यादा अच्छा है।
Both India and Pakistan will miss their pace spearheads Jasprit Bumrah and Shaheen Shah Afridi, both out due to injuries, which may take some sting out of the pace attacks of the two teams.
और बिल्कुल दोनों टीम में से शाहीन पाकिस्तान के टीम से नहीं है, हमारे टीम से बुमराह नहीं है, तो ऑब्वियसली वो क्वालिटी जो दोनों लेके आते हैं अपनी टीमों के लिए वो ऑब्वियसली मिस होगा दोनों टीम के लिए.
While India's top order hogs majority of the limelight with Rohit Sharma, KL Rahul and Virat Kohli's names there, the middle order looks more stable and experienced compared to Pakistan's. A lot of focus will be on Virat, who returns to action after a lengthy 1-month break. India would desperately want their former captain to come back into form, and Rohit has every reason to believe that.
जहाँ तक उनका विराट का सवाल है कि वो किस तरीके से बैटिंग कर रहे हैं, किस फॉर्म में लग रहे हैं, आई थिंक सामने से जो मैंने देखा मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा. अच्छे टच में दिख रहे हैं, काफी मेहनत कर रहे हैं अपने बैटिंग को लेकर.
Team India looks settled with its lineup, although there will be a few crucial calls to make. Rishabh Pant or Dinesh Karthik will be one such call, but the left-hander looks a more likelier option. Another interesting call would be to play 3 spinners or go in with 3 pacers and Hardik Pandya. 3 spinners is what India may prefer, and if that happens, it could be a toss-up between Ashwin and Bishnoi. And in that case, the senior pro could get the nod. Asia Cup has been a happy hunting ground for India, who have won the tournament 7 times in different formats. Pakistan, on the other hand, have succeeded in lifting that title only twice. In T20 internationals, India have had more success against Pakistan, having won 6 of the 9 games between the two teams. Of course, there is a camaraderie between the players of the two teams, and fans around the world have already had glimpses of it, with some of the visuals going viral on internet. But on the field, the fierce rivalry will once again be back.
There has been no hyperbole from either side ahead of this crucial encounter, with both teams sounding quietly confident. However, this could just be the quiet before the big storm that is India-Pakistan encounter. And once the player crossed the boundary line, you could expect a high-intensity encounter. The tickets for this match have been sold out days in advance, and the Indian camp will have payback on their mind, having lost to the same opposition at the same venue just a few months ago. This is Nikhil Naz in Dubai for India Today. All right, you heard from both the captains, right? Behind me, you could see a Pakistani supporter with a massive Pakistani flag. But let that not fool you, because I think as far as the stadium attendance is concerned, it's going to be a very, very close contest, almost a 50-50 between Pakistani and Indian fans, as you would expect in the UAE, because there's a lot of expats that stay here. So it's going to be a full house. Let me tell you, behind me is the stadium there, and the queues are running for kilometers because tickets are being sold at a premium. I've heard that tickets that were costing about 60 dirhams are going for 600 dirhams in black. That's how the supply and demand, there is a big gap between the two here at this crucial encounter, that is India versus Pakistan. Okay, time for me to introduce the two guests that join me live on the program. There's the legendary Sunil Gavaskar as well as former India cricketer in Pragyan Oja join us live. Sunny bhai, first let me tell you, I've been here 2 days and I've met plenty of fans both from India and Pakistan. All of them are missing you. You couldn't be here. They're so used to seeing me do the shows with you. Whenever they see me, they ask, I hope Sunny bhai is there. And I said, no, he's decided to skip the heat of Dubai and be in cooler confines in London. But even though you're miles away, are you feeling the excitement that comes with an India-Pakistan encounter?
Yes, Nikhil, thanks for saying that. Always, I think the excitement level is always high when it is, India playing, and particularly when India is playing Pakistan, because, the fans of both the countries are going to be around. They're going to cheer their teams. There's going to be just a little bit of, tu main as far as the fans are concerned. And that adds to the spice, adds to the fun of watching an India-Pakistan encounter.
Okay, Saima, that's true actually. Even I can feel it. I've covered many India-Pakistan games, but every time I come, the excitement is a lot. But Saima, let me ask you one thing. The last time these two teams played was here at this stadium, and I remember, maybe the pressure was a bit more on that occasion for both teams, because one, it was the World Cup. Secondly, you knew the format of the tournament was such that if you were to lose the match, you were literally out of that tournament. So those were different circumstances. Here we know that India, Pakistan most likely will play each other twice. Also most likely will play each other in the final. Keeping all that in mind, you think the pressure would be slightly less in this encounter compared to the last time they met here at the T20 World Cup?
No, I don't think so, because it's the first match of the tournament, and both the teams would want to start with a win. So I don't think the pressure will be any less. If they get off to a winning start, win the remaining matches before they play against each other again, then maybe the pressure will be just a little bit less. But right now, no. The pressure will be intense on both the teams to get off to a winning start.
Pragyan Oja also with us. Pragyan, we're missing you in UAE as well, since you know a lot of places around. So, I'm a newbie here, so I wish you were here with me and could have taken us to some fine restaurants. But maybe next time. For the moment, we're all hoping to feast on some India-Pakistan cricket. That's, of course, on the menu this evening. How do you see the two teams stacking up? The one thing, Pragyan, that I've noticed this time, there's a lot of camaraderie, a lot of bonhomie between the two teams. Players mating each other. Does that come with the fact that they now don't play a lot of bilateral series, and once in a while, so there may be a bit of camaraderie developing between the two teams? How do you see that build up, which has been much softer compared to previous times?
See, I tell you now, because of the social media, we're getting to see a lot of our cricketers are interacting with each other. But if you go back, I've seen, even Sunny sir would agree, that they always shared a bond with the opponents, especially with the Pakistani boys or whoever they play. Now it is more highlighted because it's on social media. Everything that you do, you can just get it on your fingertips in seconds. So I'm very sure they always had that, friendship, or maybe, they used to greet each other or meet each other or maybe have a meal together. That always used to happen. But saying that, when they enter the field, when they cross that line, I think the intensity goes up, and so does, it happens to all the spectators, because everybody, even I was just talking to a friend, so he's like, no, today I am going to watch India-Pakistan because this is the match we all wait for. So that is the hype it always has created. And saying that, I truly believe that you should have a good bonding when you're off the field, but when you're entering the field and you're playing for your country, the total momentum or maybe the intensity or the focus should always be on winning the tournament.
In fact, Pragyan, what you're saying was echoed by the two captains as well. They said, yes, there's a lot of camaraderie here, but once you cross the line, you can expect a lot of intensity from both teams. Babar Azam said that. Rohit Sharma said the same thing. Plenty was spoken about the last encounter. We'll have, more analysis from Sunny Gavaskar, Pragyan Oja a little later in the show. But for the moment, I've spent some time in the last 2 days looking ahead to this game with the legendary off-spinner Harbhajan Singh, and I put him to a T20 test, a rapid-fire test to build up to this game. Asked him to pick his favorite, which is the better bowling attack. This is Harbhajan Singh unplugged. Building up to the first game between India and Pakistan in this Asia Cup. I say first because there'll be a few more, hopefully. Harbhajan Singh with me, a veteran of many Asia Cup games between India and Pakistan. Harbhajan, I'm playing a rapid fire with you. Quick fire questions, okay? One word answers is what I'm looking for. So what's generating more heat, India versus Pakistan or the Dubai summer at the moment?
Dubai summer.
Okay. One word to describe India-Pakistan?
Great game.
Who has the better top three? I'm talking about batting between India and Pakistan.
Of course, India.
The better bowling attack overall?
At this stage, slightly Pakistan ahead.
Will this be the tournament where Virat Kohli strikes form?
Yes, I think so. I believe so, yeah.
In the 11, Pant or DK, who makes it to your 11?
I think Rishabh Pant.
Okay. If India play 3 spinner, Bishnoi or Ashwin, who's your third spinner?
Ashwin.
Afridi, Shahinshah Afridi or Jasprit Bumrah, who will be missed more by their teams?
Shahinshah Afridi.
There's a bit of a debate about who's going to open for the Indian team. We know Rohit will. Will it be Rohit and KL, Rohit and Virat, or Rohit and Sky as they've been trying?
Rohit and KL. Number 3 Virat, 4 Surya Kumar Yadav.
Okay. One Pakistani player you think India should be wary of?
Rizwan.
X factor he has. Who could be India's surprise factor this tournament? Surprise factor. Not a very well established name, but a surprise factor.
Surprise factor. I mean, I can't name one.
Sky?
Yeah, Surya Kumar Yadav could be the one. He's not as big name as Virat Kohli or Rohit Sharma, but yes, I think in terms of work-wise, he's probably as far as anyone.
Final question, the toughest one. Pick a winner tonight.
India.
Oh, that was an easy one. Harbhajan Singh, thanks always for speaking with us.
Thank you.
Okay, Harbhajan Singh didn't have a lot of problem picking who the winner is going to be, and I'll ask this to our two experts. Before that, I have two very special fans with me. One from India, one from Pakistan. Why do I say special? This gentleman, before I speak to him, I'll show you his t-shirt. Turn around. See his t-shirt. It says 152 for 0. Now, for those of you who saw the last India-Pakistan encounter, I'm not going to give you the context. You know what happened. Pakistan chased down that total with a score of 152 for 0. Okay. What's your name?
Ibrahim.
Ibrahim, you're boasting about the last win, is it?
Of course, why not? And anyways, we have an overall record also, which we are higher, obviously.
But let me remind you, overall record in Asia Cup, India is ahead at 8-5. India, the most successful team in Asia Cup as well.
Yeah, but it's okay. It will change.
Okay, tell me.
Changes.
Okay, another special fan. You know, he's a Dhoni fan. If you've been watching cricket, you must have seen him travel the world. He travels everywhere to watch his favorite team, which of course is India. इनको कुछ जवाब देंगे क्या लिखा है इन्होंने?
बिल्कुल के पास नाल गल नहीं हुंदी पास जेड़ा 10 विकेट चलदी पई है ना ये 10 विकेट ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਰਹਿ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਹਿਟ ਐਂਡ ਰੋਹਿਤ ਹਿਟਮੈਨ ਸ਼ਰਮਾ ਐਂਡ ਵਿਰਾਟ ਕੋਹਲੀ ਚੱਕ ਦੇਣਗੇ ਫੱਟੇ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਵਿਰਾਟ ਭਾਜੀ ਚੱਕਦਾ ਫੱਟੇ ਇਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਸੀਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਹਿੰਦੁਸਤਾਨ ਦੀ ਜੰਗ ਹੈ ਭਾਰਤ ਮਾਤਾ ਕੀ ਜੈ ਇੰਡੀਆ 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 ਇੰਡੀਆ
हाले भी 10 विकेट पईयां ने
कोई गल नहीं भाजी आज वो भी देख लांगे अपन
अच्छा you'll have
पिछले साल दी पईयां ने
वो पास दी गल है
वही ना पिछले साल दी पईयां ने
7 टाइम चैंपियन 7 टाइम चैंपियन दिस टाइम
वो बोलते हैं ना मूवी का था कितने आदमी थे सिर्फ 2 आदमी थे बस
अच्छा okay I tell you what you have to give him full marks for energy there he beat you
It's okay. Energy is on the field now. Let's show the energy on the field.
Okay, did your t-shirt go viral when you made this?
Yeah, it did.
It did, huh?
It was mine.
Okay, so but let me warn you, if that doesn't happen today, what's going to happen to this t-shirt?
I'll still wear it. It will still remain 152 for 0. It will never change.
Okay, thanks for your company. Thank you both you guys. I hope you have a great game. Have a good time. So see, at the end of the day, they shake hands and they wish each other all the best. This T-shirt, as Ibrahim was pointing out, went viral. He wrote 152 for 0, trying to rub it into the Indian team. But as I reminded him, India has a better record overall. Sunny Gavaskar, Pragyan Oja, still with us. Saiva, let me ask you. Plenty has been spoken about that last encounter between India and Pakistan, as the Pakistani fan here was pointing out, that they won without losing a wicket. Do you think that's going to have any bearing, or these professional players, they're so used to playing so much competitive cricket that they know when to turn off the switch, when to turn it off, how to forget those defeats and move forward?
Yes, but before that, let me just get back to the camaraderie aspect that you and Pragyan discussed about. There's always been that camaraderie between the players of both the teams.
Yes,
I've known Imran Khan for such a long time, and we spent quite a lot of time off the field together as well. But hey, when we were on the field, he was trying to knock my block off every single ball. So the intensity on the field, once you cross the line, is different. The camaraderie aspect is different. Because there's so much of commonality between the two countries. But coming back to your question about the result. Good teams, great players, forget the previous delivery. So also, great teams, good teams, forget the previous match. Whether they have won the match or whether they have lost the match. If they have lost the match, there's plenty to learn. And I'm hoping that India will have learned how to counter swing bowling. It doesn't have to be a left-hand swing bowler. The start is important for India. The top 3 batsmen have been a little bit vulnerable to the left-hander getting the ball to nip back in. So maybe if there's a right-hand bowler who can get the ball to nip back in sharply, for Pakistan, he could still cause some problems. So the Indian batsmen have to be, hopefully I've learned from that. Hopefully we'll be able to cope with the movement a lot better. And then I think we'll see a big score on the board. But yes, I don't think the previous games matter that much. To a winning team, sometimes, yeah, it's a big boost. But to a losing team and a good team, they will not worry about the previous game.
Okay, Pragyan, just to take that point forward of what Sunny Bhai was saying, how do you see, because I'm talking about that last game, plenty has been spoken about. What I want to know from you is that 10 months ago, that encounter, the Indian team's batting order is going to be exactly, we still don't know the 11, but you pretty much can figure out what the batting lineup is going to be like. You're going to literally have the exact same batting lineup that India will go in this encounter as well. What does that signify to you? Does that tell you that India did not panic, they still have faith and thought that that's a one-off? Or do you think, no, this may not be a great sign, that Indian cricket doesn't have too many reserves and not move forward? How do you see the fact that India has gone in with exact same sort of a batting order that they had at the T20 World Cup, where they did not fare very well?
First of all, I would echo what Sunny sir said. The better teams or good teams, they just focus on what's in the present or what's going to happen in the future. Whatever has happened in the past, it is not in it's already done. So Indian team, when they're going with the same batsmen, same lineup, most of them are the same. So it shows that they're confident. But one thing which has changed is their mindset and the template. As Rohit said, they're working on the template. They want to, play a different cricket. Right now, T20, there's a different way of approaching. So that's what these guys are looking to adapt. And when they are talking about it, they're walking the talk. They've shown us that this is how we are going to play for the next World Cup, or maybe so on. So it's quite clear that it's the same team, but it's a different mindset and a new captain who has the experience of handling the pressure in big occasions. I'm not saying that Virat doesn't have. I'm just saying that Rohit has seen that he knows how to handle it. So it'll be something which he can always fall back to if there's a lot of pressure on the ground, and which we all are expecting when you're playing against a team like Pakistan. And mind you, Pakistan is not the same old team. They've changed a lot. They're playing different brand of cricket. Last time I saw them, the way they were playing, they knew exactly how to, put the pressure back on India. So this time, with Afridi not being there, but I'm very sure those guys will try and put the same kind of pressure, because it's the same venue, same wicket, similar wicket, but the only thing that will change is the conditions. Then it was little less hot. Now it's quite hot, what I'm hearing.
Yeah, you're not hearing. I can tell you firsthand, Pragyan, it is really, really hot. Now it's slightly better, but in the daytime, you just can't even step out of your hotel rooms. I was talking to Harbhajan Singh. I asked him, how did you play in this heat? He says, I can't even remember. If you ask me today, I won't be able to get onto the ground and won't be able to play. So that is what you heard from Pragyan. I think what Pragyan said were two very interesting things. One, we're saying it's the same team because it looks the same team, but remember, the captain has changed, coach has changed, the mentality has changed. They're playing a different temperate. Even for Pakistan, he said it's a different kind of a Pakistan team. They've been chasing very, very well. Okay, we heard from the experts. Let's go across to Nitin Srivastav, my colleague. He's with a lot of young fans. You think the atmosphere is building up here in Dubai, outside the stadium? Well, tell you what, even in India and in Pakistan, the emotions would be running high. Let's go to Nitin. Nitin, tell us what you see around. I believe you've got a few young cricketers with you. How are they gearing up for this game?
Each and everyone here is really excited for this India and Pakistan match. As you can see, all are cheering for India. And let's go to these young cricketers and let's talk to them. This is a very important match. India playing Pakistan, opener of Asia Cup. How do you look at it?
Sir, this is the very first match of India, and that too against Pakistan. So I hope that India plays well, gets a good finish to get a good start in the event. With a good finish, we'll get a good momentum. So I hope India wins the match with a good run rate, good margin, and hope all the players play well.
All eyes are on Virat Kohli, especially Virat Kohli, because he was on break for 1 month. He didn't touch his bat in 10 years for 1 month. How exactly you are eyeing him? What are the expectations?
Sir, I hope that Virat Kohli plays very well today. He hasn't touched his bat for the past 1 month, and we all hear it that if a player takes a break, then he returns with a thunderstorm. So I hope that he plays to his level, wins, make India win the match.
Right. Last time, the same ground, Pakistan, like, you know, I mean, everybody remember what happened at that time in October last time. But do you feel that this is the time when India actually avenged that?
Yes, actually, yes. India lost Pakistan in the T20 World Cup, but I think that this is the right time. This is Asia Cup, and it's the very best moment to avenge that match.
Absolutely. आपको क्या लगता है कि ये कितना बड़ा मुकाबला है, और खास तौर से विराट कोहली के लिए और पूरी टीम के लिए अगर हम बात करें, क्योंकि बहुत लंबे टाइम से टीम के अंदर में काफी सारे फेरबदल हुए हैं। T20 वर्ल्ड कप के बाद से कप्तान बदला, कोच बदला, लेकिन इस बार क्या जो है मैच का रिजल्ट बदलेगा?
यस सर, क्योंकि बहुत टाइम बाद अपना कम बैक हो रहा है इंडिया का, तो इंडिया के लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट इवेंट है और इम्पोर्टेंट मैच भी है अपने आप को वर्थ इट प्रूव करने के लिए।
Exactly. So as you can see that each and everyone is very confident for Virat Kohli. They feel that this time Virat Kohli is gonna score good runs and Indian team is gonna win this match.
All right, so that was Nitin Srivastav joining us live with a bunch of young fans, all of them very, very excited, just as we are excited building up to this game. Let's go back to Sunny Gavaskar. Pragyan Ojha still with us. Sunny bhai, just looking at the two teams, I know the last time around, one very crucial factor that we saw at the T20 World Cup was the toss. It was literally down to win the toss, win the game, because most team decided to chase, and because of too much of due, the team that was bowling second didn't quite have a chance. I'm happy to report for you, I've been here the 3 days and I covered the 2 practice sessions that India did at night in the evening. Then I saw the Sri Lanka-Afghanistan game yesterday. No dew at all. Does that then make it an even contest, and toss is not going to be very crucial, Sunny bhai, then?
It certainly does. It's a huge difference because it means that the bowlers will not be handicapped. It's not just the spinners, but also the new ball bowlers who struggle when the ball is wet because of the dew factor. But if that is not the case, then I think it is going to be even Stevens. The toss probably should not make much of a difference because it's an evening game. If it's a morning game, then sometimes there's a little bit of moisture under the surface that can help the seam bowlers. But since it's a 6 p.m. start in UAE, I don't think that the toss should make much of a difference.
That must come as a welcome relief for all teams. At the end of the day, no team really wants the toss to decide a game. They would want a one-on-one contest and then hope that the better team wins. Pragyan, one crucial factor for Pakistan, I know that India are missing Jasprit Bumrah, but maybe because India have such good reserves that you really don't miss one particular bowler, especially in fast bowling, and the Indian camp is very, very confident with the rest of the fast bowlers that they have. But can we say the same for Pakistan? Do you think that Shaheen missing out in this particular tournament, it will be a bigger blow to Pakistan than Bumrah missing out for India?
I would say Pakistan has a decent bowling attack. If you look at Hassan Ali's record, he has a decent record against us. So he has that experience and he can bowl. But I feel personally Bumrah will be missed more because with the experience and the role that he plays. It is very, very important. I have not seen anybody do that because Bhuvi was doing it. Recently he started. Before he was, when he got injured, then we didn't have anybody. But now Bhuvi is coming. But with Bhuvi, we always need Bumrah because he gives that cushion to the captain to deliver at every stage of the game when they're bowling. I think India will miss Bumrah. And if you look at Pakistan, I think they're a decent bowling attack. The bowling attack has been always good, especially with the fast bowler and the spin combination. And Shadab Khan is someone who has also troubled us, if you see, with his leg spin and his those quick batting, that quick runs that he gets. So these two guys, I feel, will be key against us. Apart from the main players.
So what Pragyan is saying is actually echoing what Harbhajan Singh said as well. It may surprise a few, but even Harbhajan picked the Pakistan bowling attack as being slightly better than the Indian bowling attack. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the team combination. What would be the ideal 11 for the Indian team? Of course, our focus remains on Team India. For the moment, we'll have to take a break on this special program called Desert Storm, coming to you live from Dubai. And we're taking a break simply because after the break, we'll have the toss updates. We'll have the 11s for both teams and then get the views of Sunny Gavaskar, Pragyan Ojha after a short little break. Don't go anywhere. Coming to you live from Dubai.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Coming to you live from the Dubai International Stadium, which is right behind me. If you can see, that's the venue of the crucial India versus Pakistan encounter. Not too much time left for the toss to happen. I believe a couple of minutes from now, we'll give you the toss updates, the playing 11s. It'd be interesting to see what is the combination that the Indian team goes with, whether they are going to be playing those 3 spinners or whether the 3 fast bowler formula that India has been employing for some time, does that continue? It'll be interesting to see from Pakistan side as well. Just to give you an update, Hassan Ali has only reported into the squad today. Most likely what we're getting to hear, he may not be available for selection for this game because he's just gotten into the team right now as an injury replacement. So he might not be available, but then Pakistan does have some reserves when it comes to their fast bowling. Sunny Gavaskar, Pragyan Ojha still with us before we bring you the toss update. Sunny, bye to you. What we haven't seen in the recent past, in fact, the last time we saw the big 3 of India, that was KL Rahul, that was Rohit Sharma, and that was Virat Kohli played together. Since that last game, 10 odd months ago versus Pakistan, they've played individually in different T20 games, but not together. So the big 3 are back for India. How do you see that combination and how does that augur for the Indian team? Are you worried that not all 3 of them are in great form, or do you think, no, these are the best top 3 that any team could dream for?
Well, that's an awesome top 3. Players, all 3 of them can change the complexion of the game in a jiffy with their batting. So that's an awesome top 3. And after that, also, look at the talent available. There's Surya Kumar Yadav at 4, Rishabh Pant 5, Hardik Pandya 6. It's just amazing the kind of lineup that India has. All that they need, obviously, is to survive those first 2-3 overs when this white ball moves a little bit. Once that is done, then you can hope for a big total from the Indian team. But this is a top Indian batting lineup.
Okay, what we're getting to hear right now is that India has won the toss. Whether they'd be bowling first or batting, we'll just confirm to you in a short while from now. But most likely, going by what we've seen in the Dubai International Stadium, most teams tend to chase, because even though there might not be any dew, batting does tend to get a bit easier in the second half, and then the ball really comes onto the bat. In the first half, because it's still a little hot, you sometimes find the pitch being a bit tacky, so teams don't prefer to bat here first. Mostly they like to chase, but we'll confirm what the Indian team has decided. But the first bit of good news that's coming your way is that India has won the toss. Meanwhile, Pragyan, to you, I'll continue that question of top 3 that Sunny Bhai was talking about. Now, most people believe that in T20 encounters, the top 3 tend to decide which way the match is going to go. It's an interesting one. Sunny Bhai pointed out that it possibly is one of the best top 3s in the world. KL Rahul, Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli. But on the other hand, if I take a look at the Pakistan top 3, they may not be as experienced or as big names like the KL Rahuls. But on the other hand, they've always been the one that have shown some good form in the recent past. How do you see this battle of top 3, and who do you give the edge to?
I will definitely go with experience. If you talk about experience, Rohit and Virat, I think they are the biggest name in world cricket. And whenever you talk about crunch games, whenever you talk about handling the pressure, I think I would bet my life when Rohit and Virat are batting, or maybe KL Rahul. I think I echo the same what
right,
Pragyan said.
Pragyan, sorry to cut you short there. I'll come back to you because we now have the team and we have the decision. So India has won the toss and they will be bowling first. So no surprise there. As I mentioned earlier, most teams would like to chase here. So that's what India has decided to do. If you remember the last encounter, it was Pakistan that was chasing and most people thought that the match was decided by toss. So if toss is going to play any sort of role, even a minute sort of role, India hold the edge on that front. So Rohit Sharma has won the toss and the Indian team will be chasing. I also have the Indian playing 11. Let me run you through the playing 11. You'll have Rohit Sharma, KL Rahul as your openers. Virat Kohli batting at 3. Surya Kumar Yadav most likely batting on 4. Don't take this as a batting order, but I'm just telling you the names of players that are playing. The interesting bit, there's Dinesh Karthik that's into the team. No place for Rishabh Pant. So Dinesh Karthik pips Rishabh Pant. It was always going to be a contest between these two wicket keepers. Who is going to get the nod? Now we have the answer. It's Dinesh Karthik that's made it into the 11 and no place for Rishabh Pant. Then you've got a Hardik Pandya, which you expected, the all-rounder. Yuzi Chahal will be your number 1 spinner. Then you've got Ravi Jadeja, the second spinner and the all-rounder. Your fast bowler. So India have gone in with 3 fast bowlers, not 3 spinners. That was another piece of debate that was going on, whether India goes in with 3 spinners. They've not taken that chance. So no place for Ravi Bishnoi or Ravichandran Ashwin. So your 11 is then Ravindra Jadeja as the second all-rounder, as I mentioned. There's Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, Avesh Khan and Ashdeep Singh. So as far as the fast bowling is concerned, you didn't have too many options. If you're going to play 3, these 3 were available because, as you know, Deepak Chahar, even though he's a standby, has not been included in the 15 that was part of the Asia Cup team. So he was not available for selection. So the 3 fast bowlers that you had, you filled in those slots directly. 2 spinners, as was expected. Yuzi Chahal, number 1. Ravindra Jadeja alongside him. And then you've got the other all-rounder in Hardik Pandya. The interesting bit, as I said, is there is Dinesh Karthik playing and not Rishabh Pant. Let me now get the thoughts of Sunny Gavaskar, Pragyan Ojha. Sunny bhai, to you first. The big talking point will definitely be Dinesh Karthik playing ahead of Rishabh Pant. It was going to be a close call. How do you see this?
Well, I actually expected both of them to be playing because with Hardik Pandya now available to bowl his 4 overs, you've actually gone into this contest with six options for bowling. You've got 3 seam bowlers, you've got 2 spinners, and you've got Hardik Pandya. So I thought that maybe one spinner might not be picked, and the leggy might not be picked, and you would have both Dinesh Karthik as well as Rishabh Pant playing. But the selection committee, the tour selection committee, has obviously decided to go in with only 1 wicketkeeper. So in a way, they're covering for the possibility of one bowler having a day off. And one bowler, when he's not bowling well, then you want somebody, as a Stepney, and they've got that with the 6th option. So that's the way to look at it. But I'm surprised that Rishabh Pant is not playing.
Okay, that's interesting now. Sunny Bhai's thoughts. I mean, he went the other way. As Sunny Bhai is saying that 5 bowlers, he thought with Hardik Pandya being there would have been enough. Pragyan, I'll get your thoughts also in the Indian team. Let me quickly tell our viewers what the Pakistan team is looking like at the moment. You've got Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan, the openers. And then you've got Fakhar Zama at number 3. You will have Iftikhar Ahmed at number 4. You've got Khushdil Shah at number 5. Asif Ali at number 6. And then you've got Mohammad Nawaz at 7. Shadab Khan, the vice captain, is at number 8. Naseem Shah, the young fast bowler, at number 9. And then you got Haris Rauf at 10 and Shahnawaz Dahani at number 11. So this was the team that was expected from Pakistan's point of view to play, and that is what they are playing. Hassan Ali, as I had informed you a little while earlier, that even though he had joined the squad today, he may not have been available for selection because just arrived today, fresh off the boat. So he wasn't available for the selection. Okay, Pragyan, I'm going to come to you. I already have informed our Indian playing 11 to our viewers a short while ago. You will have it up on your screens. I'm not going to repeat the names of those 11 players. But meanwhile, Pragyan, you're just going to tell me about what Sunny Bhai said. He said that he most likely would have seen both Rishabh Pant and wanted to see both Rishabh and Dinesh Karthik there, and India going with just 5 bowlers. Your thoughts?
I think what I can read is I think Dinesh Karthik, the batsman, was given that edge over Rishabh Pant, because if you see Rishabh Pant in T20, he was not looking as though he was settled. So maybe Dinesh Karthik gave that little bit of cushion. That's the reason they have gone ahead with him. if Rishabh is not injured or he doesn't have any niggles. That's what I'm assuming. Because Dinesh Karthik, as he's been performing with the bat. That is the reason he has been given that edge. Other than that, if you talk about wicketkeeper, for me it will be Rishabh Pant because he's much safer, what I would say.
Interesting thoughts, Pragyan. Let me tell you, you said that unless he's injured or something, I'm going to tell all our viewers that we've been tracking the Indian practice. Rishabh Pant is not injured. In fact, if you had told me to tell you the 11 yesterday, I could have told you the 11, just that I did not risk it. I'll tell you why. Because the Indian team had an optional training session yesterday. I went to cover the training session, and all players that are substitute today were the ones that were in the training session. None of the players that were playing actually turned up at the practice session. If I had to read those clues yesterday, I would have told you the playing 11. So I'll tell you who all came to practice yesterday. There was Deepak Hooda, there was Rishabh Pant, there was Ravichandran Ashwin, there was Ravi Bishnoi, and there was Deepak Chahar. The guys who were not going to be part of this 11 were only training yesterday. So the 11-member team was actually resting. So we had an idea of what the team is going to look like, and that's exactly how the 11 has turned out. And just to let you know why the regular players didn't practice, I was speaking to a few players and they said that the 3 days before this they had a very intense training session, 3 days back-to-back of very intense training session. So they thought that let's give the players a break a day before the game. Okay, Saibai, coming back to you, you mentioned that you expected both Rishabh and Dinesh to play, but if you had to pick one, you reckon Dinesh has got the edge because Rishabh's bat's not been firing in the recent past in the T20 format. I'm just going to add my 2 bits, Saribai. I was at the practice the 2 days, and if there was one guy who was really knocking the ball out of the ground, in fact, most were clearing the boundary, the likes of Virat Kohli, the likes of KL Rahul, Rohit Sharma. But if there was one guy who was not only clearing the boundary, actually taking it to the pitch of the second ground, only one man, that was Dinesh Karthik. His weren't sixes, they were tenors, they were niners, and we were all in the media talking about how sweetly he was hitting the ball. Do you think the batting and he being the better batsman that's given him the edge? Because as Pragyan points out, in wicket keeping, you might have just gone with Rishabh Pant.
Yes, that would be the main consideration. What he can do coming in at number 7, coming in, or number 6, coming in and changing the complexion of the game with his unorthodox batting, innovative batting that Dinesh Karthik has. And let me also please add that even the wicket keeping, if you just look at pure wicket keeping, I think Dinesh is a better wicket keeper than Rishabh Pant. Maybe Rishabh Pant's form in the T20s has not been encouraging. And therefore, that's the reason why they thought that maybe in a crucial game, in a must-win game, it's a must-win game because it's the first game of the tournament, that they wanted to go in with a little bit of experience. So one can understand this. But Rishabh Pant is going to be an integral part of the Indian team for years to come.
Saiba, a word on the toss as well, because India would be chasing here. We mentioned how there is no dew, so maybe the toss factor will not be as crucial as we saw at the T20 World Cup. But still, chasing here under lights where the ball really comes onto the bat gives India a slight advantage even before the first ball has been bowled.
Yes, but don't forget that ball coming onto the bat also means that the quicker bowlers will get the ball to bounce just a little bit more. And so that is also going to be a factor. It can definitely be a big plus for batsmen in form to be able to play on the up, on the rise, as they say. But for the quicker bowlers also, they'll be able to get the ball to bounce a little awkwardly, particularly when it's hard. The first 3-4 overs, when the seam of the white ball is quite hard, that is the time when the bowlers actually enjoy bowling.
Okay, Pragyan, a word on the spinners too. Now, India have gone in with 3 fast bowlers, 2 spinners. When we were debating, there was also a school of thought that maybe India has picked more spinners in their 15-member squad because they might be playing 3 spinners here. Conditions might suit. In that regard, then if you're going to play 2 spinners only, are you then surprised with the overall selection? You might as well had a fast bowler in your 15 because at the moment the 3 available are playing just in case someone gets injured or something like that.
Yes, we can always debate on that, but saying that, both the spinners, if you see, they pick themselves. You cannot miss Ravindra Jadeja the way he's been contributing with the bat, ball, and the way he fields. He can change the game in all the three departments. And then Yuzi Chahal, the way he has won you games, he has picked most number of wickets for you. So I think these two are automatic selection. And when you talk about the third spinner, if the wicket was little slow or maybe later half, if we see, if the wicket tends to favor the spinners, we will see one more spinner. But right now, I think because of Hardik Pandya, the cushion that this man gives, we are able to use, our spinners and fast bowlers better. Because last time, if you see, Hardik wasn't bowling. So that was a concern. But now we have a proper all-rounder who can give you those 3 or maybe 4 overs and also bat whenever now T20 is different. You cannot give a set pattern. So if you want Hardik to go up, he can go up. If you want Ravindra Jadeja, he can go up. That is how they have been building. So, and I won't be surprised, they will only go with this top 3. They may change. Number 3 can be somebody else, or maybe depending on the situation. That's the innovation that Rohit Sharma has been talking. If you closely see what he has done for Mumbai Indians, that's what he has been planning. When he has seen success, so he will try and use his own formula. That is the reason why he's got Dinesh Karthik in. He knows Dinesh Karthik can handle the pressure, especially in those crunch overs, or maybe he can use him top of the order also, because he's done that for Indian team. So that is the reason why he's looking at players who can change roles. Saying that, to your question, these two spinners, they have picked themselves. So the third spinner only when the wicket favors.
Okay, very interesting thoughts there by Pragyan Oja, where he talks about that's the kind of team that Rohit Sharma is building, where anyone can bat anywhere. And to Rohit's credit, when he was asked this question in the press conference, he said, you know what, our experiments are going to continue. If you think that our experiments stopped some time back with the start of the Asia Cup, no, we're going to keep doing it. We want players to be okay to bat in any position, depending on the opposition, depending on the condition. That takes me nicely into the next question, Zanibhai, that I was going to ask you, because as Pragyan pointed out, we don't know. It could be Sky at number 3. So the biggest debate right now, who's going to open? Sky's been opening with Rohit Sharma the past few times. KL Rahul has come back. He was not in the scheme of things. He was out injured. He's come back. He's a natural opener. We've seen in practice that it's Rohit and Virat that have been opening while practicing. We don't know who the 3 out of these 3, who are the 2 that are going to open. Your thoughts? Who are the ones that you'd want to go with? The set openers for India?
It's got to be Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul, because they are the 2 openers. The regular openers, I'd like to stick to them. Both of them have got outstanding records in T20 cricket, as also Virat Kohli and Suryakumar Yadav at 3 and 4. So yes, that's a very, very good lineup. But no, I wouldn't want to tinker too much with the opening batting, because that's a crucial element. That's when the ball is moving around just a little bit. So you want guys who know what opening the batting is about to do that. And both have a very good scoring rate as well. Both have a very good strike rate. So it's not that, there's somebody who's plodding around and puts pressure on the other batsman.
Pragyan, your openers?
For me, definitely it will be KL and Rohit. Maybe if at all I want to change, I want to see Virat, because we have seen that Virat do what he's done. And if he opens, especially in T20 cricket, if you see the season that he got maximum run, he came as an opener. He was batting up the order and he was trying to face maximum deliveries. So maybe that would be a thought, because if Virat starts getting those runs, and things will open out. So maybe in this 3, I think they'll rotate, but we won't see someone like Sky or someone coming in. That will be too big a surprise.
Okay, that Pragyan says is not going to happen. That was only happening because your top three weren't playing together, so you saw sky open. But tell you what, if someone had to ask me, Suryakumar Yadav, one of the best middle order batsmen, I'd never want anyone to tinker with his position. He should bat in the middle order because there are very, very few batsmen in international cricket who could play with that strike rate of 150 plus, even when batting in the middle order. And Sky is that one batsman that can really do it. But we were talking about Virat Kohli. I tell you what, in the few days that I'm here, all eyes have been on Virat Kohli. Not only just his interviews and the revelations that he came with, the candid interview where he spoke about, his mental state and how, he needed some time off the game. Other than that, the fans have been queuing up just to get a glimpse of Virat Kohli. And one thing that has been common, in the ground, you would want the Pakistani fans would want Pakistan to win and Indian fans want India to win. But if there's one thing that they both agree on, both the set of fans want Virat Kohli to score a lot of runs. That's the kind of fan following that he has. So how crucial will Virat Kohli's form be in this Asia Cup? Let's have a look.
Virat Kohli's recent slump in form has the fans divided. One filled with optimism, the other in doubt over his form. Never the one to hold himself back, Virat has already shot back at his detractors.
I know where my game stands, and you cannot come this far in your international career without having the ability to counter situations and counter conditions and counter different kinds of bowling. So that for me, this phase for me is an easier phase to process. But I don't want to put this behind me.
Irrespective of his form, on a cricket field, Virat Kohli will always remain a protagonist. Virat is back after a decent break from cricket, and there are many who believe that time away from cricket is exactly what the former India captain needed. Virat hasn't played too many T20 internationals this calendar year, just 4 matches in which he fetched 81 runs at an average of just over 20 and a strike rate of 128.5. In the IPL this year, he played 16 games at an average of 22.73 and his strike rate of close to 116 was once again under scanner. After the IPL this year, India played 15 T20 internationals, but Virat featured only in 3 of them during the tour of England. It's been over 1,000 days since Virat's last century in November 2019. But after the COVID hit the world in 2020, his form has taken a major hit for 2 consecutive years. Despite having a bad run at the office for 2 years straight, Virat averages 50.12 and has a strike rate of 137.66 in the shortest format of the game, an indication of how dominant he was during his heydays. For a player of Virat's caliber, the lean patch that Virat has undergone is far too long. Runs may still not be a problem, but the manner in which those runs have come and the manner in which he has been dismissed are a bigger concern. The last time India played Pakistan, Virat was the highest scorer for India and played like a lone warrior. Big occasions usually demand big players. In cricket, there's nothing bigger than an India-Pakistan match, and this generation of cricket hasn't seen anything bigger than Virat Kohli.
Looking for the placement.
Sports Bureau, India Today.
Right, so all eyes on Virat Kohli after a month-long break. We heard from Virat as well. What was his thought process? Why is it that he decided to take this long, extended break from international cricket? Saiba, I'd like to come to you. The one thing that stood out in the interaction that Virat Kohli did with the broadcaster just a couple of days ago, where he goes on to say that for the very first time, he was forcing that intensity on the field. He was not feeling that intensity that he's always felt as soon as he's crossed the boundary line and gone onto the field. He was trying to force that intensity. It wasn't coming naturally, and that's why he thought that it's best that he should step back, take a break, and come back refreshed. When he decided to take a break, there was a school of thought that, listen, you're out of form, you must keep playing. Sitting at home, taking a break might not help. Go and play against West Indies, go and play against Zimbabwe, get some runs, and when you get runs, the confidence definitely will come back. But now that we know his side of the story, does it help you also understand that why or what would be the reasons why he chose to take this month-long break? And do you think at the end of the day it turned out to be the right call then?
Well, we'll just have to wait, isn't it? We'll see what this tournament does and whether it has helped or not. Whether he should have been playing against opposition against whom he has scored runs in the past, where he missed out, but and now he's come back. Clearly, I think we just have to wait and see how this break has helped or not helped. So we just have to wait and see.
Saibhai, does it ever happen? I mean, I'm just getting to know, a mindset of a player, because in the same interview, he points out that the first time in 10 years, he did not pick up bat for 1 month. Usually, even when he's taken some break, he's always holding the bat, either practicing or, shadow practicing or whatever. This time, he just put the bat away. Does it happen sometime? Does too much of cricket really, add on? Do you need to sometime detox as well as an international player that's playing continuous cricket?
Well, I don't know. I really don't know, because I didn't go through any of that. But the one time that I didn't pick up a bat, once I put it up after the end of the season, and I didn't pick it up till the start of the new season, was the time I knew that that's it for me. I should be quitting the game. So that at the end of that season, I finished with international cricket. That was, for me, obviously we are talking about different generations and, different sort of scrutiny of the people.
Yes.
We played where the scrutiny of the people was 80, 90,000 people at the ground. Now you got, 200, 300, 500 million who are watching you on television, who have this public media. So that scrutiny adds a different kind of pressure. I really can't speak about that because I don't know about that pressure. But all I'm hoping as an Indian is that he comes back to form. He scores a lot of runs, because when he scores runs, he just lifts the whole team up. And I'm hoping that he does that not just this tournament, but in the years to come.
Fair point, Sunny Bhai. As Sunny Bhai points out, we're talking about different times when he played and when Virat Kohli is playing. And also, I must add to it, we're also talking about different individuals. Sunny Gavaskar may have had his own ways, to tackle when he's going through a poor run. Of course, Virat Kohli is trying to find his own way, how to come out of that situation. And that is what happens from individual to individual. Pragan, to you, and I'm sticking with Virat Kohli for the moment. And I'm telling you how I felt personally as an admirer of his batting. I always thought that Virat Kohli was Superman. He was 5 steps ahead of what we were thinking. He always had a solution in mind. But the first time, now that I'm listening to this vulnerable side of Virat Kohli, where he says that he's human, or he's implying that he's human, he did reach a dead end. For the first time, I'm beginning to feel, though he may not be that Superman that I always thought, maybe he's in a situation where he doesn't know the answers to. He's trying various things, hoping to find answers. How do you see the revelations that Virat has made now?
I think it's absolutely fine. It's not like mathematics that every time you add 2 + 2, it is going to be 4, no matter where you are, what you do. So it's a sport. You can have a brilliant net session, you can have a brilliant mindset, and go into the game. And first ball, the bowler bowls a delivery, and you get out. You have no answer to it. So I think that is the beauty of this sport, where that unpredictability is always there. And if you see in sport, it is more of a failure than success, because it's all in real time. There is no it's become such that at times you feel there is no chance for a Indian to fail. And the way, especially what Virat Kohli has done in the last 10 years, we thought that he has to walk in and get that 100. And even if he gets a 50, we used to consider that it's a failure. It's not his day. So we also have to balance it out. Saying that, I think Sunny sir, I think he's the greatest. I would just keep him aside. I'll only talk about Virat because see, I was right now. The things are like there a lot of people talk about mental health, but in India there are very, very few people who address mental health. And when you have such high intensity seasons, like though nowadays you don't have breaks.
Right.
See, the biggest break that you used to get as a cricketer was in summer, but now we have IPL. So because of that, we also have to see what kind of, because a guy who loves so much, anybody who loves the sport is just keeping his bat for a month. Can you imagine what kind of situation he is with? What are the things that he's dealing with? And with, as I told you, you also have to look at how social media is played, how always they have that on your face kind of a thing whenever you have Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma. So it is important that someone of his stature should just step aside a bit, rethink, re-energize, and come back. As Sunny sir said, it will be very interesting to see what he does now, because whatever he wanted to give himself, like when you're hungry, if you get good food, so you're happy. So that is what we want to see now, what he does from here on.
Okay, as Pragyan says there, when you're hungry, you need good food. I think, and I hope that Virat has got that good food for his soul, because that's what really needs to fire. As he was saying, at one point, he was just forcing that intensity. If that intensity is back or not, just quoting Sunny Bhai, only time will tell. We'll have to wait and watch how much that break has helped Virat Kohli. But for the moment, a big thank you to Sunny Gavaskar, Pragyan Ojha for joining us on this discussion, giving us these fine insights. But here's a reminder, our coverage continues on India Today. We'll be back at the end of the game once again with Sunny Gavaskar, Pragyan Ojha, analyzing the game, what went right, what went wrong. So don't forget to tune in right after the last ball is bowled. We'll be live on India Today. This is Nikhil Naz signing off from the Dubai International Stadium, where I'll be heading to the stadium to watch that encounter. You watch it too on your television sets or wherever you are. Bye-bye for now.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
The Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment has signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the National Health Authority for providing a comprehensive medical package to transgender persons under the Ayushman Bharat PMJAY at the Dr. Ambedkar International Centre. This joint initiative is indeed the first of its kind in India and will not only give a new direction to our society but will also provide transgender persons rightful and a respectable place in our country. This medical package will provide a health card where they can avail more than 50 health facilities. Benefits will all be free of cost. What's also groundbreaking here is that India becomes the first country to provide free of cost cosmetic surgery for transgenders. So now a person belonging to the transgender society from any state or any part of India will be able to take advantage of this card in any hospital affiliated with Ayushman Bharat. In fact, the ministry is also set to fund 5 lakh rupees as insurance cover per transgender beneficiary per annum. And now to make identification a lot more easier, the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment is providing identity cards for transgenders if they register themselves at the central level. They're also going to get provisions of scholarship that's been made for them. Protection cells are also being set up and also skill development programs being done, all as part of this package.
Hello and welcome to this special broadcast of Battle Cry on board INS Vikrant, India's second aircraft carrier and the first to be made indigenously. Over the course of the next half an hour, we will take you on a journey of this mammoth warship and explain to you the importance of having 2 aircraft carriers for India to enhance its security capabilities, particularly its maritime power, in wake of the growing Chinese forays in the Indian Ocean region. This is the flight deck of INS Vikrant, quite literally a floating airbase with 15 decks. Behind us is the superstructure of the warship that includes the flying control center right at the top, keeping a close watch on all air operations. This flight deck with 2 runways ensures simultaneous takeoff and landing at one point of time. Take a look at this report to understand what the INS Vikrant is all about.
India's largest warship. Vikrant is a 45,000-ton carrier. It can accommodate up to 1,700 personnel, including the air crews and arrangement for even women personnel. The flight deck of the warship, 262 meters in length and 62.4 meters wide. The total area, 12,460 square kilometers. With 15 decks, including 5 in the superstructure, the ship has over 2,300 compartments. The ship's top speed is around 28 knots and cruising speed 18 knots. With an endurance of 7,500 nautical miles, she can almost cover the entire coastline of India twice without any requirement of refueling for 45 days. The Vikrant in its new avatar stands tall proudly after years of toil. It's the sweat and hard work of so many that's made this possible. Thousands have toiled over the years. The Kochi shipyard that had an expertise in building civilian commercial ventures took up the challenge.
Electronics systems, warship weapons intensive system. Companies like Bharat Electronics, companies like Hindustan HAL, BHEL. We all got together. So there's been a huge synergy in action. And that synergy, we are very happy that between us and Navy, we created that synergy in this country to actually create the belief in the country that you can actually deliver projects like this. The electrical power on the ship is 24 megawatt, 8 generating sets, each of 3 megawatt. Now this electrical power can actually, I say a city like Kochi, probably the lighting loads of the city can be taken by this system.
Refueling, without refueling, what is the distance that you can...
75 days, probably like for something which people may connect. If you sail from here, maybe you can sail up to Brazil without refueling.
So, I mean, that would be, in terms of kilometers, how much?
I will have to check it up exactly, but then it's about 75 days without...
75 days,
correct.
one can reach up
One
to
can, that's right.
This takes India into select band of 7 countries: USA, UK, France, Russia, Italy and China that have niche capabilities of design and building of an aircraft carrier.
So in terms of maritime capabilities, operations, a second aircraft carrier, how does it change things? How does that status quo change for the Indian Navy with Vikrant coming in?
Our planners, since our independence, envisaged a Navy built around 4 carriers. Whilst it was approved in principle, due various reasons, it never took off. So considering our geography, our importance of sea lanes of communication for our economy, with our economy on a growth tangent which is unmatched in the past, it is imperative that we have not just the second but the third carrier also. So what does a carrier bring? It brings a potential to undertake operations in any type of scenario, from peace to combat scenario. All kind of missions, operations can be undertaken by a carrier.
Indian Navy's previous aircraft carriers were acquired from UK and Russia. India's first aircraft carrier acquired from the UK in 1961 that was decommissioned later was also called Vikrant. A new Vikrant is expected to live up to its name, that means victorious and gallant. As per naval tradition, ships never die. And in keeping with this tradition, the indigenous aircraft carrier is back in a new avatar with the same name, Vikrant.
Jayam Samaha Yudhis Pradaha. We defeat those who dare to fight with us. This motto of INS Vikrant is going to be the center stage of what Vikrant means to the Indian Navy. This is a clear message that Vikrant will not only embolden the firepower of India's maritime security agencies, but will also make sure that the adversary is always 2 steps behind. The Indian Navy will have 2 aircraft carriers soon working simultaneously. A big relief, since till now the Navy had only 1. But the Navy says a third one is a must. However, military planners are not sure whether having 3 aircraft carriers is feasible. But keeping in mind the growing expansion of the Chinese Navy, will the Indian Navy soon get a 3rd carrier? Take a look at this report.
The commissioning of Vikrant couldn't have come at a better time. With growing presence of Chinese Navy in the Indian Ocean, enhancing maritime operational capabilities is the need of the hour. 30 aircraft, 18 fighter jets like the MiG-29K, Camel, and newly inducted from the US MH-60 Romeo helicopters will be operated. This will enable sea control far off from the country, both in war and peacetime. The new MH-60 Romeos are lethal in anti-submarine warfare. It will take a while before the fighters start operations. Vikrant will be combat ready by the end of the year, fully equipped with Barak missiles and fighter jets taking off within 2 to 3 seconds of one landing.
Aircraft carriers generally are described with the propulsion and kind of launch capability they have. As we have seen, our previous 3 carriers were steam driven and we are GT ship. So this gives us a lot of flexibility of undertaking operations at extended range. Further, being an indigenously designed ship, this provides us the capability to operate various aircrafts and generate better sortie rates and better capability to evolve and execute various missions that we are tasked with.
India till now currently has INS Vikramaditya as the only operational aircraft carrier, while INS Vikrant should be ready for operations within a year. Indian Navy has been insisting for a third aircraft carrier.
The capability that we envisage is to safeguard our national interest. That, having said so, would include a third carrier to begin with. With the capability that we envisage to have, we don't have any adversary per se in our scope. With this capability, we would be able to take on any challenge, anytime and anywhere.
With 3 you mean? So with 3 aircraft carriers?
That's right. So the concept is to build capability, and if you are capable, no other adversary would think of having any misadventure.
On the other hand, the Chinese Navy has 2 functional aircraft carriers, with the third one expected to hit the seas soon. But will take a while for it to be fully operational, and a 4th one is also in the pipeline. Air operations are most crucial for an aircraft carrier, adding a punch to warfare capabilities. The challenges in these operations are unique, very different from operating air assets from land.
At the topmost deck of this aircraft carrier, this is the place from where all air operations are controlled, and we can see the 2 runways very clearly from here. This will give you an idea how exactly air operations will take place. The round circles with numbers, that says 3, it says 2, 1, those are meant for helicopters to be stationed, and the 2 runways are divided in between with a white lining. One is the red one, the other is the yellow one. 2 runways are there, one is a shorter one, the other a longer one. The shorter one for operations to be launched quickly when the aircraft